Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 97, Arrancar Arc, Part 1, The New Bleach Arc. The emergence of bleach techniques in the pirates' world. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. On a small island in West Blue. In fact, it cannot be called a small island. Because it was very small, it was 200 square meters in size at most, so it wasn't even a named island. Besides two short banana trees stood young Mihawk. His young body was sweating as he tried to implement the techniques in his mind. The technique he wanted to master the most was Shuinpa. The speed technique was the most convenient for him and the most amenable to mastering quickly. This technique has an 80% match with Zoro of Navy, but it's much more flexible, it's way better. Many wounds appeared on Mihawk's bare feet. Obviously, he had been training for a long time in this place to master Shuinpa. The air around him was very heavy as if he was in a double gravitational field, but he didn't show any fatigue even though his body was sweating profusely. Although he had yet to master it, there was still much progress. Mihawk was very calm and focused. If he wanted to learn something that his eyes found possible, he would definitely master it. This was not just nonsense but the truth. This was his natural talent. What One Piece readers don't know about Mihawk is that he has the strongest learning talent in the entire pirates world. A few meters away from Mihawk, another young man was sitting. It was Issue. He was enjoying the way this young man was doing things. Add more gravity, this is not enough. Mihawk said in an indifferent tone. His voice was solid but still had a youthful tone as if he wasn't feeling the pressure of gravity already. Are you sure? You've been training with ×4 high gravity for 2 days now. Although he admired this young man's determination, he still worried about him. After all, he had never had a friend before. Mihawk was his first friend. Make it ×6 for me, Issue. Huh. That's too much. Just do it. Shuinpa technique needs pressure to break free. It cannot be trained by normal means. You are the best person who can help with this kind of training. Meeting you really was my good fortune. Ha 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 ha. Thanks for your praise. Well, cheek it. Gravity x6. Thus Mihawk continued to practice diligently to master Shuinpa. What Rob didn't know was that because of him, the future admiral and the future strongest Shichibukai became very close friends. The future was heading towards an unknown place. At this moment, a green light appeared in the sky from the east. It was a very familiar light for Mihawk. This place was very close to an island that contained an art store. Art store, Frisia. This island was also close to Ohara. A new chapter of Bleach has just been released. Issue, let's go. Who? Really? I'm excited, so excited. I want to see what happened after Aizen ran so hard. Me also, you know, Aizen is clearly the most powerful person in the Shinigami world, shrewd in planning and has terrifying and incomprehensible strength. How will Ichigo beat him? Let's hurry up and see. Frisia is already near here. Aren't we going to Ohara? You said you wanted to meet the store owner, and I also wanted to meet him. A glint of defiance appeared in Mihawk's eyes. The store owner was one of the strongest swordsmen in the world. Only one of this caliber could feel his blood rushing at the thought of his fight. The Sky Sword was someone of the same clay as the Dark King Rayleigh and the strongest swordsman in the world, Shiki. Okay, let's go to Ohara. We'll read today's volume in Ohara. Mary Geos. What monsters with amazing powers. Arrancar. Ichigo didn't have a chance. That Ulquiorra cipher has a cold aura around him as if it was death itself. I wasn't expecting Ichigo's father, Ishida's father, Shinigami, and Quincy to be respectively. This was really off the charts. And what about this person, Shinji Hirako? It sounds promising. An entire organization of Ichigo-like people with terrifying inner monsters under control. Aren't those enough to destroy the world? All of this can't be compared to Aizen's real target. Who is the Soul King? Why it does look so divine. That's right, could it be like Lord Emu in our world? Shut up, this is sacrilege for our Lord. For a long period, the five elders continued discussing the events of the Bleach manga with a burning spirit. Since the Bleach manga was a fictional manga that had strong techniques and a good global foundation and had no real threat to their world, like the One Piece manga, it had no controversy. Every volume was being discussed with a pleasant touch by the five elders. The festival outside caused by the noise of celestial dragons who were happy with the Bleach manga was a testament to how good this masterpiece was. The first part of the Arrancar arc, the Arrival arc, was so awesome. After all, it made all Bleach fans expect more. This time Rob didn't add Bleach fillers in the manga after the rescue arc. He just ignored them and went to the Arrancar arc. That was the important thing. He won't draw any unimportant fillers in his manga. Only padding that he deems important and worthy enough. In the empty throne, which was not empty at all, long legs of a beautiful woman appeared. Only her long interlaced legs can cause blood to rise to the head and a person dies with the trademark Sanji, death by blood loss. A very elegant woman sat on the throne, enjoying turning the pages of a manga book. Suddenly, when the moment arrived when Yamamoto mentioned Aizen's target of attempting to overthrow the Soul King, an interesting smile appeared on her misty face, all that could be seen as a bloody glint in her red moon-like eyes. Aizen. Soul King. Interesting, are they fictional characters? Should I ask my Rob-chan? Oh, Rob-chan, no one can please me in this grey world as much as you, fufufu. Unbeknownst to him, Rob had become possessed by a person too obsessed to comprehend it. Kingdom of Drum. In the medical hall of the art store, Rob suddenly felt a cold chill run down his spine. Alvia, who was holding his hand, felt this abnormal emotion. Don't worry too much, my dear, you've done your best, and they're already cured. Alvia was also angry. After all, these 15 women arrived in a very miserable condition. They were brutally raped by several pirates, and their genitals were badly damaged. It's strange that her husband wouldn't get angry and destroy half of an island with the pirates. Such was something she felt helpless about. Just thinking that her kind husband had experienced such an unfortunate incident made her want to blow these pirates' heads off with her shotgun. Rob looked at his wife with a look of deep love, although he didn't understand why he was getting goosebumps, but his dear wife always found a reason for everything. Of course, he was still angry about the condition of the women who were being raped. But what could he do other than what he did? He cannot reverse time. All they could do now was leave the group of women here to take care of them psychologically. The art store was the best place to treat a person's psyche after all. The proof is that these 15 women were enjoying reading One Piece manga right now despite their bitter moods. The same goes for the large group of women survivors, who enjoyed the manga before sending them to their homes in a happy mood by Rob. For the past 3 days, the team of maid sisters joined by a new member, Toki, has been looking after the 15 women on Drum Island, so Rob is back in his usual works. In O'Hara, today Rob met 2 unexpected people. After enjoying today's volume in the crowded O'Hara art store, Mihawk and Ishu were surprised by the number of surprises that appeared in it, from the appearance of Erinkar and the fight of Okuiora and Yami against Ichigo, Ishida, Yuryu, and Orihime. By the way, Okuiora was just a spectator because Yami alone took care of them all, to the emergence of the Visored group led by Shinji and the appearance of Grimmjow Jaeger Jacques as well. Overcoming Ichigo's shit, Hitsugaya and his Shinigami team against Hueco Mundo team, Rukia reappears. Ichigo and Ishida's parents reveal their true identity under Urahara's more mysterious urges. Mihawk and Ishu's reaction to the chapters today was naturally excited. But Mihawk, as usual, was quick to save any new techniques that appeared in this arc. When they intended to leave the art store, the person they were looking for came out. The store owner finally appeared. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 98, Navy Fleet knocking on the doors of Little Garden. Chapter 99, Destructive Battle. 2 Admirals vs 2 Giants. Party Popper Chapter 100 Confetti Ball, scaring the shit of Marine Goddess. Rob's arrival. Blackstar_BH note. From Chapter 100 onwards, the events will start with a very fast rocket ride. I will tell you so you tighten your belts. Robin will be born in the first chapters after the 100, and the One Piece manga will also enter a period of hiatus for a year in the world of One Piece, and the anime will appear to compensate for that pause. Then it will happen a time skip until the manga's return, and the story will continue to move towards future events quickly. Chapter 98, Navy Fleet knocking on the doors of Little Garden. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. While the world was preoccupied with the new fiery events of Bleach, the Navy had been on a mission to recover dangerous criminals on the run from justice for more than 7 decades. A fleet of Marines surrounded Little Garden Island right now. Their target was very clear. Killing or capturing the 2 giants, Broggy and Dory, nicknamed the Red Ogre and the Blue Ogre, respectively. This wasn't what Rob expected at all, because he still thought the world would think his stories were fiction. Why did the world government and the Navy decide to visit a prehistoric island to search for 2 giants that appeared in the manga? Why would the world government and the Navy do such a thing? Isn't this an admission that the manga is telling the truth? In fact, this is what it might seem at first glance. But the 5 elders decided that based on their mere assumption. And what they assumed was that Rob visited Little Garden and saw giants there fighting each other, and he probably interacted with them as well before he came out with the inspiration to create this arc. The assumption of the 5 elders was not too far from the truth. This assumption led them to order the arrest on this day. The Navy was intent on striking with all it had and dragging the giants to impel down. 10 warships stopped at Little Garden Bay, and hundreds of Marines disembarked, carrying their weapons and swords, in order to secure the way for the others. Little Garden was a dangerous island full of monsters after all. Under tight orders, Little Garden Bay was controlled by the Navy. Sengoku looked toward this calmly before ordering. All units, advance and secure the area. Don't interfere in the affairs of giants. If you see them, leave them to us. Understood, sir. There were 4 vice admirals in the fleet and 1 admiral and 1 fleet admiral. If the world hears about this move from the Navy, the world will be turned upside down. Were they going to fight a world war? No, they were just going to capture the pirate leaders of the giant warriors, that's all. But why do they seem to use a butcher's knife to chop vegetables? This is because they think that the little garden contains a secret art store that Rob has placed here. It might alert him to come here, so they send this force to dodge all obstacles including Rob. Today, they were intent on arresting the red ogre Broggy and the blue ogre Dory. Undoubtedly, the Navy's move was totally unexpected for everyone. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zephyr, 4 vice admirals, these were 90% of the Navy's raw strength concentrated completely and reliably on this mission. If its news were to be leaked, there is no doubt that it would send ridiculous waves across the world, but the Navy did so in secret so that no single news could be leaked, no matter how small. If the world government wanted to keep something a secret, they would undoubtedly do so. Near the art store, on a flat and green grassy plain, Broggy and Dory sat enjoying the hands battle in their human size. As long as they are within 40 meters of the art store, they can perfectly maintain their human size. This was an art store feature to allow guests to familiarize themselves with the store's features before entering it, and this only applied to the body contraction or stretching feature. Gegya Jayagya. Broggy. You can't defeat me in a hands battle, just give up. You took advantage of my situation when I was drunk vodka and beat me, that's unfair, uncalculated. What's so unfair? I didn't ask you to compete with me when you were drunk, weren't you? Yes, but... Oh. Broggy, looks like we've got some extraordinary guests this time. You felt them too, Dory. Let's see who they are before deciding anything. Very quickly, the Marines and their officers spread to the lands of the Little Garden. Many dinosaurs and monsters were subdued, but some unlucky soldiers lost their lives in the stomachs of dinosaurs. This was an island that still followed the law of nature in prehistoric times, so if you are weak, you will surely die, if you don't have the plot armor of your captain, Luffy, who will protect you, like Nami and Usopp. With a solemn expression, Sengoku and Zephyr followed behind the vice admirals. Their goal was to reach the middle of the island. The place where the leaders of this island live. After they saw no shadow of a giant in that place, doubts began to fill their minds. Could they make a stupid mistake? What if there were no giants on this island? Since Broggy and Dory were near the art store, they were in human form, that's why the Navy didn't feel their presence. Only after they got deep enough and the trees near the center of the island got shorter, could they see something interesting. No, not just interesting, they saw what they assumed earlier and confirmed it at this moment. Art store beacon. There really was an art store in the Little Garden. That Sky Sword, he doesn't stop causing troubles, he really had an art store here. So what are we going to do if he comes? He's not strong enough even if he comes, I had a battle with him before, his danger lies in his overwhelming ability to use hockey without fatigue and heal quickly, but his body toughness is not enough, he can still be crushed like an ant. Zephyr said every word with conviction. After all, he had fought with Rob before and was aware of his strengths points and weaknesses, so he wasn't too worried about him. As long as they weren't in a place where he had too many people to fear for, they could defeat him. He could use that attack, the Sword of Judgment, if he wants to. You fought against him so you are more familiar with him naturally, but your information is probably a little outdated. That bastard managed to push Shiki into the corner. What do you think of that? Zephyr looked at his old companion with a surprised expression and asked. Is the information confirmed? Sure, do you think I would tell you trivial information without credibility? That was out of my expectations. How could he get stronger so quickly? That doesn't make sense. For your additional information, he only fought with his sword, he didn't use his fruit ability at all, it was reported. Zephyr had nothing more to say. After some time, the Marines managed to reach the perimeter of the art store, which was standing alone among the wheat field. Go ahead, enter the store and check if there are people inside. Remember, don't cause trouble inside, this is the rule of the art store. Sengoku's orders were always going to the main point. He was fairly certain that the giants were inside. Since the miracle store could shrink the body to a human point, their presence inside was definitely not ruled out. After hearing the order of their fleet admiral, the Marines hurried into the store to explore it. Among the Marines who entered, there was a beautiful girl of graceful body, who seemed to be of spring age of about 18 years old. She was a goddess in the eyes of the Marines, Marine Sergeant Guillaume. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 99, Destructive Battle. 2 Admirals vs 2 Giants. Party Popper. Chapter 100, Confetti Ball, Scaring the Shit of Marine Goddess. Rob's Arrival. Chapter 101, Expelling Fleet Navy Again. The Annoying Mihawk. Chapter 99, Destructive Battle. 2 Admirals vs 2 Giants. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Fleet Admiral, there is no one inside, the store is completely empty. After a salute, the Marine passed his report on examining what was inside the art store. No one is inside. Is this confirmed? Yes, sir. Okay, you can go back. Sengoku had a pensive look on his face as he thought. If they are not inside, where do you think they are? Could they have sensed our presence and they hid somewhere? Sengoku looked toward Zephyr, who had said this with a disapproving look. Giants are hiding. Where did you hear that? Didn't you hear how proud giants are? It is impossible for giants to hide from an enemy. Ah. Then it seems I'm wrong. Zephyr had an embarrassed look on his face. Yes, of course, you are wrong. Gegiajayagya. Did you hear that, Broggy? Suddenly, two giant shadows covered the sunlight from the place and caused many trees to fall, and scattering dust. It happened suddenly without warning. Gababababa. I heard it, he said it out loud. After all, were we in hiding, Dori? Despite his loud laughter, the angry expression on Broggy's face betrayed him. The two giants appeared from the backyard of the art store within 50 meters, completely outside the influence of the store's power. Zephyr and Sengoku both looked at this in astonishment. Very quickly the Marines who were still outside dispersed and turned back behind the main force just as the fleet admiral ordered. They are really here. That guy's manga has some credibility. Remind me of refusing anyone by the name of Nezumi who wants to join the Navy. Zephyr looked at his old friend with astonishment and laughed at his last line. That rat Nezumi had appeared in the manga, and his appearance had caused a huge negative effect on the Navy. If Smoker had not appeared and removed a little of that effect, the Marines wouldn't even be able to raise their heads when they go out on missions. One Piece manga became like a noose around their necks. They no longer dared to offend Rob so that he wouldn't be so hard on them in the manga. Of course, I'll remind you, if I find out there's someone like Nezumi, I'll crush him before he even thinks about joining the Navy, don't worry. Have you heard of the world government's Truth Search Project? Truth Search Project? What's the point of you coming here, Marines? Dori's voice disturbed the scene, interrupting Sengoku and Zephyr's conversation. Gababababa. They seem to speak comfortably without regard to our presence. After insulting our pride by accusing us of hiding, they still underestimate us, Dori. What do you think? Broggy's anger this time turned into an evil spirit visible in the air. Let's talk later, Zephyr. Sengoku looked at the two giants and moved forward slightly. The red ogre, Broggy, the blue ogre, Dori. Captains of the giant warriors pirates, 100 million bounties for each of you, bounty from 74 years ago. You have caused fear and terror to the world even before my birth. I have neither right nor seniority to belittle the race of proud giants. There is no need for all this anger. His words seemed to echo all over the place. Broggy and Dori felt Sengoku's sincerity, so their anger subsided a bit. Humph. It's good that you know. His title of the Sage Admiral was not for nothing. Sengoku paused for a bit before continuing to speak. The question of pride needn't be discussed, because the pride of giants rivals the sky itself, but that doesn't change the fact that you are criminals and wanted for justice. We have an arrest warrant today, and you must follow us quietly. In the name of justice, we are here today to capture the red ogre, Broggy, and the blue ogre, Dori. Broggy. Dori. Boom. 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 The earth shook and cracked, and sparks of collision attacks flew into the sky. A destroying island-level battle has begun hours ago, between two admirals and two giants. A giant axe collided with a black fist and a frightening and horrific shockwave spread out, uprooting many trees. Broggy's gigantic body curved by a third and approached the ground due to Admiral Zephyr's fearsome attack. The gigantic axe that followed him centuries ago contained many crevices. This was undoubtedly the toughest battle he had ever been through. His friend Dori was in no better condition. Beside his stomach, Sengoku on his golden Buddha form was unleashing horrific attacks that made giant Dori spit blood. His sword was already broken. It is useless to resist. You have already fought for 2 hours. This record is impressive enough to raise your bounty by leaps and bounds to over 500 million berries. Why don't you give up now? We don't want to kill both of you. Sengoku was truly a vile person, his words showing an air of kindness that seemed like a heavenly law. This was the effect of the mythical Zoan devil fruit, Hito Hito no Mi, model, Daibutsu. In Rob's previous world, this negative effect of the devil fruit might not have been known even to Rob himself, but it is real. The mythical Zoan cannot be measured by common sense. It has sky-defying peculiarities. Both Broggy and Dori seemed to lose some resolve when they heard Sengoku's hypnotic words, but nonetheless, it wasn't enough to defeat the will of the proud giants. Gegiajayagya. You must be kidding, Marines. With just this little power, impossible to subdue us. You should kill us and take our corpse with you if you can. What that comrade Dori says is true. We still have a role to play before we think about leaving here. Allowing the Son of Destiny to continue his journey in peace, that is our role. It seemed as if rabid spirits possessed the giants. Their screams shook the heavens and the earth. The bodies of Broggy and Dori glowed with red and blue light respectively. Their aura rose to a dangerous level as if they were ready to throw an overwhelming combined attack. A level of strength truly frightening, to the point that the expressions of Zephyr, Sengoku, and the vice admirals present all changed toward expressions of terror. Hurry up, enter the art store. Except for the vice admirals, everyone needs to hide. As soon as he heard the words of the fleet admiral, the Marines ran to hide in the legendary store. Its walls were sturdy enough to protect them from everything. This was recognized by the world government. Dori wielded his broken sword once more, and Broggy also held onto his cracked axe even more tightly. It seems that my sword and your axe cannot hold out until the day arrives, Broggy. No. Their duty has only advanced a bit, that's it. Their weapon spirits will stay with us until that day to carry out their duty even if we only use wood sticks. You are right. Broggy's red aura and Dori's blue aura intertwined together and concentrated their combined strength on the troublesome Marines group, the admirals and the 4 vice-admirals. They would have been terrified of messing with the mightiest Elbaf warriors. Their robes flew with the wind and they were able to stand up again vigorously. Despite their miserable and bloody state, their eyes carried a glint of undying confidence. The power of giants ran through their veins, a power that would make even the most powerful in this world bow in honor. The 2 giants took a deep breath that sounded like a hurricane was dragging into their mouths, and swollen veins appeared on their arms, a sign of an approaching horrific attack. An attack that brings with it the true power of Broggy and Dori, can't be compared with what appeared in the original when break through the huge body of Island's Eater. It's kinda scary. Get ready to defend with all you have. Sengoku transformed into Daibutsu again. He had to defend with all his might. They really underestimated these giants, but it's okay, no matter how strong they were they had to fall here today. They had 2 admirals and 4 vice-admirals. In the face of overwhelming power no matter how much they resisted, be with no sense. Daibutsu, Palm of Mercy. Sengoku's hand turned into a huge golden palm the size of a giant's body, and he was sure of his strongest defensive card. Ikaku. Boom. The giants shouted in the name of the giants' race trademark attack and attacked with every drop of their strength and stamina. The eruption of the volcano that marked the beginning of their battles was every time a sign of their combined attack against the enemy. This time, the volcano erupted, announcing the emergence of the strongest attack in their quiver giants. The sky thundered and the earth shook. 2 cross blades a kilometer high, hundreds of meters wide, and in different colors, blue and red, shot out. A combined power made the sky turn dark. The island was split from the beginning of the attack to the arrival point, where it collided with a giant golden palm, and here the world lost its light again. A horrific explosion occurred, like the explosion of a nuclear bomb. Little Garden Island turned into horrific chaos, which was about to be cut into 2 little gardens instead of 1 little garden if the attack on Sengoku Daibutsu's palm had not been stopped temporarily. Sengoku sweated as he tried to stop the attack with all his might, but in the end, he couldn't stop it completely. The terrifying slashing attack slipped from his palm and crashed into them all, and continued towards the sea. The island was divided into 2 parts. The little garden was transformed into 2 little gardens, only a small part remained attached. It looked like scissors being partly opened, the hunt skeletons of Broggy and Dori drifting apart, each on its own small island. 1 vice-admiral died. The other 3 were seriously injured. Zephyr sustained minor injuries. Sengoku's anger reached the sky this time. The 2 strong giants fell on the ground without the ability to move. This was the end of the battle. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Party Popper Chapter 100 Confetti Ball, Scaring the Shit of Marine Goddess. Rob's Arrival. Chapter 101, Expelling Fleet Navy Again. The Annoying Mihawk. Chapter 102, Big Belly. 6 months pregnant. Fighting Mihawk. Chapter 100, Scaring the Shit of Marine Goddess. Rob's Arrival. Confetti Ball. We've made it to Chapter 100, guys. Bonsai, Party Popper. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. The moment Broggy and Dori lost their combat power, their bodies shrank at a visible speed and a mysterious and visible light enveloped them before they disappeared from view. Since the giants were in life-threatening danger, the divine protection was activated right after their loss of combat power. They were immediately taken to the art store. No one could harm them inside the art store. Fujiro is dead. Damn the giants, where did they disappear to? The medical unit. Where the hell is the medical unit? Treat the wounds of Vice Admirals and Admiral Zephyr. Very quickly, Marines from the medical unit ran through the broken rocks and utter chaos and arrived at the Vice Admirals who were scattered in the Eye of Calamity. The 3 of them had wounds of varying severity, but all of them could be described as serious and life-threatening. Only the death of one of them, who was probably the weakest of the 4, was evidence of the severity of the giant's attack. What kind of concept is the ability to instantly kill a Vice Admiral? This was a strong person. He can use 2 types of hockey. Observation and armament. Not even an admiral could kill a Vice Admiral instantly. Not only that, the fleet admiral's palm was temporarily repelled the attack and its strength and range of influence were naturally reduced, but nonetheless they lost a Vice Admiral as a cost. So what if the fleet admiral didn't stop this deadly attack temporarily? Were they all going to die? Just thinking about it, their wounds opened even more because of fear. Today, the giants taught them a valuable life lesson. Don't push a giant into a corner, because the moment he attacks with all his strength you lose half of your life if you don't die. Damn it. No need to blindly search, they were taken to the art store, no point in trying to force them out of there too. We need to try tricks and playing on their psyche and their pride. The giant race is so proud that they become so stupid. Use the gentle tactic after you've taken them out, don't use the handcuffs. Yes, sir. A group of Marines stationed near the gate of the art store returned to enter the interior to carry out the tactics of the fleet admiral. Among them were the cute female recruits of the Tsuru crew. Young Gion was the first to want to go back inside to try to succeed in the mission assigned to them by the fleet admiral, but because she wasn't focused, she bumped into a tall man who was walking out of the art store. Ouch. This is so painful. She felt like she hit a steel wall instead of going through the gate, but that couldn't be right, could it? The Marines who were following behind her turned back in terror, some of them even fell to their butts in shock. This is... Gion raised her head to see what she had collided with, but she saw the face of an angry man. Lightning was flashing within his eyes like electric dragons ready to stun someone to death. A vast aura swept across the place causing Sengoku and Zephyr to put on a very serious expression. This simple task had unexpectedly hit a steel plate, not perhaps even a bit predictable. Young Gion's body trembled like a tree branch tossed by the wind. She felt as if she was standing in the presence of death itself. From this day forward this moment will be imprinted deeply in her heart forever. Rob will be the epitome of fear for her, the only person she can't overcome her fear of. In his presence, as if breathing became difficult, Rob doubled in size in the Marine's eyes and became like a tall mountain squeezing their spirits causing everyone to fall to the ground including Marine goddess Gion. Before some time ago, Rob, who was on the island of Drum escorting the 15 psychically devastated women with Dr. Kureha, Alvia, and the others, he received 2 notices from the system, which were different notices this time. Divine Protection activated, destination, Little Garden Island. Divine Protection activated, destination, Little Garden Island. This was not the first time he had received such a notice, he had already received it dozens of times. After all, this was the pirate world, the danger is everywhere. Many true One Piece fans across the 4 seas were rescued from the claws of death and taken to the art store they deal with right away. This was the greatest feature of the art store which is not yet known to everyone, needing at least years for enough people to benefit from it so that it is believed as an indisputable fact. But the world government heard about this feature also, although they heard about it they didn't really believe in it, but today they faced this divine feature. What surprised Rob this time and made the blood in his body freeze is the destination. For the first time, this feature has been activated in the Little Garden art store. Twice, not once. Who were his clients in Little Garden? They were only 2. Broggy and Dory. Very quickly, Rob told the 15 women that he had important work to do and left their care for Alvia, Rouge, Toki, and the others before leaving the medical ward immediately. Since he was inside his personal section, he quickly moved into the teleportation room and was about to move. Of course, he didn't hide his angry expression from Alvia, Toki, Sora, and the others. They whispered to each other for a while and Alvia followed behind Rob. Husband, what happened all of a sudden? Why do you look so angry? Rob paused before activating teleportation when he heard Alvia's anxious voice. He looked at Alvia for a while before showing his usual gentle smile. I have some friends in trouble so I'm going to lend a hand, don't worry my love. Before she could say anything, Rob sealed her lips with a very hot kiss. Then he gently patted her swollen belly. Come on, little Robin, get out quickly, this daddy's been waiting for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Alvia laughed happily when she felt the warmth of her usual husband. This was the mood of her real husband, so there was nothing to worry about. Dear, take care of yourself, I hope everything goes well. Well, no need to worry. Rob came out of his personal section of the art store Little Garden and saw an infuriating sight, his dear comrades Broggy and Dory, breathing rough and bloody, at a random place near his personal section. Broggy, Dory, are you guys conscious? Rob pressed his anger into his heart before asking them. He was assured about their lives right now, they couldn't die in his store anyway even if they were on their last breath. When Dory and Broggy heard their friend's voice they were thrilled, their friend was here for them. With great difficulty, they looked toward Rob and raised their hands in the form of a battle of hands to greet Rob. Rob returned their greeting without hesitation. We had a great fight, dude. Yeah, you was should see that golden belly marine bastard's face when he failed to block our joint attack, Gabba Baba. Cough. Cough. Since he had talked so much, Broggy coughed up blood at this moment. His injury was really severe, not only because of Admiral Zephyr's attacks, but the main reason was the backlash of using every drop of their strength in the crushing attack earlier. Don't talk, since I'm here, everything will be fine. Rob couldn't suppress his anger anymore, he got up and wanted to go out to face the Navy. We are counting on you, my friend. Don't worry. This was Rob's response to Dory's confidence. It wasn't easy to get the complete confidence of the giant race. Only Rob and a few other humans in the past succeeded in this. When Rob came out in his angry state, he shocked Guion, almost causing her to pee on herself in terror. Rob didn't give her another look, even though he recognized this beauty. He wasn't in a good mood to appreciate beauty now. His friends were bullied because of his manga. He clearly had the responsibility, so he couldn't escape paying the price. He relaxed his defense a lot and allowed the Navy to give him such a blow. Lately, he was too relaxed and forgot how disgusting world government was. Why didn't he take this into account? Is he beginning to be affected by the mood of this stupid world? No, not as if he hadn't taken it into account, but rather he was relieved that he thought the world government wouldn't dare to provoke him. But they didn't really provoke him. They wanted to catch wanted pirates. They didn't know they had some kind of relationship with Rob. This was a mistake in Rob's own judgment, so he can only blame himself for this. Who would have expected that the world government would send a fleet admiral, an admiral, 4 vice admirals, and hundreds of marines? Isn't that what the word despair means? Even Rob didn't expect it. 2 giants who haven't caused trouble for several decades now deserve so much attention. Rob has clearly underestimated the world government's face and reputation. The marines and even their officers gave way to Rob, who walked leisurely through the wreckage. How peaceful and beautiful little garden was, and how it turned out. It almost split in 2. Rob looked toward Zephyr, who had a collision with him in the past, without expression, and said, "Admiral Zephyr, why all this bullying of peaceful giants who have not harmed anyone in 7 decades? Even Zephyr was embarrassed by exactly this. He also didn't know why the world government had sent all this power. Wasn't he alone was enough? No, in fact, before this mission he had seriously thought that he alone was enough, but when he saw the strength of the giants himself, he had already overruled this stupid assumption. It wasn't enough at all. These 2 giants were as powerful as a low-level admiral. Every one of them. If they gather their strength on him, he will die without a doubt." Since his old friend couldn't answer this embarrassing question, Sengoku offered to answer. "Sky Sword, Rob, we have nothing against you. Why did you come? Do you want to obstruct justice? We didn't bully anyone, even though they've been peaceful for 7 decades. Before that they weren't at all peaceful. 100 million bounties in that time wasn't a joke. It's like a billion berries bounty in this time if we are to compare. And their new crime is enough to nullify any sympathy we can bring about them. They killed a vice admiral from our ranks. This crime cannot be condoned in any way." Rob looked at Sengoku in shock at what he heard. Broggy and Dory succeeded in killing the vice admiral. Oh my god. This cannot be fixed anymore. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 101, Expelling Fleet Navy Again. The Annoying Mihawk. Chapter 102, Big Belly. 6 months pregnant. Fighting Mihawk. Chapter 103, Baroque Works Saga, Drum Island Arc. Party Popper. Chapter 100. Confetti Ball. Let's go. Chapter 101, Expelling Fleet Navy Again. The Annoying Mihawk. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Rob understood the situation well now. At first, he thought that only Broggy and Dory had suffered in this battle, but the reality wasn't what it seemed. The 2 giants managed to deal a severe blow to the Navy. Rob could see 3 vice admirals with serious injuries who were currently being treated, as he saw the torn corpse of the dead vice admiral. This made him come out of his angry state and rationally deal with reality. He was alone, while the other party had 2 admirals. It would definitely be a tough fight, assuming there would be a fight in the first place. "This place is under my protection. You have done enough to destroy it, Marines. Why don't you leave now, and we finish this peacefully?" Even though there was no hope of them leaving in peace, Rob said routinely, the face of the Navy was at stake. "We can leave, of course, but you have to hand over the giants hiding in your store. They have a bounty on their heads." Sengoku didn't want to back off at all. Rob looked at Sengoku and said sarcastically, "You must be kidding, Sengoku. I have a bounty on my head too. Why don't you try to arrest me?" This. Sengoku was embarrassed by Rob's question. In fact, he had made a mistake in his earlier statement. He shouldn't have phrased his words that way, giving Rob a chance to wipe his face. "We have no orders to mess with a great pirate with a bounty of 850 million berries." That's all he could say to save what was left of his face. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, believe me, we will have enough collisions and disputes in the future. Why don't we put all this off for later? You can use me as an excuse to get rid of the 5 elders scolding. Say, I've obstructed the course of justice or something like you used to do, but don't you even think about fighting me now, because I'm really not in a good mood. I might kill someone." When Rob said his last words, a cold shiver seemed to run through the air, making everyone who heard his words appear cold and sweaty. Even the strongest battle force, the admirals, sensed a sharp change in Rob's mood. This was an enemy of their own level, someone they should be wary of fighting because he could fulfill his words at any time. "What do you mean we will have a lot of collisions in the future?" Sengoku was feeling a bad omen because of Rob's words. He had a hunch that what the other party was saying would be true. Since you don't want to back off, shall we fight then? Defeat me first, then try to get my friends out of my store, of course, if you can. Your friends. Rob entered the store window and activated the protection field. What a joke, the Navy has already incurred a huge loss, there was little point in fighting them and causing trouble too much. If the Navy had not suffered any significant loss, he would undoubtedly have fought them, but everything changed after he learned the real situation on the battlefield. This was the first reason to avoid this battle. The second reason, he didn't want to completely destroy Little Garden. It had suffered enough. Another Admiral-level fight would definitely destroy it. The moment the Golden Shield envelopes Little Garden Island, the entire Navy was expelled outside. Some fell into the sea near their ships while the majority fell on their ships. Damn it. He did the same move again. This barrier can't be crossed no matter what we do. This mission fails, Sengoku. Zephyr stood on the warship as he recalled the events of that night in the Leviel Nation with an angry expression on his face. As he expected, every mission that Sky Sword Rob was a party to was likely to fail. Sengoku almost lost his temper when he heard Zephyr's confirmation. Very quickly, he turned into a Daibatsu again and threw an extremely powerful palm attack on the Golden Shield. But it was meaningless. Sengoku didn't want to give up and continued attacking with all the means he had, but none of them succeeded. As if he was trying to break a steel wall with an egg, nothing worked. In the end, he gave up with disappointment and returned to the warship. What the hell is this, a turtle armor? What's it made of? And how can he kick us all off the island? I don't know, but what I am sure of is that the Sky Sword has a direct connection to this barrier. Zephyr was sure of that point. Returning to Rob, no longer interested in the Navy in any way, he quickly turned around and walked into the art store to check on Broggy and Dory. You guys really have a strong vitality. When Rob walked in, he found the two of them sitting in the trendy tavern while they were enjoying champagne and whiskey while binge-eating pizza. Although their bodies were still full of wounds everywhere, their appearance of enjoying eating and drinking contrasted with the horrible state of their bodies. The Giants weren't surprised by Rob's quick comeback, because they were so confident in their friend's abilities. He hadn't disappointed them even once before after all. Come, eat some pizza, Gabba-baba. Drink some whiskey too, Gegiagia. You guys are really quite energetic unlike the state of your bodies. Well, I kicked out the Navy, they won't bother you anymore in this place. I wanted to apologize to you guys, I was the reason. The observation hockey naturally alerted Rob, but he didn't avoid it. The next moment, the pizza hit the target, and Rob's face turned into a mess of cheese and tomatoes. Gabba-bababa. Look at you, why you didn't avoid it. This is what I deserve, you can use your fists to punish me too. I won't resist, after all, you got into trouble because of me. A firm fist came from Dory before Rob could finish his words, but it didn't end with sending him flying as his observation hockey had predicted, but rather something surprising happened. Dory's hand stopped on Rob's chest and gently patted him. You cannot predict everything correctly, my friend. Rob's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He was already prepared to loosen his body to receive Dory's furious blow, but against his expectation, it never happened. Rob's observation hockey reaches a terrifying level, where he can predict 5 seconds into the future, but even though he is tricked by Dory's tricky punch, Rob can't explain it at all. But even so, he definitely understood Dory's words. He was really touched. The future was unpredictable. Rob didn't expect the Navy to attack Little Garden with all their might, so he couldn't be blamed for that. That's what Dory meant. Let's go, guys, you need medical attention. Huh? Are you saying that the greatest giants of Elbaf need medical attention? The smiles froze on Broggy and Dory's faces when they heard this. We the giants, we don't go to see a doctor. In the art store, the only warm place on the island of never-ending winter. Drum Island. Inside the medical ward, masculine screaming voices that were hoarse from time to time could be heard. You two have not changed at all, even though you have obtained the size of a human, your brains are still the size of a bean. Dr. Kureha stood between two medical beds. She looked like a woman with a mature body, but unfortunately, her old face was full of wrinkles, which contrasted starkly with her appearance in general. Since Rob brought both Broggy and Dory here, she didn't stop scolding them while treating them violently. Of course, Rob was surprised that the Giants and Dr. Kureha were old acquaintances. But the biggest surprise was for the young women present. They couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the two giants, Broggy and Dory, who had seen them in the manga. But they weren't gigantic by any means. Only when Rob explained the situation slowly and in detail did they understand the situation well. The point was that from now on, the 15 women would have companions in the medical ward, and these guys were the pride of the giant race. The blue ogre, Dory. And the red ogre, Broggy. With their grease and their flesh. As the days went by, Broggy and Dory's comedy mood allowed depressed women to come out of their depressed state. Rob, Alvia, and the others were happy to hear their endless laughter as Broggy and Dory comically recount their centuries-old adventures. Interesting facts and things that even Rob didn't know about. Within a few days of this event, 2 new completed files were formed in Rob's mental library. They were the profiles of the 2 personalities, Broggy and Dory. While Rob was having a good time, the world government and the Navy weren't at all. Their failure in the mission, despite their use of a butcher's knife to cut vegetables, had significant negative effects on the spirit of the Navy in general. But the world government considered many things. In the end, they pressed their hearts and gnashed their teeth and kept things secret with an iron hand. They couldn't allow this ridiculous thing to spread because they would become a real laughingstock at that time. Marine Ford. Just what did the Sky Sword mean with those words, I wonder? In the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku was reviewing the last words he heard from Rob. The weight of those words was echoing in his mind the entire time. Feeling that it wasn't simple, the wise Admiral's wisdom started to work early on. O'Hara. Buo. Mihawk and Ishu sat on a low rock on a hill overlooking the O'Hara Sea. They were looking at the kind scenery at the end of the hill with different expressions. Young Ishu, who was blind, was looking at the scene with a gentle smile. Although he was blind, he could see very clearly using observation hockey as well as vivid images that he retrieved from time to time whenever he entered the art store. But young Mihawk was different. He was looking at a man near the crowd of women with a fiery look in his eyes. He didn't even notice the big whale next to them. All he cared about was that man whose sword intent seemed as vast as the sky and deep as the earth. By the hillside, a whale appeared that was splashing water from time to time while a large group of women played with it. The group of women is made up of 15 women with smiles on their faces, the same group who have been in the care of Rob for some time after being rescued from slave traders on Ring Hell Island. Alvia, who is Rob's wife, Toki, who recently started working under the wing of Rob, Sora, Belmere, Rouge, and Matriarch, who were all veterans. They formed a tight-knit group as sisters with the same job, largely credited to Rob, while their like-female ideas took most of the credit. They were currently on a rest picnic while playing with the famous whale, Laboon, which made this place an important tourist attraction, so much so that Rob thought seriously about establishing an amusement park in this place, due to the large number of tourists who visit Laboon in this place. Of course, all this was under Rob's watchful eye. Rob's interest now was to complete this outing peacefully, but someone else wanted to fight him so hard, even though Rob had fed him dirt on more than one occasion since they last met. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 102, 6 months pregnant. Fighting Mihawk. Chapter 103, Baroque Works Saga, Drum Island Arc. Chapter 104, Toki Thoughts. Dragon is in trouble because of the manga. Luffy's determination stunned fans all over the world. Chapter 102, 6 months pregnant. Fighting Mihawk. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. The nice picnic is over, and everyone is back to work happily and energetically, including the 15 women who have already overcome that tragic accident thanks to Rob and his group. They've been very grateful to Rob, that's why they all chose to work with him. Rob didn't reject them, so he decided to employ them. They would all work in special places like Sky Island and Women Island, etc. Their luck was really good after overcoming their ordeal. Rob contributed to this happy mood by introducing them to other means of entertainment. He brought a lot of entertainment from his previous world. He created a volleyball court and a tennis court in the place near the hill, using items from the system shop. Everyone played and had fun, except for pregnant Alvia, who was just an audience with her pet Laboon. Alvia was a big-bellied, pregnant in 6 months, less than 3 months from the birth. So Rob treated her like an egg with very, very close care. He forced her not to move around much, as well as suspending her job as the waitress chief and allowing Rouge to be in this position temporarily. Alvia couldn't do anything about it. She couldn't disobey her husband after all, could she? She obediently followed his instructions, until little Robin could be safely out to this world. In fact, she was thoroughly enjoying the meticulous care of her husband, though she felt unfairness to watch everyone enjoy playing except for her. Rob has temporarily cancelled many of his plans, such as going to Dressrosa and other islands in the New World. Previously, he had intended to go to Dressrosa, but he met the slave case, then clashed with the Navy, who attacked Little Garden in order to arrest Broggy and Dory. He was waiting for their reaction, so he couldn't leave O'Hara. Since he was busy, he didn't find any time to go to Dressrosa. All he could do was postpone the trip there. It's been half a year since Rob arrived in this world. He's lived every moment very well, but the most important thing is that the coolest point in his life is yet to come. His daughter Robin, who was close to birth. Rob had been waiting for that day so excited, anxiously, and with fatherly love. "Kid, I'm not interested in hitting kids. Why don't you come back after you're a full-fledged man?" Rob looked at Mihawk, who was 14 or 15 years old. Rob wasn't mistaken when he called him a child, because he was already a child by now. At that time, you won't have a chance. Why don't you take advantage of the opportunity now and take a lot of points from the world's most powerful swordsman in the future? PFT. Ha 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 ha. Hawk-chan, you're so amusing. Ishu hasn't stopped laughing since he came to O'Hara with Mihawk. Every time Rob and Mihawk meet, It's going to be a first-class comedy scene. You see that? Even your friend laughed because of your high sense of humor. Rob smiled as he tried to hold his laughter from going out. His prestige would be lost if he did. Young Mihawk's face darkened as he heard Ishu's mockery. Don't call me that again. Is he the strongest swordsman in the future? Fufufu, he doesn't have any of his qualifications. Was the teacher intoxicated when he drew him? Near Rob was Doflamingo, who had only recently turned 11 years old. He was looking at Mihawk with apparent disdain under his glasses. Little brat, if you want to die I dare you to say it again. Who is the little brat? Rob becomes speechless when he sees the beginning of another storm of verbal altercations between Doflamingo and Mihawk. Little Rosinante was trying to stop Doflamingo while Ishu was pressing Mihawk with his gravity field so he wouldn't move. Kids, why don't you become friends? You both have a much higher starting line than most children in this world. I'm sure you'll understand each other well. Rob had a soft spot for the kids. In his eyes Buggy, Shanks, Mihawk, and Duffy were just kids who needed nurturing and direction. He never thought of them based on their majestic future personalities, except Buggy, but rather as kids who needed nurturing. Doflamingo, who wants to be his friend? Mihawk, who wants to be his friend? Flashback. When Mihawk first came to O'Hara and asked Rob to fight him, Rob didn't think much and simply fought him. Or maybe we can't even call it a fight, because Rob didn't do anything and let Mihawk attack as he wanted. Mihawk's all attacks had no effect at all, as if he was hitting nothing. Mihawk felt a lot of pressure from Rob, which stimulated his battle intent to get stronger and stronger. He felt like he was starting to understand the sword intent more and more as he attacked Rob's body, which looked like an iron body, and not just flesh and blood. Because he wanted to deal a good blow at Rob so badly, he, without realizing it, succeeded in moving with an almost invisible speed that made Rob widen his eyes. Mihawk appeared behind Rob like an illusion and hit his back neck with great power using the black sword. Mihawk almost screamed for joy that he had gotten the chance he had always wanted, but before the black sword touched Rob's back neck, Rob took out a small dagger used to peel the fruit and easily stopped the black sword with it. Mihawk almost vomited blood at this moment when he remembered a certain passage from the manga. Not bad, boy, you at least made me pull something out. That was Shuinpa. Wasn't it? Your talent is really frightening. You're really worthy of the title of Hawk's Eye. You, why didn't you use your sword? Are you making fun of me? Ah, no, it's not, but I don't have anything smaller than this right now, sorry. Mihawk. Issue. End of flashback. Since then Mihawk hasn't wanted to get away from Rob, he has been following him literally everywhere. Rob gave himself such a headache. Why is that? Because Mihawk wants Rob to use Surajiri's sword to fight him, or else he will chase after him forever. That's what he said. He'd been gossiping about a swordsman's honor and things like that all along. So his friend Issue has been laughing the whole time since he followed Mihawk. Regarding Issue, even Rob was surprised by this change of plot. He didn't think these two would become friends, but rather close friends because of him. The manga and art store made them become best friends. From what Rob heard from Issue, they've been going from one store to another together for about 3 months, not a short period in any way. This allowed them to get to know each other well and become good friends. Issue came to look for him in order to thank him for the second chance he gave him in life. Rob's art stores were a light at the end of the tunnel for him. He didn't think he could see again since he blinded himself, but because of the art store, he was able to get such a miracle. His gratitude and respect for Rob was already at its peak. Rob was glad that he had received the gratitude of the future admiral, and that gratitude was another card in his sleeve. Then the days passed. Issue and Mihawk met Rob's disciples, Doflamingo and Rosinante, in another training session and watched the basics of Rob's training for his disciples. They were so impressed with Rob's strict system, they also didn't think that they would find so talented kids like Doflamingo and Rosinante in this place. Not only that, they were the disciples of a person as formidable as the Sky Sword. If the world knew about them, there is no doubt that they would become the envy of millions. Since Rob trusted Mihawk and Issue, he didn't stop them from watching his disciples train, and he didn't mind showing them his kids' abilities. Doflamingo was an user of Paramecia, the string fruit, with scary destructive abilities that made Mihawk and Issue remember this kid's name well because he would undoubtedly become one of the stars of the future. Rosinante was also an user of Paramecia, the speed fruit, an ability far more dangerous than the string fruit. This little kid was so fast that everyone present was speechless. Without a doubt, Rob was raising 2 future monsters. That's what Issue and Mihawk thought. Regarding Rosinante, Rob got this devil fruit by chance in the past when he was traveling over the Grand Line Sea. He found it on a pirate ship, so he took it by force. When Rosinante ate this devil fruit, he obtained a body endowed with the ability to move at extremely high speeds. This also allows him to survive falls from heights and collisions that would kill an ordinary person, has multiple and unpredictable uses, only a highly knowledgeable person like Rob can train to get the most out of. The user's ability to move at such high speeds not only made him immune to injuries arising from these speeds but also allowed him to inflict devastating blows at superhuman speeds. Moving quickly allows the user to dramatically increase the power of close-up attacks, turning them into a devastating force. Combined with Haki, the attack power increases much more. Not only was the effect of the speed fruit limited to this, but it could also be accelerated at the genetic level in a state of awakening, and before this frightening level the user could quickly process toxins and alcohol before their effects could damage the body, making them immune to such attacks. After their training session, Doflamingo and Rosinante looked at Mihawk in amazement. They already recognized him because he looks a lot like his older version in the manga. Because they had such an experience with Belmere and the people of her village. They saw them in the manga, they weren't very surprised, but what they cared about most was that Mihawk wasn't just an ordinary character in the manga like Belmere, but he was a Shichibukai and stronger swordsman in the world. Mihawk was so used to these stunning looks wherever he went, he was no longer ashamed or proud of them but rather started to relatively ignore them. But due to their childish nature, the children's feud between Mihawk and Doflamingo begins and could have turned into a fight had Rob not intervened. Tomorrow will be the update day of the new One Piece volume, so everyone was overly excited. That's why everyone was getting too excited to the point try and start a fight with someone for no reason. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 103, Baroque Works Saga, Drum Island Arc. Chapter 104, Toki Thoughts. Dragon is in trouble because of the manga. Luffy's determination stunned fans all over the world. Chapter 105, Attend the Big Mom Tea Party. Chapter 103, Baroque Works Saga, Drum Island Arc. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Was that done? Yes sir, but he refused. What did you say? He refused. Why did he refuse? Yes sir, he said he doesn't intend to work with the world government at the moment, but he also said. What else did he say? Speak out. He said, he could teach the world government the basics of drawing manga, but it would be on his terms. Complete silence descended on the dimly lit room. The person speaking was a Cypher Pole Zero agent wearing a mask, while the person asking him was the new commander-in-chief of the world government, Kong. All 5 elders were in the room as well. Shameless. What does he think he is? Even he wants to enforce his terms. Didn't our terms satisfy him enough? We have never given a title to a single person before in history. One of the 5 elders got angry after hearing this. This man went too far. Even though we turned a blind eye to his latest act by standing up to us in the little garden, he still dared to reject the olive branch we extended to him. Let's hear his terms first before deciding anything. This time the bald Gorosei talk. Yes, you're right, what were his terms? The agent in the mask looked a little tense when he heard this. He wanted 20 mixed types devil fruits, 10 famous swords as well as all 6 techniques. He said he was a merchant and this is fair trade. Insolence. So bold. Does he want to steal us? Today was the most awaited day of the week. Update day of new One Piece folder. No one knows what the next volume will be, or what the next Straw Hat's destination will be, but everyone is excited to find out for sure. It will be interesting to read another part of the adventures of Luffy and his friends. Millions of people have become interested in the adventures of the Straw Hats, simply because they are so much fun. Plus, the last moments of the previous volume left everyone baffled. What happened to the navigation of the crew, Nami? Now, they will finally know what will happen to Nami. The new volume is already on shelves in all 31 art stores. Undoubtedly, after a while from the release of the new One Piece book, it caused an uproar that spread to all parts of the world, from the 4 seas to the paradise part of the Grand Line and then to the New World. Not only that but even in the sky, an island above the clouds wasn't spared from this spread. The 4 seas were the most affected by the manga, while the New World was the least affected, given the vast difference in the number of art stores in each region. But since the story is only just getting started with the events of the Grand Line, this was the best metric that Rob took. The number of art stores on the Grand Line will grow as the story goes deeper. This is how Rob does things. He wasn't doing it randomly, he was just following his master plan, and so far everything is in order. Baroque Works Saga, Drum Island Arc. That was the title of the new volume, its cover showing a snow-covered winter island. Drum Island. Grand Line, Drum Island. The Winter Kingdom was in a big uproar today, an endless uproar. They were on the world front, after all, their kingdom featured in their favorite story. That's something they couldn't imagine because everyone thought the story was going to go straight to Alabasta. Alabasta has already appeared at the end of the volume, and the Shichibukai, Crocodile also appeared as well, but his face was dark, like Ace's debut appeared. This was the beginning of the Alabasta nightmare, as the information appeared about the defection of 300,000 soldiers from the kingdom's army to the rebels, making everyone's body in Alabasta cold, from the king and the queen to the simplest citizen. But this was only the beginning because their arc hasn't started yet, they still have to wait. Inside the art store, Drum Kingdom, an absolute silence enveloped the place. Everyone was reading the new chapters with an abnormal concentration. They were shocked to the core by what they saw: the royal family, the citizens, the doctors, the scientists, etc. There was no one left who wasn't so shocked today. Is this what their future will be like? Why does it look bleak? King Maypal felt as if he was going to pass out when he saw what his son would be like in the future. An unnatural desire to dispose of him in the trash appeared in his heart. Though he was just an infant, if the queen hadn't stopped him, really he would have done so. The more they read this manga, the more they feel that their souls want to leave their bodies to enter the manga book. They had never felt this kind of feeling before, a feeling that only those who read about their island in the manga had before, such as the people of Fusha village, the people of Shimatsuki village, the people of Kokoyashi village, the people of Syrup village, etc. It was a special feeling that was repeated once in a lifetime, which can be explained scientifically, with an abnormal rush in the rate of adrenaline in the blood, which makes a person's enthusiasm rise impossibly. A little child who appeared to be 6 years old was holding a manga book while seeing his future self with the expression of an adult man, bearing all the cares of the world. Before today he was having fun like all the other kids in town, but now he was different. He felt as if his mood had become older than his age. That little kid was Dalton. Drip. Drip. A table in the trendy tavern got wet from the tears that had not stopped dripping from Dr. Hirolik's eyes. Since he started reading his flashback in the manga, and he is like this, in the beginning when he just started reading the manga, he was excited that his previous assumption was true, so Straw Hats really came to the drum to look for a doctor. But he gradually got upset when the situation of the kingdom began to unravel gradually. The king of the country, Wapple, the son of the current king, was really bad. Everyone knows that Wapple is 1 year old now, but he got a bad reputation even before he became aware of his surroundings. This is because everyone has become a believer in the manga unawares. When his flashback began, Hirolik feels his throat burning and tears starting to drip from his eyes and mucus from his nose unnaturally. It was a clear reflection of his emotional state. But that didn't stop him from reading the manga in its entirety. His first thoughts weren't what he's doing here. Or what the hell is this? Or how he appears here and why. He was so drawn to the story that he couldn't think of anything else. It seemed as if he had entered a kind of enlightenment. It was as if he could see the future. That was his future, and he was seeing, hearing, and interacting with it with all his being. Of course, his future wasn't perfect, but this was a perfect ending for a thief and a repentant criminal like him. Although he was just a thief and imposter, many people stood for him and remembered him even after his death. Why? Why all that? Even the protagonist of this story stood for him. The true pirate in his heart. He protected the flag that represented him and represented his ideas and ideals with his body. He was hit by a cannon from Wapple but preferred to receive the attack with his body so that the flag would not be damaged. Just what kind of soul did he had? Hirolik was very flattered right now. This flag was the same one he made 2 years ago. It was already carrying all his thoughts and aspirations. His tears did not stop flowing even though he had finished the volume, because his dream, which he had just begun to study, came true in front of his eyes. He succeeded in making cherry blossoms bloom in the skies of the Winter Kingdom, or, more precisely, his future self succeeded in that. Despite all the difficulties his future version went through, it was all worth it. He has matured dozens of years because of this book and has had visions of the future that make him a real doctor instead of a quack doctor. In fact, he wasn't a quack in the truest sense of the word. He was just an unlucky doctor, who didn't quite fit in with the way of saving lives and was relatively inexperienced, but others didn't know this. Only Dr. Kureha knew this. His eyes were blurred because of the tears, then had turned to cherry pink as he came back to see the manga page. When Dr. Kureha fired the cannonball to paint the sky of drum with his pink medicine, Chopper's crying affected him so severely that he overlapped with his future character for a moment, and he started screaming and crying, repeating words like, "Don't cry, my son, I'm not going to die, Chopper," and others. He lost his awareness of reality and the present time completely. Because of that, he didn't notice that many people got up from their seats and touched his shoulder in homage before leaving the store with complicated emotion. They were not the heroes of this part, but the doctor, whom they considered a quack, was the hero. His idea of healing everyone's hearts with cherry blossoms may have been just a stupid idea that helped him in the past to heal his soul, but the same idea he studied for 30 years in the manga and 3 years in reality actually works for it now. He managed to cleanse their souls just by seeing it in the manga. They saw the result of it all. They understood Dr. Hirolik very well now. He was a wonderful human being before he was a quack. He had a kind heart, so he was the right doctor for them. In the past, no one understood him, they all ignored him and even scolded him violently. His notoriety hadn't yet reached a serious stage like in the manga, but even so, he was unwelcome and somewhat hated. But now these ideas about him have fundamentally changed. Someone like him deserves all the love and respect. People like them, who had hurt a cute animal like Chopper, really needed treatment. At this moment, only 3 people remain in the art store: Dr. Hirolik, Dr. Kureha, and a guest from afar, Dr. Trafalgar. Dr. Kureha wiped her tears as a big smile betrayed her face. He. I'm getting too emotional. Maybe I should crush that bastard Rob next time I meet him. He should give back every tear I lost today. Trafalgar D. Chris looked at Kureha, then at Hirolik with amazement and complex emotion. His eyes were wet too. One dies when people forget him. What a great saying, what a great man. I bow in reverence to the greatest doctor I have ever seen. Trafalgar D. Chris, who was here to make medicine for his people, stood up and really bowed in the direction of Hirolik with all respect. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 104, Toki Thoughts. Dragon is in trouble because of the manga. Luffy's determination stunned fans all over the world. Chapter 105, Attend the Big Mom Tea Party. Chapter 106, Opening an Art Store in Totoland. Blackstar_BH note. 300 power stones and I will update a longer chapter than this. Chapter 104, Toki Thoughts. Dragon is in trouble because of the manga. Luffy's determination stunned fans all over the world. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. So it was a Kestia insect. Kureha was surprised to hear the name of this extinct insect again. What seriously amazed her young mind is that she already has emergency vaccines well hidden in her home. How did Rob know about it? No one knows. And here I am 139 years old. Mathematically, since I'm only 112 years old, this means that this story will happen 27 years from now. My youthful body is still in its prime even at that time in the distant future, hee hee hee. Trafalgar D. Chris and Hirolik both looked with bewildered expressions at Kureha, who was talking to herself while showing off her youthful body. They didn't expect the author of this book to know this old witch so well, to draw her so well, her character now, and her character 27 years later. They were basically one character without an iota of difference. Kureha looked toward Hirolik and she said sternly, "When Chopper is born, don't dream of taking him away from me. I've raised him and taken care of him longer than you have, so just forget about this matter." "What did you say, old witch?" "Chopper is my son. I won't let you take him from me no matter what." Another battle of words was just beginning. After a long period of yelling at each other and threatening each other, it seemed as if the atmosphere of the conflict had subsided. Trafalgar D. Chris couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this. "Don't go out of the art store tonight," Kureha said without caring as she went back to browsing the manga. Browsing through the times she appeared while the stars glimmered in her eyes from time to time. Her futuristic look was simply gorgeous to her. "Why? We'll be kicked out anyway at 10 at night." "You will not be fired. I have put you on my patient list. You will remain in the medical ward inside the store." Huh. It seemed as if Hirolik didn't understand anything, so Dr. Trafalgar stepped in to explain the matter to him. "Dr. Kureha has rights delegated by the store owner. She can stay in the store even after it's closed, and she can allow certain people to stay with her. There is a medical ward in this store inside the store owner's personal section." Saying that it means she chose you to stay in the medical ward. Hirolik looked at Chris, then went back to Kureha and said, "Why do you want me to stay in a medical ward?" Kureha removed her gaze from the manga book and asked softly, "Do you want to live?" "Of course, I want to live. Who wants to die? You haven't got any incurable disease yet. We must prepare your body to be ready to fight. This is the best time for your recovery. The disease will die before it even begins to form. I have the means to heal you from a deadly disease you have not yet had." "Oh. Really?" When he heard this, Hirolik stood up and looked at Kureha in shock. Far from Drum Island, exactly in the East Blue Konomi Archipelago, Kokoyashi Village. A red-haired girl sat on a low hill overlooking the sea, while beside her, 2 young kids were also enjoying reading manga, plus a green-haired beauty with a traditional Japanese dress. The 2 kids were Doflamingo and Rosinante, and the green-haired beauty was Toki, of course. 15-year-old Belmere breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Nami's condition improve in the manga. Damn to the prehistoric bugs, Kestia, or whatever her name is. Toki smiled sweetly before replying. She was fond of this cute little girl. "Why do you curse insects now?" "This is because causing my daughter to suffer. She almost died. If she didn't have a great and caring captain and a real man like Luffy, she would have already died." Toki's eyes flashed as she peered through the pages of the manga, Belmere's worried face. Since her fate is linked to an abnormal variable like Rob, she begins to encounter abnormal events that make her doubt life. She has spent days doubting her own ability. Did her time ability send her to an illusionary space-time tunnel instead of the real world? But that was also illogical because that meant her death, but she's still alive. She's been traveling in time to the future for years. Maybe it was just a few years for her, but for the world, it's been 800 years. Since she ate the cursed fruit while facing supernatural events after another to reach this stage, she has faced many different civilizations and eras, some of which still exist and some of which have already disappeared in the wake of history. But what she is facing now at the last moment before reaching the desired goal, scattered all her papers, and made her brain enter into endless confusion. She wasn't as ignorant as everyone else, she was someone who could predict the real future, although it's not as clear as the manga, but that didn't change that fact. In the early stages of her time travel, the future she saw was stable, in the middle stages that future began to become blurry, and in the later stages, it became completely foggy. She couldn't see a clearer future anymore. She didn't see herself with Odin or any of her children. She didn't even know who Odin was. She didn't see anything about Wayno or anything else after the 2 years in the original story. But now, the reason was so obvious right in front of her eyes. The variable, Rob, was manipulating the future. She didn't blame him for that because she didn't know his reasons, but that was a very big problem for someone like her who carried with her the hopes and messages of many people from the past. Sister Toki. Why do you seem so overwhelmed by your thoughts again? At this moment Belmir's words woke her up from her thoughts. Ah, nothing. I was just thinking about how similar you are to Nami. Toki smiled a captivating smile and changed the subject. Hee hee, of course, she'll look like me, she's my daughter. I haven't got her yet, but big brother Rob promised to bring Nami and Nojiko into my arms. I'm looking forward to that day. Did Rob say that? How would he do that? Will he kidnap them from their original families? They were abandoned by their original families because of a civil war on Oikeat Island, that's what we all saw. So what if their families didn't choose to abandon them and hold on to them in the future? I don't think they wouldn't recognize them if they were born at all. This. Belmir felt her body shake when she heard this. She had never thought of it before. Doflamingo looked toward Toki with a pensive look. He was a smart kid, he could tell that this new big sister wasn't simple at all. Marine Ford. Fleet Admiral's office. Ace. Why is this person looking for Luffy? Garp was immersed in reading the manga leaked from Mary Geos until he came to the mysterious scene where Ace first appeared. He had a vague sense of familiarity with this kid who didn't look far from Luffy's age. Although his face was a little dark, that didn't hide the features at all. Garp wasn't the only one questioning about this character. Ace, all One Piece fans were wondering about him. Even a dangerous pirate like Blackbeard who was mentioned in this arc, they were wondered about him. Just when will these mysterious characters appear? Boom. Garp, you bastard, don't change the subject. The world government is in chaos because of your son. Why don't you answer me, you bastard? Sengoku angrily hit his desk. What do you want me to answer you, Sengoku? Garp looked into Sengoku's eyes with an angry look, and spoke softly, causing Sengoku to back off slightly. I have asked you many times, but you ignore my question and talk about how great your grandson was and how he could easily climb a 5,000-meter ice mountain with carrying 2 people, how strong his will is and. Man, we are discussing a serious matter. The 5 elders are serious about questioning your son. On what basis do they want to interrogate him? My son hasn't caused any problems. This time the author mentioned Mary Geos' Holy Land directly in the manga. Mary Geos is boiling because of this. There are opponents and there are supporters, the numbers aren't much different. He didn't mention them as a bad thing but only mentioned a small part of the Levely event, that was perfect too much so that the world government thinks there are spies among them who pass on the details to Rob. This isn't really a big incident, the 5 elders didn't pay much attention to it, but rather were glad that the author gave them a face and called it the Holy Land of Mary Geos as it is, so they skipped the subject, but... Sengoku sighed before continuing his words. What happened next is the real problem. The rebel leader called Dragon spreads his dangerous ideas. In 5 or 6 years he will be a dangerous enemy of the world government. This saying is what he said. Thalassa Lucas, the young and newly appointed king of Alicia, supported in his speech by Nefertari Cobra, the newly appointed king of Alabasta, but not approved by King Wapol, the king of Drum, who was newly born before only a 1-year-old and now he's a royal prince. The secret truth-seeking project, which the world government is working on, got a breakthrough yesterday because of this part. Do you want to hear what they've come up with? It's kinda scary. Garp's eyes twinkled when he heard this. I suppose you want to hear more. Well, I will tell you, that is because you are my friend and I don't want you or your family any harm. The fact that Sky Sword, Rob uses an unknown method of looking into the future is confirmed by 20%. Garp's body trembled when he heard this, before standing up and trying to leave, but he stopped before that and said, I will not allow my son to become a revolutionary. Tell the 5 elders this, there is no need to punish him for something he hasn't done yet. After saying this he left the office. Well, my old friend, that's for the best. Today, the One Piece manga, which everyone thought was just a fantasy, has caused a huge problem for the monkey family. All over the world, the new volume set everyone's blood on fire with enthusiasm. This arc carried with it a lot of great feelings and sayings that will remain in history. Perhaps they will not be repeated once in this world, but the fact that it will remain forever in the manga and will be heard by a large number of people was enough. No, but its impact was much deeper and incredibly true because no one knew it existed. But now, it's a different story. Everyone knows, there's a very great quack, with a gold heart. Hiralik, that's fine. No one's sick. Dalton. Hiralik, I really though, it was an emergency, but... It was nothing but a trap for me. Wapol, huh? If this was an emergency, I wouldn't have called a quack like you. Idiot. Wapple, don't worry about him. Shoot on the rebel. Hiralik, forget this, you can't kill me. Wapple, what? Hiralik, when does one really die? Hiralik, when a pistol's bullet pierces his heart. No. Or when afflicted with an incurable disease. No. When he eats a soup made of a killer mushroom. No. Rather, a person dies, when his memory dies. Maybe I disappear, but my dream will live on after me, and people's sick hearts will be healed. This passage brought tears to all who read the chapter without exception. On this day, many evil pirates turned good and resigned from the pirate path. Just because of Hiralik's words, their hearts had already been cured. On the same day, the hearts of some celestial dragons that were already rotting started to glow slightly. In addition to this, everyone knows that there is a witch and a mysterious old woman whose medical skills are almost impossible, and most of all she knows a lot about the inherited will and gold Roger. Gold Roger. Everyone knows that Luffy's inherited will, so strong that it made lovers cry, he was a true leader, and a real man. Who can climb an ice mountain 5,000 meters high while carrying 2 people. This particular act moved the hearts of the followers and made almost everyone yearn. Is he even a human? Monkey D. Luffy, this name who was unborn yet in this world, was resonating in everyone's hearts because of this arc. Before this, everyone thought he was just a stupid boy driven by instinct. But after this arc, everyone has come to believe that Luffy is a true captain who prefers his friends over himself. His sacrifice was too great. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 105, Attend the Big Mom Tea Party. Chapter 106, Opening an Art Store in Totoland. Chapter 107, The Big Day is Approaching. Arrancar Arc, Part 2. Chapter 105, Attend the Big Mom Tea Party. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. The emotional uproar caused by the new volume was still in effect, not over yet, and it didn't look like it would be over any time soon. In markets, in the streets, in folk baths, in residential villages, in densely populated towns. Not only that, in Sky Island Skypiea. In Women's Island Amazon Lily. In the Sand Kingdom Alabasta. In Marine Ford and Mary Geos. And even in a closed country to the world like Wano Kuni. Everyone was still discussing the wonderful events of One Piece. Not only civilians but even pirates and marines were discussing the events of One Piece with enthusiasm. The world entered a phase of suspense that it had never seen before. But unfortunately, a large part of the Grand Line is still unable to access the manga, and almost all of the New World was without manga. Only a few places the manga pirates, aka the manga thieves, were succeeded in accessing it, like Morgans, who became a pioneer in this field. After all, the New World has only 3 art stores. One of them is in a closed country, Wano Kuni. And another one is on a semi-destroyed island which is the newly named Ring Hell Island. Although many people came to check out news about what happened here, few were able to get to the art store, which was an inaccessible ghost place. It was between 2 deep rivers of lava. And the latter was very far from everyone's reach because it was in the sky on the flying island of Golden Lion Shiki. New World, the flying island of Mervile. Jihahaha. That's fun, that's so much fun, that old witch Kureha is still alive. Oh my god, I thought she was already dead. You. Come over here. Go get me some more of that instant noodles. Yes, that's one called Indomie or something. Yes, Captain. A pirate Shiki follower goes to the food vending machine with cursing inwardly. He's back to the money-devouring monster once again. If you ask all Shiki pirates what they like and hate the most at the same time, their answers will be 100% the same. Money-devouring monster, aka food vending machine. Can you imagine instant noodles, warm and ready to eat, selling for 2,000 berries? 1 can of Coca-Cola for the price of 1,500 berries. 1 can of Red Bull for the price of 3,000 berries. A bottle of vodka at the price of 10,000 berries. Hamburger sandwich for 1,000 berries. Everything was over 1,000 berries. If this isn't a predator for money, what could it be? The manga books are the only ones they think are worth their price, even though they really aren't. The price was 5,000 berries for the book. What they didn't know was that Rob raised prices sky high for them. Compared to the original market, Rob was clearly stealing their pockets. But that's what they got themselves done. Rob didn't ask them to buy any of his stuff. But how can he say this when he is the only market monopoly? His goods were first class, whether food or products for use in daily life, they were really first class. So the Shiki and his pirates can only swallow their grievances and buy until their pockets are emptied and they have to fill them again. Shiki devoured the warm noodles while recalling the ancient history. When Kureha was the doctor of the Rock's crew, she had saved his life more than once, so he owed her so much, but his volatile personality made him unfortunately unable to show his gratitude. And that's how he got an idea. He has to go and try to hire her in his crew. he still wants to be the pirate king, so his crew definitely needs the best doctor in the world to be on his ship. Was she an old woman on the verge of death? Never mind, that woman couldn't die anyway. O'Hara, Knowledge Village, in the house of Rob and Alvia. On a king-size bed, Rob was reclining on the bed while Alvia slept in his cuddle. He spent the day with her like this, gently stroking her hair and singing to her until she fell asleep. She had been working hard for him before, and this period of inactivity made her so sad, so Rob had to console her a little and spend the whole day in bed with her. The latter volume of the manga contributed to her deteriorating mood, coupled with a difficult pregnancy. Her emotions were in tatters. Robin's appearance in the last part of the volume was like the straw that broke the camel's back. She was sad to see her daughter working with an evil organization. Not only that, but she was at the head of the organization and a direct partner to the head of the organization. Isn't that too much? Why was her husband so mean? This way, their unborn child will become infamous. That's exactly why Rob spent an entire night trying to calm her down from her frenzied situation. She was like a lioness fighting for her young. Rob got goosebumps when he remembered it. When he noticed she had finally fallen asleep, Rob sighed and drowned his face in her soft hair, trying to take advantage of his wife's sweet scent to sleep a bit too. After hours, Alvia woke up first. She used her husband as a bed to sleep. Well, it wasn't the first time for her, she was used to it, but when she saw him sleeping too, she didn't move anymore so as not to wake him. But Rob's sharp senses sensed everything already. Even though he was asleep, his senses were always on alert. His observational hockey, powered by the tremendous electromagnetic power of the lightning fruit, allowed him to cover the entire O'Hara Island and even its coasts. So it could be said that his senses were like aircraft radar that could pick up everything. "Good morning, my husband, did you sleep well?" Her smile was like spring washing away all his negative emotions. "Yeah, it was a good nap. I suppose you're in good shape too, right?" "Of course. I feel great relief." "So it's good." Before she could react, her delicate body trembled as he snatched her lips in an unusual French kiss once more. He'd always do something like this, but for some reason, she used to loosen her defense when in his arms. Like a chick caught between the claws of a cat, there was no resistance at all. Rather, she allowed herself to enjoy and drown in the depths of lust. Rob's tongue sank into her mouth like a snake that had just caught its prey, twisting its tongue like a rope while sucking every bit of it. And so they enjoyed a long kiss while touching each other in their sensitive areas. Rob grabbed her breasts with one of his hands while the other gently held half of her playful buttocks. Alvia hugged his head with one hand while sucking his saliva fiercely, while her other hand went in search of his cock and began to gently stroke it. Her moans were like heavenly music in his ear. Just a small game like this made them reach the climax of ecstasy together. This was the power of love. After a sweet and slight fight, Rob got out of the house. Now, he was ready to come to a party he had been invited to a long time ago. Regarding the invitations, he had received a strange invitation from the world government recently that left him really speechless. As he walked toward the art store, he was laughing internally at the stupidity of the world government. In fact, their offer was completely inappropriate for someone like Rob. Does the world government need to recognize it? Want to cancel his bounty? His bounty alone was a kind of recognition from them. Why would he want to cancel it? He really wants to raise it. Do they want to get the basics of manga drawing? They asked for something too big, but they didn't give him anything of value in return. Do they consider him easy to please? Do they want to bully him? What a joke. They don't want him to insult the face of the world government in the manga. Sorry, but the One Piece manga is full of insulting the world government. He can't even modify that even a little bit. After greeting the residents of O'Hara and chatting for a while with the women eager to work, the newly appointed leader waitress, the wife of his former Captain Rouge, Sora, Toki, Belmere, and Matriarch, Rob used the teleportation room and went straight to the new world. His wild thoughts were studying the beauty of the maids' clothes with the hot designs and sexy details on the wonderful bodies of his waitresses. Only someone like Rob who knew the beauty of the maids' clothes could enjoy it. He was in bliss. Who can hire the main characters as maids? He was afraid that when Roger found that, he would kill him before he died. Oh. He couldn't die, unfortunately. Rob shook his head from his wild thoughts and walked out of the Ring Hell art store. As he expected, it was empty and desolate, like a ghost store. The island was filled with rivers of lava, smashed rocks, and scorched trees. His previous attack had truly destroyed this island. Rob opened his wings and flew at breakneck speed, following Lean-Lean's life card. Yes, he was going to the Big Mom tea party. He never thought he would attend such a party since he will be a strategic partner of Big Mom. Maybe he will add some exciting changes to the future tea parties of this hot MILF. The current year, 1493, was already coming to the end. These were the last 2 days of the last month of the year. Today's date is December 29, 1493. It's time to officially open up his market in the new world. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 106, Opening an Art Store in Totoland. Chapter 107, The Big Day is Approaching. Arrancar Arc, Part 2. Chapter 108, Roger copies the road poneglyph from Big Mom easily. Alabasta Arc, appearance of Ace. Chapter 106, opening an art store in Totoland. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. New World, Whole Cake Island. Whole Cake Island was very familiar to Rob. After all, the Whole Cake arc had shown pretty much every place on this island. Although it's a bit different from its future counterpart 28 years from now, the difference wasn't too big. The island was almost entirely made of food and candy. Rob takes a period to wander around the island without entering the sweet city, Big Mom pirates not yet aware of Rob's arrival. Rob felt that this wonderful place would be very good as a park for his daughter and his family in the future. So he spent a few hours wandering inside to find out the special places and how to create a paradise for his little Robin from this place. He wandered into the seducing woods. Since he had Big Mom's Vivre card on him, these evil trees didn't create any kind of trouble for Rob. He also came across a wooden house that made him instantly remember Lean's flashback when she was just a little child. This was Mother Carmel's sheep's house. Obviously, it was brought here from Elbaf by Big Mom. Rob's observation hockey completely covered Whole Cake Island. It's reached a level that even Big Mom can't detect. The first thing he noticed was a crew of different types and races here, except for the giants, and there are still other races missing as well. As Big Mom hasn't reached its peak yet, the number wasn't quite as big as its future counterpart, but it's still a good number. Whole Cake Island was primarily inhabited by the Big Mom crew and her allies, but today especially, because Charlotte Lean organizes her annual tea party, a good number of guests have turned up including Rob himself. The number of guests was also not as large as what they would be in the future. After all, Big Mom's reputation hadn't reached her peak. She was still lower than Emperor level. This is the era of Roger, Whitebeard, and Shiki, after all, not the era of the Four Emperors. So only a few underworld merchants and some relatively famous powers allied with the Big Mom pirates attended this party. Basically, the most important person invited to the party was Rob himself. After he was done wandering and enjoying the quality of this place, Rob walked towards Sweet City, the capital of Whole Cake Island, exactly where the Vivre card indicated. Mama. You have finally come, Sky Sword. Do you know how long I have waited for this day? I see you enjoyed walking around my island. Did you like it? I can make a place here for you if you want. Charlotte Lean was 8 meters in height, looking at Rob as if he was a dwarf, but she didn't care. She knew that this dwarf was stronger than her, so the height here really didn't matter. She was the abnormally tallest and it wasn't him who was too short. Rob wasn't surprised that she was able to tell that he was roaming on her island. After all, the entire island was alive because of her. She could feel everything inside of it. But most importantly, as he was sitting next to Big Mom, alone, without any external disturbance, he was once again in awe of this woman's allure. Her soul was so powerful. Back then, she was completely suppressed by the art store, but now in her land, she looked completely different. Her soul power was pressing on him, wanting as if she wanted to push him down. He could sense it clearly, as if her naked physical body was pressing on his body. Her origins were too huge for him. He didn't know if he was in heaven or hell. Rob shook his head and easily overpowered her spiritual attack. It was difficult to seduce someone like Rob. Only from this kind of behavior could Rob easily conclude that she wanted to sleep with him so badly. She only had to remove her clothes and force him to. Rob had very thick skin, so he shrugged off this temptation as if it didn't exist. Big Mom was now like a succubus demon, but Rob was a demon lord himself. Rob smiled and said, "That would be a nice gesture from you, Lean." Giving him part of her land was already a gentle gesture from her. He didn't care about her motives, but he really wanted to get a foothold in this pleasant place. Lean was astonished by Rob. He being able to resist her spiritual temptation that not even Shiki could resist made her deeply stunned. "Never mind, that's only for you. I can make such an exception. I see no other man than you worthy of it." Big Mom desperately wanted Rob's support. At this point where she had yet to reach her peak, she couldn't count on that ungrateful bastard Kaido, who she had given him the mythical devil fruit, but he didn't even show the slightest obvious gratitude. Also, Kaido is still weak compared to Rob in her eyes. "I heard you fought the Golden Lion to a tie, is that right?" Rob, who was drinking a glass of grape juice, stopped drinking and looked at Big Mom curiously, although it wasn't unexpected, but it still surprised him. "Where did you hear that?" "I have my own sources, and I'm not the only one who knows about that. The Navy knows about that too." Rob understood right away. Shiki had black sheeps among his crew who were leaking the news. It's good that he didn't show his full strength then, it would have really disturbing effects. Well, he doesn't care about it anymore. "When will your tea party start?" "I have to finish my part of the deal quickly." Tea party time. Almost all of Big Mom's high-ranking children were present. After all, they were all born already on this date, and had a certain level of development. Some of them were in their 20s, but most of them were young, between 15 and 19 years old. There are also some very young children were under 10 years old, who would be the mainstays of future Big Mom pirates like Charlotte Smoothie. At Big Mom's tea party, Rob saw all of Lean's children combined. the number was 35 or 36 in total. Big Mom hasn't given birth yet to many other children, and maybe because of him, she might not have them at all, like Charlotte Pudding, Lola, and her twin sister. And he hadn't seen any of these children's parents. It seemed like Big Mom was throwing them all away after using them once. Since Rob was sitting next to Big Mom, he got a lot of attention from her children and the guests. Some even thought he was their new stepfather. But when they were reminded of his identity, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the famous sky sword with a bounty of 850 million berries. How much was their mother's bounty at the moment? 600 million berries, that's what it was. Rob didn't care about the dreaded looks at him, but what surprised him was a familiar face among the crowd at the party, who was looking at him with a gentle smile. She was a very beautiful and sexy blonde woman. She looked extremely young at 22 years old or maybe less. Her blonde hair was long to the waist, unlike her future short hair, and her eyes were blue like jewels. When Rob looked at her carefully, she was also looking at him. Suddenly, she smiled seductively and winked at him while sending him a kiss through the air. Mama. Were you seduced by that little bitch? Lean noticed this and let out a chuckle. Rob could sense a kind of anger hidden behind that laugh. It was definitely directed at that blonde. Although Rob knew exactly who the woman was, he asked about her. Who she is? She's a newbie in the prostitution businesses. She's probably more of a whore than me. You have to beware of that kind of woman with a fake smile. Since you hate her, why did you invite her to your party? She was recommended to me by important acquaintances, and her presence is important in my expansion plans in the underworld, so she can be considered a rather important pawn. You really are something, Big Mom. Rob ignores the blonde woman for the time being and goes back to chatting with his future business partner, Big Mom. If you plan to expand and rule the underworld with me, just say it, I can help you. No, thanks, I like working under the light. A/N, a high-level hacker said he likes working under the light, ha 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 ha. Rob gets to know Stussy, this seductive beauty, was a secret agent of the world government. Her presence here means that everything he did here will be leaked to the world government. But is Rob upset about this? No, not at all. Since it's a public party organized by Big Mom, the fact that he's here today will be revealed anyway, and then this was already written in stone. So it doesn't matter whether the world government finds out about it or not. He was here to open an art store just as he opened it for them at Mary Geo's. What can they do for him? Come on, Rob, can you start your store now? I want to see it happen during the party. It will be the culmination of my tea party. You just want to eat more of the food the store sells, right? Rob laughed when he saw Lean's saliva almost drooping when she heard him talking about his store's food. Her thoughts were betraying her at the speed of light. The more he talked to her, the more he found her to be very simple-minded. Perhaps all the contradictions that happened to her were caused by the soul devil fruit, or perhaps the second soul which inhabiting inside her body. The one whose soul and life had obtained transcendence could tell with a glimpse that Lean was two people in one body. Okay, I can do that for you. Big Mom happily announced that Rob will be setting up his art store now. The music and people chatting to each other stopped as soon as Big Mom spoke. Everyone was wondering what this art store could be. After all, not everyone in the world knew about the art store. Only after Big Mom explained it to them did they understand the gist of the matter. The art store was a dominant brand in the 4 Seas. Of course, they had heard of it before, but they didn't really care. Only now their eyes were open to the importance of the topic. What does this store sell to grab the attention of someone of Big Mom's caliber? No, just having someone higher in bounty than Big Mom as an owner completely changed their perception of the matter. That's why everyone is focused on Rob's next move. And what they saw left their minds blank. Rob looked at the place that was designated as a convenient placement for the art store. A large candy garden in the center of Sweet City, near Big Mom's whole cake castle. As soon as he ordered the system, the void in the candy garden twisted, and a futuristic designed building appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. The candy garden was large, but the art store was big enough to take up the entire place. This. What is this? Is this a building? How did it appear out of nowhere? What kind of devil fruit does he have? Status window. Host, Rudesty, Rob. System level, level 9, 1.456.678/1, 500, 000 EXP. Art store, 32/100 usable. System shop, 800,450 art point. Host titles, beginner mangaka, art seller. Store window, manga One Piece. +9 books, /manga Bleach. +5 books, /One Piece anime. +0 episodes, /Hunter x Hunter anime. +0 episodes, /Naruto anime. +0 episodes. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 107, The Big Day is Approaching. Arrancar Arc, Part 2. Chapter 108, Roger copies the road poneglyph from Big Mom easily. Alabasta Arc, Appearance of Ace. Chapter 109, Baroque Works Saga, Alabasta Arc, Part 1, Appearance of Ace. Chapter 107, The Big Day is Approaching. Arrancar Arc, Part 2. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph 01/01/. Big Mom's tea party is over, and with it, the previous year has ended, and the new year has begun. Rob spent 2 days at Whole Cake Island. He genuinely enjoyed Lean's hospitality. She was very kind to him, so he reciprocated her and accepted her request to stay an extra day. Since the art store appeared in this place, it seemed as if the general mood of the island had completely changed. No, what really changed was Lean's mood, and since that happened, it affected the entire island. Lean was so happy that the flowers with happy faces bloomed, even trees, buildings, and bridges danced everywhere. If Lean was happy, it would reflect on the whole island, and of course, any other mood. Right after the art store opened, Lean didn't care about anything else and she walked inside. While the stunned guests followed her, Rob let everyone in, and they were also curious to know what kind of store it would allow enjoying the future. Then Big Mom's children also entered, led by young Katakuri. They were all interested in this store. Their siblings had already told them about it before, but now, they could try it for themselves. Montdior was the last to enter. He was visibly afraid of Rob, and he was careful not to be knocked unconscious again by Rob's attack as he had done in the past. Those who had entered the art store previously in the Germa Kingdom were extremely excited even if they didn't show it on their faces. But their other siblings who didn't were, they only felt with expectation, but that changed right after they walked inside. This was the most enjoyable entertainment they could get in the world. Inside the art store, Lean read all the manga volumes she missed, Bleach and One Piece, and when she walked out of the store, Rob heard her mumbling the word giants over and over. Just now, Rob remembers how obsessed this crazy woman was with giants and their strength. It was an obsession beyond all words. During the 2 days that Rob spent on Whole Cake Island, Lean annoyed him greatly with her endless questions about Broggy and Dory. If he hadn't stopped her, she would have left for Little Garden already. She realizes that he is a friend of theirs, so she tries to use this bond to try to get closer to the giants. She didn't tell him about her bad history with the giants, which he already knew, but she desperately tried to entice Rob to help her talk to the giants about her and put her in good words. Rob didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He kind of understood that Lean was deeply remorseful for what she had done in the past in the land of Elbaf. This was a deep regret, evident on her already pretty face, but he couldn't promise her that he could mend the relationship between her and the giants. Maybe he can help a little, but even that he has to wait a long time when he draws Big Mom arc in the manga in the future. Then the world will know Big Mom's real past, what kind of real Big Mom was in the past, and the real reason behind everything. 2 days later, Rob was in O'Hara again. He's finished his first step into the new world and returned to O'Hara via the art store. Rob has been very worried lately. Even his waitresses noticed his nervousness. He was tenser than the pregnant woman herself. The big day was getting closer and closer, only 2 months left at the most, for Robin's birth. So how do you not get worried? Even if he was sure that everything would be fine since Alvia was now semi-immortal and had a vitality that not even Kaido had, he was still worried though. She wasn't really immortal after all. If she wasn't an immortal just like him, he wouldn't rest. Plus his newborn Robin herself wasn't immortal. What if his presence causes something to go wrong? He's been living pretty well lately. What if the gods who sent him here tried to play some kind of cruel joke on him? His frightful thoughts were wandering everywhere, and he could only calm himself with nicotine. His cigarette consumption had reached an unbreakable record in these 2 days. There was still a couple of months to Robin's birth, so there was no point in overthinking. Nothing bad would happen as long as he was here, so he was just tired of thinking. To get out of negative thinking, Rob spent the next week most of his time with Alvia. They were wandering and enjoying their time on Sky Island, here where he hired 15 women he had previously rescued. For their part, their lives here were just like heaven. Rob and Alvia were thrilled when they heard their tales of how wonderful their lives here were. Their faces were full of happy smiles as they served the angel-like Skypian children in the trendy tavern of the art store. Rob and Alvia had their happy days in the house they bought on a cloud that, after Rob modified it with furniture from the system shop, just got even more awesome. 01/15/. Today was a special one because it's Bleach Manga Update Day. Readers around the world got excited once again. Although Bleach manga wasn't very popular compared to One Piece manga, it's still popular indeed. Especially among women, Rob noticed this strange situation because he could see the data from the system. Every time he updated the Bleach manga, he was getting art points from females at 10% higher than males. In this case, 10% is a very frightening percentage of the difference. The population of the 4 seas, in general, was estimated to be in the hundreds of millions, among whom were his followers estimated in the tens of millions. You can imagine 10% of tens of millions of people. What Rob noticed, in general, was that women of this world were more attracted to Bleach manga. He can already guess why. Whole Cake Island. Mama. That little bitch has been kidnapped. Is she going to be raped? I want to know, I really want to know, I want to see it happen. Big Mom was excited while reading the new Bleach manga volume, which was titled Arrancar, the Hueco Mundo Sneak Entry Arc. Although Bleach and One Piece manga are fundamentally different from each other in the previous Rob universe, Bleach had a lot of operational problems. However, in this world Rob has barely succeeded in organizing it, extracting its core, and removing the residue in a manga-like layout of One Piece, so that it does not cause any confusion to the readers. Big Mom, who was still holding her pretty figure, was subconsciously looking down on every other pretty woman. When she saw that Orihime Inoue was being forcibly snatched away to Hueco Mundo, she felt like she wanted to see the world on fire. That was this kind of event that made her want to read more from this book, although she prefers One Piece more. That's why she likes Aizen. She thought that this kind of man, scheming and strong, if he was in this world, would easily become a pirate king. The world government would suffer endless headaches and might even fall. She didn't know yet that she hadn't seen anything real from Aizen. When she saw the real Aizen, her current assessment would become very poor, because it really isn't enough to describe someone like Aizen. But since she doesn't know that there is an ancient monster more terrifying than Aizen, also present in this world, she can think she was as a frog at the bottom of a well too. Not only Aizen was popular among the evil pirates, but even Ulquiorra became more and more popular. His calmness, wit, strength, charisma, and even his looks made everyone admire this character. Even if the fans didn't really like his move of forcing Orihime to follow him to Hueco Mundo, this only contributed to his popularity. His fight against Ichigo was one of the most awaited fights by fans. As Grimmjow continued to survey the ground with Ichigo, even with his hollow mask Ichigo couldn't really do anything at this point. This made everyone terrified by the power of the Arrancar. Not even the most advanced numbers showed up yet. Ulquiorra was the most powerful among those that had appeared so far, and his number is only 4. How about number 3? How about number 2? Heek. And what about the number 1? Were they all stronger than the Ulquiorra? As stated in the title of the arc, with further help from Urahara, who opened Garganta to them, Ichigo and his team infiltrated Hueco Mundo to rescue Orihime, despite the categorical refusal of the Soul Society leader Yamamoto, and they also got support once again from Rukia and Renji. The world of Hueco Mundo was very strange. His appearance in the manga caused a lot of controversy and astonishment. The reaction of the readers was far from simple this time. After all, they can't see another world every time. Especially among Ohara archaeologists passionate about recording and researching abnormal phenomena, as when the Soul Society first appeared, Professor Clover instructed his young scholars to look for any records that mentioned something like Hueco Mundo. This was hell in the world of Bleach. All kinds of creepy hollow are everywhere here. That's why Ichigo, Uryu, and Chad's bravery has won the admiration of millions. As humans, they voluntarily choose to enter hell to save their friends. That reminded them by Luffy's bravery from the last volume of the One Piece manga. On their way to Las Noches, they encountered all kinds of problems and obstacles, but they were all bypassed, and the appearance of a little girl like Nell in this desolate place was really strange to readers. But since they found her so cute, no one cared to doubt her background, except for some deep-brained analysts, like those commissioned by the world government to study Rob's manga well, in order to compose their own manga, so the shocking truth behind this little girl will stay for later. After reaching Las Noches, they found themselves at a crossroads, and so the quintet had to separate and go a different route for each of them. They had to fight their own battles from this point on. Here ends the second part of the Arrancar arc and leaves everyone hanging off the cliff. Mihawk closed today's folder with slight disappointment. The arc ended when Ichigo met his opponent Arrancar and was going to fight them. Well, this was a little lower in quality. The fights are very few. I hope the next part will change my mind. Mihawk threw the manga book to the side and continued his intense training, this time trying to master his own armament haki, which still hadn't officially entered the entry level. He had an idea that, if he could implement it, he could bring the Getsuga Tensho back into this world again, all of which was based on his armament haki. Flying Island, Mervile. This world of swordsmen is interesting, but since the Soul Society arc has become less good, how long does the damned Rob plan to continue dividing this arc into several parts? We want battles. Fights. That's what stirs the blood of strong men. Why the hell would I care what happens to a captured girl? Let me see a refreshing fight. Ichigo's face is repeatedly crushed by that blue-haired bastard. Why can't he do anything about it? Yes, Captain. That's weird. Didn't he defeat even a captain of Shinigami, Kuchiki Byakuya? So why does he seem so weak? Something is wrong somewhere. You guys noticed that too. I believe he has reached a bottleneck, and now he is having problems in his inner world with his own hollow or even his Zanpakuto spirit, obviously unable to release their true power. Yes, you're smart, Captain. Jihahaha. Of course, I'm smart. Who do you think is your captain? I'm the strongest swordsman in the world, Golden Lion Shiki. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 108, Roger copies the road poneglyph from Big Mom easily. Alabasta arc, appearance of Ace. Chapter 109, Baroque work saga, Alabasta Arc, Part 1, Appearance of Ace. Chapter 110, Alabasta in an Uproar. Little Robin's Birth. Blackstar_BH Note. Chapter 108, Roger copies the road poneglyph from Big Mom easily. Alabasta Arc, Appearance of Ace. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. New World. On a small, uninhabited island near Whole Cake Island, the Oro Jackson ship was parked stealthily here. Obviously, Roger Pirates did not come here with good intentions. Captain Roger, are you sure about that? Charlotte Lean is pretty savage after all. Do you look at your captain with disdain? The fat man's words stopped in his throat when he heard the response of his captain. This man was a member of the Roger Pirates and his name was Nosden. My order is clear and straight, you must follow it unconditionally. I'll go alone and come back on my own. We need the road poneglyph that Charlotte Lean has in her possession at any cost, even if we must become thieves. Understood. But, Captain, but we are already thieves. Is there anything left that we haven't stolen? Wahahaha. Is that right? Under the watchful eyes of his crew, Roger left the ship, Oro Jackson, by swimming. This time his goal is to reach Big Mom's den. His crew wasn't worried about him, they were more worried about Big Mom herself, because Roger would definitely create a big mess from the moment he entered her territory. Recently, Whole Cake Island has been open for the masses to visit, provided they don't cause trouble. All in all, the island was very lively and filled with all kinds of people, and the reason was the art store. Since the advent of the art store, the place has become much more lively than it was in the past. The art store has become the favorite place where Big Mom spends almost all of her time. So Roger had almost no problem infiltrating Big Mom's cake castle. He was certainly surprised at how poorly the Big Mom pirates were at guarding their land. Is this still the territory of the Big Mom pirates? Or does it look like he came to the wrong place? But the most important thing now is that thing. Yes, that thing hanging in the sky. Why does it look so familiar? As he gazes at the art store's beacon hanging over Whole Cake Island that resembles an open book, Roger enters a state of temporary bewilderment. Sure, he's seen that somewhere. Roger remembered right away. After all, he couldn't forget something of such importance. It had been the only thing on his mind lately. This was an art store. After learning about it, Roger continues his trip to find his target first, before checking out the art store later. His observation haki was extremely powerful, and in addition to his unbelievable ability, voice of all the things, there was nothing he couldn't find in this world. He managed to smoothly avoid the low guard and entered the depths of Big Mom's den without any incident. He eventually arrived at a slightly darkened hall, at the end of which was a relatively large cage. Inside the cage were 3 poneglyphs. 1 red and 2 ordinaries. At first, I thought I would need to use strength to get here, but who knew my luck was this great? Wahahaha. Roger took out his sword ace and approached the cage that had poneglyph stones inside, not even giving him a single glance before slashing with his sword. As if it was slicing tofu, the steel cage was sliced very smoothly and it didn't even produce any sound. A second later, several steel rods fell from the cage and an extremely wide entrance was formed in front of Roger. Before they fell to the ground and caused an unnecessary commotion, they stopped in the air as if someone was manipulating them with a telekinetic ability. But in truth, Roger's mastery of Conqueror Haki was so strong that he could achieve such a feat with a single glance from him. Dozens of metal and steel rods stopped in the air before he quietly tossed them into the corner without a single iota of noise. Roger's gaze returned to the road poneglyph. That was what he came here for. Originally, he was intending to create a big commotion, and he probably made Lean bedridden for a few days because of him. But who would have expected to get it so easily? Didn't even try seriously. The little effort he did, however, was to swim 20 kilometers across from the uninhabited island to here. But that doesn't mention it at all. He could swim the length across half of the Grand Line if he gave it a try, not to mention a paltry 20 kilometers. He can guess the reason for this low guard. It may have been because of the art store that his friend Rob opened here. Wahahaha. Even if you don't remain a member of my crew, you'll still be of great help to me, brat. Roger came forward with a big smile and entered the cage, then took out a large piece of paper before pouring a bottle of ink on it. Not waiting for the ink to dry, he quickly affixed it to the poneglyph and printed its contents comprehensively. When he was finished he looked at the copy in his hand satisfied before he folded it and hid it well in his bag. Now, he has done what he came for. What Roger didn't know was that today was a very important day. Who will take care of guarding his house when the feast day comes? It was the day of the popular One Piece manga update. So for sure, Roger was very lucky. That's it. The 4 Seas. Mary Geos. Skypea. Women Island. Drum Island. Alabasta Island. Wano Country. And finally Whole Cake Island. All of these areas and more were on a hot plate, more specifically, the Alabasta Kingdom. After all, the title of this arc was Baroque Works Saga, Alabasta Arc, Appearance of Ace. The arc is very much awaited by everyone. The arc that all the thing about the Straw Hat Pirates trip from the start of Grand Line until now. The first clash between the Straw Hat Pirates and the semi-governmental organization. This was what everyone was looking forward to seeing. After all, the saga name was all about it. A battle against the Shichibukai and his organization. How will the Straw Hats perform? But, why the hell is the first part called, Appearance of Ace? Is this Ace that important to be the most prominent title in the entire volume? Only when they read the volume did they know who Ace was. When they saw Ace's amazing appearance and knew his relationship with Luffy, readers' minds almost exploded in shock. He was Luffy's older brother. Mary Geos. Member of Whitebeard Pirates. The bald Gorosei looked at his old comrades and muttered softly. Rare Logia user. The blonde Gorosei rubbed his chin while saying an extra sentence. Older brother of Luffy. The mustachioed Gorosei with a birthmark on his forehead looked at the picture of Ace meeting with Luffy's crew with a bewildered expression as he echoed his words in a kind of frustration. Guys, my earlier suggestion that we should prevent Garp's son from having children. Will you seriously reconsider it? The tall and long-bearded Gorosei said with a grim expression, while the rest nodded seriously as well. This wasn't a bad proposition after all. They should look into it seriously, for the safety of the world. Plus 5,000 art points from Gorosei. Plus 50-20 art points from Gorosei. Plus 6,500 art points from Gold, Roger. Plus 1,000 art point from Porgas D, Rouge. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 109, Baroque Works Saga, Alabasta Arc, Part 1, Appearance of Ace. Chapter 110, Alabasta in an Uproar. Little Robin's Birth. Chapter 111, A Big Day. O'Hara Celebrates. Blackstar_BH note. This chapter is just an aperitif, the real thing is the next chapter, 300 power stones today and you'll get an extra chapter. Chapter 109, Baroque Works Saga, Alabasta Arc, Part 1, Appearance of Ace. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. As his wife's childbearing was getting closer and closer, and since he had taken care of almost everything he wanted to do before Robin was born, Rob was content to sit next to Olvia the whole time. He took care of her needs with so much love and care, even his waitresses suggested helping him with that, but he refused and ordered them only to take care of the stores selected for them. Even Manga's weekly posting portion was handled by the system without having to go to the art store and do it manually. He didn't even care to review his art points after that, but he was more interested in taking care of Olvia. From visiting Whole Cake Island until now, it's been just under a month, and it's only a few days left until little Robin's birth. Today was 25/01/. The day to update the new volume of One Piece. Before getting to this point, Rob had already decided to split the relatively long Alabasta arc into 2 parts. The first part is the appearance of Ace. The second part is Alabasta War. This is for 2 reasons. First, to ignite the passion of readers and keep the viewership for One Piece manga high as always. Second, in order to delay the repercussions of the Alabasta arc as much as possible, which will undoubtedly ascend to the sky after the update of the second part. Only the information about the Pluton will put Alabasta in the eye of the storm, not to mention the dignity of the world government that will take a beating in this arc. The second part of the Alabasta arc will really be the first real challenge that Rob will have to overcome at all costs. But now he's at a time so sensitive that he can't think of anything else. His daughter was only to be born in a few days, why would he go and ask for trouble at this sensitive time? These were the reasons why he split the arc into 2 parts. Husband, I saw the update light from the window, did you just update the One Piece manga? They had already returned to O'Hara after spending a very enjoyable week on Sky Island, so they were now lying on their bed and cuddling each other in their home within the Knowledge Village. Yes, I just published it, here is your folder, you don't even need to ask, did you think I would forget about you? You really don't forget something about me. I can't find any loophole to find a problem with you. Olvia took the manga book from his hands with a sullen expression, in contrast to the sweet feelings that were exploding inside her heart that she couldn't express in words. Rob snapped his finger and then several paper hands appeared and grabbed Olvia's hands tightly, preventing her from beginning to read the folder. What are you doing? You said you wanted to find a problem with me. Here's a loophole for you. Rob said with a provocative smile as if he could already read her true feelings like an open book. Recently, she's been acting like Tsundere in contrast to her motherly and loving nature, so Rob decides to correct this small problem here and now before it becomes big enough to affect his future plans. Looks like I pampered you up a lot. You're starting to bully me again. When Rob saw tears gathering in her eyes as if she was about to cry, he immediately cancelled his ability. No, I was joking, how can I bully my cute wife? Who dares bully my wife? Get out now. BFT. Ha 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 ha. Alvia's tearful expression very quickly turned into a laughing one, as if she was a professional actress. Even Rob was tricked. When he saw her laughing, he felt a bittersweet feeling in his heart, as if he was both happy and sad at the same time. Really, the pregnant woman was an endless headache. Ha 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 ha. Luffy and his buddies got into trouble this time. If they didn't eat all the food, they wouldn't have had to use Karu as bait to catch the fish, nor would they have caught Okama instead. He even succeeds to get their faces. Isn't that a bit bad? Ha 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 ha. This sea cat is so cute. Look, he was afraid they'd really grab him for food. Run away. They would really eat you. Rob didn't say anything. He was smiling the whole time, seeing his wife's chuckles as she flipped the pages. One Piece comedy was still at its peak at this point, so it's no wonder his wife couldn't stop her laughing. Ha 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 ha. They thought he was dead, huh? That boy is very familiar. Isn't he the same one who was looking for Luffy on Drum Island? Familiar. From which side is he familiar to you? Rob was hugging Alvia's head in his chest and stroked her soft hair, while she was reading the manga with a pleasure expression. She was literally living in bliss. I don't know, it feels familiar, it feels strange, but it is true. Since you know all about the parallel world you told me about, why don't you tell me the truth about this young man? Who could he be? Why is he so familiar to me? Rob naturally knew why she felt so familiar with Ace. After all, Ace's mom was like a sister to her. They were sisters who lived, worked, ate, and enjoyed each other all the time. Not only Alvia had this feeling, but all the other sisters. This was before Smoker announced his identity. Inside the art store on Women's Island. Sora. Belmere. Toki. Matriarch. And even the Empress of Amazon Lily, Gloriosa, who has succeeded in building a strong relationship with the group of waitresses, they all feel the same way when they read today's volume. Their eyes subconsciously fall on Rouge, who was reading the manga also in a shaky expression. Just like the feeling Sora, Alvia, and also Belmere had when they first saw their children in the manga, it happened with Rouge this time around. The feeling of familiarity can't indescribable. Those were the best words that could describe Rouge's feeling at the moment. His sleeping while eating reminded her of her husband. Her husband's male temperament. Those eyes. That hair. Those cute freckles that she also had. That hat, even the familiar name. No, it wasn't just a household name, it was Porgus D. Ace. Porgus D. Isn't that her nickname? Everything from him screamed with familiarity. Was this her son? Rouge's hand touched Ace's smiling face in the manga while her eyes became misty. Without realizing it, she was crying. Huh? Am I crying? Why am I crying? Although Ace's debut in the manga was hilarious to the extreme, the mother's emotion when she sees her unborn son for the first time can't be explained by logic. Back to Rob and Alvia's marital home. Alvia was still asking Rob a lot of questions, while Rob was answering her with vague answers. He didn't want to confirm anything, even if it was only Alvia's. He wasn't sure Alvia wouldn't tell Rouge. After all, Rouge was like her sister. Until now, Rob was getting goosebumps whenever he remembered the tragic events that would happen to Ace in the future, and he had to paint it as it is. Whenever he remembered it, he rained curses on the original author, as it put him in a very awkward situation. He had a complicated relationship with Rouge, this loving mother with a tragic future, one of his kind waitresses. He didn't want to see her suffer. But when he remembered that he must be the cause of their suffering, he was cursing his luck hard. He didn't know how to face things anymore. In fact, he was a little scared. No matter how thick his complexion was, it didn't work anymore at this point. Events were heading towards a dangerous and awkward situation that he didn't know how to get past. Plus 6,500 art points from Gold Roger. Plus 1,000 art points from Porgus D. Rouge. And of the cruelty of fate, both mother and father read the volume about their son at the same time. As if these damned gods were reminding him that no matter how much he enjoyed his life in this world, he still had to taste some bitterness. Hey, do you think we are so merciful? You got lost in thought again, my dear. Why don't you tell me your concerns? You can count on me, you know. What Rob didn't notice was that his worried expressions were all watched by his wife. Sigh. Don't ask me any more. That kid Ace is indeed the son of Captain Roger and Sister Rouge. Exactly as I expected. As it is already clear, his name is Porgus D. Ace. After all, it couldn't be more clear. When he let the cat out of the bag, he felt kind of relieved for some reason. Don't confirm anything to Sister Rouge. She has to figure it out on her own, and I think she has already figured it out at this point. Everyone should know that. Do you think they are stupid? But why does the kid, although he doesn't kid anymore, have his mother's nickname? You still hide a lot from me. That means he can't be Luffy's biological brother, right? Yeah. Mary Geos. Inside the art store, celestial dragons used to remove their bubble-like cape. As the air inside the art store was too fresh to breathe, it would be a loss for them if they continued to wear that spacesuit inside the wonderful and safe art store. They always felt that this kind of air was meant for them, as if Rob was giving them special care. Naturally, because they are gods, they were very satisfied with Rob, because he always does the things they want. This was only their imagination, but Rob would not have known this. Had he known of it, he would have vomited blood. Who wants to take care of you, trash? It's just that the art store's cool features are common to all of his stores. That would be his answer if he knew what they were thinking. The air was so wonderful that even disgusting slaves could not pollute it. As they thought, little by little they began to get used to living without their bubbles, and at some point, they found them annoying. It was a massive achievement by Rob at this point, as he had succeeded in correcting one of the most trivial habits of celestial dragons. But of course, not all of them. There were many groups from Noble's world inside the art store, both male and female, and accompanied by their tired guards and kind slaves, who seemed more considerate and kind than ever. What a terrifying ace. What a powerful ace. His devil fruit is extremely powerful. Is he really Luffy's brother? Why are their names different? Yes, did you guys see how he burned all those Baroque Works Organization ships? If I had this power, I would have become a pirate too. Shut up, you idiot. Someone will hear you and will tell the 5 elders. They don't realize yet that they were talking loudly and almost everyone could hear them. But in truth, at this point they all wished they were pirates. They were so envious of Luffy for his fun life, they also wanted to try it out. As gods, why can't they have fun like humans? This person, Okama, Bon Clay, is so annoying. He's got almost all of their faces. Isn't that a bit dangerous? Yes, it turns out to be Mr. 2, and he also got the king's face. That's really a problem. It's not just a bit dangerous, that would be a real problem. But they did the friendship sign. That's a proper countermeasure, isn't it? This time a female celestial dragon who looked a bit pretty, unlike the disgusting shapes of the other celestial dragons in the group, she said that. Ah, you're right, I didn't really understand that part. This sea cat looks delicious. Should we send the navy to hunt 1 or 2 from the Alabasta Sea? Why do you think it's delicious? Didn't Vivi-chan say, sea cats are sacred creatures that shouldn't be eaten? But Luffy said it would taste good. You idiot, stop making trouble for Vivi-chan. Kia. Chopper-chan looks like he's already merged with the group. Why is he so cute? Shut up, didn't you see him when he transformed? He has nothing to do with the cuteness you're talking about. New World, Tato Land. Whole Cake Island was in big chaos because Big Mom was so angry. She was really very angry. Someone dared to enter the most forbidden place and stole something from her, but she didn't even know who it was and what they stole. So it looked like she had gone into a fit of rage and was starting to destroy everything in her path. Even her sons who tried to stop her were kicked. While the chaos was outside because of him, Roger was inside the art store reading the last available manga volume, after reading 3 previous volumes he had missed, namely Whiskey Peak, Little Garden, Drum Island. He knew Dr. Kureha already. He had dealt with her in the past, so he understood what she meant when she said his will still persists. Residents of Nanohana, C. His hand froze the moment he wanted to raise it to his mouth. The poison of the desert strawberry is really, according to the legends. Ace. Pft. Residents of Nanohana, ah. He has come back to life. Ace, it's my fault, looks like I fell asleep. Residents of Nanohana, did you sleep? This is impossible. How can a person fall asleep while talking and eating? Look. He went back to eating as if nothing had happened. Ace, why is everyone here? Residents of Nanohana, we were worried about you. Ace, do you run a comedy group here? Restaurant owner, no, but... Well, I'm happy you're fine. After hearing this, Ace went back to sleep. Restaurant owner and customers, again. Smoker, you seem to be eating carelessly, despite all the fuss about you. Ace. Smoker, what brought the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates to this kingdom? Porgus D. Ace. Roger closed his eyes and opened them in shock, again and again, then burst out laughing. Wahahaha. Is that my son? He's just like me, he's a replica of me. Funny, so funny, he made the restaurant owner scared shit. After laughing for a while at his son's comedic attitude, unlike his mother who cried when she first saw him, Roger began to think things through carefully. The first thing he cared about was why would his son be just a squad leader under that crescent-shaped mustache bastard? Wouldn't he follow in his footsteps and become the Pirate King himself? Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 110, Alabasta in an Uproar. Little Robin's Birth. Chapter 111, A Big Day. O'Hara Celebrates. Chapter 112, The Fiery Return of the Bleach Manga. Blackstar_BH Note. Sorry for the late update, I just woke up. Note, this is the longest chapter I've written in this novel. Chapter 110, Alabasta in an Uproar. Little Robin's Birth. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Kingdom of Alabasta. Today Alabasta was in an uproar. No, to say that it was just an uproar is really a little bit. Civilians came to the capital Alubarna where the art store is located from various places such as Nanohana, the port city, the desert paradise Yuba, Irumalu, Rain Base, Katoria, and many others. Only because they heard that their dear kingdom would get a main story in a world-famous book series. Obviously, One Piece was only more popular in Alubarna and around the capital. Not everyone in Alabasta was familiar with it. Although everyone could see the art store beacon illuminating the night sky across the kingdom, that didn't mean that everyone would care. But the event this time seemed to be a little special. There's been a lot of news lately about weird stuff, but it's interesting, like Alabasta has a bleak future and everyone can see it in the One Piece story, so many people in different areas of Alabasta, they want to see this bleak future with their own eyes, in order to have countermeasures. That's why Alubarna was so crowded today. The Royal Guard struggled a lot with the workload. It was because the newcomers came in almost endless groups. This. Unbelievable. That's really a sacred sea cat. Unbelievable. This is really Nanohana, but there are a lot of strange buildings or not yet built. As if it was photographed by Den Mushi of the picture. So, this is the Shichibukai, crocodile. He looks scary. Oh my god, he's so powerful, he can control the sand. This is a devil fruit. Look guys, the royal palace has appeared. It's exactly the same. The royal guard too. Is this His Majesty, Cobra? He looks too old for his current age. I think Luffy is in trouble. Smoker is after him seriously. His older brother Ace is a captain in the Whitebeard Pirates, so he will be strong, won't he? This bastard Sanji bought our princess a female dancer's clothes. Ha 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 ha. That's funny, so funny. Look, Zoro really bombing without a sound. But Nami and Vivi, they are really very pretty. Sanji is excused. The discussions about today's volume didn't end. Inside the art store the discussions were on a completely different level, but outside it didn't seem to be much different either. As everyone continued to read today's chapters, shock grew higher and higher in their hearts. They all believed that this story was true now. With evidence in their hands, the Alabasta residents couldn't help but recognize their kingdom after all. Alabasta residents have literally gone crazy. Today chapters were a feast for their eyes. People who read the manga for the first time felt the pleasure of reading the manga, and also regretted that they didn't read the previous volumes, so they lost all their money to buy them all. Alubarna entered into an uproar after uproar, as if it was a market the size of a city. Royal Palace, Alubarna. Your Majesty, you look very handsome in the manga, hee hee. Queen Nefertari left a chuckle while she reads the part where her husband, the king, appeared. This wasn't his first appearance in the manga, it was in flashback or by clone ability or something else, but now this was actually the first appearance of the king of Alabasta in the arc. King Cobra gave a sideways glance to his wife who was sitting next to him while he sighed with a heavy smile. In fact, his only interest in this manga is two things: the first, his daughter, Vivi, and the second, his wife. This the only been on his mind a lot lately. Why is there no trace of her next to him in the manga? This was what the queen had already noticed, so she was trying to console him and divert his attention to other things all the time. Don't trust pirates in the future, even if they are government parties, do you understand? Don't give the security of our peaceful country into the hands of evil pirates. Only pirates like the Straw Hats deserve it. No, I won't. That certainly won't happen. That's fine then, let's keep reading today's chapters, it's really fun. My Vivi-chan looks so pretty. Queen Nefertari's eyes turn into a heart shape as she sees her cute princess in a female dancer's outfit. Even her husband had the same expression on his face, but he secretly hated Sanji. Because of him his unborn daughter would become the sweetheart of millions of hearts. Millions of unknown people will rival him for his daughter's love. That's unforgivable. On the mention of the daughter, the person who really deserved the hate of Cobra, the author of the manga himself, and the one who caused the nosebleeds of millions who became obsessed with Nami and Vivi, was going through an important event in his life recently, an event he had been waiting for a long time. 4/02/. The month of his wife's birth has officially entered. And there was only 1 hour left until the entry of the next day, meaning that there were only a few hours left until the estimated time of birth. You, get out of here, why the hell are you not waiting outside like the others? I'm her husband. In the O'Hara art store, right in the medical ward, Dr. Kureha was asking Rob out of the medical room, but Rob refused to budge an inch, while the nurses who had been summoned from the hospital they hardly hide their laughter. Consider me just a vase here, and don't bother with me, okay? What the hell did you say? Does the vase breathe air? How can I think of you as a vase? You're causing trouble again. It's just giving birth, why are you so worried? Do you look down on my medical skills? I've delivered hundreds of pregnant women in the past, not a single soul I lost before. Rob was constantly scolded, to the point that he became speechless. Suddenly his wife's sweaty hand grabbed his wrist and pressed him hard. Alvia looked at him with a gentle smile, before speaking in a low voice. I'm feeling little pain, you don't have to worry, my dear. Rob's heart tingled when he heard her low voice. He leaned over and kissed her sweaty forehead. Everything will be fine, you just have to put up with it for a little while, okay? When Alvia gently nodded, Rob finally walked out of the medical room and left everything in Kureha's hands. I'm counting on you, call me if something happens, I'll be outside. Don't worry, just take off. Rob walked out into the reception hall, which wasn't empty. All the waitressing sisters were present, including the 15 women that Rob had saved before, plus many new faces whom he already knew. Their visit really surprised Rob. Rob was so grateful to all of them. They came because they wanted to share his joy after all. Rob was embarrassed when he caught sight of Gloriosa. He hadn't seen her since the day he acted like an idiot and broke into her bathroom. He always wanted to apologize for his childish behavior, but he didn't find the opportunity to do so because he was too busy. Rob is really surprised by the presence of the Empress and her guards. Early congratulations, Mr. Rob, I hope your wife gives birth to a healthy baby safely. Gloriosa walked over to Rob's side and said with a gentle smile, she seemed very beautiful and peaceful. Miss Gloriosa, thank you for coming today, I really appreciate it. When are coming out little Robin? Everyone is excited about it. Belmere said, which is seemingly more mature than last year, 16 years now. She was also excited about the family getting a new member. Everyone knows how obsessed their boss is with his unborn daughter, so Robin became the star of the show even before she was born, or perhaps since her manga debut as Miss All Sunday. Soon, not much time left. Rob then received congratulations and best wishes from Sora, Toki, Rouge, Matriarch and her family, and archaeologists led by Clover. Plus a stranger was sitting in the corner, he and his wife. After the men hesitated for a while, he stood up and went in Rob's direction to offer his congratulations as well. Brother-in-law, I think it's our first meeting, isn't it? This guy looked a bit like Alvia. He looked in his 30s and wore glasses. Rob wasn't surprised by the presence of this man, because he was the one who allowed it in the first place. You're Alvia's brother, Nico Oren, aren't you? My wife has told me a lot about you. Sorry, I didn't look for you in the past, but I've been really busy. No, really, I understand. Alvia's brother was very humble, did not push the matter too far, so he and Rob reached a tacit agreement that they would not talk about it on an occasion like this. As the congratulations and happy chatting continued between Rob and his guests, time flew by and the new day entered. It was already past midnight. But the art store in O'Hara was still very lively. Or it could be said that the entire O'Hara was extremely lively. Who in O'Hara doesn't know that the owner's wife was pregnant and close to childbearing? Therefore, it can be said that everyone was waiting for this day. After all, Rob and Alvia were widely known personalities, not only in O'Hara but in the entire Four Seas and other regions of the world. Everyone wanted to celebrate with the person who brought joy and entertainment to their hearts. May 2, 1494, same as Robin's original birth date, according to the Book of Deep Blue. At 2 o'clock after midnight, a baby's cry resounded in the medical room. Congratulations, she's a girl, and she's healthy too. Kureha said after carefully examining the newborn baby. Dr. Oren, hand her to me. Alvia said with a happy smile and a tired expression. Certainly, hee. At this moment Rob walked in, followed by a large group of women. The first thing that was reflected in their eyes was the stunning and angelic scene of Alvia holding a newborn baby girl with maternal care. Rob felt his world become very peaceful at this moment. His heart was beating wildly. All that was left in his field of vision were only two people, Robin and Alvia. Finally, after a long wait, the big day was here. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 111, A Big Day. O'Hara Celebrates. Chapter 112, The Fiery Return of the Bleach Manga. Chapter 113, Manga One Piece Pause. The anime enter to the global scene. One Piece anime trailer. Chapter 111, A Big Day. O'Hara Celebrates. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Boom. The sky of O'Hara was decorated with flashes of fireworks, causing people to exit their homes with stunned expressions. The sky turned different colors due to the fireworks Rob shooted to celebrate his daughter's arrival. Rob had all of this planned before. He's already started the big party to welcome Robin into the family. The festive fireworks were just the first stage, and it could be considered a stage announcing the start of the big party. Big words were formed in the sky by fireworks. Welcome little Robin to our family. Everyone from all corners of O'Hara can read it clearly. Many mothers and fathers were touched. Can everyone celebrate their newborn in such a big way? No, can they even think of such a festive way? And even if someone succeeded in thinking this way, could they apply it like the Divine Store owner? However, today there was a father who could do that, and that father was the Divine Store owner himself. Inside the art store, its upper walls turned transparent, like a 4K TV, of course, this was in the system settings and was done by Rob. Everyone who was inside the art store could see the fireworks that decorated the night sky above O'Hara. Olivia had regained all the stamina she had lost in the process of giving birth, she looked more healthy than ever, even Kureha was shocked by this and started to mutter in a low voice with words like, "That didn't make sense." She didn't know that Olivia had achieved the dream she had been chasing all her life, immortality. Almost infinite stamina, she can lose it, but it will come back doubly. Olivia was feeling very refreshed, but she knew why. Her body had been changed by her husband, she had become so strong recently, even the strength of her raw body could be compared to a rear admiral in the Navy, but she didn't know it, since she was pregnant with little Robin she didn't dare to try to check its strength. But even so, Kureha wouldn't let her and baby leave the recovery bed, Olivia had no choice but to obediently listen to her doctor. Then at this moment, the sky turned bright colors with festive fireworks. He, what a wild kid, you have a really interesting husband. A big smile appeared on the elderly face of Kureha, she has lived for many years, what has she doesn't see in all this life? But it's the first time she's seen a father celebrate the arrival of his newborn in such a way. So showy. If this is not what is called wild, then who is worthy of this title? He's very excited, so he'll do crazy things when he's excited, he really deserves to be hit. Olivia's face, who was holding Robin in her arms, was brighter than ever, the happy smile on her face dismissing any scolding she had given her husband. Suddenly little Robin opened her eyes for the first time since her birth, the bright lights of fireworks reflected in her big blue eyes. The first thing she saw in her life was the welcome sentence written in the sky by bright fireworks. Little Robin raised both her little hands to the sky as if she was reacting to this. When Olivia, Kureha, the nurses, and the waitressing sisters saw this amazing scene they froze in shock. Outside the art store, Rob stood beside Professor Clover and the male archaeologists who included Don Quixote Humming, Rob's brother-in-law Nico Oren, and some excited neighbors from Knowledge Village. The time was too late, but who cares? Today was a happy day for the most powerful and most authority family in O'Hara. Earlier Rob bought a lot of high-quality fireworks that can turn into written words or drawn shapes from the system shop, all for this occasion. When the first phase of his baby girl celebration is over, Rob tells everyone to go home to get some rest, and he was head back inside the art store. Now, he has to wait for tomorrow morning to complete his big celebration. Give her to me. Rob sat in bed next to Olivia and Robin, this time the family of 3 got their own time because everyone went to sleep. Rob gently took his little girl in his arms, while lowering his strength as hard as he could so as not to harm her in any way. This wasn't the first time he held her in his arms, but it was the first time he saw her charming eyes open, which were the same as her mother's eyes. Oh, why are you so cute? Do you want to kill Daddy with your own kindness? Olivia was amused seeing this. Seeing Rob, who was very beginner and he didn't know how to handle a baby, made her feel like laughing. But when she saw the immense happiness that he couldn't suppress and reflected in all his stupid actions, he made her feel a kind of indescribable inner peace. She didn't expect that giving a child to her husband would make him so happy. This was an insane level of happiness. Will all parents reach this stage of happiness on the day their children are born? Well, what Olivia didn't know was that Robin was the best 2D character for Rob in his past life. What does it mean to be the father of your favorite character? Especially if your favorite character's past is so tragic and you're hoping to change it somehow. This was exactly why Rob was so happy. Without a doubt, Robin will become her father's most valuable treasure. Damn One Piece treasure. Robin, to him, was more precious than any treasure, no matter how valuable it was. Just like earlier, Robin raised her 2 little hands and touched Rob's laughing face as she opened her little mouth, obviously trying to laugh too, for the first time. This cute scene made Rob and Olivia freeze. So cute. Times. Earlier, when she saw your warm welcome to her, she reacted the same way. When he heard this from Olivia, he became even happier. That's cool, that worth every art point I spend on it if his daughter ever saw it. All night long, Rob and Olivia happily played with their baby girl. They noticed that she was full of vitality. Unlike normal newborns, little Robin was slightly different, her body looked a little bigger, her skin was also filled with a pink and milky glow, her skin looked very white in contrast to her mother's slightly brown skin, she also had hair. A black hair. Who began to grow rapidly an hour after her born, only slowed down when its density reached a certain stage. In his arms was Robin, the cutest creature he had ever seen. Rob and Olivia had a premise. Robin apparently inherited her parents' genes that are almost exploding with vitality. This means that they gave birth to a little immortal girl. They just wish she wouldn't grow too fast and lose her childhood. The next morning, O'Hara woke up to a pleasant tune to hear. Is this a song? Yes, the song's tones were echoing all over O'Hara. The festival has begun, so of course, there will be music. But not any music would do well and would make the perfect atmosphere for his little treasure's birth party. Only the song that symbolized the original Robin's liberation from her shackles could receive this honor. The lyrics of the popular song Brand New World appeared in the world of One Piece for the first time. Musical score Hashirades. Hashirades. Musical notes. Musical notes Sora Takako Hata Kazashi musical score. Musical notes. The wondrous and amazing lyrics of the song made all O'Hara residents come out of their homes, to their surprise with a large virtual 3D anthropomorphic placed in the air above the art store, clearly visible from all over O'Hara. It had a colored ball in the center that was constantly spinning as the song with a strange melody continued. But the amazing thing about it is that it contained animations of the Straw Hats fighting a strange group of people in masks, and also fighting Marines. Even more astonishing, they stand on the wall bridge of Ennie's lobby facing the same group of people he once fought, while Miss All Sunday, Baroque Works vice president, as everyone knows her, was in handcuffs and sobbing. No one understood what that was, because the pictures were moving at high speed, but everyone could see the world government flag being burned at some point by a fiery shot of the mask-wearing Usopp. A/N, did you think everyone was as stupid as Luffy, and wouldn't recognize him? What they have been watching and hearing is the full opening 6 of One Piece anime, which Rob recasts him into this world with the ability of the art store beacon, video projection, using his memories. Thus began the big celebration, which only a crazy like Rob could stage. What a great song, I wonder who has such a golden voice and rich emotions. I don't know why, but I prefer the animation that was in that strange projection. It would be great if we could watch One Piece manga like that. I agree with you, but I prefer the song more. It sounds great and is appropriate for such a great event as the birth of Mr. Rob's child. I agree with you too. What a great man, organizing a festival because of his daughter's birth. That's what I might call real extravagance. Everyone at O'Hara had their opinion, but they were all very thankful at the end of the day because they really enjoyed the food, dancing, and playing all day long. Rob spent hundreds of millions of art points to buy tons and tons of foods and all kinds of wine and soft drinks from the system shop. His daughter's birth party couldn't be less extravagant. He dared call it a festival because it was an entire island level. Yes, Crazy Rob organized a very big party. No one was left hungry in O'Hara today. Alvia and the waitress's sisters are speechless, they can only ignore it and enjoy the feast. It was difficult to predict the thoughts of the rich. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 112, The Fiery Return of the Bleach Manga. Chapter 113, Manga One Piece Pause. The anime entered to the global scene. One Piece anime trailer. Chapter 114, a lot of trailers. Chapter 112, The Fiery Return of the Bleach Manga. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. We have to consider the environment in which little Robin would grow up. What do you think is the best place for that? Tato Land. Skypiea. Or maybe Sabaody Archipelago. Alvia looked with a gentle smile at her husband who was seriously consulting her before she said. If our daughter grows up on an island made of food and sweets, she will lose her mother's grace and become fat. That is what I cannot accept. And if we take her to Sky Island, it will negatively affect her respiratory system. She will probably get diseases, as a result, says Dr. Oren. It is better to allow the child to thrive in the environment in which she was born. But she was born inside the art store. The air there is much better than the air outside. Alvia shook her head helplessly, her husband wanting to pamper his baby girl who had just completed her first week in this world. Yes, it's been a week since Robin was born, and since that historic festival, which no one can ever forget. Then, the first week of little Robin's life passed relatively quietly, if they ignore that she was to be treated like a precious doll by the maid sisters every time they held her in hand, never wanting to give her up unless Rob or Alvia pulled her from them by force. On the whole, Rob and Alvia understood that, after all, even them, as her parents, couldn't resist her cuteness let alone the others. Her parents' immortal genes, more specifically Rob's genes that don't die, caused her to acquire an incredible amount of vitality, which affected her appearance and made her look like a cute flower that had not yet bloomed. Well, since we're staying in O'Hara, that means we need our big house now, right? You're right, we can't let Sora and the others live in the art store all the time. It's time to create a big house for our big family. Alvia was more accepting of this idea, a big house, for their big family. This was the second stage of Rob's plan to get his harem in action, but Alvia didn't know her husband's disgraceful thoughts. If she has known that, she would have blown his ass off with her shotgun on the spot. The next morning, the residents of Knowledge Village were surprised by the appearance of a large house. No, this was a palace, not just a house. The palace layout seemed inferior to an art store but higher than any other palace they had seen before. The palace took a large area of its own, relatively far from the village buildings. Rob chose this place and bought an entire palace with his furniture from the system shop. Of course, his system shop was selling the buildings too. The palace alone cost him 150 million art points, but Rob didn't care. This palace with a silver view was worth it. A 2-floors palace, it had everything, has 10 rooms on each floor. Each room can be compared to a luxury room in a 5-star hotel. Each room can be considered as a house in itself because it contains a modern bathroom, kitchen, office, library, and a spacious room like a bedroom. The furnishings were first class also. The moment Alvia saw the luxurious palace, she liked it. She didn't even wonder where he got this from. After all, her husband could bring even an art store out of nowhere that was even more awesome than this palace. Rob left the matter of housing their new home to his wife and got back to work. Today was a little special because it was the day of the update for the Bleach manga that has started to become popular lately. Since he had finished drawing quite a few volumes, his work was only to fill the shelves with them, which didn't take him much time. Soon he finished it and went back to his beloved baby girl Robin. His work was very easy, so he was more than happy to accompany his daughter who seemed to love his side more than her mother's side. And the proof is that she becomes more enthusiastic in his hands. Just like now, her cute face was laughing happily while she watched her father make as funny faces as possible. The time of day he spent with his baby girl was truly the most precious thing he had. Even if he didn't manage to get a harem as he dreamed, he would be satisfied as long as he could see his baby girls laugh every day. This was the day of the new Bleach folder update. For this, of course, there will be loyal fans who are eagerly awaiting this. In Mary Geos, for example, who doesn't know that celestial dragons have been asking strange things from their servants lately. Things like, make me dress like Godei 13 commanders, or, I want to look like Yoruichi Shihoin. There are even the most extreme who request to get Zanpakuto Ichigo, or Rinji, and many others. This was the reason why the celestial dragon servants and guards had been tired lately. They were suffering more than slaves. Well, they could certainly make clothes similar to Bleach characters, but where would they get Zanpakuto from? If it really existed in this world, it would be considered a priceless treasure and would cause a world war to obtain it. Where would they come up with something so fancy? This just shows how much these mentally ill people love Bleach manga. The moment the release was announced in Mary Geos, a torrent of celestial dragons and their servants walked inside the art store to get the volume as quickly as possible. Rob was making too much money to count from this art store alone, worth hundreds of millions of berries every week. At this moment, a strange but temporary silence fell over all the art stores. After all, the reading manga needs quiet. No one has the nerve to make a sound. After 30 minutes, enthusiastic voices began to appear again in each store. Of course, the new Bleach volume didn't disappoint this time around. Battle, battle, battle everywhere. This is what the events of this arc, who was really fierce, were like. The excitement of Bleach fans has reached boiling point, due to the many battles this arc contains. Ichigo fight. Rukia fight. Renji fight. Chad fight. Yuria fight. Everyone else got into a fight. Las Noches was in real chaos now because of Ichigo and his comrades. Arrancar and Ajuchas appeared from everywhere as if they were intent on exterminating all the intruders. If the previous arc was disappointing in terms of intense battles, then this arc, unlike it, was saturated with intense fights. The arc itself was called Arrancar, the Fierce Fight Arc. Inside the Judgment Hall of Pangaea Castle, the 5 elders stood near a window that overlooked the front of the art store, watching the commotion below with frosty expressions. They were used to this situation now. It would be strange if they didn't see something like this every weekend. I think Ichigo and Grimjow's fight this time was too strong. Yes, who would have expected Ichigo to cross this obstacle? This Grimjow is a true fighting freak. He even restrained his ally for the sake of his enemy, and in the end, he lost. What a joke. Someone like him cannot be joined into a coherent organization. Here is Aizen's fault. Yes, even someone like Aizen can't be perfect. Would Lord Emu make a petty mistake like that? Impossible. If Lord Emu was that stupid, we wouldn't have obtained our prosperity for such a long period. The 5 elders continued their heated discussion, unaware that someone appeared behind them. She sat on the sofa as she began peeling an orange fruit and eating it without caring what her 5 pampered children were saying. But when she heard them brazenly comparing her to Aizen, her polished brow wrinkled, while her bloody eyes shone with a fierce light. She gently raised her finger and cracked the space below the 5 elders, then opened a bottomless abyss below them. The moment they sensed this, the color disappeared from their faces, and their expression changed to one of terror. All they could see under their feet was the endless darkness. They were suspended in the air by an invisible force as they proceeded to pray to their stars that this invisible force would not disappear, or they would really end up this time. When they were reminded of the reality again, they began to ask forgiveness for what they had said. Just how could they compare their lord to someone else? Just what were they thinking? You are getting more and more interesting with each passing day. Lord Emu, please excuse our stupidity. Yes, Lord Emu, we will not repeat such foolish nonsense. Please don't throw us into the dark universe, we will surely die. The 5 elders knelt before their lord while wiping the sweat still running down their faces. It was the most terrifying experience they had ever had. Lucky for you, I have an order for you. The 5 elders continued their silence. They couldn't interrupt their lord as she wanted to order them. You have 1 month to show the world a manga of world government. I want to see a tough competition between you and Rob-chan. If he doesn't have anyone to compete with, he will lose interest little by little and the quality of his work will decrease. So that this doesn't happen, I want you to enter this new market forcefully. Are my words clear? Understood. Good then. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 113, Manga One Piece pause. The anime enter the global scene. One Piece anime trailer. Chapter 114, a lot of trailers. Chapter 115, Garp and Dragon arriving at Ohara. Showing the first episode of One Piece anime. Chapter 113, Manga One Piece pause. The anime enter the global scene. One Piece anime trailer. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Ohara. My Hawk and Issue closed today's volume with very satisfied expressions. What a feast for the eyes, this really was the best. So, that man with the daughter complex could create such a masterpiece. This is what you can call swordsman battles on a different level. Bleach manga was extremely valuable not only to swordsmen but even to fighters who used their physical strength and haki. Enriching one's combat knowledge, this was the strongest point that Bleach ever possessed. Unlike One Piece, which has a rich story, the world familiar to readers contributed to One Piece being ranked number 1. What do you think of today's volume? This time it was Issue who asked. The volume speaks for itself, do I even need to say anything? There were a lot of great surprises. The best, of course, was the fight of Ichigo against Grimmjow. I didn't expect there to be such enhanced abilities as Kaja negation. Yes, I agree with you. I also liked the battle of Rukia against Arankar number 9, Aranyero Araruri. It is not easy to fight someone who fights you with the face of someone dear to you. My Hawk looked at Rukia, who fainted in the manga after beating her opponent with difficulty, and he said without expression. This teaches a person to be strong in such sensitive situations. The soul needs to be strong, or death will be its companion. Fufufu, these are the excuses of the week. Since she knows that her previous captain is already dead, she allowed herself to take so much damage just because she was too emotional. This is a bad move. Women really are emotional creatures. Everyone who heard this child's words shivered, especially the women. Everyone knows that Daffy is the son of the kind waitress that everyone loves her, matriarch, a brat who loves to make trouble, but when he talks everyone should shut up and listen to his words because he talks like an adult. There was no doubt that his intelligence was off the rules when compared to his age. Even his little brother Rosinante was embarrassed. Brother, I think Rukia-chan fought well. There is no trick if she was a little sentimental. Her opponent was the vile person. Rosinante, since you are my little brother, I will give you one piece of advice to follow in the future. This world is corrupt. All worlds are corrupt. Wherever there are humans and semi-humans there will be corruption. If you don't keep up with their corruption, you will be easily corrupted. This time even My Hawk, who was indifferent to the children's words, narrowed his eyes when he heard that. No doubt his opponent Rob was too brave to raise such a vicious child. My Hawk takes Rob, his opponent, seriously. Face with tears of joy. On the high seas, in a quiet area, where there was no wind, was this the calm belt, there was an extremely large prison, the only official prison in the world that was widely known. Deep Seas Prison. Impel Down. The place that contains all kinds of bad and unlucky people in the world. A place is widely known as hell. No one would ever wish to see it in their entire life. The screams of the prisoners resounded almost at every moment, but at this moment no scream was louder than that of young Shiryu. Boom. 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 Magellan. You bastard. Open the toilet door now. Give me the folder now or I'll cut the door. Magellan, who was inside the toilet, his expression turned uncomfortable when he heard that. After he was enjoying his time defecating and reading his favorite manga, this was his best time of the week. Just why is that bastard Shiryu always trying to disrupt his happy mood? I'll finish soon. Will finish soon. Okay, you have 5 minutes. Magellan and Shiryu were 17 years old. They had spent their training period together under the world government, and graduated with full marks together. They were recognized talents under the monster rank. Their future was bright. They will be chosen to lead Impel Down in the future for sure. They were now security officers at Impel Down. After 30 minutes, Magellan partially opened the toilet door and threw a Bleach manga book through it. It's really fun. Right after he threw it, he quickly pulled his hand out, fearing that crazy bastard Shiryu would cut it. What the hell is that smell? How can I hold this in my hand? Damn you, Magellan, I swear I'll cut your poison ass off one day. Magellan went back to defecating comfortably without caring for Shiryu's screams. He was used to it after all. How many times has this happened? Oh, yeah, since manga volumes started leaking from Mary Geos, that's been their only entertainment. Everyone has been reading the manga. Be it a warden chief, an officer, or even an ordinary jailer. The problem, however, is that the quantities leaking to Impel Down are limited compared to what is being leaked to Marineford. Shiryu pressed fury in his heart and carefully watched his surroundings. Seeing that no one had seen him, he grabbed the book and walked away. The volume is under the title, Arankar, The Fierce Fight Arc. Since what's leaking isn't the original book sold by the art store, that can't be leaked, because it's back to its owner the further away it gets. A/N1, If the original folder is kept in a specific place by its owner, it will remain in it even if the owner moves away, but the feature is activated in case it was stolen without the knowledge of the owner. A/N2, original books can be returned to the art store for a small amount of money. After Shiryu finished reading Bleach's new volume, he felt his blood boil. This arc was fun and useful for a swordsman like him. Just as he expected, he could strengthen his sword skill every time he read the Bleach manga. Arg. Disgusting. Shiryu threw the book away right after he finished reading it. A week later, an advertisement appeared from all the art stores that made everyone who heard it turn pale. One Piece manga will stop releasing any chapters for a year. What is the meaning of this? This means that the author wants to declare war against them, who were just poor readers. All the islands that had an art store on their territory were shaken by this news. In West Blue, O'Hara Island, Frisia Island, Elysia Island, Ballywood Island, Kano Island. In South Blue, Baitrilla Island, Sorbet Island, Torino Island, Karate Island. In East Blue, Konomi Islands, Dawn Island, Gecko Archipelago, Polestar Islands, Shimatsuki Village, Oikeat Island. In North Blue, Flevence Island, Lunville Island, Jerma Island, Fallen Noble Island, Coon Village. In the first part of the Grand Line, Little Garden Island, Drum Island, Sandy Island, Amazon Lily Island, Skypea Island, Holy Land of Mary Geos. In the second part of the Grand Line, Wano Country, Ring Hell Island, Flying Island Merville, Whole Cake Island. All of these places have at least one art store. And that's why its residents were most affected by the One Piece manga being out of update for an entire year. It was like the end of the world for them. How are they going to live without One Piece for a whole year? They were in a very impressive stage of events blazing in the middle of an arc that was split into two parts. How can the author do that to them? The Celestial Dragons were so angry that they demanded to send the Admiral to force Rob to continue creating One Piece for them. World Queen, Imu-sama, was not satisfied. It happened exactly what she expected, but it was much faster. Is the only person who made her feel interested, going to lose this bet now and exhaust all his possibilities. Big Mom was even angrier to the point of getting into a fit of rage. She will definitely R*P Rob the next time she sees him. Kong and Sengoku sighed even though they felt a little bitter. The five elders felt conflicted. Although this was a good opportunity for them to enter the new market forcefully, they still wanted to read more of One Piece. The inhabitants of Alabasta, including King Cobra, were saddened. The arc was talking about their kingdom. Just why were they so unlucky this time? Only when their turn came the manga update was stopped. Garp decided to visit Rob and kick his ass over and over to bring the manga back to update. Garp and Dragon have been in trouble lately because of the manga, so they had to stay low. Dragon's reputation has taken big damage, with rumors circulating in Marineford recently that Dragon wants to rebel. But that doesn't mean they don't want to read the manga. They haven't yet found out more facts about their new future son Ace. While the world was sad and angry, the art store released a second announcement that got everyone a breath of cold air. The art store has released an official trailer for the One Piece anime. The trailer covers the events that the manga has covered so far in the pirate world. On all islands with an art store, the beacon in the sky has been transformed into a large-scale holographic display that everyone on the island can see. A trailer was shown containing 3 minutes of fast-paced action, from Luffy exiting the barrel and encountering Alvida, to Ace blowing up the Baroque Works ships, Billions, with the Flame Fist. The trailer also contains a very awesome suspense song, which made the listener's blood boil. The first opening song for the anime, We Are. The trailer that Rob made was perfect. The anime was so perfect that everyone was dumbfounded. After the long silence, cheers rang out on every island. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 114, a lot of trailers. Chapter 115, Garp and Dragon arriving at O'Hara. Showing the first episode of One Piece anime. Chapter 116, the frustration of manga paws shrink. The first episode of the Naruto anime. Chapter 114, a lot of trailers. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Since the appearance of the holographic display above the art stores scattered all over the world, it hasn't disappeared as many expected, but it has remained permanently the same. It was announced that the addition of live shows, cinema, as an elevation of the market to the next level, anime series will be officially shown from now on. The live viewing via the art store beacon's official screen will be free of charge, but it's a one-time offer only. Only the lucky ones on the lands of the islands that contain the art store can enjoy this transaction. But for people who were not lucky to watch the free show, they can rewatch their favorite shows in the new cinema, which is set up as a new default art store modification in the new live shows section. Now, instead of 3 sections, the art store has 4 sections permanently. Since Rob was someone with a big heart, he made a big modification too. From now on, any anime shown in the art store will be 2 episodes in one. That means the size of the episode will be 46 minutes instead of 23 minutes. This modification was to speed up his steps in the world of anime and make him sweep views across the world so that he doesn't accept competition. The price of watching one episode of any anime is 500 berry. It was half cheaper than a manga volume, but a bunch of episodes accumulated would bring him a lot of money. After all, not everyone would be able to watch his favorite anime on the live show. Isn't it? The trailer of One Piece wasn't the only one shown. In the days that followed, Rob blew fans' minds with 3 more trailers. The first was the Naruto anime trailer. It included a written summary of the story of the first part of Naruto, which talks about saving the 4th Hokage of Konoha Hidden Village from the attack of the legendary Ninetales fox and sealing it inside his newborn, who was born on the same night, sacrificing his life in this heroic act, also that his son could have a happy life because of his sacrifice, but the exact opposite happened and the kindness was returned to hate for his child. The trailer was 3 minutes long and contained quick moments of the appearance of Kyuubi, the 4th Hokage, and the 3rd Hokage, as well as the horrific chaos in Konoha Hidden Village, and then moved straight to the events of Team 7 and the appearance of Kakashi-sensei. The events were in quick succession. All this was accompanied by Naruto's famous sad OST, Sadness and Sorrow. When the trailer was presented in this way, it was very well received by the people. It seemed like a big show with a very big dramatic story, so it started to get a lot of attention even before it was shown. What caught the audience's attention is that this is a new world. Yes, it was a new world. After their world One Piece. And the world of Bleach. The world of Naruto came to be the 3rd world to appear in this world. Even before the premiere of the first episode of Naruto is already starting to get its own fandom. That's because the sad OST, Sadness and Sorrow, stirred up the feelings buried in people's hearts, literally, bringing sweet and bitter feelings to everyone who heard it. They didn't even know yet that this was the world of true ninjas. The next day, the trailer for the Hunter x Hunter anime came. It was a familiar world with standards of another modern world. When people saw this trailer they subconsciously associated it with the manga of Bleach. There are even those who believe that Bleach manga got an anime like One Piece manga. However, they were wrong this time, because after seeing the trailer of Hunter x Hunter it turned out that it had nothing to do with Bleach. It was a new world. The trailer of the anime included a written summary of the events, telling the story of a boy named Gon. As the protagonist, Gon sets out from his small island to search for his father, who was a legendary hunter, and in this journey, he goes to become a hunter too. He enters the hunter exam in which only the distinguished wins. There he meets 3 main characters who will be his friends on this journey. They are Killua, Kurapika, and Leorio. The action of the trailer was so fast that it showed a small part of the iceberg. This was accompanied by the famous opening song, Departure. Once again the world entered a burning excitement. This was a new anime with no less high standards than One Piece and Naruto. Rob and his family were in the upper courtyard of their new palace watching the new trailer. Since the emergence of the new genre called anime series, Alvia, Toki, and others have not stopped asking Rob about it. But Rob didn't bother with answering them. They'll see everything later. He didn't make the sacrifice to pause the One Piece manga without precautions. This sacrifice was necessary to prepare a platform for the anime's entry into the scene, as well as delaying trouble for a while. Seeing the fuss about the trailer shows in the past days, Rob was satisfied. That kind of reaction was just what he wanted. Although everyone was still frustrated with the stop manga decision, that frustration began to wane as a bit of the real deal emerged, anime series. He prepared everything a long time ago, just for that kind of effect. Plus, he wasn't just doing it for the world, but for himself and for his family too. This world that was without entertainment, was boring to an immortal like him. If he didn't bring the rich entertainment from his previous world to here, his life wouldn't be good. The experience of his former world in the field of entertainment will cause this dead world in this field to come back to life. Talents will appear and develop with time, and perhaps Rob and his family, which will only grow with time. They will witness the emergence of new anime and manga made by the people of this world. Why not? That was exactly what Rob want. Rob would be the same spark that starts this world of culture. And of course, he will be the only one who dominates this market, although he welcomes competitors, but no one is qualified enough to compete with him. The next day, as many people expected, the 4th trailer appears. Series anime Attack on Titan trailer. This time, it didn't look as gentle and fun as before, but an age rating was set for this anime. Before the start of the trailer, a warning with a +12 sign appeared. For children under 12 years old, the series anime will have severe psychological consequences for them, so it's better not to watch this show. This only makes the questions about it more intense. The world of pirates was not like the world of Earth. It was a world where wars broke out every day, pirates attacked people every day, thousands of people died every day. It was a world of iron and blood. Rob knew that seeing titans devour humans most brutally might not have much effect, but it would undoubtedly scare the shit from the kids. Since he was brought into this world, he was responsible for correcting the values of this world and reducing the damage of evil. Curing the world with his art was Rob's first long-term plan, so this guiding sign will become like balancing things in the future. Rob doesn't want immediate change, it's not reasonable, he wanted to introduce a culture of restraint little by little. Since the Divine Store owner warned them that this new show was bad for children under 12, most of the people heeded his advice and closed their children's eyes. Olvia closed little Robin's big eyes, which were reflecting the lights of the holographic screen hanging above the art store. She is 3 weeks old now. The moment little Robin couldn't see anything, she started crying, which instantly made Rob's ears tremble. Who made my daughter cry? Ah. Olvia, why are you closing the baby girl's eyes? Yash Yash, don't cry, Daddy is here, Daddy is here. Immediately after he took her from her mother's arms, she stopped crying, then showed a peaceful expression and went back to watch the 3D show. Olvia looked at this and was speechless. Didn't you say that children under 12 can't watch your new show? Oh, sweetheart, you don't have to be so adamant, she hasn't even finished her first month yet, what could she possibly understand? Olvia. Toki. Rouge. Sora. Belmere. Matriarch. A group of women looked at him with speechless expressions, just why was this man always finding a way out for his daughter? They have long lost hope in the man and his daughter. Rob was ridiculously pampering his daughter, he was like a soldier defending his daughter's rights almost every moment. Even before little Robin started demanding her mother's breasts for milk, Rob was anticipating the future and pulled his wife's breasts out from under her clothes and put it in little Robin's mouth 5 seconds before she screamed for food. These events made everyone unable to do anything. More cheers filled every island with an art store after the end of the new trailer of the Attack on Titan anime series. Like its predecessors, the Attack on Titan story summary appears before delving into some fast-paced action. 100 years ago, the human race was on the verge of extinction due to the attack of creatures like humans, but they are very large, reaching 15 meters or more in length and called titans. These creatures have no goal but to eat humans. Not for lunch, but just to eat them. A small percentage of humans survived and took refuge in the middle of a very large wall, 50 meters long. From that time, humans lived in false security within the walls that titans couldn't cross, but after 100 years the nightmare of titans came back to knock on the doors of humanity with force, announcing the arrival of the day of resurrection. Eren, Mikasa, and Armin, the protagonists of this story, are forced to live in an era where the extinction of humanity is very near. Or is this really what's happening? After the summary, rapid events began showing the Survey Corps fighting titans, and titans devouring humans with fun expressions, making the residents of the One Piece world shiver. Even the most courageous people were afraid of these scenes, only now they understood why this show was marked with +12. This was scary as hell. But there were lunatics in the pirate world who felt that this was exactly the kind of show they preferred, that was exactly what could stimulate their enjoyment. The trailer was accompanied by the sad OST, I Water. The popularity of this trailer has reached the same level as Naruto and One Piece. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 115, Garp and Dragon arriving at Ohara. Showing the first episode of One Piece anime. Chapter 116, The frustration of manga paws shrink. The first episode of the Naruto anime. Chapter 117, The frustration shrinks again. The first episode of Hunter x Hunter. Blackstar_BH note. Hello dear friends, I hope you enjoyed today's chapter. There are about 2,000 words, so don't tell me it's short, okay? We finished the week in 7th place. We're 2 places back from last week. It's good even though the book didn't break the 3K barrier, but it was pretty close, less than 100 stone to get there, unfortunately. The important thing is you all didn't disappoint me this week either. Thank you all for your support. This week the quality of the chapters will be much higher than last week, get ready for it. As for the timing of the update, it will remain, as usual, 1 chapter each day at 11 GMT, except for Sunday 17 GMT, plus 1 additional chapter per week. I will also try to increase the classes in P at Trian to Diamond level. 20 chapters. That's all, thank you. Chapter 115, Garp and Dragon arriving at Ohara. Showing the first episode of One Piece anime. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. A few days after the trailer's launch event that sparked a global uproar, a dog-headed warship stood in the port of Ohara Island and 4 people disembarked from it. Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. Navy Captain Monkey D. Dragon. Vice Admiral Tsuru. Navy Lieutenant Gion. The group of 4 people dressed outfit of high-ranking Marines was walking side by side. Everyone who saw them unconsciously gave way for them. You haven't told us yet what brought you here, Tsuru-chan. Garp looked at the black-haired woman. 48-year-old Tsuru was already losing signs of her youth, but she was still a beautiful mature woman. 18-year-old Gion was following her closely from behind. It was as if she was hiding in her shadow. Tsuru glanced at Garp before answering. I have something to settle with that man you came looking for. Oh. Is it about your little sister? I heard he caused some heart devils for her with just a look, that's all the more reason to kick his butt today. There's no need for that, I'll handle him myself. I am so excited, today is the premiere of One Piece anime. What's there to get excited about, man, the manga was better. But the anime series is different from the manga, there will be sounds and movements. That will be more realistic and interesting. Yeah, but even so, I can't really get excited, I'm still frustrated with the author's decision to put the manga on hold for a year. Conversations like this entered the GARP group's ears, sparking their interest. Today? Anime One Piece. What is this, isn't One Piece stopped for a year right now? Sound and picture. Isn't this a video? Is Sky Sword planning to turn the manga into a video series? Dragon was especially sharp because he could easily interpret what he had heard. Is that even possible? How would he do that? Garp stuffed some donuts into his mouth while wondering about the subject. I don't know, but I don't rule anything out, I think he has the potential to do something outside of our imaginations. But for him to accidentally get people into trouble without asking their permission, that's not acceptable. No matter how thick the dragon's skin was, he still couldn't swallow the trouble the manga had caused to him. He already had rebellious ideas, but that doesn't mean it's the right time for that, but the manga came and scattered all his papers, and because of that, now, he was on the radar of the world government intensely. If not for his father, he would have been arrested a long time ago, because of that he had to cancel his rebellious ideas for the time being and patiently wait for the right time. But that doesn't mean that he will make things calm down with the cause of his problems. He had to resolve this issue, whether by force or a truce. He was really happy with the decision to pause the manga for a year, at least he would rest for a year not to think of another trouble that might fall on his head. I didn't expect that so many big shots would come to visit me in my humble home. Please help yourselves, or just think I didn't say anything. Garp was stuffing the sweets on the table into his mouth without caring about Rob's routine words before saying. Your humble home. This is a humble home you say. Then this old man's home is not even worth a fart. Well, what brings you all here? I suppose the famous marine hero is too busy to pay a special visit for me. I'm not busy at all. You already know what we've come for it, so don't try to play the fool in front of me you brat. Here is my son, Dragon, the same person you framed. What a dilemma. Rob thought inwardly, but his face was showing his usual smile. What do you mean by framing your son, Vice Admiral Garp? It's just like I said. Don't try to play the fool in front of me. Well, what if I framed your son, what would you do? Garp's brutal aura trying to pressure Rob hardly had no effect, its only effect being that it made Rob angry. It wasn't just Garp who was baffled by Rob's response but everyone felt amazement. This guy has the guts to say it. Tsuru looked at Rob and said disdainfully. Kid, you don't know what you're doing, don't think that just because you have a hand in the world government that means no one can put you to your place. Rob was amazed by the words of this old woman. A hand in world government. What do you mean by that? And what do you have against me too? I suppose Garp and his son have problems with me, but what about you and that girl next to you? Because of you my little sister is no longer as ambitious as she was usual, you affected her spirit severely, you obviously used an unknown method to attack her spirit in Little Garden, the sword intent that she had painstakingly mastered completely shattered and she couldn't longer muster any strength into her sword now, it's all thanks to you. I didn't attack anyone in Little Garden, you better not accuse me indiscriminately, what is my fault if her will is weak? Whoever has no will is better not to carry a sword. Guion squeezed her hand so hard that blood started to fall. Who said I don't have a will? Those devastating words from her fearsome enemy seemed like the motivation she needed to get past this matter that had been holding her back recently. Because her scream carried with it a kind of strength that she had been missing all this time. Tsuru was satisfied with this scream that removed all her little sister's frustrations. She even looked at Rob with gratitude in the exact opposite of the situation a minute ago, she knew this man had said it on purpose to stimulate her inner anger to overcome her fear of him. So, you need maintain that will, you will need it if you want to excel in carrying the sword. Guion took out her famous sword from its sheath and pointed at him before saying. Someday. I will surpass you. Well, that's good, I'll be looking forward to that day with pleasure. Guion was the second swordsman to challenge him after Mihawk. After Guion's issue is settled, Rob turns back to Garp and his son. These two people were a pain in the ass. What can I do for you? I really didn't intend to frame anyone, I only drew what I saw fit. I can forget about this matter if you tell me one thing. What is it? If I can, I will gladly tell you. Tell me, who is Luffy's mother? Rob's face turned pale when he heard that, the hell? How is he supposed to know that? Nobody knows it except for the original author, who is in his previous world. Even Dragon, who had been silently observing Rob since their meeting, he was interested in knowing the answer to his father's question, even though he put up a fake front that he wasn't interested in. Both Tsuru and Guion were amused hearing that. This was very interesting. Brat. Why do you look upset? Garp didn't like Rob's expression at this moment. I can't tell you that, it goes against my principles as an author. Damn your principles as an author. Okay, don't get angry and let me finish my words first, Garp-san. Although I cannot tell you that directly, I can give you a helpful hint. Okay, speak up. Garp seemed unsatisfied, but he still wanted to know what kind of hint this was. Look for crocodile, if it's female, it must be Luffy's mother, if it's male, just forget what I said. Crocodile. Which crocodile? You. Are you insulting my manhood now that you've wiped my reputation off on the ground? I won't allow you any more. At this moment, Dragon exploded in anger. How could he not know who Crocodile was? Apparently, that's Shichibukai who trying to take over Alabasta in the manga. How could that guy be his wife and Luffy's mother? Isn't that just insulting him? Rob. Garp. Tsuru. Gion. Well, there is a man who can change the genders in your future revolutionary army, so. I'm sorry, just consider me I didn't say anything. F*CKU. Dragon was really angry. On the balcony at Rob's palace, Rob and his navy guest sat down, after he invited them to watch the premiere of the One Piece series. As the countdown continued to dip towards zero, the atmosphere in O'Hara became deathly silent, only the sound of a light wind resounding from time to time. This big screen above your store looks so ethereal, not even the Den Den Mushi of video can make such an amazing sight that everyone on a big island can see. That's really amazing. Even Dragon nodded in affirmation at his father's words. At this moment, the atmosphere was quiet in Mary Geos and on the Skypiea, and in Wano Kuni, and everywhere there is an art store. The familiar opening introduction began to play on the display in ultra-high definition. Wealth, fame, power. The man who owned everything in the world, the Pirate King Gold Roger. His last words he said, has sent people to the seas. My treasure. If you want it, you can have it. Find it. I left everything in that place. Garp sprinkled the tea he hadn't yet swallowed in shock. The hell, that was Roger's voice, it was exactly the same as his voice. Even Tsuru's eyes narrowed at this amazing scene. She had heard Roger's voice before, so she definitely can't get it wrong, that was the real Roger's voice. Elsewhere, Rouge's delicate body trembled before a small tear fell from her eye as if it was a natural response to something so familiar she was feeling nostalgic for. Dear Roger. In the scene of the introduction, many ships appeared, which launched their sails and began sailing in the vast sea. And the narrator was still talking. So men head for the Grand Line in pursuit of their dreams. The world has truly entered a great pirate era. This introduction made the blood of all who watched it boil for an unknown reason. Immediately after that, the famous song, We Are, began. Musical notes were going to gather up all our dreams musical score. Musical notes and set out in search of something to find musical score. Musical score One Piece, musical score. Musical notes compasses only cause delays musical note. Musical notes delirious with fever, I take the helm musical note. Musical notes if the dusty treasure map has been verified, it's not a legend, musical notes. Musical notes when it comes to personal storms, musical score. Musical notes simply ride aboard someone else's biorhythm musical score. Musical notes and pretend it isn't there, musical score. Musical notes we're going to gather up all our dreams musical score. Musical notes and set out in search of something to find musical score. Musical notes a coin in my pocket, and do you want to be my friend, musical note. Musical notes we are musical notes. Musical notes we are on the cruise, musical notes. Musical notes we are, musical notes. After the end of the opening song, and the official beginning of the episode, viewers finally came out of temporary stupor because of the awesomeness of the song, which left everyone who heard it goosebumps. It was the same original opening with the original scenes it contained, but the quality of the presentation was different. Rob did everything he could to improve the old drawing in his memory and make it look more modern. Combined with the display quality, which is no different from 4K, the display has become even more amazing. The first episode began with the appearance of a cruise ship. Two men working on its board pulled a heavy barrel that was floating in the sea that thrown by a frightening whirlpool. Silence fell again, and everyone lived with the events in death. As the show went on, the silence was getting heavier. Whoever was busy with something, left it for later. Normal life on many islands that contained an art store was delayed for more than 40 minutes. The people who enjoyed the show the most were those who hadn't read the manga before, but even those who read the manga enjoying by the show. Seeing Luffy sending Alvida to fly with a punch, all that in sound and picture. Not the same as seeing it in the manga. Seeing Luffy fend off bullets with his rubber body while laughing so hard and saying, it doesn't work against me. Not the same as seeing him in the manga either. It was more lively than it was in the manga. By the end of the first episode, viewers felt sorry for not having more episodes. The anime was really cool. Now, everyone is getting excited to see the other upcoming anime. Naruto. Hunter x Hunter. Attack on Titan. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 116, The Frustration of Manga Paws Shrink. The first episode of the Naruto anime. Chapter 117, The Frustration Shrinks Again. The first episode of Hunter x Hunter. Chapter 118, Attack on Titan is about to enter. Roger Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates in Ring Hell. Chapter 116, The Frustration of Manga Paws Shrink. The first episode of the Naruto anime. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. The New World, Wano Kuni. Wano was a very large country and consisted of many provinces, yet everyone from all parts of Wano could see the show very well as if it was very close, of course, all that in their imagination, but in reality, it was very far because its real location was in Kuri, it's the westernmost point of Wano. This was an advantage that the art store had. Through the art store's beacon the viewer could easily be deceived into thinking that what he was seeing was close to him. The trick that catches the interest of anyone who has entered an island that contains an art store belongs to the same category. Since Wano is so big, that means many people haven't read the manga yet, even people from the flower capital haven't been able to. After all, the province of Kuri was very far away, so only a lucky minority were able to go to Kuri to enjoy the manga. But the arrival of the anime was an unimaginable surprise for these people. Yesterday, the famous anime, One Piece was shown. This anime was talking about the outside world, so it had a special effect on the people of Wano who had never come out of Wano before. Even people who read manga in Kuri were happy with the arrival of the anime, no matter if they knew about future events or not. Watching the anime of One Piece was more fun than reading the manga. That's why the conversations all over Wano were only about One Piece, with one episode, One Piece's reputation shattering the earth and skyrocketing. Rob's system has also finally leveled up and reached the coveted level 10. What are you doing here, Reizo? Why haven't you gone on your mission yet? Kinemon stood beside Reizo with an angry look. Reizo had cut down a tree and made a chair out of it, and patted the seat, and sat like a king, not forgetting to bring his drinks and the popcorn he had bought at the art store. As if he was sitting in the cinema, he didn't even care to answer Kinemon, his eyes were focused on the still blank screen impatiently waiting for the new show to start. Kinemon felt anger rising within him. Just why is this bastard causing them trouble? Why is he sitting comfortably here while the others are working? Kinemon. I've already done the mission, why are you so annoying? I'm waiting for my favorite show as you know. Huh. Finished it. Impossible, Deguzaru. Wasn't your mission to deliver the prisoner to Udon? How the hell you do that with this quickly? Don't underestimate the ninja. As he said that, he no longer cared about Kinemon and returned to focus on the big screen. In a nearby cave, the prisoner that Kinemon spoke of was handcuffed and was placed in a corner while trying to scream for help, but unfortunately, his mouth was so gagged that he couldn't make any sound. The reason for Reizo's enthusiasm was the awaited anime he was talking about. It was going to air today. Naruto anime. Ever since Reizo watched the trailer for this anime, he felt that this was what he wanted to watch. Even One Piece wasn't attracted him as much as Naruto, Hunter hasn't attracted him as Naruto, and Attack on Titan wasn't attracted him as Naruto. For some reason, he felt familiar with this show. It was long overdue and eventually, the display lit up again and a countdown timer appeared to tell viewers to get ready. When the show begins, no sound will echo into the sound of the show. Even if one doesn't want to watch, one will have to watch, because there is no room for not watching. The screen was really killer. Unless you leave the island you will have to watch. By the end of the countdown, everyone's eyes were focused on the display. Since yesterday's episode of One Piece anime was of a high standard, expectations for the Naruto anime were higher. Naruto has no manga, this means that no one knows what is and what is to come, so they just have to watch it and judge it. If it is good or bad, it will be shown in the first episode. In the show, the moon appeared in the night sky and right after that a scary beast with 9 tails appeared. Just his appearance made the viewer shiver, his size was just too huge. The narrator's voice started to speak right after that, it was like the voice of an old man. A long time ago, a huge demonic fox appeared, it had 9 tails, with one twist of its tail, it could destroy mountains and create mighty waves. Delay him until the 4th Hokage arrives. We can no longer. Then one of the ninjas risked his life to seal the fox, he was called the 4th Hokage. Immediately after the intro ended, the opening song started playing, rocks followed by the appearance of Naruto, the protagonist of the story, causing trouble by daubing the Hokage's faces with paint. The appearance of the demonic fox drew everyone to focus intensely on the events, so everyone was enjoying the interaction of Naruto and his teacher Iruka-sensei. BFT. Ha 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 ha. This is funny. Ha 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 ha. This kid Naruto is definitely troublesome. What a fun kid. Could he be the protagonist of this world? Even a protagonist can fail the graduation exams. Ha 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 ha. What? Wait. Did they just say, ninja? Nin. Ninja. They are implementing transformation technique. I hadn't noticed that before, but, is this a ninja world? The sounds of laughter and astonishment were heard everywhere after Naruto implemented the seduction technique, causing a nosebleed for Irika-sensei, but this caused an astonishing collective realization: this world was supernatural too. A world where ninja techniques can be used. Wano was in a special frenzy because Wano is the ninja country of this world. Reizo's breathing was getting rougher as the episode progressed, the popcorn was tossed away, he could no longer bear to bother himself chewing not to miss a single moment. It was for this reason that he felt familiar with this anime. It wasn't just him. In the Flower Capital, the Proshogun Ninja Squad led by Fukurokujo gathered to watch the new anime. Their eyes were wide in shock. Just seeing divine techniques that they wouldn't be able to do in this life being performed by a group of kids made them feel very embarrassed. How do they deserve the title of ninja anyway? The action of the episode continued to progress, as Naruto lost in the graduation exam and sat with a blank expression on the seesaw, causing viewers to want to cry. Seeing the scene of two adults mocking Naruto, who was the only one to fail the exam, the viewers felt their hearts turned cold. They didn't know why those people hated the kind kid, Naruto. There was even a group of celestial dragons who started cursing at the women who spoke ill of Naruto. As the episode continued, the story began to become clear. Because of Mizuki's plan, Naruto stole the forbidden scroll and mastered one technique of it. Then Irika-sensei appeared, and then the first villain, Mizuki, who was after the scroll. The drama between Naruto and Irika caused the faint-hearted to cry very quickly, but even the toughest could feel their eyes going misty. The sad story of Naruto combined with the sad Ost can move mountains, not to mention the feelings of humans. The pirate world was full of orphan children without fathers, but that didn't mean that these people couldn't be moved for this reason alone. Sigh. If Naruto turns out to be the demonic fox, oh my god. Are you an idiot? The synopsis of the story said that the demonic fox had been sealed in the fourth Hokage's child. Ah. So, isn't Naruto that child? Oh, my god. I've understood the synopsis just now because of this episode. Finally, the episode reached an exciting moment that made everyone scream with enthusiasm. Naruto had shown up a legendary technique that made everyone take a breath of cold air. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He saved his teacher by easily defeating Mizuki with this skill. And he got the qualification to be a real ninja. The episode didn't end here as it was supposed to. The shape of the village with 4 heads carved into the mountains had a wonderful visual effect, which everyone who saw it admired. This was a ninja world. Just thinking about this made everyone excited to see how ninjas fight. Even the 5 elders were betrayed by their excited expressions. They didn't even show such exciting expressions in yesterday's One Piece episode. Naruto's rejected image caused yet another fit of laughter that extended to all corners of the earth, the fits of laughter only rising when the seduction jutsu appeared again that affected even on the Hokage, the highest authority in the village. This comedy even rivaled One Piece. The entry of the third Hokage's grandson, Konohamaru, who had fallen on his own, only caused more comedy. Just why are the kids of this world so troublesome? From the conversations of Naruto and his new student Konohamaru, the viewers learned about chakra, which was the dominant energy in the ninja world. The masters of the pirate world immediately associated it with Haki, and the Wano people associated it with Ryu, who was the same as Haki. The energy of the body was extracted from the cells. This was the chakra. Mixing it with the spiritual power would lead to mastery of ninjutsu. Haki was almost the same because it depends on stamina, but its basis is willpower, that is, spiritual power. But this world lacks chakra despite the presence of spiritual power. Female transformation rehearsals and Konohamaru's failed attempts made the atmosphere more comedic. Viewers laughed to tears. This was a really exciting show. From drama to comedy, everything was wonderfully balanced. After hearing the story of Naruto from the mouth of the third Hokage again, Reizo wiped his teary eyes again, about the fourth Hokage's seal of the Kyuubi in Naruto, who was just a newborn at the time, and about the cold and despicable looks that the civilians and their children gave to Naruto. This kind of treatment was very frightening. If Naruto didn't turn to the path of evil because of them, that was truly unimaginable. Above Pangaea Castle, Imu-sama was watching the first episode of the Naruto anime with a very satisfied expression. When she saw how Naruto defeated Konohamaru teacher with the harem jutsu technique, she felt a tickle for the first time. This was really a dangerous technique for men. This new anime was a bit perverted. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 117, The Frustration Shrinks Again. The first episode of Hunter x Hunter. Chapter 118, Attack on Titan is about to enter. Roger Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates in Ring Hell Island. Chapter 119, Attack on Titan first episode. Come on, where are your stones? Chapter 117, The Frustration Shrinks Again. The first episode of Hunter x Hunter. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Ohara. Naruto. What an interesting story. Yes, I think it would be good to watch it from now on. Father and son both looked at each other and saw the appreciation in each other's eyes. Gion stealthily wiped her eyes. Her eyes were already teary. Every time Naruto's sad drama started, she was subconsciously affected by it. Her personality now, in her adolescence, was a far cry from her personality in her mature nature in the future. Tsuru shook her head seeing that but didn't say anything. Even she was moved by Naruto's story, let alone Gion. She wasn't the type to deny liking something good and worthy of it, but as a high-ranking navy, she couldn't admit the works of the pirates. She wasn't as thick-skinned as Garp and his son. Garp looked toward the already darkened screen and felt unwilling. How can this be leaked from Mary Geos? It's a weekly show, but how are we going to watch it every week? Dragon thought for a moment before saying. Maybe it will be leaked by Den Den Mushi for filming. Why did you create a sad story like this? What's the point of making a child an orphan? As if that wasn't enough, you made the people give him cold hate looks. Didn't you feel pity for the child? Rob, who was holding little Robin in his arms and playing with her happily, thought for a while before saying. Because this kind of story depends on the suffering of its protagonists to become meaningful. Alvia was confused by her husband's answer. When he noticed that she didn't understand, he added. In the ninja world, everyone will suffer the same. Naruto's life may be difficult at its beginning, but it will get better with time. But some they have an opposite life of Naruto life. You have to watch the story to understand everything. This is only the first episode, still there are a huge number of episodes. Alvia wasn't completely convinced by his words. She was completely touched by the sad story of Naruto because his father sacrificed his life to save the village. Doesn't it make sense for his child to gain the approval and love of the civilians? He was the son of a hero, after all, so even if the beast that destroyed the village was sealed in him, that didn't justify their hatred of him. The question now is how will she react to her daughter's past? After all, it wasn't the kid who destroyed the village back then, was it? Don't they know this simple truth? If Alvia can deduce it, how can other viewers not deduce it too? It's just that no one understands why everyone, except Iruka and the third Hokage, treats Naruto in such a cruel way. Well, when the plot unfolds well they will understand at that time. The point is, the Naruto anime got a huge fan base in its premiere. How could not, and it be the #1 eternal rival of One Piece anime? Rob didn't choose his anime randomly. All he chose, in the beginning, is a real masterpiece that will make the viewer's blood boil since the first episode. One Piece's different approach, with its funny interface, made everyone think that One Piece's story is just a fun adventure story, but the shocks will start when the main character's stories begin to unfold. Everyone who thinks One Piece is just for adventure. They will cry with tears of blood at that time. They will not be ready at all. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, those three were the main characters in the manga. They all showed their painful pasts. But that wasn't everyone who followed the manga like the anime. But when it appears in the anime, it will be a different story. The drama will not be less than that of Naruto at all. The next day. In Mary Geos, the domain of gods was very quiet, with no room for disturbing noises. This is because the display above the art store has lit again. The countdown will start at any time. The new anime will be shown today. Hunter x Hunter. This was the anime about hunters. What kind of hunters? Are they like pirate hunters? If they weren't, what kind of hunter is this show talking about? Everyone was excited to find out. The previous shows, One Piece, and Naruto left them with such high standards that if Hunter isn't as good as the previous ones it's best not to air it. They are used to the best things from the art store, whether manga or anime. The store has been offering them the best among the best, classic works that viewers can enjoy forever. Undoubtedly, One Piece, which has manga and anime, got a lot of likes and credits. It was the most popular of all time, but even other shows like Bleach and Naruto got liked by many, especially Bleach because Naruto still hasn't proven himself in fans' hearts. One episode is not enough. Yesterday, the ninja world caused a huge commotion that is still going on today. So everyone has high expectations for the Hunter's world. What will this show give them? In Wano, Naruto got a lot of veneration that he didn't get anywhere else. The ninja world has become such a paradise that Reizo, Shinobu, and other veteran ninjas wish to enter after death. Wano ninjas have gone crazy by researching the basics of chakra. Yesterday, after the end of the first episode of the show, the country's official ninja guild held an urgent and secret meeting, whose title was Shadow Clone Jutsu. Everyone was trying to master this divine technique. Reizo was also trying to learn. He had finally found a target in the limited ninja path for him. He had to learn the techniques of the ninja world at any cost. It begins. The countdown has begun. One of the ugly celestial dragons screamed. He was so excited that he screamed with all his might that his saliva sprayed everywhere. He wasn't the only one, as many like him screamed with joy when they saw the familiar countdown appear again. What does the countdown mean on the store screen? This means that a new show was coming. The sun rose in the opening song and the song Departure started to warm the fans' hearts. Musical score Daichi wa Fumishimi Kimi wa Mezumatiku, musical score. Musical score Tenchi no Hohimi de Tsuredashite, musical score. Musical score Kataka Demo Hitori Janae SA, musical score. Musical score Umuratekita Kotoni Kanarazu Imiga Aru, musical score. Musical score Yasashiza Ni Mikifureturu, musical score. Musical score Aoi Hoshi Ni Arigato, musical score. Musical notes You Can Smile Again, musical notes. Musical score Taiwabite, musical score. Musical notes You Can Fly Away, musical notes. Musical score Sekai wa Kimi no Kagayaki wa Mataru. Musical score. Musical score Daichi wa Fumishimi Kimi wa Mezamatiku, musical score. Musical score Tenchi no Hohimi de Tsuredashite, musical score. Musical notes You Can Smile Again, musical notes. Musical score Hajime wa Itsudemo Osakunai Sa, musical score. Musical score Nandamo Takiagare, musical score. The opening song continued to play. This was the 2011 version in his previous world produced by Madhouse Studio, but with Rob's professional touch, the show became even more amazing in the eyes of viewers. The scenes featured in the opening song made the expectations of viewers even stronger. This is definitely going to be a great show, and this is what actually happened with the introduction of the episode and the beginning of the narrator speaking. Frightening beasts, wondrous creatures, buried riches, hidden treasures, lands surrounded by evil, and others unknown and untouched by humans. The word unknown carries magic. And some superhuman beings were obliterated between the folds of that magic. These people are known as hunters. Just this introduction made everyone gasp with excitement. Are these hunters? Wow. Kujira Island appeared, and soon there was a scene of Gon, the protagonist of this story, hunting the Lord of the Lake in such a splendid way that the audience applauded. The Lord of the Lake that Gon had caught couldn't even compare to half the size of a 10-meter sea monster, not a sea king. But even so, given Gon's young age, his success in hunting the Lord of the Lake from this size at this age was an achievement that even the children of the pirate world couldn't do. He'd rather be a hunter than his son, isn't that a great job? Gon's words not only made Kito-san dumbfounded but all the viewers in the pirate world were dumbfounded by these words as well. What a strange child. After boarding the ship, viewers discovered that Gon was a navigator by innate. What a powerful innate skill, he could even wonderfully smell an oncoming storm. This was similar to Nami's natural talent. Seeing how these hunter exam candidates were affected by a small storm, the inhabitants of the One Piece world got a tickle. What a farce. If they were in the Grand Line, they would have already died with such a weak spirit. After seeing how the captain managed to steer his ship in such a splendid manner, even the people of Sea's world were impressed. After hearing Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio's reasons for taking the hunter's exam, viewers felt even more interested. Gon wants to follow in his father's footsteps. And Kurapika wants revenge. And Leorio wants money and luxury. It turns into a conflict between Kurapika and Leorio, which ends with an unexpected rescue scenario in which the heroes are Gon, Leorio, and Kurapika after they rush to save Katsu, who is thrown off the ship by a sea hurricane. What a soul. Gon is so brave. Gon is so pure. Leorio and Kurapika have good hearts too. Dr. Hirulik wiped the remnants of the drink from his mouth before commenting on this wonderful scene. Just as he had all the good feelings for Naruto yesterday, he couldn't deny how amazing this kid Gon was today. Kureha and Trafalgar Chris continued watching without comment. The first half of the episode ended with all three successfully qualifying for the first test by the ship's captain. The second half began with the ship arriving at Dalport safely, the place where they will take their next hunter exams. Even though the comedy wasn't as good as Naruto and One Piece, someone like Leorio added a fun vibe to the anime. When the next exam started, all the viewers were excited. What they didn't know was that what Gon and his friends had encountered so far weren't even the starting tests. Your son and daughter have been kidnapped, and you can only save one of them. Choose between them, who will you save? What an annoying question. After hearing this, Kureha gave a meaningful smile without saying anything, as Hirulik frowned and Chris shook his head in surrender, before answering. Hirulik, I think I'll try to save both of them. Chris, I don't have kids yet. Of course, I would save my daughter if I had one, but you will go to hell. Garp looked at Dragon and said expressionlessly while scratching his nose. Dragon scowled angrily before shouting, who wants you to save him, old man? All over the world, smart people and stupid tried to solve this complex puzzle before its solution appeared on the show, just to get praise from each other. After knowing that silence was the correct answer, both the smart and the stupid who squandered their answers felt embarrassed. You must be prepared to face the worst situations because the calamities of the world come without warning. You must prepare for the day when your path will branch. Gon's attitude and examiner old woman's words were the most important part of the puzzle and the best that viewers had ever heard. Parents held their children tightly as if they were afraid that something might happen to them. The show continued to advance as viewers focused on upcoming auditions. Gon's success in distinguishing between the two similar magical beasts garnered many gasps of admiration from viewers. All of these tests are to qualify for access to the test place. This got everyone excited for the real tests. Gon and his friends are enjoying a short trip across the sky, they haven't reached the starting line yet. With these words from the narrator, the first episode of the Hunter anime ended with the enthusiastic ending song, Just Awake. And it got a lot of applause. It was a really fun episode. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 118, Attack on Titan is about to enter. Roger Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates in Ring Hell Island. Chapter 119, Attack on Titan first episode. Chapter 120, the episode of Aote continues to stir the emotions of the pirate world. Chapter 118, Attack on Titan is about to enter. Roger Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates in Ring Hell Island. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Hunter x Hunter was widely accepted by the inhabitants of the One Piece world. Those who watched yesterday's episode naturally felt that they were on a date with another great story. Although some felt that it was good, but it's not as great as Naruto and One Piece because they haven't seen any kind of superpowers yet. Only advanced episodes can change the opinions of these people. In Rob's palace. Mother-san. Please prepare to feed Robin-chan. When she heard this, Alvia let out a chuckle and gently took the baby girl out of her husband's arms. You are really very good as an alarm clock. Rob smiled but didn't refute it. For the sake of his daughter he would happily be an alarm clock, and their guest as parents is to take good care of their children. But for Rob, just good care isn't enough, they have to take perfect care of Robin until it's enough. But there's one more thing that makes him want to be her alarm even though Alvia doesn't need a warning about feeding her baby girl. This wonderful sight in front of him was worth it. The sight of his wife feeding his daughter, and little Robin's satisfied expression while sucking her mother's breasts, make Rob feel happy every time he sees this angelic sight. After she finished feeding Robin, she handed her over to her father before returning to the kitchen to continue preparing lunch. Since they got their big house, her role in the kitchen became major. Her cooking skills weren't very good at first, but with the help of Toki, Rouge, and the rest she became a professional in the kitchen with time. In fact, Rob can only buy ready-to-eat meals from the system shop, but when he sees his wife's effort to be the perfect wife he can no longer buy any food and leave everything about their family meals to Alvia and the rest. After a delicious lunch, everyone sat on the balcony of the palace, their favorite place, waiting for the start of the new show. The times for showing new anime, every week, are One Piece, Sunday. Naruto, Monday. Hunter x Hunter, Tuesday. Attack on Titan, Wednesday. They all broadcast at 4 p.m., this was the best time to broadcast, as most people would have finished their work, and their nap time began at this time. But with the arrival of the manga first and the anime next, many people's lifestyles have changed. Currently, on the 4 days of broadcasting at exactly 4 p.m., people go out of their homes to watch the new episodes, sitting on chairs near their doors while happily discussing the topics of the new episodes. This has become a habit. It has been so good that everyone is grateful for Rob who brought such wonderful times into their regular lives. The nap time has been cancelled and replaced by watching the anime. The next show will be a little scary. I suggest you close the children's eyes. Yes, since Rob-sama suggested this, we should listen to him. I don't want my children to see people devoured by titans. Actually, I'm starting to get scared too. Throughout Ohara, mothers and fathers began to cover their children's eyes or shut the doors of homes on them while children of 8 years and older rebelled. Doflamingo and Rosinante were the first to rebel against this decision. Why should they close their eyes? They wanted to see the show too, so no matter how scary it was, it couldn't scare everyone, right? Matriarch and Humming had trouble convincing their children not to watch the upcoming show, so they had to turn to Rob to solve this problem for them. If they get scared, they don't deserve to be my disciples. You don't have to pressure them not to watch the show, they will hear the sounds anyway. Just let them watch, that was Rob's answer. When they heard this they felt betrayed. Wasn't it you who advised us not to let our children watch the show? Doflamingo was 11, while Rosinante was 9, they were still kids already, but to Rob, these aren't normal kids anymore, they were his disciples who would terrorize his future enemies. If they are just afraid of a TV show, they really don't deserve to be his disciples. In the new world, Ring Hell Island. Although it was almost destroyed, it has turned into a pirate's paradise once again. The place that contains the art store cannot remain unknown forever. With the recent appearance of the anime, this island has become more important in the hearts of pirates and visitors. A few days ago, Rob had stopped great chaos on this island, where many powerful pirates who wished to occupy the place had arrived. But when Rob arrives and is declared that he is the owner of the island and the owner of the art store, the chaos immediately stops. Rob's reputation in the new world has only recently become big. Since the Big Mom Tea Party, everyone now knows that Big Mom and Sky Sword are allied. This news had rocked the new world for quite some time now. This means that the Roger Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates also became allies. Because few people know that Rob is no longer a member of Roger Pirates yet, everyone thought about this terrifying possibility. Rob allowed everyone to use his stores as long as they didn't cause trouble, so the once chaotic island became a safe paradise for pirates of all kinds. With the recent appearance of the anime, anyone who entered the island refused to leave it. Everyone was expecting more fun shows and was eager to watch the anime. The first was One Piece, then Naruto, and Hunter x Hunter. Each one was better than the other, so what's next? At this moment two amazing ships stopped on Ring Hell Island. When the people near the shore saw the two ships coming from opposite directions, the color disappeared from their faces and they ran with all their might to inform their commanders of the coming disasters. The Whitebeard pirates and Roger pirates were here. Gururera. Looks like that a fate after all. Boom. Whitebeard's weapon met Roger's sword, causing mass destruction in the area. The pirates ran madly towards the art store to hide inside. Their luck was really bad. How could two monsters meet at their favorite place? Wahahaha. Newgate, I didn't expect to see your annoying face here. I have a deal with your former crew member and that's where we agreed. Your face is the nuisance here. Oh. Is that really it? The Roger Pirates members were dumbfounded after hearing this. What kind of deal did Rob make with Whitebeard? After making a deal with Big Mom he even went to Whitebeard. This is madness. After that little collision that split the beach in half, the two of them stopped fighting and were forced to take care of something. What was that big screen that lit up above the art store? Suddenly a countdown from 10 began. Seeing this, the pirates prepared for the new show and forgot two monsters behind their backs. The Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates also sensed that something unusual would happen after 10 seconds. But the important question now is, why the hell are there so many people here? Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 119, Attack on Titan first episode. Chapter 120, the episode of Aodi continues to stir the emotions of the pirate world. Chapter 121, entering the era of otakus. Rob vs. Whitebeard. Chapter 119, Attack on Titan first episode. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. New World, Ring Hell Island. The countdown is over and the first episode of Attack on Titan has officially started. The first thing that appeared was the reflection of the birds in Aaron's eyes. It was as if he was mired in his memories. Then a huge bloody hand appeared on the pictures. On that day, mankind regained a terrible memory. Then, the frightening bloody face of a Titan appeared that seemed to be extremely huge, but to the inhabitants of Pirate World, its size could be compared to an immature sea king. We have lived in fear of Titans. And we have been disgraced by living in these cages that we call fences. After this incomprehensible introduction to the viewers, a group of people appeared riding horses and racing against time to eliminate a target of some kind. In the end, it turned out to be a Titan. Humans were really fighting Titans. What an amazing flexibility. Even Roger, who had been watching everything in amazement until now, could not help but praise the agility of these men who were in the process of maneuvers to eliminate the Titan. Yeah, amazing. I've never seen a style of swordplay like this before. Even Whitebeard complimented it. The scene stops before the result of the attack on the Titan appears and the famous opening song of Guren no Yumiya suddenly starts playing. Musical note: Si sin das SNUND were sin de jeger. Musical note. Musical score: Fumareta Hana no Nami mo Shiratsu ni. Musical score. Musical score: Chi ni Okita Tori Wakaze o Machawabru. Musical score. Musical score: Inata Tokoro de Nani mo Kawaranai. Musical score. Musical score: Ima o Kiru no Watataka Kakugo de. Musical score. Musical score: Shikabane Fumikote. Musical score. Musical score: Susumu Ishi o Warao Butayo. Musical score. Musical score: Kachikuno ane Kyogi no Heinai. Musical score. Musical score: Shizuru Garu no Ju-o. Musical score. Musical score: Torawarita Kutsujoku wa Hangiki no Kosher de. Musical score. Musical score: Juhiki no Sono Kanata Imono o Hofuru Jaeger. Musical score. Musical score: Hodobashiru Shoudu ni Sono mi Yakanagara. Musical score. Musical score: Tasogare no Hai o Ugatsugurin no Yumiya. Musical score. The eyes of viewers all over the world widened from the beginning of the opening song to its end. That was great. This song made everyone who heard it shivering with excitement. Its words were completely understandable to the viewers. It carried with it the cries of a persecuted and deprived of freedom. Is this not similar to the suffering of slaves in this world? The slaves in Mary Geo's felt their blood ignite after hearing this song. They would have started a sudden rebellion had it not been for Rob's words still echoing in their minds. To you, 2,000 years from now. This was the title of the episode. The viewers didn't understand it, so they subconsciously ignored it. They were excited to see the new show. What effect would it leave on them? Would it really be as scary as the store owner said? Aaron woke up from his frightening memories, even crying for no apparent reason. I think I had a very long dream. These were Aaron's words to Mikasa. Viewers got goosebumps after seeing a glimpse of Aaron's dreams. So that's what it means to be a protagonist. After the protagonist, the world was taken seriously by viewers. This was the world of Titans, a world where humans are on the verge of extinction, as they think. Through the buildings it looked a bit like the level of advancement in their world, even the cannons were almost the same. Yeah, I realize that we may not be able to go out but that way we'll live longer and eat and sleep, but we live like cattle. Those words said by a kid surprised not only Hannes but all the viewers from the pirate world. How can a mere kid say such big philosophical words? Roger and his crew were impressed. Whitebeard and his crew were also impressed. All the pirates of Ring Hell Island felt the admiration of Eren in their hearts. Well said, boy. Roger was thinking that if such a kid was in the pirate world, he would definitely have become a big person. The episode continued to progress, and the issue of Eren joining the Survey Corps surfaced. But what is the Survey Corps? When the Survey Corps returned, viewers discovered that they were the same people who were riding horses at the beginning of the episode and fighting titans with amazing flexibility and agility. But after seeing their miserable condition, the people of the pirate world felt a shiver. What dangerous world is this? They could only bring back a hand from a fellow warrior. What a poor mother, who couldn't even get recognition for her son's sacrifice, because despite his sacrifice there was no progress. What cruel world was this? Only now did the viewers realize that sorrow in this world, which was obviously an ordinary world without superpowers except for the incomprehensible titans, had a deep sadness and touching drama that perhaps even Naruto and One Piece couldn't compete with. Some scenes that could only be observed by those with sharp eyesight, such as Roger and Whitebeard, appeared. The blonde-haired man clearly had a commanding aura. Erwin, when his eyes met those of the happy-faced Eren, he immediately turned his face, probably because he had already been like Eren in the past. He doesn't want to give false hope to the kid so that he will not join them and kill himself like so many before him. Roger and Whitebeard's interest in the show has grown more and more than ever. The episode continued, with Father Grisha and Mother Carla appearing. Everyone understood the mother's refusal to let Eren out of the safety fences. But no one understood the father's position, who didn't seem to refuse. All he did was ask his son a question. Why do you want to go out? Eren's answer won the praise of almost all pirates. Just why does this kid have the spirit of a pirate from their world? After hearing the father talk about the vault he kept hiding from his son, everyone wanted to know what was in that vault. When Armin first appeared he reminded viewers of Kurapika right away. They looked alike to each other, but that didn't matter too much. The point was that he was the third main character to appear so far. What surprised viewers once again was a group of kids getting scared of Mikasa and running away due to her arrival. Why was this? Isn't she just a little girl? Roger, When Armin started talking about how foolish it was for people to believe that the fences would protect them forever, Roger's expression changed to a dark one, as if he had anticipated a horrific event to come. He sighed slowly and continued watching. Only Whitebeard noticed that. At that moment yellow lightning exploded from the sky. Even the viewers from Pirate World shook in fear. What a hell! That was so surprising. The same scene that appeared at the beginning of the episode was repeated again, and it must be said that the disaster has already begun. That huge bloody hand, and that huge head. A horrific titan with a size of 60 to 70 meters appeared outside the walls out of nowhere and began to destroy them. Because of his destruction of the walls, the smaller titans were able to enter Chicken town and roam freely and devouring humans happily. The carnage that made the bravest people of the pirate world shiver in terror began. One kick from the colossal titan unleashed a lot of power. It was a kind of strength that even in the pirate world's balance of power would be considered respectable. This devastation and blood-stained grounds were nothing foreign to the pirate world, but dying in this way was extremely terrifying. On Little Garden Island, Broggy and Dori crushed the ground in anger. These aren't giants, they are just oversized demons. Dori shouted angrily. Broggy also did the same. This is so disgraceful. Those smiles on their faces really disgust me. When Eren started running towards his house, the viewers sensed something was wrong. It is better if Mother Carla is well, or else they will take a trip to find the author of this work. Unfortunately, her legs were crushed by the house that fell on her and she was stuck unable to move. When Hannes appeared and announced that he would kill the Titan and save the three, the viewers felt very comfortable. The author was really kind. But after a moment the situation turned 180 degrees. It is clear that the author doesn't care about their wishes. He crushed it in the harshest way possible. Even the most ruthless viewers didn't expect a scene like this. Hannes was terrified when he saw the smiling Titan. The viewers were horrified when they saw the smiling Titan. From what hellhole did this Titan come out? Hannes returned without hesitation and carried Eren and Mikasa on his shoulders and ran with his tail between his legs. The sad oaths started, the scene of Carla crying and saying "Don't leave me so sad," the mother's tears flowed, the fathers couldn't see this cruel scene anymore. Roger and Whitebeard both felt sad about this woman's fate. Was this just a fantasy? Why it was so harsh? Don't leave me. The mother's last words were the trigger that killed viewers. When the smiling Titan picked up Mother Carla stuck in the wreckage, the viewers felt their blood run cold. Where was this going? Stop. Irene's screaming at this moment added an air of intense sadness to the scene that quickly turned into a terrifying scene. Carla was still resisting at the Titan's hand, but for a moment she was crushed and bitten off, drops of her blood scattered and stained the sky of Chiganchina. Then the words of the beginning of the episode were repeated to illuminate the minds of the viewers with understanding. So if this show definitely wanted to crush their feelings. On that day the human race regained a terrible memory. We have lived in fear of Titans. And we have been disgraced by living in these cages that we call fences. Here ends the first part of the episode. A long silence covered all the areas that had an art store in their territory. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 120, the episode of Aodi continues to stir the emotions of the pirate world. Chapter 121, entering the era of otakus. Rob vs. Whitebeard. Chapter 122, shocked world government. The devastating battle continues. Chapter 120, the episode of Aodi continues to stir the emotions of the pirate world. Fire, we finally broke through the 3K barrier this week after months of waiting. Thank you all, Fire. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. A century ago the human race faced a new enemy. The difference was huge between the strength of the human race and the strength of the newly discovered enemy. Until they are nearly extinct. The human survivors erected 3 lofty walls, Maria, Rose, and Sina. They lived for nearly a century in peace, sheltering in it. But the images of the destruction and the scattered remains of the corpses reappeared on the screen in the second part of the episode. But even so, viewers are still dumbfounded and don't know how to act anymore. The scene of devouring Mother Carla was still stuck in their minds and repeated over and over again. As a result of the bad scene, many women vomited what they had eaten for lunch. Didn't the store owner say that this show only children can't watch? But why does it seem that even adults can't watch it? The rebellious children who were watching the show against their parents' desire shivered in fear, not daring to raise their heads since the appearance of the Colossal Titan. From now on, the Colossal Titan will become the title of their nightmares. But Doflamingo and his brother Rosinante were watching the show without fear, but their eyes could be seen twitching from time to time. No matter how strong their courage, the new show affected them deeply. Even older men felt this was horrible, let alone children. O'Hara wasn't the only one, but in Bait Rilla, in Flevance, in Kano Country, in Wano, in Alabasta, and all the places with an art store, most viewers felt the same. Only some crazy people who were mostly pirates and criminals, like Shiki pirates, Big Mom pirates, and mixed pirates in Ring Hell felt that this anime was their favorite dish. That's what it means to watch anime. How will weak humans survive facing titans who want nothing but to eat them? They really wanted to see it. The anime also caused the return of the celestial dragon madness that had been buried with the positive vibes provided by the previous shows. The negative emotions displayed by Attack on Titan allowed some celestial dragons to remember their past selves. Weren't they like titans? They can do whatever they want without anyone daring to stand in their face. Humans were to them like cattle. This group of celestial dragons laughed as they shouted that they liked this show. Subsequent scenes of humans being captured and devoured by titans caused viewers to shiver in terror. What world was this? The small towns surrounded by walls in the style of Shiganshina designed a bait to lure the titans and thus reduce costs and the number of defense forces, and as a result of this engineering design, the residents of Shiganshina could only escape from the attack of the titans through the inner gate. The moment the armored titan appeared, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This titan was different. Why did it seem so smart, unlike other titans? When he started running to destroy the wall, viewers were terrified to think what would happen next. This was not expected at all. A direct cannon strike hit him, but that had absolutely no effect. With a single collision of the armored titan, the inner wall was completely destroyed. The viewers' mouths were open in shock. They will be erased from this world. I will kill them all. I will not leave any of them alive. Aaron's angry words pierced the hearts of the viewers. They felt his anger and intense hatred at this moment. Alvia cried after seeing this, and Rob had to try to calm her down. Rouge couldn't control her tears anymore and she started crying too, as did Sora, Toki, and the others too. Rob couldn't help but try to comfort them with words. He regretted showing this anime, although he was initially enthusiastic about it, but seeing the reactions to the first 2 episodes made him rethink his momentary decision to show this anime. He can feel fear, horror, anger, hate, and many more emotions coming from all parts of O'Hara by observation hockey. The people of O'Hara were reacting to the show with all their most primal feelings. They were treating Aaron's world like a real world that exists, and Aaron, the little kid, had already suffered such a calamity. His suffering, which turned into an intense hatred, caused them to be unable to hold their bitter feelings any longer. Even the fiercest of men felt very sad. On the flying island, Mervile, Shiki broke the sake cup he was holding out of anger while cursing constantly. Why did this show cause so many emotions to explode inside his heart? Now he was really hoping to crush some titans. On Whole Cake Island, Lean was also very angry. These crazy titans were provocative to her, she really wanted to obliterate them, she wished she existed in that world to crush them all, of course, she wasn't linking them to the important giants in her heart. On Ring Hell Island, the cries of angry pirates resounded. This show was really nerve-wracking, these titans went too far in bullying humans. Roger and Whitebeard were both silent, but their expressions were also disturbed. Aaron's words had affected them deeply. It is not easy to reach the stage of extreme hatred without going through the gates of hell. Now, they were sure that the titans had gone crazy and had created a truly terrifying enemy from Aaron. What a miserable child. These were Roger's words. In the Kingdom of Drum, although the weather was cold, the viewers' bodies were warm with their blood blazing with anger. The main characters on this island couldn't say anything, just their angry facial expressions were enough to say it all. For Dr. Kureha, it was easy to feel happy, but hard to feel angry. The long years of her life made her feel dull. That's why she was fond of that man's manga and anime, because it helped her regain a lot of feelings. But now with this show, Rob managed to make her regain all her feelings, including anger. Dr. Hirlik was also angry. After feeling pity and sadness and even crying over the fate of Mother Carla, he was angered by the intense feelings of hatred that Aaron's words were able to convey directly to his heart. Even a kind person like Dr. Trafalgar felt the same. He wanted to save lives, but these titans were treating these lives as food. How not to get angry? The first episode ran on the show until the end. 10,000 people were devoured on that dark night. This huge number of deaths caused an absolute shock. The incomprehensible scenes of Aaron with his father caused a lot of confusion. What was Father Grisha doing? Was this just a dream? Why would he want to inject him with that syringe? And what did it contain? The vault was mentioned again, which brought back doubts and hypotheses about it to the fore. The scene of Mikasa when she punches Aaron, who was scolding Armin. The scene when she forced him to eat while telling him she wouldn't let him starve to death was touching as hell. A year later, to solve the problem of food shortages, 250,000 people were sent back to the Wall Maria to restore it on the facade, but they were sent to feed the titans. If the previous number was shocking, this number could have caused insanity. What kind of world was this? Even celestial dragons would be ashamed to do that. Combined with the sad oast, viewers felt their hearts turn cold. At the end of the episode, baby Aaron becomes an adult boy and a warrior soldier. Contrary to Rob's expectation, after the end of the show, his system nearly exploded from the number of art points and EXP points he had received. Because of that, Rob knew his prediction was wrong. Attack on Titan has become everyone's favorite anime since its first episode. It even outperformed One Piece, Naruto, and Hunter. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 121, Entering the Era of Otakus. Rob vs. Whitebeard. Chapter 122, Shocked World Government. The devastating battle continues. Chapter 123, The End of the Battle. Level 10 of the system. Chapter 121, Entering the Era of Otakus. Rob vs. Whitebeard. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. After the ending song ended, the screen went dark again, telling everyone who was watching that today's episode of Attack on Titan had ended. It's ended. Yes, the first episode is ended. Boom. Garp hit the table with a punch. But he couldn't control his strength and crushed it into a dust. Garp, Dragon, Tsuru, and Gion were still in O'Hara for the 4th day in a row. They were now in the cafe of one of the most popular hotels here in O'Hara. The hotel was one of Rob's hotels scattered across the 4 seas. But the moment Garp destroyed the table, everyone present woke up from their thoughts very quickly. Most of the people present were tourists from different places. They wanted to curse the person who caused their inconvenience, but when they saw that he was wearing high-level marine clothes, their curses stopped in their throats, and when they were able to identify the person as the famous marine hero Garp, their faces turned pale. They survived a great catastrophe today, they better not curse him. When Garp saw this, he put on an apologetic smile and said, sorry, I couldn't control my strength. Garp apologized to the cafe chief as he promised to pay for the broken table. Dragon looked at this without saying a word. He could also see Gion and Tsuru's gloomy expressions because of today's episode. Dragon didn't care about his father's actions because he was overwhelmed by his thoughts as well. He was thinking about Rob's identity seriously. A person who can predict his future and his ideas and draw them and present them to the public cannot be simple at all. He wasn't the only one whose future was predicted. Even his father had predicted his future. Even his unborn child was predicted his future. A lot of real characters and potential real characters appeared in the manga. This was very scary for the world government and many others. When the manga first started with the execution of Roger as a pirate king, the manga got a lot of ridicule, but now, many people are predicting the future based on it. It has become a very unstable factor that can destroy the balance of a lot of things. The decision to stop it for an entire year has been very beneficial for many people. But the manga has been compensated for by something much more dangerous. Not everyone buys manga books. But everyone can watch anime as long as they are near an art store. One Piece anime was logical, it was their world, as they are used to the manga, everything that will appear in the anime has already appeared in the manga, but what about the rest? Bleach would have been a logical choice too, but it wasn't made into an anime. What about Naruto? How about Hunter x Hunter? And what about Attack on Titan? On what basis did these stories appear? It appeared out of nowhere and caused a wave of immense emotions among the viewers. Especially the last show, Attack on Titan. It was very devastating. What is the Sky Sword trying to do? This is the question that has been on Dragon's head the whole time. If he had to admit, he would say that he too was affected by these shows, especially Attack on Titan. This show caused him a lot of bitter feelings. What Dragon didn't know was that he wasn't the only one feeling this way. The appearance of the anime, which is similar to the cinema for the first time, caused a wave of excitement among people. Although Attack on Titan was sad to watch, it was very popular among viewers because it described a suffering world like theirs. If Aaron's world is suffering because of Titans, their world is suffering because of celestial dragons and pirates. Celestial dragons were less dangerous than pirates, after all, as long as they were away from them they wouldn't get into trouble with them, and as long as they didn't become their slaves, everything would be fine for them. Their numbers are also much lower compared to the pirates and they all live in one place. The pirates are quite the opposite. Their numbers are so great that it is impossible to count them all. And they are everywhere. In the four seas, in paradise and the new world, under the sea, above the clouds, and even in the moon. They were everywhere like germs, if one dies it makes up for 10. They attack anytime and anywhere. Herein lies the danger of pirates, they were more like giants in Aaron's world. Since both worlds had common pests and dangers, viewers' reaction to Attack on Titan was much deeper than previous shows. It was quite that simple. As long as Naruto and Hunter don't show something similar in the upcoming shows, they will not be able to easily occupy the place of Attack on Titan in the hearts of fans. As for One Piece, it couldn't be compared to the three, this was a domestic show that couldn't be compared. Just as you disapprove of comparing yourself to others, the inhabitants of the pirate world cannot compare One Piece anime with other anime. This anime belonged to their world. No matter how bad it would remain number one in the hearts of all of them. It was an unspoken tacit agreement. Everyone was discussing the events of the four anime with enthusiasm. Since everyone was able to watch the anime on every island that has an art store, the discussions were much bigger and noisier than they used to be in the manga era. The otaku era has officially entered, although many people in the pirate world are still in the dark about anime and manga until news of the anime spread in all seas because of the huge number of people who watched it. The islands with the art store are set to become overcrowded with a lot of people in the next few weeks. Everyone wants to know how great the shows this mystery store has to show. Rob exited the teleportation room on Ring Hell Island. It's time to fulfill the deal with Whitebeard and his crew. The first thing that caught his attention when he walked out were two groups of familiar pirates. The first group was his old buddies Rayleigh, Crocus, Gabon, Bullet, Buggy, Shanks, and many more, led by his former captain Roger. The second group close to them were the Whitebeard crew, Odin, Marco, Aizu, Inuarashi, Nekomamushi, Jozu, Vista, and many more led by Whitebeard. The noises of excited pirates stopped when Rob arrived. This was the owner of the store, and in the moment of his appearance the place calmed down completely. He was also noticed by Roger pirates and Whitebeard pirates who were reading Bleach and One Piece manga chapters that they missed. It's Rob. How did he arrive here? It's weird. Old bastard, you've been making deals with our enemies here and there, you have completely forgotten your roots. Bullet was completely unhappy with Rob. The moment he saw him he immediately started scolding him, not giving him a face at all. The Whitebeard pirates were alarmed hearing this and looked at Bullet coldly. Bullet. When he heard his captain's voice, Bullet hesitated a little, but in the end, he relented and returned to his seat. Rob didn't say a word but had a smile on his face. Old friends, I didn't expect to see you here at all. Ha 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 ha, you bastard, you still surprised us with your manga. Rob-san, we've missed you. Come on, let's share some good drink you sell here. Don't care about Bullet, he's in a bad mood because you haven't drawn him in the manga yet. Outside the art store, Rob stood face to face against Whitebeard in his prime. After talking for a while inside the art store between the Whitebeard pirates and Roger pirates and Rob, the Roger pirates learned about the deal between Whitebeard and their former member. It wasn't as big as they imagined, but when they heard that Whitebeard wanted his own art store, all of Roger's crew exploded in anger at Rob. How could he give Whitebeard his own art store and not give them one? In the end, they calmed down after his promise that he would give them an art store too. But when they learn that Rob wants to fight Whitebeard in return, they feel sorry for their old partner. Even if he didn't die, he would lose half of his life. This was Whitebeard we were talking about. But Roger and Rayleigh had a different opinion. At this moment, looks of expectation were on their faces as they watched the battle that would begin shortly. Everyone was expecting Rob to eat shit, although he managed to fend off Admiral Zephyr. That didn't mean he could stop Whitebeard. Did he think he was their captain, Roger? Bullet looked at Rob with disdain. He wanted to see how this man would embarrass himself. Gururera. Show me what you got, brat, I won't tolerate you. Veins appeared on the arm holding the Naginata and a white ball filled with extraordinary vibrating energy formed on the Murakumajiri blade. A vibrating spark appeared in Whitebeard's eyes before he struck Naginata in Rob's direction. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 122, Shocked World Government. The devastating battle continues. Chapter 123, The End of the Battle. Level 10 of the system. Chapter 124, New Bleach Arc, Arrancar vs Shinigami. Blackstar_BH note. There will be an extra chapter tonight. Chapter 122, Shocked World Government. The devastating battle continues. Creating manga of One Piece on Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. In Pangaea Castle, in the meeting room of the highest ranks of the world government, there was silence. High positions such as Commander-in-Chief of the World Government, Kong, Chiefs of Cypherpole agencies including Spandine, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Chief of Science Base Vegapunk and Chief of the new agency, Manga Printing and Publishing Agency, and many more. A/N, the Manga Printing and Publishing Agency is a new agency of World Government Press Agency, the same agency that makes and publishes wanted posters, but it is an independent agency created to make manga, not found in the original story. But 5 people sat higher than everyone here. Their pressure alone almost prevented them from breathing, let alone talking. Breathing in the presence of these 5 men seemed very difficult. This is because these 5 men are in the eyes of the world the number 1 ruling authority. There is no one above these 5. The 5 elders or Gorosei. Their expressions were dark at the moment. Why was this? For among the elite men of their world government none of them could give them a proper explanation of what is happening now. And what was happening now? Of course, a lot has happened in the past 4 days. A lot already. 4 famous anime from planet Earth invaded the pirate world and was watched by nearly 1 billion people. Each episode of the 4 anime disrupted normal life for nearly 2 hours in many regions of the world, and the 4 seas were the most affected. They could say that they had completely lost all 4 seas in favor of the Sky Sword, Rob. At least in terms of popularity. Rob's art company had completely swept the world government's reputation away. A/N, yes indeed, Rob has started his own company. This was unacceptable to the 5 elders. Especially with their lord's recent orders, this was completely unacceptable. They haven't even started competing yet, they haven't even released the first chapter of their manga. So why were they in such a terrible situation? They knew the reason in their hearts but refused to admit it. The live shows, or as the Sky Sword calls it, the anime. This anime came very surprisingly in just 5 days from the trailer show to the first episodes, and it's competing with the manga in popularity and reputation. The manga has been around for almost a year. But since when did the anime appear? It hasn't even finished its first week yet. How can they compete in such a market? They painstakingly got the manga basics from the damned Rob after he emptied their annual harvest of devil fruits, but now if they wanted the basics of anime, what would he ask them to do this time? Gorosei-sama, Rob has an unknown high technology so he can promote his products with this quality, that's what beats us in it. The only person who could speak without feeling any oppression from the 5 elders was Vegapunk. He started studying art stores about half a year ago and got so much information from it that the world government completely re-evaluated Rob. There are even theories that Rob is not of this world, or more specifically not of their civilization but a civilization more advanced from outer space. It was Vegapunk himself who made this assumption. This stupid idea was rejected by the 5 elders. How could someone from the D clan be from another world? They could all be from another world, but the members of that cursed clan couldn't. This is because in this world there is no one more authentic than the members of the D clan. The 5 elders' knowledge of the origins of the world was much greater than Vegapunk, so he obediently accepted that and no longer discussed this idea. But with the arrival of anime and advanced video display technologies that can deliver sound and video to everyone on the island, many ideas began to return to the meeting table to be discussed vigorously, including the rejected Vegapunk idea earlier. They were greatly amazed by this technology. But what they saw caused their astonishment 100, no, but 1,000 times. One Piece. Naruto. Hunter x Hunter. Attack on Titan. Which of these shows did they not like? All of them were excellent, carrying within them a whole world of infinite possibilities. In fact, the 5 elders were secretly excited to see more of these shows, just like any new viewer who started watching the anime for the first time. But since they are in a very sensitive situation and close to the time of publishing their manga to the world, they showed a firm stance and heavy expression to scare the shit out of those lazy people who are eating the money of the world government for nothing. Look, he's one person but he does things that big entities can't do. Go and announce to our affiliated countries to start building the headquarters of our manga printing and publishing agency. If there is a case of refusal of orders, you don't need to return such news to us. Just demolish the refusers and carry out the orders. The bald Gorosei spoke in an indifferent tone. Understood, Gorosei-sama. The only person wearing a mask at today's meeting stood up and said in an obedient tone before leaving the meeting room. This person was the chief of CP0. Continue to study the new anime and let us know any useful information you found in it. We want 3 detailed reports on all the new anime worlds except for One Piece. The long-bearded Gorosei who had to speak this time. Understood, Gorosei-sama. The chief of the manga printing and publishing agency also said before leaving. Kong, you have the authority to use force if a celestial dragon tries to out of Mary Geos by sneaking back again. This time the Gorosei with birthmarks on his forehead and a large mustache talk. Kong hesitated for a while before finally obeying. Apparently, the Gorosei were pushing him into the crater this time with this ridiculous order, but what could he do about it? He can't do anything. Sengoku, your navy should be ready for any military intervention. The Sky Sword Rob has become a dangerous sword on our necks, and it can't be avoided. If he shows something offensive about us in his upcoming shows, I'm afraid we will face popular anger. Understood. Sengoku didn't hesitate at all, since Rob told him that they would face a lot in the future and he was mentally prepared for an upcoming disaster, but he wasn't the only one. The 5 elders weren't stupid. Imu-sama wasn't. Rob wasn't the only one with the means to see the future anyway. The future that everyone is working to change will be even more interesting. New World, Ring Hell Island. While Mary Geos was having a fateful meeting, the small island was constantly shaking. The sound of thunder continued to shake the sky as the sound of an earthquake continued to split the ground. Veteran pirates of the New World ran everywhere to take cover from this catastrophe. Just why did they come out of the safe art store to witness this devastating battle? Are they tired of living? The answer is definitely no. But why the hell is this fight still going on? Do they want to flood this island? Every Roger, Rayleigh, and Odin had a wide smile on their faces as they watched the devastating battle. While the rest of the Roger pirate and Whitebeard pirates were either running around like headless chickens or watching the battle in utter amazement. Rob transformed into a 10-meter blue giant, who looked like a lightning god. His current form was somewhat similar to that of Luffy in the 4th gear but more size. While Whitebeard was smiling heavily even though much of his flesh had been charred. 2 terrifying giants stood facing each other and let out an earth-shattering battle cry and collided again. No one knows where this devastating battle for the islands is headed. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 123, The End of the Battle. Level 10 of the system. Chapter 124, New Bleach Arc, Arrancar vs Shinigami. Chapter 125, The Change in Hirolik's Life. Golden Lion on Drum Island. Chapter 123, The End of Battle. Level 10 of system. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Rob and Whitebeard were breathing raggedly a few meters apart from each other. The area around them was completely devastated, the charred ground still bursting with sparks of lightning. The earth was turned upside down as if it had been hit by a magnitude 9th grade earthquake. In an area of 2 kilometers close to the battlefield, the world was turned upside down or charred black by lightning. There are no longer any trees in this place, just ruined land unfit for life. This is what a natural disaster means. These 2 people were natural disasters. Gururara. You really surprised me, boy. Now I understand why you chose to go your own way. Even your captain can't beat you. When Roger heard this, he immediately became annoyed and shouted at Whitebeard. What do you know, Newgate, we don't have such dependency in our crew. Whitebeard looked at Roger with a smile but did not speak, then returned to look at Rob, whose body had returned to normal after cancelling his previous transformation, who had not yet decided a name for it. A/N, who has a suitable name for this transformation. I can't defeat you without sinking this island, so I guess our fight is over here, right, brat? Yes, I also can't defeat you without destroying this island, so we better stop here. The 2 of them looked at each other for a second before bursting into laughter. Gururara. Ha 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 ha. Roger, Rayleigh, and Odin, who saw this, laughed too. Wahahaha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Roger and Whitebeard's crew members were in complete confusion. Why are these idiots laughing? Can they still destroy this island more than this already? Only the art store area remained safe. No words for Whitebeard. If he said he could flood this island he would surely do, but what about Sky Sword? How could he be so powerful? Even though he ate the lightning fruit, which was the most powerful devil fruit in terms of destruction, that didn't mean that he could become that powerful in such a short time. And why didn't he use his sword? Isn't he a swordman? This battle turned everyone's understanding of Sky Sword Rob upside down. It's better to call him Sky Lightning because it seems more appropriate. There were even spies from the world government who were terrified of what had happened. The information they got in this place was so frightening that it could cancel out a lot of plans that the world government wanted to implement. Sky Sword Rob and Whitebeard Edward Newgate tied in a devastating fight. This was big news, witnessed by hundreds of pirates and people in the New World. What these people didn't know was that Rob wasn't serious about this battle. He didn't use his swordsmanship skills, he also limited his infinite stamina, impeded himself, he didn't use the barrier fruit, and also he didn't use the paper fruit. All he used was the lightning fruit. Even though he dealt a terrifying amount of damage due to the direct hits he received from Whitebeard, he still returned the same amount of damage to his opponent. Their battle lasted for 3 hours and finally ended when they could no longer fight for fear of flooding the island. Rob was satisfied with the fight. And Whitebeard was more satisfied. How long has he had such an exciting fight? Only Roger and Shiki to a lesser degree can give him a refreshing fight at this age. Now a third person has joined them. This person is Rob. After a few hours of friendly battle, the Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates met near their ships. Oro Jackson. Moby Dick. Moby Dick was clearly bigger, but Oro Jackson was by no means small. What are you going to do? Why did you take us to the 2 ships? Are you going to send us away? We haven't finished watching the new anime yet. Rob looked at Whitebeard with a smile before speaking. Didn't we have a deal? I'm here to fulfill it. Huh. Do you want to go with us to the island I chose as the location for the art store right away? That would be great. Come on guys, get on the ship and set the sails, we'll set sail right away. Yes, Oyaji. Immediately, Oyaji. Roger also ordered his crew to hurry up to keep up with Moby Dick. Rob didn't care about this little misunderstanding and looked at the front of the system. Status window. Host, Rudes D. Rob. System level, level 10, 1.545.345/3000000 EXP. Art store, 32/110 usable. System shop, 1,500,200,000 art point. Host titles, beginner mangaka, art seller, anime maker, new. Store window, manga One Piece. Plus 10 books, / manga Bleach. Plus 7 books, / One Piece anime. Plus 1 episode, / Hunter x Hunter anime. Plus 1 episode, / Naruto anime. Plus 1 episode, / Attack on Titan anime. Plus 1 episode. Rob happily looked at the last saved notifications. He's been waiting for this moment for a long time. Gaining experience points was decreasing with time, so he had to get the anime out quickly, which was the main reason why he had to show it. The few experience points, they were so few that it made him despair. Only now he realizes that to get more experience points he has to diversify his products. And that's exactly what happened. The moment the first episode of One Piece aired, experience exploded in his face and he got the long-awaited upgrade. The system has been upgraded. Level 10 of the system, 1.545.345/3000000. Plus 10 dimensional art store. With every upgrade you will get 10 new art stores. Art stores available to use, 32/110. You have a new feature, itinerant art store. From now on, your art stores will not be limited to stationary land, but you can place your art store on a sea ship, a flying ship, or even a truck. Yes. This is what he has been waiting for a very long time. This is the kind of feature that no one can stand up to. With this, he can conquer the world. Itinerant art store. What a great feature. This really made him look forward to future features. Roger, who actually boarded Oro Jackson, looked at Rob, who was the only person still on the beach, and said, "Come on up, man, you've been standing there staring in amazement to nowhere for 5 minutes." Whitebeard, who also boarded Moby Dick, did not remain silent after hearing this from Roger. "Obviously he's going to board my ship. We've got a deal first, wait your turn later." "What did you say, Newgate?" "He's my former crew member, so he's definitely more familiar with my ship." "Why would you want him to board yours?" Roger and Whitebeard nearly got into another fight, so Rob quickly intervened. "No need, guys, I'm not going anywhere." Rob jumped aboard the Moby Dick with great agility before settling on the mast. His sudden movement made everyone dumbfounded. Rob looked at the vast space at the stern of the ship and chose it as the location for the art store. The moment he chose the place, the void contracted tightly and a 20 square meter building emerged from the void before merging with the ship. its white color was similar to the color of the ship, but its shape was familiar. It looked like an art store but smaller in size. The art store beacon was above it straight and not suspended in the sky as in the normal situation. It looked like an additional building at the stern of the ship, but inside it was very spacious, just like a normal art store, and contained 4 sections. The eyeballs of the Whitebeard pirates and even the Roger pirates nearly exploded in shock. This is my part of the deal, you guys can try it. I filled the shelves with the right amount of manga and filled the cinema section with anime that you missed too. The fees will be a little more expensive compared to the stationery stores, but that won't be a problem for you guys. After he finished his work on Whitebeard's ship, he left a few words and moved to Roger's ship before repeating the same magic show there. Since his friends were still shocked, he left them to absorb the matter and left quietly. After Rob left, the cheers were heard from both ships already beginning to move away from Ring Hell Island. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 124, New Bleach Arc, Aaron Carr vs. Shinigami. Chapter 125, The Change in Hirolik's Life. Golden Lion on Drum Island. Chapter 126, Dracula Mihawk vs. Golden Lion Shiki. Chapter 124, New Bleach Arc, Aaron Carr vs. Shinigami. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. While the world was still on the rhythm of the anime so that the manga was almost forgotten, the manga of Bleach came out with its new volume to remind the pirate world people that it still exists. Yes, the manga of One Piece has been delayed, but what does that have to do with Bleach manga? Bleach manga was still publishing its chapters normally on time every month. When manga of One Piece was still releasing chapters, they shared the workload, and within a month at least 1 volume of each manga was being published. But now only manga of Bleach is still publishing chapters, so it's officially switched to being updated every month. Perhaps when One Piece manga republishes its chapters, Bleach will already be over. After the update of the new volume, Rob returned to home who he no longer wanted to be far from, because his treasure was there. Yash Robin-chan, did you miss Dad? The moment he entered his room hurriedly pulled little Robin from her mother's cuddle with a greedy expression. Alvia was speechless when she saw this. You disappear for half a day and then come back to take my child away from me, do you declare war on me or something? Alvia was ready to enter battle mode to teach this bastard an unforgettable lesson. But Rob quickly puts that down with his killer move. Look at this. Robin-chan is happy in my hands, look at her sweet laugh, are you going to deprive her of her father? She's been with you for half a day, you know. When she saw how happy her child was in her father's arms, Alvia quit trying to get her away from him. I only get her when I want to feed her, basically, she's with you all the time, that's not what we agreed on. But what is my fault if my little girl loves me so much? Alvia. Suddenly, a bright green light broke through the window, drawing Alvia's attention. What? Have you released a new volume? It's Bleach Day, you know, here's your volume. A manga book appeared out of nowhere in Rob's hand and he handed it to his wife. As Alvia was accustomed to it, she did not hesitate to open the volume and eagerly read the new chapters. All over the world, there were a lot of Bleach manga fans in the same position. The manga is not dead, Bleach is still holding the manga flag. Grand Line, Drum Island. A merchant ship stopped at the pier of the Snow Kingdom, and a young man appeared to be 15 or 16 years old, wearing a cowboy hat and carrying a large black sword on his back, disembarked. Just a look from this young man froze the workers of the merchant ship out of fear. Basically, this merchant ship was not planning any trip to this kingdom, its travel line was clear towards Alabasta. But because of a green light that appeared out of nowhere in the eastern direction of the ship, the scary youthman forced them to change their path towards the green light. Since the workers of the merchant ship were veterans of this part of the sea, they knew that the green light came from Drum Island, which was basically not far from their destination. When they saw the young man was ready to pull out his black sword if they didn't let him, and then they had no choice but to change the trip path. The other passengers were extremely annoyed, but the aura surrounding the young man made their annoyance dwindle and fear to overpower it. No one dared to utter a word in the presence of the young man. Until finally, he left. When the ship reached Drum Island, they dared to breathe loudly. The young man was not bothered by the freezing weather in this place as he was very excited even though his face didn't show it. After leaving the Four Seas, he was extremely regretful that he would not be able to see Bleach and the other shows for a long time, but when he arrived at the Grand Line and saw the familiar green light strewn across the sky, he felt a wave of emotions explode in his heart. The moment he descended on the Snow Island, the first thing he saw was the familiar art store beacon. Here everything was confirmed. Mihawk's steps were fast as he moved on the snow ground. The cold wind of this place didn't bother him, he was even more excited. He was familiar with this place even though he had never been here before. This is the place he saw in the manga of One Piece. He took the arc that affected him most and fixed many of the values he nearly lost in his quest for power. They have been restored thanks to this arc. Or more specifically, thanks to a certain fake doctor. As expected, when Mihawk arrived at the outskirts of the art store, the place was in an uproar. Nobody cared about the newcomer, all they cared about was the new Bleach arc. Neutra Gilga deepens Grimjow's wounds. Ichigo against Neutra. Nell become an adult woman. Zaraki Kenpachi appears. Byakuya appearance. Mihawk closed his ears firmly and ran to the art store for fear of hearing more. The moment he entered the art store, a feeling of warmth attacked him, but he didn't care. The art store was familiar, so he quickly went to the manga section and bought the new volume. Many people inside the store noticed him and found him abnormally familiar. But Mihawk did not give them any time to verify his identity and quickly entered one of the private rooms. Only here he can enjoy his privacy. Just as Katakuri enjoys his own time eating donuts here, Mihawk enjoys reading manga with enthusiastic expressions here too. Mihawk started reading the chapters even before he sat down. Neutra actually appeared as he heard from Drum Island people, and he bullied the wounded Grimjow, so Ichigo couldn't stand it and got into a fight with him, but because of his stamina exhaustion in previous battles and his fight against Grimjow, he couldn't face Neutra normally, and to the surprise of Mihawk and many other Bleach fans, the character who everyone thought she was useless, the character everyone thought was just a cute little girl, turned into a woman with huge breasts that made even Mihawk's face turn red. She was so sexy that she caused a lot of Bleach fans to bleed noses. This was an unexpected attack from the author. Especially, the moment she hugged Ichigo in her adult form. Her childish demeanor towards Ichigo was still the same, but her astonishing figure made the minds of readers go in another direction. Even Orihime felt embarrassed and jealous, not to mention the readers. Not only was Nell's adult form amazing, but her strength was also even more amazing. From her past, it is revealed that she was called Neliel II and belonged to Aizen's Arrancar army as Espada No. 3. Had it not been for Neutra's malicious scheme to bring her down, she would still have been one of Aizen's most powerful cards. If she hadn't gone back to being a little girl, she would have beaten Neutra, and that's what everyone witnessed. When the team member of Neutra, Tessera, is on the verge of killing the wounded Ichigo, Zaraki appeared and killed him mercilessly, saving Ichigo. The fight afterward between the madman Zaraki and the sly Neutra was even more amusing for the readers. When Zaraki took off his garrison, the explosion of the Ryatsu scared the shit out of Neutra. Readers were thoroughly amused by this fight and Zaraki's madness. As readers expected, Neutra was utterly crushed by Zaraki. Zaraki's prestige rose in their hearts and he became an untouchable figure. Other leaders' battles featured, such as Retsu Unohana against Redborn Kalut. Byakuya Kachiki battles the Espada Samari Ruros. Mayuri Kuratsuchi fights Sailaporo Grands. As it turned out, the Soul Society intervened in this attack, although it was belated and without knowing why it actually happened. In the final chapters, Coyote Stark appeared and easily returned Orihime to Aizen, taking advantage of the mistake of Zaraki and Ichigo, who were far from Orihime at that moment. Stark's speed, not unlike teleportation, made even Borsalino, who was eating the glint fruit, gasp in shock. At the end of the arc, Aizen began speaking through the Bakudo, Tentakura. Can you hear me, dear intruders? I congratulate you on defeating many of my espadas, and I will reward you by telling you our plans. We are about to enter the real world. I will leave Inoue Orihime in the 5th tower. If you want to save her, you can come. I no longer need her. Her ability is truly amazing. Her ability to reject all phenomena is beyond the capabilities of humans. The Soul Society's supreme leadership has realized how great her power is. That's why kidnapping her will make the Soul Society feel threatened. Instead of focusing on the real world, the Soul Society strengthened their defenses, and then she became the bait that lured the alternate Shinigami and the Ryuka to Hueco Mundo, making them powerless to help the Soul Society. Moreover, she succeeded in luring 4 leaders to Hueco Mundo to help them, and they were trapped inside. The Godii 13's power lies almost entirely in the 13 leaders, but of those 13, 3 of them turned against them and 4 were trapped. It could be said that the Soul Society lost half of its martial power. This will be easy. We will exterminate Karakura City and make the King's Key and bring down the Soul Society. We'll have plenty of time to fight you guys after we're done with all this. Readers' breath almost stopped when they saw the Shinigami leaders gather in the sky of Karakura City, led by Yamamoto. This means that a major war was on the horizon. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 125, The Change in Hirilek's Life. Golden Lion on Drum Island. Chapter 126, Dracul Mihawk vs. Golden Lion Shiki. Chapter 127, The World Government Enters the Competition. Chapter 125, The Change in Hirilek's Life. Golden Lion on Drum Island. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Mihawk closed the day's volume before wiping the sweat from his forehead. He couldn't remember when he really started to sweat, which was a natural response to the increased levels of adrenaline in his body. He was simply too excited. He's never been so excited like that before. Aizen's plan to reduce the combat power of the Soul Society made him reevaluate this man. He wasn't just a random villain, his intelligence was way beyond the ceiling. Someone like him as an enemy wouldn't really be good. Zaraki's fight against Neutra made him re-evaluate Zaraki's madness as well. Stark's insane speed made him wait for this man to appear again. He was really wondering what this man's number was among the Espada. But what was truly astonishing was how well the Soul Society leader Commander Yamamoto prepared for war in the human world, as if he had predicted Aizen's killer move. Shinigami cannot be underestimated either. The last picture in the manga was promising a huge war on the horizon. This is the real reason Mihawk sweats as he reads today's volume. Mihawk felt a little sad because he read this great volume alone. He started to miss his friend Issue and even those annoying brats, Daffy and Rosinante. When he was in O'Hara he didn't spend a single boring day there. The best time for him was to read the manga together, and sharing their opinions about it. Unknown to him the other three were missing him too. O'Hara was like a different world. The people of O'Hara were very happy to live there. There was no bullying or criminality. That island looked as if it came out of a very peaceful world and entered the chaotic pirate world. There weren't even people who didn't have anything to eat like most islands in the pirate world. Of course, if someone who hasn't visited O'Hara heard it, they wouldn't believe it. But this is already the truth. Since the emergence of the art store in O'Hara, people's mindset has begun to shift towards a less cold direction. O'Hara wasn't the only one who got this change. Every island that had an art store got a certain percentage of positive change, but O'Hara, who was Rob's house, got the biggest percentage of positive change. Mihawk finally came out of the private room but was surprised by what he saw in front of him. In front of the door stood a fairly familiar person. Obviously, they were waiting for him. "Welcome the most powerful swordsman in the world to our humble island." Hirolik spoke with a big smile on his face. Saw you at O'Hara in Rob's festival day but you didn't see me. See you at Drum today is really an unexpected thing." This time it was Kureha who spoke. Mihawk regained his calm very quickly and gave a proper salute to those people in front of him. As expected, One Piece manga wasn't simple as most people think. If it were simple, so many real people would not have appeared in it. The three of them sat in the tavern of the art store and started talking to each other curiously. "I've got an interesting idea. Recently since I started reading One Piece manga I started hoping to meet the people who appeared in the manga like me, and chat with them, about how their lives have changed because of that, and other things. And you, Mihawk-san, are one of those people I've always wanted to meet." Mihawk looked at Hirolik deeply and asked intently. "Why me?" Hirolik laughed before speaking. "Ha ha ha ha. Of course, because you are a main character in the manga. Someone with the title of World's Strongest Swordsman couldn't be a side character like me." Mihawk stopped him before he finished speaking. "If I'm going to impact the world as you did, I'd rather be a side character like you, Hirolik-san. Since seeing you in the manga, you've become one of the few people I respect." Hirolik felt very moved and kind of proud when he heard that. He's been living in bliss lately. People's attitudes towards him have changed drastically recently. Since his story appeared in the manga, he's been held in unparalleled respect wherever he's gone. Even the king gave him a noble title, despite his keenness to reject it again and again, but the king did not care about his rejection and gave him the title officially. His life had become perfect. Even if he died now he would have no regrets. At times he thought he was dreaming, and he might wake up from this dream at any moment. Who would have thought that patients would willingly call to him for their recovery one day? Although he made a lot of mistakes and caused bad conditions for many patients, these patients did smile despite their pain, and they told him that they are getting better. Even he was starting to feel remorse. "Dr. Kureha. Dr. Kureha. We have an emergency outside, someone is looking for you." Suddenly someone came running wildly. From his expression he looked extremely terrified. Mihawk raised an eyebrow in alarm, his instinct starting to warn him of an unknown danger. "What is there? Who is looking for me? Is someone dying? Prepare to bury him then. Do you want me to bury the dead too?" Even Kureha was annoyed by the interruption of their conversation. It's a flying island right above our island. Someone said it's the Golden Lion wants to meet you." "What did you say?" The moment Mihawk heard the name of the Golden Lion, his previous expression completely changed and turned into that of a defiant man. He quickly got up and walked outside. Kureha ran outside as well, and Hirolik followed suit too. The Golden Lion. Why does this name sound familiar? Just when they walked out of the art store and saw the floating islands in the sky blocking the sunlight, did they feel utter shock? Yes, because this guest is Shiki. One of the three great pirates. Jihahaha. Big sister. This little brother came to look for you. A man's voice came from the sky and everyone could hear it. Damn you. Why don't you get out of here? As Kureha's voice pierced the clouds from below, Shiki could hear it as well. Hui, big sister Kureha. Don't tell me you're still mad at me. Mihawk, who heard this, also looked surprised. Were these people acquaintances? Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 126, Dracula Mihawk vs. Golden Lion Shiki. Chapter 127, The World Government Enters the Competition. Chapter 128, Dressrosa King in Trouble. Chapter 126, Dracula Mihawk vs Golden Lion Shiki. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Shiki closed the new Bleach volume with a satisfied expression and laid it to the side before rising from his throne-like seat. As soon as he stood, he soared lazily in the air, and after a while, he got out of his flying island and slowly began to descend on the snowy island. The cold weather didn't bother him at all. The first thing that caught his eye was the art store. The moment he saw it, his face sullen completely. He was planning to use the art store on his island as a trump card to convince Kureha to become his crew's doctor. What will he do now? Oh! Did that crook bastard open an art store here too? Did he crooks on you all too? No one understood who Shiki meant by crook, but no one thought of it. The sight of the huge islands hanging above their heads was too frightening to let them think of anything. Kureha tells the townspeople to run to the art store to hide from any possible danger. But only a few people who had little courage went into hiding, and the majority of the people had a firm stand. No matter what, they would stay with their doctor and would know why this man was looking for her. Don't tell me you're tense because of me, Kureha. I really didn't come looking for you with bad intent. Shiki paused in the sky before speaking. Why would I get tense because of an old bastard like you, Shiki? What do you want? Spit it out and take off. You're still impatient, old woman. Okay, I'll cut it short with you. I want to invite you to my crew for the second time. I need your medical skills to become the Pirate King. He, Shiki, are you kidding me? I quit sailing a long time ago. There's nothing interesting to seeing in this world anymore to me, just don't bother yourself by trying to impress me. Shiki was already anticipating this, so he spoke right afterward. I can help you get that devil fruit that you're dreaming with it if you agree to work with me. Kureha was silent for a few seconds before speaking again. I don't need it anymore. If you need a cure for your dementia, I can help you for once, but don't dream of having me on your crew. Shiki became speechless after hearing this. If it was someone else, he wouldn't have bothered to talk long and try to convince her. He would have taken her with him by force. But this old woman was not any ordinary person. Big sister, think a little. He didn't even finish talking before she interrupted him. It cannot, impossible, there is no room for discussion in this, my refusal is categorical. After hearing this, Shiki immediately became angry. Damn you, you old witch. Once again before he finished speaking, a nearly meter-long slash flew straight in the direction of Shiki. Shiki anticipated this attack with haki and easily avoided it. The light green slash continued on its way and crashed into the island in the sky, causing a small explosion and cutting off some rocks that fell from the sky. That was too surprising for those present. Shiki shifted his gaze from Kureha to the youth he points to him with the black sword. When he saw who he was utterly shocked. Who would have expected to see the strongest swordsman from the future in a place like this? This is so interesting. Jihahaha. Did you try to hit me with that a while ago? Shiki pointed to the traces of the previous attack at the rear of the island. Golden Lion Shiki, a dangerous pirate and one of the most powerful pirates in this era, one of the 3 great pirates of the seas, but the most important thing is you are the one sitting on the current throne of the strongest swordsman. Am I right? Eh? Of course, you're right. Shiki had a proud look on his face. He looked at Kureha as if to say, look, that's me, why are you refusing to become my crew doctor? Today, I challenge you for the title of the strongest swordsman in the world, will you accept that, Shiki? Shiki was surprised to hear this for a moment before he burst into laughter. Jihahaha. You must be kidding, brat. Did you really believe yourself? Do you think you'll be the strongest swordsman in the future? As long as I'd alive and kicking, don't even dream of that. Shiki took out a small dagger from his waist and began to float down from the sky. When he finally landed on the ground, he spoke again. Dracula Mihawk, you are a talented kid, but you are still too far away from my level, but that doesn't mean I will refuse your duel. When Mihawk saw the little dagger that Shiki had taken out, he almost vomited blood. Why did he feel deja vu? Those fuckers are definitely making fun of him. After that bastard robbed, it's Shiki's turn. He really wanted to curse his future self for causing all this trouble to him who was still growing. Why don't you take at least one of your famous swords? You fight with 2-sword style, right? Why use a dagger? Is this even a swordsman battle? If you don't know, I've mastered the 3rd level of swordsmanship. I'm not just a beginner. You might regret looking down on me. Jihahaha. I really don't have anything smaller than this right now, I'm sorry. Mihawk's face turned red with anger. Even Dr. Hiralik would have burst out laughing had he not caught himself by force. Just why does the scene look so familiar? Isn't that young man similar to Shishibuki, Mihawk, the most powerful swordsman in the world? Ah. You're right. Ah, we really missed One Piece manga. The townspeople watching the show were whispering to each other, but their whispers could be heard in Mihawk and Shiki's ears. You are really famous, even without becoming the strongest swordsman in the world some ignorant might think you are. I envy you for appearing in the manga. Enough gossip, let's fight. My hawk vanished and appeared directly behind Shiki in the next second. Shiki's eyeballs nearly popped out of shock. What was that speed? Why is it similar to Sora but more awesome? No, why was it so familiar? As if he had seen it in some book. What is it? His observation haki was at its best, so there was no problem interacting with that level of speed. Sparks flew when the Shiki dagger collided with the black sword. Since Shiki was too cocky to use armament haki to wrap his dagger, he was slapped really hard. His dagger was instantly broken by the black sword and it hit him straight in the chest. Shiki was shocked by what had happened, to the point that he had yet to fully comprehend it. Was his dagger too rusty? After successfully executing the first hit, my hawk bounced back, enjoying the audience's praise. I told you not to look at me with disdain. How can your small dagger block the path of the strongest sword in the world? You must be dreaming, Golden Lion. This time Shiki looked at my hawk with a serious look. He didn't really take it lightly. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 127, The World Government Enters the Competition. Chapter 128, Dressrosa King in Trouble. Chapter 129, Opening an Art Store in Dressrosa. Chapter 127, The World Government Enters the Competition. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Have you heard the new news? Yes, I already heard it. How no? If this news has been repeated in the kingdom over and over again recently. So what do you think will happen? I think it's kind of interesting, but what the hell does manga mean? Oh. You don't even know this. Do you live under a rock? Well, I've only been spending my last year at sea almost, so I'm still clueless about most of the trending events right now. Since you don't know what manga means, let me enlighten you. Manga is a type of art that has recently become popular not only in South Blue but in all 4 seas, as I've heard, is a kind of comic book that shows human characters in a colorful and drawn world with meticulous precision, a book that contains a living world and entertaining stories. It has become entertainment that cannot be abandoned. The creator of this new art is a dangerous pirate called Sky Sword, Rob. Your information is old, man. The anime has already appeared. I watched it with my own eyes last week on Karate Island. For 4 consecutive days my perception of life was destroyed over and over again because of the anime. I bite the taboo fruit called anime. I became a lover of this art. An excited person intervened in the conversation of 2 men who were talking about manga in this kingdom under the world government, here in South Blue. This kingdom didn't contain an art store, so most of its residents don't know anything about anime and manga. All they know is some scattered information that they received from islands that contain an art store such as Baitrilla Island or Karate Island and others. But 3 days ago, everyone in this kingdom suddenly became aware of the manga. This is because there came an immediate decree, which must be implemented immediately, from the world government, compelling the local government of the kingdom to set up a branch of the world government's manga printing and publishing agency on its land. This kingdom was not the only one, but all the kingdoms and countries affiliated with the world government received this decree, and even some non-world government kingdoms like Fishman Island received it as well. The world was boiling. Everyone in the world now knows that the world government wants to go into the manga industry. Opinions were mixed, but no one dared openly question the world government's decision. Rob also knew this. He was already anticipating this move because he had already sold the manga drawing basics to the world government after obtaining 15 devil fruits and 5 famous swords, but unfortunately, he didn't get the Rokushiki techniques. Or that's what they thought at least. How can someone with One Piece manga in their memory not know the Rokushiki? Rob was kind of interested in the manga that the world government will release. Are they going to try to brainwash the people with the manga? Before everything, will they even succeed in creating a coherent and understandable story? Rob really wanted to see them embarrass themselves. Even Alvia, Rouge, and Sora were interested in what the world government manga would be. Only Toki was so nervous about it that she was acting weird recently due to the world government's sudden move. Rob can confirm that she was against this move from the world government. Rob didn't really care about world government manga. Even he, who got the title of beginner mangaka, doesn't have the guts to make his manga, let alone those amateurs hired by world government. Do they think everyone can be Oda? Well, if they rely on real facts from the history of the world government, perhaps they can create a respectable story. But that is somewhat unlikely. The world government raises the flag of secrecy. How can they make their secrets public? So Rob is sure they will draw the fake bullshit and sell it to the public, who might believe it, maybe. At least until the truth comes out in the One Piece manga. Countries and kingdoms that had art stores on their lands and were also subject to the world government internally mocked the world government. After seeing what the real manga means in both One Piece and Bleach, these fans were hard to please. It might be easy for the world government to get acclaim and admiration from people who haven't read One Piece or Bleach yet, but equally, it would be hard to get that from people who have read it. The world government is going to take the One Piece and Bleach approach for sure, so it will be easy to get the endorsement of people who are clueless about Rob's manga. Drum Island. Next to the art store appeared a large building bearing the emblem of the world government with a book opened in the middle. This building was the building of the new manga publishing agency, which is directly run by the world government. 3 days ago, a big accident happened. Its limbs were Shiki, Mihawk, Rob, CP0. After Mihawk initially surprises Shiki, Shiki fought him seriously with one of his famous swords, but that was too much for youth Mihawk to bear, so the result was Mihawk completely crushed, but at the last moment, Rob arrives and saves Mihawk from death, then he chases Shiki away. Before leaving Shiki, he was very angry for several reasons, the first of them being that he could not defeat Rob, the second being that he only found out about the expensive price issue for him, and the third, he couldn't kill Mihawk due to the interference of Rob, and he also didn't get Kureha in his crew. He suffered one loss after another. So when he saw CP0's ship parked on the port of Drum Kingdom, he bombarded them with a small island for destroying their ship to vent his wrath. When the CP0 agents and manga agency members arrived at Drum Kingdom, they saw the islands floating in the sky, so they were prepared for any accident. After all, this was the crazy pirate, Shiki, we talking about. So they left their ship the moment they confirmed Shiki's presence in this kingdom. Just as they expected, their ship and the entire port had been reduced to dust by the cursed Shiki. The world government suffered a free slap because of Shiki. But even so, they succeeded in completing their mission, which was to build a manga branch here. King Maple had no objection. Rob didn't care about them because he left after leaving injured Mihawk for Kureha to take care of him. Under the suspense of the world government, the world was waiting eagerly to see what the world government intends to do with its new branches, which have acquired an importance not even obtained by the Navy bases. This was the first time in history that the world government had made a large-scale deployment of its own branches in hundreds of kingdoms and nations. This was something that had never happened before, which was why it got so much attention. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 128, Dressrosa King in Trouble. Chapter 129, Opening an Art Store in Dressrosa. Chapter 130, Manga, Heir of the World, releases its first volume. Disparate reactions. Chapter 128, Dressrosa King in Trouble. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. The new world, Dressrosa. Your Majesty. They are asking us to help build again. This time they are getting very aggressive with our subordinates. What should we do? The current king of Dressrosa, Ricadoldo III, 34 old years, felt a headache at what was happening. Just why would these bastards from the world government continue to cause him trouble? Go, and tell all our people to withdraw from the area we have allotted to the people of the world government. If they come to look for trouble, don't mind them and ignore them for a while. Understood, Your Majesty. The subordinate came out very quickly to pass the king's orders. Dressrosa, or more specifically, King Riku, was one of the few kings who dared to don't help in the building campaign of the manga agency's new branches. This is of course for many reasons. He has many unanswered demands from the world government which he has made at the previous level and other occasions. They were both economic and political demands, like all kings under world government. But the world government had always viewed them like ants, so they didn't bother to take their demands as serious priorities. That's why King Riku refused to help build the manga agency's branch as a protest. Anata, why don't we just lower our heads a little? This world government we are talking about, as you know, and those people who wear masks have not yet interfered in this matter. I feel very uncomfortable about them. This time the queen spoke, Riku's wife, a beautiful woman in her 30s, she has some similarities with her daughter Scarlet and her future granddaughter Rebecca. But her expression was anxious at this moment. Next to her stood a 10-year-old girl, with red hair and rosy cheeks, who looked very cute. This child was the first princess, Scarlet. My dear, it wouldn't be too serious. The world government cares about its face and its reputation, so even if I go a little over this they won't do anything to me, and the world government might even take our demands seriously. Boom. What happens? The royal palace shook when an explosion occurred. Scarlet was so frightened that she shrunk in on her mother's cuddle, shivering. The huge stone gate was kicked in by a masked agent leading a few men also wearing strange masks. Many of the guards from Dressrosa's royal army fell behind, groaning in pain or fainting with broken limbs. Let's go inside. The man who blew up the stone door with his kick didn't care about the noise it made but continued on his way after breaking the antique gate of the wall surrounding the royal palace. The palace gate itself wasn't worth any effort, just a simple push from the same man generated a powerful expelling force from his hand and blew up the palace gate. The servants inside the palace ran like headless chickens. Very quickly, CP0's agents group arrived at the royal hall, where the royal guard gathered in front of Riku, his wife, and his daughter in rows to protect them. Obviously, the situation was getting out of control. What does this mean? How can agents of the world government be so unreasonable in my house? Riku said softly, his voice carrying a tone of hidden anger, but even so, he had to calm the situation at any cost. He guessed wrong this time. The world government didn't care about its face at all this time, they were intimidated very quickly right after he showed a bit of disobedience. What does this mean? This means that the world government decided to use him as an example, he might die here today. Rikudoldo III, the son of Rikudoldo II. You received the throne 10 years ago, and it was with the blessing of the world government. All this time the world government has been supporting the Riku royal family, but when an important decree arrived from the world government and it needs urgent implementation, you refused the conditional help in building the branch of the Manga agency and ignored our call out again and again without shame. Here and now I declare that you are a rebel and sentenced to death. Everyone present in the hall trembled after hearing that. You dare move against the king? We will not allow you to touch the king unless on our corpses. Riku royal army shrieked as they clenched their sword handles hard, ready to fight to the death. This frightening atmosphere and the announcement of her father's execution made the 10-year-old Scarlet feel terrified, and no matter how her mother tried to calm her down, she couldn't. The CP0 chief didn't care about the guards blocking his path toward King Riku. In his eyes, they were like paper men that he could tear apart with ease. When he finished his judge, he didn't wait for King Riku to absorb the situation and moved with invisible speed using sorrow. The moment King Riku blinked, he found himself lifted into midair by the CP0 chief who easily grabbed him by the neck with one hand. King Riku was tall, but CP0's chief was taller. Cough. You. King Riku, this was a really troublesome decision to implement, but you just have to go against the world government in such a serious situation. Did you get stupid? Now, the Riku royal family is going to end because of you. If you are going to blame someone, just blame yourself. Now, go and die. Let my father go. You masked villain, let my father go. Before he ends the king's life, CP0's chief is surprised by a little girl hitting his leg with her little arms. Riku saw this and felt sorry for his daughter for showing such a shameful attitude. He was really at the end of his thoughts. He didn't think the world government would be so strict to turn a trivial matter into a big matter like this. It wasn't that he rejected their order, was it? He only had refused to help them a little bit. But look where this leads. The execution of a king was not a small event, not any king, but the king of Dressrosa. This will have significant and negative consequences for the world government. The CP0 chief raised his leg, wanting to kick Scarlet away, but the next moment, he glorified in his place. If he moved just a little he would be facing death next. King Riku fell from the grip of CP0's chief and his wife ran to pull him away from the masked bastard. The king's guards thought that the masked man didn't dare to kill the king and was only frightening him. But in the next moment, a powerful conqueror haki that was initially focused on CP0's chief alone exploded. The rest of the other CP0 members felt as if their heads had been crushed by a mighty hammer. If not for their masks, that hide their faces, everyone could see their pale faces. A man entered the hall. The next moment he appeared kneeling in front of the little girl, gently patting her head before saying with a smile, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 129, Opening an Art Store in Dressrosa. Chapter 130, Manga, Heir of the World, releases its first volume. Disparate reactions. Chapter 131, Heir of the World vs. Bleach. Blackstar_BH note. Heir of the World is the manga that will be authored by the world government, which means it's my work and own diligence. No need to complicate matters, this is not a real manga. Chapter 129, Opening an Art Store in Dressrosa. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Rob gently patted Scarlet's head. Previously, the little girl held her tears firmly when she was trying to save her father, but when she saw the men with a gentle smile in front of her, she couldn't hold her tears anymore. Rob took the crying child in his arms and took her to her mother, who was still stunned by what was happening. King Riku had been looking at Rob with astonishment ever since he entered the royal hall. He knows this man. What would a dangerous pirate like him do in his house? No, what's important now is that he is very grateful to Rob for saving him and his child. Anything else is unimportant. Rob turned toward the CP0 agents who were still frozen under his pressure, without being able to lift a finger. After the pressure on CP0's chief eased, he could move with ease. I see that you want to protect the rebellious royal family, right? Do you realize what you're doing, Sky Sword? The only person who can speak despite the terrible pressure is the chief of CP0. Well, I'm protecting them, what can you do about it? CP0 chief. You raised that leg trying to kick the little girl, didn't you? Rob pointed his finger at the left leg of CP0's chief. Before the latter could comprehend what was going on, he felt a terrifying pain in his left leg. Although he had great pain resistance, the pain of lightning striking in his left leg and making his veins burn, made him want to scream out loudly. CP0's chief fell onto the ground while holding his left leg, trying not to scream. I've been watching this farce for some time until now. I didn't expect it to be scum for trying to kick a little child. That's just a small punishment. You all, take your friend and get out of here. The moment the pressure of the Conqueror hockey disappeared from them, they rushed towards their injured chief and took him and vanished from the place with their tail between their legs. Amid the peaceful Dressrosa kingdom, an art store came out of nowhere, astonishing the people watching. The people from the world government who were still building their branch of Manga agency felt hate. Why seems to create such a big building so easily? No, it was just easy for their opponent. So far the world government hasn't come up with a rationale for Rob's ability to get new art stores out of nowhere. It was most likely the ability of devil fruit, but which devil fruit? This was not yet known. The scary thing is, how many devil fruits did this man eat? The ability of the paper fruit has been confirmed. The ability of the lightning fruit was confirmed. Only this fact turned the world government upside down in the past days after they got the news about Rob's fight against Whitebeard. The world government was terrified by this matter. It wasn't the first time someone had defied common sense and obtained two abilities, but every time this happened, chaos engulfed all corners of the world. The point here is that the world government cannot enter into physical conflict with Rob for a reason only the five elders know. As long as the world queen doesn't wish to disturb Rob, the world government cannot do anything to him. Rob is arguably the freest person on the seas right now. Back to Rob. This is my art store, I think you've heard of it before. Next to Rob stood King Riku, his wife, and their daughter. The royal family's expression was filled with excitement. After Rob saved them from inevitable annihilation, they were so grateful to him, he became their eternal benefactor. They didn't know why the agents of the world government didn't dare oppose Rob, but it didn't matter to them. What is important is that they survived the disaster, and all thanks to this man who came to Dressrosa with a keen commercial intent. Yes, Rob has come to Dressrosa to set up his art store here in this famous kingdom in New World. Earlier, he had teleported from O'Hara to Whole Cake Island. He spent some time with Lean Lean, who scolded him for suspending One Piece manga, but he also earned praise for the good anime he started showing. Lean Lean's personality was contradictory, so Rob just had to go along with her. After Lean Lean learns that Rob fought Whitebeard into a tie, her attitude to him becomes more friendly. Her desire to have sex with him also became more brutal. If he hadn't run away, he would have cheated on his wife today. Next, Rob flew from Tato Land towards Dressrosa, which was relatively close. The moment he reached Dressrosa, he could sense a strong killing intent in the royal palace, so he arrived and hid nearby. He was watching the event from beginning to end. Because of today's event, he realized that the changes his appearance had caused to the world were too great. Had he not chosen to come to Dressrosa today, the entire Riku royal family would have perished today, and there would be no Violet nor Rebecca in the future. There may have been a lot of changes he hasn't discovered yet. But will Rob regret it? No, this was a new world, changes were inevitable, so he would accept any change that happened, and he would save as many people as possible who were affected or would be affected by it. Well, who would have thought that an evil person like Big Mom would become his ally one day, and she would like to give herself to him? This is a kind of welcome change. There will be fewer enemies in the future and more powerful allies. Oni-san. Rob Oni-san. May I enter the store now? Rob came out of his thoughts and looked down and saw the cute little girl Scarlet clutching his robe. Of course, you can come in. I made everything free for you inside. You can have fun, my little. Since he saved her, she has been calling him Oni-san. Maybe Rob was older to be her father, but to call him Big Brother made Rob happy. Thank you, Oni-san. Scarlet ran to her mother and she whispered to her what Rob had told her. Her mother was so happy. Then she took her daughter and went to explore what was inside this legendary store, which is so praised by all who saw it. King Riku stayed behind to accompany Rob. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 130, Manga, Heir of the World, releases its first volume. Disparate reactions. Chapter 131, Heir of the World vs. Bleach. Chapter 132, The Politique Changes in Flevens. Blackstar_BH note. For those who say chapters are short, I have to tell you, my novel's average words are 1,200 words per chapter. I really didn't shorten chapters because I lost momentum or something. Just last week, anime episodes and manga chapters updates have so much momentum because of that I could write a lot of words without stopping, so the chapters were long, but after getting past that, I reached a transitional stage of getting ready to skip time, so the words seemed to be few. That's what I want to say, the long chapters are still on the way. So don't lower your support for me, there are still more surprises in this novel, we are still in the beginning. I need more from your Power Stone. Additional note. Heir of the World is the manga that will be authored by the world government, which means it's my work and own diligence. No need to complicate matters, this is not a real manga. Chapter 130, Manga, Heir of the World, releases its first volume. Disparate reactions. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Today was Saturday. The day that the world government decided to unveil its huge project that had never been seen before. After careful study about a year from the world government, they knew that the new art called Manga has a great opportunity to change the shape of the world. If they succeed in entering and controlling the market of this art, their grip on the world will become even stronger. But the problem is that there is another person who has already succeeded in entering this market before them. Not only did he enter, but he was the person who established this art in the first place. He also succeeded in it with a full mark. The world government didn't want to talk about that Rob had already bypassed the manga market and entered the anime market because that was causing them a lot of embarrassment. The thing they do best to beat their opponent is the number of art stores each. They had a clear advantage over Rob in the number of their art stores. Where they succeeded in establishing 180 branches of the manga agency in all C regions with the ability to extend this number to exceed the 200 mark. Not counting government facilities such as Marine Ford, Navy bases, Eni's lobby, Impel Dawn, and the world government's main police headquarters. 169 branches have been set up in countries affiliated with the world government. Except for the Lvil nation whose ruler by Rob is after he succeeded in pulling it off from the world government by force in the past. And 10 of them were forcibly created in non-affiliated countries, but these 10 non-affiliated countries were already put into forced annexation years ago, such as Fishman Island. Rob knew that but he didn't feel any threat. How could they defeat him, someone with a system, just by using conventional means? The easiest thing for Rob is opening art stores. It's a pity he doesn't have enough of them, or else he will flood the world with his stores. But he considers many factors before setting up a new art store. The last art store he opened in Dressrosa was under these factors as well. The world government made no secret of their intention to outdo Rob in this field. They were using all their resources to crush Rob and beat his One Piece manga. That's why the manga The Heir of World first appeared in this world. To become the first manga approved by the world governing body. Whether it's good or bad, it will go down in history from its widest doors and will be recorded as the first manga in history. They were plotting a really insidious plan. They would change history once Rob dies and take over all of his accomplishments. Manga. Anime. Art stores. All of that will become their property after his death. Well, he will die, right? No matter how strong he is, he will surely die. But the world government is immortal, it will be forever. They will change history as they used to. Rob can enjoy the spotlight now, but they'll take away all of his future accomplishments once he's dead. This was a good plan from the world government. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that their plan was impossible to succeed. Grand Line, Alabasta. Come watch this. The highly anticipated manga has finally released its first volume. Come watch this. The highly anticipated manga has finally released its first volume. Early Saturday morning, some handsome men and beautiful women, their clothes are very revealing, started to welcome their first clients to the manga agency. The manga agency was an official agency that got its license from the world government. A government tool par excellence. Unlike Rob stores which do not have any permission. The function of this agency is to print and publish the manga that the people of the world government will create from now on. This was the beginning of the manga giant agency which could be considered the strongest competitor to Rob's art company in the future. The people of the Alabasta capital excitedly entered the manga agency. There were uninterested people, but when they saw a group of beautiful women dressed in the famous dance outfit of Alabasta they immediately attracted them. The world government was using a vile move in marketing. Since the art store wasn't releasing any new updates, it was recently deserted. This was the best time the manga agency could use. Over the past month, thousands of people from the world government condensed to release the manga in time under terrible pressure from the five elders, who were in turn suffering under an even more terrifying pressure from their rulers' words. You have less than a month to make a manga that can compete with Rob. The month was almost over, but somehow they made it in time. The world was excited. The world government somehow got into the field of entertainment. This is something no one expected just a year ago. Who could have predicted this? Only a crazy would believe something like this if he had heard of it before. But now it's real, and it has already happened. Millions of people around the world have purchased world government manga. Which wasn't expensive at all, it was the same price as the art store sells for. 1,000 berries per book. Quantities were limited at first, so each person could only buy one book. In Alabasta, in Dressrosa, in Elysia, in Ballywood, in Water 7, it considered a principal city and not a country, in Sabaody, in Flevens, in Goa, in Province, in Kano, in Ryugu, Fishman, in Lulusia, in Drum, in Jerma, and many other countries. Opinions varied about the new world government manga. Some say it is very good. And some said that it is very bad and cannot be compared to One Piece at all. Some have been disappointed after they had high hopes. And some highly praised the manga. There are even those who said that One Piece can't lift a candle to the heir to the world. Yes, the world government manga is called The Heir of World. It was a fictional story based on the world of One Piece and some common facts about the world order that prevailed 800 years ago. The summary of the story was about a beautiful knight with ruby red eyes who was born in the land of dragons that became extinct 1,000 years ago. It was the only humankind that appeared without any natural cause on Dragon Island that had never been set foot on by humans and was considered a local legend. The story takes place thousands of years ago when the world was ruled by a race of evil giants who racked all over the world due to their large numbers, huge sizes, and overwhelming power. 1,000 years ago giants ruled the world. There was no world government as they know it today, just a primitive world in which giants trampled on all races that refused to submit and sent them to extinction. The manga portrayed that era in the ugliest way possible, leaving readers with a creeping fear of giants. This was a huge difference between how Rob portrayed the giants in One Piece and how the world government portrayed them in Heir of the World. Combined with the anime, Attack on Titan, humans have become really afraid of giants. It was a dark era, as an extremely fearsome giant king was ruling the ancient kingdom. Because of that evil king, the giants under his command had become even more sinister. They oppressed the world and caused destruction everywhere for 2,000 years. Until the Dragon Queen from the land of legendary dragons was born. The drawing and coloring quality was average. It can't be compared to One Piece manga at all, but the similarities between them can be seen indeed. The story was very amazing and aroused the admiration and curiosity of many, but most readers found it too fantasy and full of illogical fantasy, as the author of the book did not succeed in plugging many holes in the plot, which gave a drop in quality. But overall it wasn't a bad start. Rob closed the Heir of the World volume and sank into his thoughts. He doesn't an ignorant idiot like everyone who had read the manga. Could this story be a bit true? That's what Rob was thinking. He had a familiar feeling for this Dragon Queen. It can't be Daenerys Targaryen. So, she could only be the current world queen. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 131, Heir of the World vs. Bleach. Chapter 132, The Politique Changes in Flevens. Chapter 133, After a Year. Enrich the anime world. Blackstar_BH note. Heir of the World is the manga that will be authored by the world government, which means it's my work and own diligence. No need to complicate matters, this is not a real manga. Chapter 131, Heir of the World vs. Bleach. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. This can't excite me at all. The author is too amateur. Mihawk left the manga book, Heir of the World, on the side while making his last opinion about it. Youth Mihawk was currently still on the island of Drum, had nearly died fighting the Shiki days before, so he had to sit in the medical ward to take care of his wounds. Since his crushing defeat from Shiki, he is so excited to train again. The defeat hasn't caused him any setback, on the contrary, thanks to it, he has awakened to reality. He was so far away from competing with the likes of Shiki and Rob, these people were the peak of power in this world. He was grateful to Rob for saving him from that crazy Shiki, but his pride prevented him from saying a word of gratitude, but he still remembers this in his heart. The only entertainment he received recently was the emergence of a new manga. At first, he thought it was a new manga for that man, but when he saw that it was produced by world government he was disappointed. As he expected, the manga was not good for his taste, it was poor in terms of the portrayal of reality, it sounded like a fairy story. Dragon Knight. What was this? Evil giants. This is most likely a lie. History 800 years ago. This is a proven lie. How can the world government, known for its unwavering keenness to hide anything about history, draw a history manga? Even an idiot could say that's nonsense. And who doesn't know that the giants are a kind and brave race? Mihawk's interest in this manga grew weaker and weaker as he continued reading until he finally left the book away. This was disappointing. And Mihawk wasn't the only one who felt this way. Inohara. Youth Doflamingo threw the manga book away while laughing at its stupidity, after reading his teacher's manga that made his blood boil over and over. He felt stupid while reading the world government manga. The secret that he knows about them could be turned into a better manga story if they were more careful about this matter. Fufufu, do they think the world will always remain ignorant about the false, empty throne, so they wanted to change this fact and prepare to reveal it publicly? Interesting. On the Roger ship. Ha 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 ha. Wahahaha. Ha 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 ha. What a joke, do they think they can rival our friend with this trash? What is this dragon queen or a tortoise queen? Did the era 800 years ago have such beauty as a female protagonist? My heart beats just by focusing on her red eyes. She has really huge breasts, I envy the world government for this beauty. I wish I was born in the land of dragons 800 years ago. Ha 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 ha, Buggy, you will be crushed by the evil giants at that time. In Pangaea Castle, the empty throne hall. The voluptuous figure of a glamorous woman sat on the throne, her face was covered in dreamy mist and only sharp facial lines and bloody red eyes could be seen. When she finished reading the new manga, the book caught fire, turning it to ashes in an instant. What nonsense. Is this supposed to be me? She placed her pearly hand on her chin in a sitting position while thinking about what she had just read. Well, there are some points right already. I see this. Those old kids still haven't forgotten themselves already. Well, you passed the test. The World Queen stood from the empty throne and wore her black robe, which was so long that it touched the ground for a long distance, and she also wore a long crown, which was also black, but had a golden portion paved in the shape of an oriental dragon. Her hair was blood red like the color of her eyes, her hot chest was visible in addition to her long legs. When she stood, she appeared in her full glory. When the mist surrounding her face disappeared, a beautiful face appeared slightly identical to what was drawn in the manga as the Dragon Knight. Imu-sama descended from the stairs. When she reached where the 5 elders knelt, she didn't say another word but continued on her way until she disappeared from the hall. But make sure to scatter his cards as much as possible with your trash manga. When One Piece gets updated, the real chaos will begin. Her last words kept echoing in the hall. The 5 elders who heard that couldn't help but swallow their saliva nervously. Obviously, their manga failed to live up to the Lord's expectations. This was shameful for them. They didn't even make her gasp in admiration for once like she used to do with One Piece. The 5 elders felt remorse and sadness. They even copied the female protagonist of the story from their own lord in honor of her great sacrifices to this world, but that did not like her. What can they do now? Should they motivate those lazy painters to paint better? Or should they add a little comedy? But that dark era 800 years ago was everything except comedy. Well, although 80% of the story was fabricated nonsense, at least 20% was true. The 5 elders sighed before getting up from their kneeling position and going to work. The next day, unexpectedly, a new update of the manga Bleach was released. The volume release date has been turned to Sunday, the same day One Piece was released. Rob did this to break the momentum of the world government and to remind them of who the father of this industry is. This was a fair competition. Bleach is still here, even if One Piece is paused. When the new volume was released, all the uproar caused by the manga of the world government in the islands which had an art store on its soil was silenced. Even the celestial dragons that had been drumming for the heir of the world since yesterday stopped and went frantically to buy Bleach tomes. This became a habit. They simply couldn't beat it. They needed to read the new volume of Bleach at all costs. Especially after the last arc appeared at the beginning of a devastating war between the Shinigami and the Arrancar. To their disappointment, however, this new volume was not about the coming war. The world fell silent as the inhabitants of the pirate world began to read the new chapters with curiosity. It turns out that this arc contains a flashback about Aizen's past in the Soul Society. The arc was short and fresh, but because of it, everyone knew what kind of person Aizen was. Who would have expected that a mere ordinary Shinigami would surpass the likes of Shinji and Urahara? Mihawk finished reading the new volume quickly because it was already inside the art store even before the new update was released. He wasn't as disappointed as those who were waiting for the beginning of the war and Ichigo's fight against Ulukira. This part of the story was necessary to understand what kind of person Aizen was. Youth Mihawk was shocked by this man's cleverness and planning of everything. Who would have expected that even the birth of the protagonist himself was carefully planned by this man? In fact, it wasn't only Mihawk who was shocked by the events of Bleach today, but all Bleach fans were absolutely shocked. The prestige of Aizen in their hearts became even more mysterious. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 132, The Politique Changes in Flevens. Chapter 133, After a Year. Enrich the Anime World. Chapter 134, Doflamingo and Rosinante Progress. Kazan, the new monster of the Navy. Blackstar_BH note. Heir of the World is the manga that will be authored by the world government, which means it's my work and own diligence. No need to complicate matters, this is not a real manga. Chapter 132, The Politique Changes in Flevens. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. So, that's how it is then. Yeah, I think I enlightened a bit on the way of stories writing. That bastard Rob is really creative, that's indisputable. But as you know, we are not competing with Bleach story, our real enemy is One Piece story. But One Piece is not available at the moment. Rob has re-updated Bleach right behind our update schedule. Doesn't this mean a declaration of war? Hey, declaring war. Wake up. He's declared it to us twice already. Hasn't he taken 2 kingdoms from us yet and turned them into vassal countries to him? Yes, he did, but if he wants to take that dead kingdom, let him have it. He has done us a great favor this time. I agree. I also agree, but we cannot forget the Lumvial kingdom. We will not forget it, it will return to being our kingdom once he dies. Now, let us discuss the important thing. What are we going to do about Bleach's rising momentum? What can we do? Bleach has been going on for nearly a year, it has deep roots and millions of fans, and a great story. How can we compete with it? That's what the authors we hired should think. You guys, we didn't manage to get praise from the Lord, but at least we passed the test. It's better than death. The debate raged between the five elders. Since the advent of Rob and the manga, such discussions have become a habit for them, and their work has become so crowded because of him. Anything Rob was involved in they had to lose in. This really made them hate him so intensely internally, but they are powerless to do anything as long as they don't beat him in his domain. They can do nothing but swallow their grievances. The pendulum of the clock is turning back. The story which is always moving towards the future will now stop, so we will dive into the depths of the past. Although it was a short period, its effects were strong and lasted for a long time. We must know the past, but knowing it is forbidden to us. What happened there is the truth hidden behind the mask. Thus began the new volume of Bleach, which was entitled Bleach, Past Arc. The introduction was certainly intriguing, and although readers were a little frustrated that the real excitement was late for the next week, this arc was essential to making sense of a lot of things. This is what most of the readers agreed on. The first person to appear in the arc was the well-respected Vice Captain Aizen. Then his captain, who no one expected, appeared as a Shinigami captain, let alone the former Aizen captain, caused a huge shock. Only who would expect Shinji to be the former Aizen captain? The previous captains were introduced one by one and they were all familiar: Yoruichi Shihoin, Shinji Hirako, Jinri Ikuchiki, Kisuke Urahara, Rojuro Odoribashi, Rose. Urahara is introduced as the new 12th Division captain. As the Soul Society's past unfolded, all the mysterious points were explained, and Aizen planned one by one, all of this to present the next war well. Grand Line, Alabasta. In Rain Base, exactly in a certain casino, Ishu was enjoying gambling, since he was a blind person who got a lot of games with people who thought he was a sheep waiting to be slaughtered. He came to Alabasta because he heard it had both of his favorites. It has a lot of casinos. This means a lot of play and a lot of fun. It also has an art store. And that's the best of it. Since his exit from the Four Seas and his separation from his friend Mihawk, Ishu has been wandering from island to island in paradise without a fuss, but he was lucky when he heard that there are a lot of casinos in Alabasta, but to his surprise, before he even reached Sandy Island, he realizes that there is an art store too, because he felt with that familiar feeling that the art store beacon gives each time he approaches an island that has an art store. Even if he was blind he could feel it very clearly, but as soon as he got to the ground, he overheard the conversations around the art store which confirmed his feeling. If he wasn't blind, he wouldn't even have to travel to the capital for it, he could get any new updates on the same day thanks to the shops that sell art store items in abundance. But he heard about the new shows called the anime, so he was preparing to take a trip to Alubarna to watch them, and also read Bleach updates that he missed. He didn't get a chance to watch them because he's been sailing all the time lately. Because he was so excited he quickly finished the last game and hurriedly left the casino. This time the target was Alubarna, the capital of Alabasta. North Blue, Flevance Island. In recent months, this beautiful kingdom has changed a lot. First, it's not a kingdom anymore. Yes, it is no longer a kingdom. The royal family left the throne 2 months ago to the Trafalgar family and they fled the kingdom. There was no explanation, there was no preparation for it, it all happened suddenly. When chaos was about to explode in the kingdom and swallow everything, Rob, who was highly regarded in the kingdom, came out and calmed the situation. When he announced that the king neglected his duties towards the kingdom and asked him to intervene in solving this matter, everyone was shocked, then numb, and then great hatred towards the previous king. What does it mean that he neglected his duties in the concept of authority? This means that he did a huge mistake that they cannot forgive him for. But what is this mistake? Nobody knows. When Rob appointed the best doctor in the kingdom, Trafalgar D. Chris, as the prime minister, the ruler, there was no objection from the people. Before doing so, Rob had already expelled everyone who had political intentions towards the kingdom. All that was left were honest people who wanted to live a good life. In their eyes, there was no better person than a doctor who sacrificed everything to treat them throughout the past years of their rule. The Trafalgar family didn't object either. This was the first part of the Flevance rescue plan. He has to be the peak of authority if he wants to carry out the plan with such a high success rate. Yes, Rob and Chris have a big plan to save Flevance. The first part of the plan is to take care that there are no disturbing variables in the decision. That's why most of the people Rob and Chris hired were either retired doctors or doctors on the job, doctors who knew what was going on behind the beautiful facade of the nation. Yes, the kingdom of Flevance became the nation of Flevance, just as it did in Lneil. Over the past months, the winds of change have been blowing in the corners of this white land, the digging of the Amber Lead has already ceased, and Rob has put other more comfortable areas of work for the workers whose livelihood was the Amber Lead. Rob was not called a trade emperor in vain. To achieve this huge change, it was necessary to control the authority first, and then get out of the control of the world government secondly. Like Lneil nation in the past, under Rob's leadership, Flevance nation out from the 170-country alliance of the world government, so it was not among the countries in which the Manga agency invested its new market. This news was no less shocking than the explosion of a nuclear bomb. The courage to break out of the control of the world government is not possessed by everyone. The only precedent in modern history is the nation of Lneil, but now Flevance is second. The residents of Flevance were shocked by this, and the world was also shocked. What does it mean to get out of the control of the world government? No more celestial honors, no more spending their money on celestial dragons, no more oppression, tampering, and servitude. That's what it means to get out of the control of the world government, but it means a lot of dangers that will definitely cause annihilation. But that's only in a normal situation. Now Rob is behind Flevens. It's like protecting Yonko. No one will dare to attack the territory that has an art store. Everyone waited for a fierce response from the world government, but what happened was even more shocking. The world government didn't say anything. They were silent the whole time. In fact, the world government wasn't bothered by this matter, although it challenged their authority. They were welcoming of this change. So, secretly they were grateful. Want to take Flevens? Go ahead, you can do that. If the 5 elders could answer, this would be their answer. The people of Flevens and the world didn't expect the world government to be silent on this matter, but Rob and Chris totally did. Well, who wants a dead country? By doing so, Rob has taken a time bomb from their home and taken it to his home. Of course, they would be more than welcome. With this, Flevens became Rob's third dependent country, after O'Hara and Dunville. Rob was slowly building up his power. The world didn't find out why the world government was so silent about it, and they didn't find out why the royal family abandoned a rich country like Flevens. This was the strangest thing in the last decade. Only when the story of Flevens appears in the manga will the true story emerge and everything will be revealed. At that time another humanity crime will be added to the world government's endless criminal record. When the world government wakes up and wants to defend itself, it will already be too late. Regret will not help at that time. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 133, After a Year. Enrich the Anime World. Chapter 134, Doflamingo and Rosinante Progress. Kazan, the New Monster of the Navy. Chapter 136, New Art Stores. Chapter 133, After a Year. Enrich the Anime World. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Time flew by while enriching the pirate world with episode after episode of the anime, chapter after chapter of the manga, all without a single chapter of the One Piece manga. In the past year, the rhythm of anime has taken over the trend of the world. Yes, it's been a year since Rob started showing popular anime from his previous world. Over the past year, a lot of events have taken place that made Naruto more famous. And made Hunter x Hunter fly out of the flock. And made the return of the glory of One Piece as an anime. And a sad ending to the first season of Attack on Titan. All this happened within a year. Rob didn't break his promise and kept updating the anime episodes every week. The last episode of Naruto aired so far is episode 52, 104, which covers the events of the recovery arc of Sasuke who left the village and went to Orochimaru. Without fillers. And the last episode in the popular Hunter x Hunter series at the moment is episode 52, 104, also, which covers the events of the legendary Ant arc. As for Attack on Titan, its first season has already ended after 13 weeks of its premiere. Attack on Titan remained at the top for the entirety of its show, outperforming all previous shows except for Hunter x Hunter who was on its tail. The world of pirates has changed a lot in the last year, thanks in large part to the art store owner of course. Have you heard the latest news? No, what is there? It's coming back soon. One Piece manga will resume publishing its chapters this week. Ah, yes, the anime has already reached the same point that the manga covered a year ago. Man, we've been waiting so long, I can't believe the year has already passed. Man, I really prefer the anime. We lived with it this year in pure pleasure I've never experienced like in my life. I agree with you, last year was the best year of my miserable life. Anime. I never thought there was such a terrible thing in the world. When is the second season of Attack on Titan coming back? I really miss Mikasa. I want to see Annie-chan again. I think Mikasa is the coolest. Her Titan-slaying strength made me kneel in worship. For the past year I've had wet dreams with her. I really envy Eren. Ha 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 ha. Guys, come over here, this bastard said he had a wet dreams with Mikasa. Damn you bastard. Why do you say it so loudly? Such conversations have been frequent over the past year among anime fans. Other anime characters were no less popular than Attack on Titan. Nami, Vivi, and even side characters such as Makino, Alvida, the Beautiful, Kaya, and Miss All Sunday have gained a great deal of fame among One Piece fans. Their vision in the anime is very different from seeing them in the manga. It was like the difference between 2D and 3D, the quality of the 4K and almost 3D display made viewers live to the rhythm of the anime shown as if they were part of that world. As the anime episodes progressed week by week, viewers got more and more excited. Not everything was positive, of course. The glow of the anime affected the sales of Bleach manga a little bit. It rekindled again only after the beginning of the bloody Thousand-Year War arc, which was crazy by all accounts and caused an unparalleled uproar that is still going on until now. Heir of the World manga has also continued to publish its chapters weekly throughout the world in the past year. It has received great acclaim from readers around the world, but it has also suffered from the glow of the anime, so its sales have decreased as well, but who knows if the world government doesn't announce it. Nobody. It has released 52 chapters so far in its weekly magazine. Yes, one chapter is relatively long and not volumes like Bleach and One Piece. The last chapter that came down caused a huge commotion, as the story reached the Great War that included the entire world, who revolted against the King of Giants. Last year the battle raged between Rob and the world government. Not only was the world government manga releasing its chapters every week, Bleach was already in full swing towards its end. It was already in the final stages of the bloody Thousand-Year War right now. The surprises and clashes that the people of the pirate world received from the Bleach manga last year were so great that it was impossible to express them all at once. A/N1, there will be a special chapter later that will go back to arranging the events of Bleach and the reactions around it in full since the Shinigami War after the past arc until now. So don't worry dear reader, I wouldn't forget anything, I just trying to build momentum. A/N2, I will not forget the reactions about the anime as well. I will dedicate special chapters to the most famous episodes of all 4 shows. O'Hara. Come on Robin-chan, keep running towards daddy, yes, just like that, beware of falling, good, ha ha ha, your dad's hero, you really did. A little girl with black hair tied in 2 buns ran towards her father with a happy smile after the father found out that she was spying on him for the 1000th time this year. He grabbed her in his arms and lifted her easily while she laughed happily. Oto-san. You unjust. Huh? Why is daddy unjust? Rob was amused by his daughter's choppy words. She was trying so hard to learn the right words to speak right in her first year, a feat not even the most brutal genius could do. That, because you always held me, I was behind the door and I didn't even make a sound. Her childlike voice was like heavenly music in Rob's ears. It's because dad feels attracted to my daughter every time you come close to me, even if you hide under a rock I can feel you. Humph. You always tell me the same lie, I won't believe you anymore. Why my Robin-chan angry? Will not tell you. Are you sure? Her big blue eyes were cleverly looking at her father. When she noticed his expression becoming more frustrated, she quickly waved her 2 little hands gently and said she was only joking. She didn't wish to see her beloved father sad. I wanted to give you a surprise. Rob's expression changed for the better after hearing this. His frustrating play weapon was always working on his child, so he didn't want to tease her anymore. Tell me, what's the surprise? Dad is ready to hear it. Don't tell him, Robin. Near the door of the room stood a woman whose beauty was outside this world with her silver hair, white skin, and the temperament of a mature woman, her beauty enhanced in the past year thanks to immortal blood drop. She had become extremely beautiful. This was Alvia, Rob's wife, and Robin's mother. Ah. Oka-san. But Oto-san wants to know. Come, my little princess, you can just shrug her off and tell me, isn't dad the best for you? A worried look appeared on little Robin's face, making both mother and father amused at their child's struggle. What? Don't you want to play with little Hancock anymore? You know I'm the only one who can let you go to Amazon Lily or let little Hancock come here to play with you. No, Oto-san, don't be so hard on your child, I'll tell you the surprise. Me, Oka-san, and aunts are getting ready to celebrate. Enough Robin, come here. Hearing her mother's angry voice, little Robin felt tense and quickly closed her mouth with both hands. She also didn't want to anger her mother. She knew that whatever she had done, no matter how bad, her beloved father could forgive her, but her mother was different, and she would definitely punish her if she did something wrong. Rob was speechless from this scene, but he can still feel the sweetness of his cute daughter even when she is tense. She has grown so fast in the last year, even though she is only 1 year and 2 months old, she looks like a 2 years old. Rob used to treat her like the most precious treasure in existence and pamper her whenever he could. But Alvia, though she gives her all the love and care, still threatens to punish her when she does wrong, even though that punishment hasn't come yet. That was her balancing act of things. She didn't want to become her daughter as weak in the future. But Rob didn't care. He was immortal. Whether his child was weak or strong, he would always be there to protect her. Plus she had 2 older brothers who were like her bodyguards. Doflamingo and Rosinante. These 2 kids are aged 12 and 10 respectively and are getting stronger day by day under his rigorous training. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 134, Doflamingo and Rosinante progress. Kazan, the new monster of the Navy. Chapter 136, New Art Stores. Chapter 135, Episode 53 of One Piece in Pirate World. 105 to 106 episodes. Chapter 134, Doflamingo and Rosinante progress. Kazan, the new monster of the Navy. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. Come on, I'm ready. I think I'm ready too. Be careful, you might get hurt. You are the one who needs to be careful. Fufufu, my little brother seems to be getting more and more courageous with each passing year. I have always been brave. Oh. Then why were you only crying when we were being bullied by those bugs 2 years ago? Rosinante didn't say anything in response. He was just a pampered child 8-year-old at the time. He didn't know anything. Let's fight. Before Doflamingo could finish his sentence, he found a small fist an inch from his face. His expression changed to an excited smile before part of his face turned into mere threads. Rosinante's quick punch hit him hard in the face. Rosinante's acceleration was astonishing, but the damage returned to his hand was just as great. Doflamingo's threads were very sharp. Rosinante accelerated again, kicking his brother in the leg. Doflamingo couldn't react in time because Rosinante was too close to him, unlike the first time. Doflamingo was beaten, felt a stinging paw in his leg but showed no expression of pain on his face. It would be embarrassing if his teacher knew about it. Big Brother's prestige would be in jeopardy. Both Doflamingo and Rosinante looked like youths at 15 and 14 years old respectively. They matured very quickly in a couple of years due to Rob's intense training and the quality of the food they were eating. Both of them used to fight each other as Mihawk and even Issue and Belmere joined them from time to time. Doflamingo and Rosinante were close in combat power. The difference between their devil fruit abilities contributed to this. But this situation is because Rob prevented Doflamingo from using the Conqueror's Haki against his brother, or else there would be no suspense in their battles. Doflamingo quickly got up before flicking his clothes. Then he said to his brother with his usual smile, "That's nothing." He had to find a way to limit Rosinante's speed if he wanted to crush him with a direct hit. His intelligent mind began calculating the correct ratio to outpace his little brother's speed. Since he hadn't awakened his fruit yet, it was almost useless against a fast fighter who fighting with the assassin style like his little brother. Rosinante hadn't even brought his daggers yet and was starting to lose. He had already lost to his little brother many times but had already won more battles than he had lost. And this time it will be no different. His arms turned into dense filaments, and the strands were rapidly spun until a dome of strings began to form, covering his body inside. Rosinante was amused by this. "You've started hiding again. Well, let me see how long you can hide there." Rosinante has transformed a lot in the past 2 years, no longer that shy kid, but a brave kid who fears nothing but the wrath of his mother and his teacher. He accelerated again until he was invisible to the naked eye. He was using a speed technique to enhance his already fast speed, and this technique was Soro, his teacher taught to him last year in addition to all 6 techniques, but he had only mastered 3 so far, unlike his brother who had mastered them completely. In a split second Rosinante appeared above the dome of dense threads, but this time he was holding 2 daggers half the length of an ordinary sword in his hands. The 2 daggers were beautifully polished. They were a famous sword that Rob got from the world government in the Manga Basics deal. Rosinante used his great acceleration as well as the 2 sharp daggers in his hand, cutting into the dome that seemed extremely weak, but the moment his swift attack touched the weak dome, sparks flew everywhere. "Huh. It looks like your fruit mastery has leveled up. Congratulations, brother, but that's not enough." "It's enough." Rosinante felt something strangling both his arms and legs from behind. When he turned around he saw his brother looking at him with a provocative smile, but before he reacted the dome in front of him turned into a torrent and rushed at him to devour him. In less than a second Rosinante was buried in a ball of sharpened strings. "Fufufu, 95 victories for me, 87 victories for you." On a nearby hill, Rob stood while holding little Robin in his arms. He had a big smile on his face while seeing the 2 boys fight. "Oto-san. Rosinante lost again. Didn't you say he'd be tied with Daffy soon?" "Oh. When did I say that? You're playing the fool again." "Ha ha ha ha. I'm just kidding, my little. You see, Daffy got the upper hand in this fight because he managed to trick his little brother into his trap. If he wasn't, he wouldn't have won." "Yes, Daffy is very cunning. I don't want to be like Daffy in the future. I will be so strong that I can win easily without tricks." Little Robin raised her little fist and waved by it excitedly as if she wanted to enter the battlefield right away. "Ha ha ha ha. Yes, my little will be the most powerful person in the world in a few years." "No. Papa is the most powerful in the world." Rob almost died because of her cuteness at this moment. When Doflamingo saw his teacher and his younger sister watching his winning battle, his expression became even more excited. He quickly unleashed the trap of strings on his brother to free him. When Rosinante was finally freed, he looked at Daffy with a dissatisfied expression. "This will not happen again." "Fufufu, I think you have repeated this sentence 95 times now. Look, even the teacher was embarrassed for you." Rosinante's embarrassment increased when he saw his teacher and younger sister Robin witness his loss. But his expression soon changed to an excited one and ran towards his teacher, or more specifically ran towards his beloved younger sister. "Robin-chan. Are you here?" Little Robin poked her head out of her father's warm chest before looking at the excited blonde child. "Rossi-chan, you lost again." "This. There is no trick, Daffy is so cunning." Before he could react, Rob grabbed him by the ear and lifted him. Rosinante felt so much pain, it looked as if his ear would be ripped out at any moment. "It looks like you haven't seen your master at all." "Ah. Ah. I'm sorry, Sensei. Marineford. Did that monster come back so fast? Yes, he's back. How could he pass the graduation exam so quickly? I don't know, but the last time something like this happened was when Vice Admiral Sakazuki and Vice Admiral Borsellino graduated. Then. Does this mean that another monster of this caliber has appeared in our Navy crew? That's what it looks like. He's also a very powerful Logia user, so what do you think? Another monster. Kazan carried a frozen corpse while walking toward the Navy Examination Division, not paying attention to the comments of the Marines who saw him quickly return. Kazan joined the Navy a year ago, joined the Elite Training Division under Admiral Zephyr himself, trained for an entire year, and now it's time to finally graduate and continue his pursuit of justice. But what he had seen and read in the past year had repeatedly overturned his understanding of justice, until he became almost indifferent, but his quest for power was renewed over and over again, every time he read Bleach manga, for example. He felt pumped to become stronger. No, more specifically, whenever he saw Hitsugaya, a Shinigami captain, fight using his Bankai, he was pumped to learn his same moves. He was also a flexible user of the ice element, learning from a professional. That's what he's been doing the past year. Just as Mihawk fell in love with Bleach, Kazan fell into it too. In fact, it wasn't just those two people, but a lot of big shots did it covertly. Arriving at the examination division, he left the frozen corpse for the examiner for identification and leaned on the hall side, while not hiding his annoyance from the constant gazes from the Marines. Blood Arrow Pirate Captain, 155 million berry bounty. Oh my god, you look like you want to fly, Kazan. Why did you risk chasing this monster? The value of his entire crew is 300 million berries. He's one of the most dangerous ascending supernovas. Kazan really wanted to skip the answer because he just wanted some sleep right now, but he can't get past this anyway. He was the closest unlucky crew I've come across on my voyage, so, it doesn't matter. I thought his reward fit my test. Regarding his crew, they're still frozen in the South Sea of Sabaody. You can arrest them. The listeners sucked the cold air while hearing that, terrified at how cold this guy was. What does it mean to freeze a crew worth up to 300 million berries as a total bounty at the graduation exam? I'm kneeling. Even Sakazuki and Borsellino weren't as arrogant as this guy. The tester, who was a vice admiral too, stamped very quickly on the folder of Kazan's success in the third test with the perfect mark once again. 3 tests passed with the perfect mark. 1 test remained. If he passed it by the perfect mark also, it was decided that a new candidate for admiral would appear in the ranks of the Navy again. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 135, Episode 53 of One Piece in Pirate World. 105 to 106 episodes. Chapter 136, New Art Stores. Chapter 137, Amazon Lily Empress wants to be a waitress. Kaido. A glimpse of the exciting last year. Chapter 135, Episode 53 of One Piece in Pirate World. 105 to 106 episodes. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirate's World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. The divine screen lights up again. Yes, the weekly episodes have finally arrived. Finally, I can see Nami-chan and Vivi-chan again. Ha 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 ha, my week can't go on so well without watching the comedy of One Piece. Usopp is so funny. Yeah, and that perverted camel is funny too. The fights between Zoro and Sanji are funnier than anything else. I find Luffy and his brother Ace to be top-notch comedians. You're wrong, these kids are being acted only in their true nature. I find Crocodile so intimidating. How will Luffy get over it? I heard from Matriarch San in the art store that there is a thing called a protagonist's armor that can sweep away everything in its path and easily clears the way for the protagonist of the story. This news is 100% true because Matriarch San is a member of the Rob-sama family. She will only tell us what she heard from the author himself. Protagonist's armor. What is this thing? Is it a real armor that can protect against physical attacks? Oh, no. Let me explain it according to what I heard. First, I'll ask you a question. How much do you know who is the protagonists? Oh, that's easy. I know a lot. At a local market, O'Hara residents loosened their ears to hear these two people's conversation because it sounded interesting before the start of the new show of One Piece. Monkey D. Luffy from One Piece, Gon Freaks from Hunter x Hunter, Naruto Uzumaki from Naruto, Kurosaki Ichigo from Bleach, Eren Yeager from Attack on Titan, Imusuna from Heir of the World. You seem to be an active follower of all these works. Well, you're right, all of the ones you mentioned are the protagonist of their worlds. And also they all possess the aura of the protagonist. The aura is the same as the plot armor. Matriarch San said that the plot armor is the dense force of fate surrounding the child of destiny that shields him from any dangers by thwarting the luck of his enemies. And raising his fortune. When the luck doesn't work well, the plot armor can be so absurd and directly interfere with fate. This is the supreme power of the author. I'm enlightened. We have to thank Matriarch Sama for putting out this kind of information. I think the press will go crazy for this information, maybe they will pay all their money for it. Ah. Never mind, I already sold this piece of information. Before the day ends you will find it in the local press of O'Hara, before the weekends you will find it in the regional press of West Blue. And before the month over, everyone in the 4 Seas will probably know it. What? That's why you look so rich today, you bastard. You even managed to buy 10 McDonald's sandwiches, that's a total of 10,000 berry in the art store. The listeners were in awe, this was really big news, in the current era who doesn't care about anime and manga. Saying it's big news rivaling the news that a pirate of bounty 500 million berries has been arrested is no joke at all. When the conversation got here, the countdown to the art store screen was over and the awesome opening, Believe, got to work. Characters that have appeared so far have gone from Luffy to Zoro to enemies like Arlong and Buggy and even lovable mystery characters like Shanks, but what makes viewers rave is that this little show of characters always ends with Roger's smiling face just as Roger's voice begins to speak. Inherited desire. The fate of this era and people's dreams. As long as people pursue the meaning of freedom. This stuff will never stop. The listeners felt a familiar shiver in their bodies as the opening tone began to rise more and more, Roger's words about freedom and people's dreams, not the first time they had heard them, but they had the same reaction every time they heard them, their subconscious mind was searching for a concept. Freedom from the moment they first heard Roger's hypnotic words. The new world. On Roger's ship, the Roger pirates got very excited when the opening started. They were very satisfied with Rob in their hearts, he had truly given his captain the highest honors, even the present Roger, who hadn't reached that point in his life yet where he can understand the words he had heard on the screen, was happy in his heart. Next to him stood Rouge, his beloved wife with a smile on her face. You seem very happy, Roger. Since Rob tells her that she can see her husband whenever she wants, her happiness is flying off the roof, even Roger had to go to Rob to thank him for this, and again and again. The one thing he was most worried about during his trip was resolved very easily by his former pirate member. Even in his wildest dreams, he didn't think he could go on pursuing his dream and seeing his wife anytime he wanted at the same time. But Rob had given him a teleportation matrix that breaks the laws of the world and shortened the distances between him and his wife with complete ease. Rob had only told him that this secret must be kept for him. When he heard that, Roger had given a blood oath to his crew members to keep this secret. Even Roger himself knew how valuable the spatial devil fruit was, which could teleport his eater across the world, and teleport people as well. Why shouldn't I be happy? This man has raised my reputation, allowed me to see my wife anytime I wanted, and paved the way for me towards the Pirate King easily. Now, even the fiercest pirates like Kaido and Lean Lean believe that I will be the next Pirate King, even if they don't want to admit it. That's good. Look, the opening song is over, the new episode has started, let's watch it together. Well, Rouge. Musical score Paradise Amazeshite Hashir musical score. Musical note Believe in Wonderland, musical notes. After the opening ended, the narrator began speaking, explaining the map of Alabasta and where the crew's journey had reached so far. 3 years have passed and no rain has fallen on the country. The revolution is their only hope amid this turmoil, and the people took up weapons. This scorched earth has become in a gigantic tide of turmoil. And to stop the rebellious army, Princess Vivi went to Yuba's oasis, but the last scenes of the previous episode that angered many, especially the residents of Alabasta, were shown when Luffy and Vivi fought, where Luffy punched Vivi and also Vivi hit Luffy. I want to hit Crocodile. If we stop these rebels, who will stop Crocodile? Trust us. Aren't we buddies? Tell me, where is Crocodile? That was what Luffy said in the last episode. The new episode began with Vivi's tears, affecting the residents of Alabasta more than it already did. Those who read the manga were more patient because they had already seen these scenes. But those who didn't, they were very sad. Finally, Vivi accepted the situation and decided to put her trust in Luffy and his crew to take down Crocodile. The episode continued as the crew began their journey on foot towards Rain Base, Crocodile's base. The comedy between Luffy and Usopp brought back a jovial vibe for viewers. Well, apparently the temperature in Alabasta was so high that even an ever-active like Luffy felt like melting. Ha 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 ha. Wah ha ha ha. That's funny, so funny. The scene of Luffy and Usopp when they splashed water on Smoker and Tashiji's face caused a series of laughter that spread across the islands. Hundreds of millions of viewers laughed like there was no tomorrow. This scene was very funny. Before that, viewers were truly moved by the courage and wisdom of King Cobra, who decided to fight Crocodile and not to harm his people by fighting the rebellious army led by Koza after reading Vivi's letter. His decision embodied the definition of a true king and won the applause of millions of Alabasta people. Whatever happens in the future, the people of Alabasta will only trust their king and will not trust anyone else. The big smile on the king's face, and his wife and even his servants like Igaram and Pel's father, show how happy they feel at the moment. Moments after, Smoker appeared at the rain base when the hilarious scene happened, the atmosphere turned comedic again. When Luffy told Smoker that he don't hate him, with his adorable laughter, both the pirates and the Navy felt a twinge in their hearts, contributed Smoker's reaction mixed with a kind of shyness and anger on the rise of other laughs from the spectators. Garp also laughed heartily as he repeated, "This is my grandson." Even Rouge, who used to be conservative, laughed non-stop. "Ha ha ha ha, now, I understand why he could be the next Joy Boy, he really epitomizes the joy, he's so funny." SH. Roger blocked his wife's mouth after she said something she shouldn't say. No one noticed as their focus was on Buggy and Shanks, who were hitting the table hard while laughing. They caused inconvenience amid watching the episode. "Stop laughing, you brats." Gabon kicked them away the next moment. Mary Geos. The strangely accentuated laughter of the celestial dragons resounded here as well, each celestial dragon having its distinct laughter. There was one laughing in a way that was more bizarre than the other. Their laughter sounded like those YouTube World's Most Disturbing Sounds clips. But their guards didn't even dare to complain, though their expressions turned extremely ugly. Their ugly laughs were like high-frequency stun grenades. "Damn you, Sky Sword." That's all they can say internally. The episode continued to entertain them until the Straw Hat Pirates and Smoker were both accidentally caught in a sea stone cage. Crocodile was really very cunning. After that, the story developed in an unknown direction. Everyone was waiting for Luffy and Crocodile's fight. At the end of the episode showed scenes that the manga has not yet reached. Finally, after a year of waiting, real progress has occurred in the story of One Piece. Half of Imusama's side face, who was an out-of-this-world beauty, showed a meaningful smile. Finally, it will start again. The deadliest cause of a storm that can truly swallow the world. "I'm waiting for you, Rob-chan, you're the only one who made me excited again, after that loser Nika, make me get more excited, don't disappoint me like him, kahaha." Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 136, New Art Store. Chapter 137, Amazon Lily Empress wants to be a waitress. Kaido. A glimpse of the exciting last year. Chapter 138, a glimpse of Naruto and Hunter. Chapter 136, New Art Stores. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. That was great, Oto-san, everything you do is amazing. Rob was out of his thoughts when he heard the childish voice of his little daughter. He couldn't stop Robin from watching One Piece anymore, which was the reason why he had been immersed in his thoughts recently. Because of his immortal genes, Robin became more aware of her surroundings in a short period of 7 months. When they celebrated her first birthday, she was much more aware. She was the embodiment of a demon genius in terms of logic. She quickly reacted to everything she saw on the shop screen as an integral part of her new world. It's good that the first part of AOD was over before she could realize her surroundings. The one she liked the most was One Piece. Rob smiled at his cute daughter and gently tapped her forehead. "Can you promise your father that whatever you will see in the future, you will think of it as just fantasy for fun, okay?" Isn't it just a fantasy for fun? Little Robin tilted her head to the side, perplexed. "Yes, it is, but your favorite anime is the same as our world, so, I don't want you to confuse the two worlds, especially, since you are at this sensitive age." Little Robin seemed to absorb her father's words for a while, and then after a minute, a sweet smile appeared on her little face. She raised her pinky finger and said in her childish voice excitedly, "I promise you, Oto-san, I won't take what I watch on TV seriously in the future." Ha 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 ha. "Good girl, as a reward I will take you, Little Hancock and Little Makino on a tour to Whole Cake Island again." Little Robin's eyes lit up as if she had heard the best news in the world. Stars literally appeared in her eyes. "Yay. Oto-san is the best dad in the whole world." Rob hugged her more intimately in his cuddle before he say, "For my little daughter, I will be the best father. But once again don't forget Marigold and Sander Sonia. They are my sisters too." "Ah. Yes, sorry, I will never forget them again." After the end of the new One Piece episode, rowdy discussions resurfaced everywhere that had an art store. Last year Rob added 20 new art stores in 4 seas, so things have been a lot more tumultuous than they used to be. The islands to which he added his art store were either islands close to a few dozen other islands, or islands with at least tens of thousands of residents. He has almost reached his limit in the 4 seas. Some of the famous islands on which he added his art stores in the 4 seas, the Rashwan Kingdom in the South Blue. He also opened one in the Tajin Kingdom, which is located in the South Blue too. He had painstakingly searched for it to find it, just to make sure if it was really a kingdom that was part of his origins in the previous world, but he was not disappointed, because the moment he entered this island he could really smell his former world. Since that day, he came from time to time routinely just to have his favorite meal available here in abundance. This kingdom was as noisy as its counterpart in his previous world. Moroccan Tajin, that's what he's talking about. When he opened his art store here, he felt a kind of inner peace, so he reduced the prices a little, because he noticed that the purchasing power of the individual in this kingdom was a little weak. Since this kingdom was politically stable, he was keen to invest here a lot in the future. In the South Blue also, he chose the Samba Kingdom as the land for his art store. He was unconsciously inclined to search for kingdoms and islands that had a certain connection to his previous world. However, it was small. Since his arrival here, he made sure that this kingdom had been ruled by a Brazilian transmigrator at some point in its history. Apparently, simply because the smell of Brazil was everywhere. Football was a very popular sport in this kingdom. Rob had a lot of development plans for this kingdom. He also opened an art store in the Whiteland Kingdom, this time in the North Blue. This Snow Kingdom was much cooler than the Drum Kingdom because it was so close to the North Pole. This kingdom reminded him of the Iceland of his previous world. From the moment it opened, his art store became so popular, it became a great gathering place for the people of this kingdom, that even the king himself would spend most of his day here. For no other reason, just because he's warm. If he asked a random person what he thought of an art store, he would say it's heaven itself. In the North Blue also, he opened an art store in the Dual Kingdom. This kingdom was subject to a rather harsh military rule, but with one slap on the king's face, he succeeded in making the dictator bow and don't dare to raise his head again. At first, the king looked at Rob with contempt and ordered his soldiers to shoot him even before he entered to meet him, but to his surprise, he had hit an iron plate this time. His petty decision that day only precipitated his downfall. Rob had already become the undeclared emperor of the Four Seas. This title was already starting to spread among the people, so only an unwise, ignorant king would make such a mistake. When he finally came to know his identity, he fainted in terror. In the Four Seas especially, who doesn't know the Sky Sword, the Four Seas Emperor? His power here was so formidable that it surpassed even the world government. His gentle dealings with people, being a king of entertainment who second to none, his massive investments amounting to billions of berries annually, as well as his strength publicly declared to be of the same level as the three great pirates, all made Rob a nightmare for the kings of the greater part of the seas world. In each of the Four Seas, Rob added a maximum of 5 art stores. The Frost Kingdom from the East Blue this time was a good destination. It was stable and politically powerful, and it was kind of fair with its people. Rob was mainly looking for the kingdoms that participated in the future levelly and had some fame, but also he didn't neglect the other kingdoms that did not appear. The only problem was that they were as many as the number of stars in the sky. After wandering for 2 years in this world, Rob was sure of only one thing: what appeared in the story of One Piece was really part of the iceberg. Everywhere, small and medium islands were like sand scattered here and there. The big islands, on the other hand, were either uninhabited islands, which are rare, or huge kingdoms with a rich history. Alabasta, Dressrosa, Wano for example, were islands as big as countries with thousands of kilometers of area. In Earth Planet, Rob made sure that what he was watching in the anime was much smaller than the real world. Various civilizations, ancient and modern, tight-knit or in chaos. Rob saw a lot and heard a lot. His knowledge of the pirate world was getting wider by the day. Contrary to the first stage of his plan to conquer the seas with art, this time he was not alone. Rob was wandering from one kingdom to another with his beloved daughter. They were spending the most time together. In this parallel world, Robin's childhood became an epic story. Her life was full of true excitement, love, and happiness. Finally, he could confidently say that he had successfully achieved the first half of his plans, without little to no disturbance from the world government. Before they even interacted, Rob had already paved the way for everything. Now, it's time for the storm to arrive, which, perhaps, will be decisive. In his personal section of the O'Hara art store, Rob looked at the manga book in his hands. The page where the adult Robin was reading the poneglyph for crocodile. This is where the name Pluton first appeared. The real reason crocodile created chaos in this historic kingdom. Rob was sure this volume would bring a devastating storm. This time, if he not standing strong like a mountain, storm winds may send him to fly. Because of him might completely destroy the kingdom of Alabasta. Rob sighed for the 1000th time before sending the volume book to his inventory because he sensed a little rabbit sneaking up to look for him again. What are you doing here, Robin? Didn't I leave you at your mother's? Robin's little head appeared again from behind his office door in his personal section. Didn't you promise me that we'd pick up the girls and go on a trip to Aunt Lean-Lean's island? Only Robin can roam around her father's places, forbidden or not. Even her mother, she isn't allowed to enter some of the forbidden places in art stores. Rob has a private room where he records his rosy dreams about the harem, but Robin could. Come here. Little Robin's agility was like a monkey, a far cry from that of a 1-year-old. Some first-year-olds might still crawl let alone walk, but Robin here was faster than an adult. Very quickly, she had already grabbed her father's neck and sat in her favorite spot on his shoulders. Humph. Shall we go now or not? Of course, we'll go. When has your dad broken a promise to you? Not once. Oto-san's promises are absolute truth. You are a better father, unlike Gon-chan's father. Ha 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 ha. Why are you mentioning Gon's father again? Well, did you ask Oka-san's permission first? Sure, I did. Well, let's go. Rob exits from the teleportation room with little Robin. When they were noticed by the Amazon women, they greeted them excitedly. Rob used to bring Robin here, so he got Robin off his shoulders and she ran towards a group of children who were playing in a place for Amazonian children here at Amazon Lily. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 137, Amazon Lily Empress wants to be a waitress. Kaido. A glimpse of the exciting last year. Chapter 138, a glimpse of Naruto and Hunter. Chapter 139, Manga of One Piece is back. Is the inevitable disaster about to hit Alabasta? Blackstar_BH note. Chapter 137, Amazon Lily Empress wants to be a waitress. Kaido. A glimpse of the exciting last year. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. This is for you, Rob-sama, enjoy. A hot blonde woman with a tray of drinks in her hand came to Rob, who was sitting in the open space with the children who were playing nearby. This Amazonian blonde is exactly the look-alike Marguerite from the time when she stopped Rob Way to entering Amazon Lily 2 years ago. Rob later learned that she was called Marlin. She approached Rob shyly, her cheeks red from shyness. When she left the tray on his table she seemed to sigh with relief because she had done nothing wrong. Like most Amazon's women, Rob was her secret crush. Thank you, Marlin. Rob smiled sweetly and took a sip of the famous Amazon Lily fruit juice, drinking it in one go because the first sip only made him drink more. No need to thank me, Rob-sama. You're welcome. Hebeheim-sama made us take special care of you. Marlin gracefully bowed before turning to leave with a tray in her hand. Rob was not surprised to hear this. Gloriosa was madly in love with him, that's what everyone knows, even Alvia knows it. Rob puts on an uninterested facade whenever he's next to her just to make her understand that he can't be with her, but the more time passed, the more she fell in love with him, and it seemed like she was desperate to be with him. Even Alvia stopped complaining about it after noticing how dedicated Gloriosa was. Rob shook his head in resignation, not wanting to think about it any longer. Robin. Hancock. Sonia. Marie. Come here, it's time to go somewhere else. The children stopped playing as soon as they heard Rob's voice. Oto-san. Shall we go get Makino-chan? Little Robin was the first to arrive at her father's side, while little Hancock was the second. While Sonia and Marigold still lagged behind with inconsistent strides. Their age was like Robin, though their body sizes seemed abnormally larger than Robin, they still less on basis of maturity and strength compared to Robin, who had the best genes from her parents. But Hancock was an exception. She was over 2 years old, and she stood steadfastly before Rob, waiting for him to praise her kindly as each time. Though she didn't manage to access to his side before Robin, she still wanted to experience the feeling of warm praise from the kind father in her heart. Rob noticed that. For Rob, he was not stingy in taking care of the children, especially such cute children who were his daughter's friends. Before even they could interact, the 4 of them found themselves in Rob's arms. Rob picked them up easily, while little Robin laughed happily and ran to sit on his shoulders, her favorite place. Girls, we're going to pick up little Makino and then go to Candy Paradise, but I won't let you override the set amount of cookie and candy to eat, no matter how much you beg. Little Robin, Papa is stingy as usual. Little Hancock and her sisters, will do what Rob-sama says. Don't call me Rob-sama, okay my little children. Just call me Father Rob or Odo-san like Robin. Robin laughed happily when she heard that. I told you sisters, my dad is serious about making you his children, and my mom as well, together we will be the best family. Hancock's eyes became hazy after hearing this, and tears were threatening to roll from her eyes, the same for her little sisters. From the side the Amazon women noticed this and felt warmth in their hearts. This wasn't the first time Rob tried to pull these orphan children with him and make them his own. But they felt that this time the outcome would be different. They felt that Hancock and her sisters would not be so dismissive this time. What are you doing here? Go back to your works. Understood. Hebeheim-sama. The sternness on her expression just a little while ago melted the moment she turned around to see Rob carrying the children. It was this man that caused her to change completely. She loved this man deeply since that day, even though she didn't find a chance with him. That didn't stop her from loving this man even stronger every day. She didn't mind the fact that he was married and he had children. She just wanted to enjoy his love every day, even when he refused her love. Such was the curse of the empresses of the Amazons. Even if she died of this love, she couldn't hate him. Rob noticed her arrival but wasn't alarmed. In fact, he wasn't totally dismissive of her love. Hello, Gloriosa. She was unnaturally similar to Rouge in her youth, though not young anymore, being exactly 40 years old. She was starting to lose her youth, and Rob was sure that she would quickly begin to drift towards her future old dwarf-like form. In fact, he wanted to avoid seeing this, in the future when he would see her again when he was still young, whereas the woman she once loved him had become an old woman and on the brink of death. That really would be seriously painful. Now, she looks like a very hot typical MILF. Even Rob was seduced to push her down. He wasn't a saint, he was a man of culture, although his former soul was influenced by Rob's soul from the pirate world and became more afraid of disturbing Alvia. But that didn't stop him from planning his future harem, which Alvia would be its core. Hi, Rob-sama, did you have a pleasant stay in my humble country? Everything is great as usual, you don't have to treat me like a guest, I'm Northwest stranger to this place. Yes, you are not a guest at all. That's fine then, I guess you want to say something, right? You can say whatever you want, I'll listen. Gloriosa started to get tense and Rob noticed her tension. Her nervous body language was suggestive of everything, so it wasn't surprising that Rob noticed it. Gloriosa. Little Robin looked with intelligent eyes at the beautiful and tense woman in front of her father. She quickly jumped off her father's shoulders and ran towards her. Before the Empress could react, she saw a little girl holding onto her long leg like glue. Little Robin raised her head with a gentle smile gracing her oval face. Her dark blue eyes were shining like the night sky. My father said, you can ask anything from him. If he said that, you could really ask for anything. When Rob heard this he almost fell on his bottom. Who said she could ask for anything? Does his daughter think he is Shenron from Dragon Ball or Rob himself? Gloriosa gently held little Robin in her arms, and Robin enjoyed tucking her little head between her huge breasts. Thank you, little Robin, since you gave me a guarantee I could really ask for anything. Rob swallowed nervously this time. If she asked for something too much and he couldn't accept it he would be in a really difficult situation, which means he would have to refuse his daughter for the first time. Rob-sama, I'd like to officially join your staff at the art store. Is that okay? That's all. Yes, I love working with the girls from your staff, I find their outfits very beautiful, and I envy them for the time they spend with you, I really want to work with you and help you. Rob thought for a few seconds before speaking. What about Amazon Lily? Aren't you an empress? I've been thinking about this for a year now, there won't be any problems, your store's teleportation ability has solved this dilemma, and I will also only stay the empress for a while because the next candidate is currently in a testing phase. After hearing this, Rob sighed in relief, it's good that he didn't have to reject her down. Okay, you're accepted, you're going to be the new waitress at the art store. Rob walked out of the art store in Fuchsia Village with 4 children. In just 2 years the small village turned into a town, and perhaps in another 2 years, it will turn into a big city. All because of the art store, this divine store attracted more people from everywhere. The village expanded day by day and became the second largest town in the Goa Kingdom, and it also got an official municipality from the kingdom. The same goes for the Great Terminal, which is no longer the same as in the past, even Goa people stopped throwing garbage in that place, as it turned into a huge town for the poor, because of the art store too. The Dawn Island alone had 2 art stores, even the main capital of Goa Kingdom did not have one, so many people moved to live near the art stores, and the map of this kingdom turned into such a sudden situation. Fuchsia Village, no. Fuchsia Town is now the most famous town along with Logue Town in the East Blue. The people most shocked by this change were its natives. Before an art store showed up here, everything was southwest quiet in this place, it was just a small and peaceful village, but who would have thought that such a small village would become such a big town? Whoop Slap, the village mayor, had become a town mayor now. The moment Rob appeared in the eyes of the townspeople, discussions about One Piece episode 53 stopped. It's not every day they get to see Rob after all, so they salute him. Rob didn't refuse their greeting, even little Robin helped him to salute the people, for she was accustomed to seeing her father greeted everywhere with a standing ovation. They soon pick up little Makino and they are transported to the new world, Whole Cake Island. Makino's life was also more wonderful than the original story, her father is still alive and in good health. In addition to that, her father remarried her beautiful nanny at the time, Camilla, which became her new mother. Rob added both of them to the bar of his art store in place of their personal bar, which is already deserted and replaced by a wonderful house that used to be the bar and the house of the happy family previously. Like Hancock, Makino is currently 2.5 years old. The 5 children had a wonderful day on Whole Cake Island, exactly in the Rob area he got from Lean Lean. This place had a river of orange juice running through it. And a castle built of white and black chocolate, and a theme park designed by Rob from his previous world, Spiro helped build with his candy fruit as per Rob's instructions. This place was the entertainment paradise that he designed especially for his daughter. It later became a paradise for all the children his feisty daughter would invite every time she got permission from her mom and dad. This time also Rob had to trick Lean Lean into not finding him and causing trouble with her endless temptation. Big Mom was still chasing him, she still wanted to make him pollinate her with his seeds. No, it seemed like this desire was getting crazier year after year. Her power has also gone crazy in the past year, she has caused a lot of chaos in the new world with her and new rookie Kaido. Kaido who was expelled by Rob from Onigashima where he intended to build his base. Onigashima has been forbidden to the 100 Beast Pirates, ever since Rob announced it. Even Kaido didn't dare oppose it after eating dirt, either in dragon form or in his majestic form. Rob had caused him a real phobia last year. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 138, A Glimpse of Naruto and Hunter. Chapter 139, Manga of One Piece is back. Is the inevitable disaster about to hit Alabasta? Chapter 140, Baroque Works Saga, Alabasta Arc, Part 2, Alabasta War. Blackstar_BH note. This chapter had 2,000 words. Do you like it? If you like it, give me your stones. Chapter 138, A Glimpse of Naruto and Hunter. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. O'Hara, Art Palace. Alvia, come on, we need to be quick, leave everything in your hand, we have to finish everything before noon. Okay, wait a minute, honey. Rob walked into the room out of his impatience, not surprised to see Alvia doing the best she could to beautify herself even more than she is already pretty. Every time Rob asks her out for a tour, she wears the best brand of clothes that Rob buys for her from his system shop, polishes her skin with the best cosmetics she owns, and also she uses the same lipstick that Rob once said tastes delicious on her lips. The point is, she was doing her best to keep Rob under control. He could tell that she felt threatened when she found out the Empress had entered the art store barn. Well, Alvia was sure that her husband would get all the single women he had hired as his women. The woman's instinct was so much stronger than Rob could imagine, it could even rival the observation hockey who could predict the future. She knew that her husband loved her dearly, but that did not make her lower her guard in the least. Though he loved her, she could see his admiration for the women who loved him. Toki loves him, Sora loves him, Belmir loves him, Gloriosa loves him. She can see it at a glance. Their love for him hasn't decreased at all but only increased with time. Let's not mention Lin who says it publicly. Regarding this big mom, she can accept all of the above except Lin. While she was working hard to look her best on a date today, a black aura appeared over her head while thinking about the things to piss her off. Rob gulped heavily while sweating, turned around very quickly, and approached little Robin's bed. The moment he saw his little angel sleeping like a satisfied cat, he felt a thrill that immediately replaced his nervousness. She had a satisfied smile on her sleeping face. She had spent the past 2 days in pure paradise. Not only did she enjoy playing with her new sisters and eating delicious food and first-class sweets, but she also watched the best anime she had been craving week after week. After One Piece, episode 53 of Naruto has arrived. And the next day too, episode 53 of Hunter x Hunter. Not all children of her age were having as much fun as she enjoyed the shows that her father made. Only children 6 years and older can absorb what they are watching as much as possible and enjoy it, but little Robin, who just turned 1 year old, was such an anomaly. The last episode of Naruto that aired was a bit repetitive, though sad, and has a good rhythm as it still follows the mission of Sasuke recovery, who has become utterly evil after following Orochimaru, and shows Rock Lee suffering with the injury. And the new Hokage, Tsunade, the beloved of millions. The idol of Issue in particular, also told him that he had to surrender and that his injury could not be cured. But it wasn't an episode that could muster as many sad feelings as the first Naruto episodes, when a part of Naruto's sad past came to light, or when Zabuza and Haku died. The story of those in particular caused valleys of tears in Wano country, and for the Okamas who watched the episode. It didn't cause as much inhale and admiration from viewers as those episodes when Rock Lee battled Gaara in the Chunin exam, Naruto and Niji's spirited fight, or when the famous Toad Sage Jiraiya Sensei debuted, and the same goes for Orochimaru, the Snake Sage, the main villain, final boss, as viewers believe, or the battle of Naruto and his summoned frog, Chief Toad, against the terrifying sand beast Beiju, Shikaku, who has taken over Gaara's consciousness. It was also exciting that it was unimaginable for the viewers. They were very satisfied with Naruto because it became a feast for their eyes. How many families do Monday afternoon become a great time for a family gathering and watching Naruto in their garden? Hundreds of thousands of families. Past Naruto episodes have caused an unimaginable storm all over the world, from the Mission of Waves Land arc to the Chunin exam arc, then the Konoha destruction arc, the death of the third Hokage, the Tsunade search arc, the emergence of the Akatsuki organization, and finally, the current arc, Sasuke recovery mission arc, a mission given by the fifth Hokage Tsunade. Everyone's perception of what really is called a ninja has been overturned. The ninjas were actually monsters and not just acrobatics as some think. A Kage-level ninja could fight the Admiral and maybe win. This is what a ninja means. This fact has already been agreed upon. Thanks to the Naruto anime, the Wano ninjas have become much stronger, smarter, and humbler than they were original. In the future Wano war, if it happens, will not be the samurai who will lead the way, but the ninja. The Wano ninjas became very scary after the appearance of Naruto, especially Reizo. The Naruto anime was now the divine totem that brought together all the Wano ninjas. Whoever can learn one technique from Naruto can be considered a true ninja. The appearance of another descendant of the Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke's brother, and his bloody enemy, the same person who caused the genocide of his clan, also caused massive reactions. This person was insanely powerful. His strange illusion skills caused a person of the Kakashi level to suffer from hell for 3 days in a moment. Even the most terrifying devil fruit users couldn't do such a thing. Even the 5 elders felt greedy for possessing such a divine eye that bestowed such supernatural abilities, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The same goes for the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Also, the appearance of Kasami, who was similar to Fishman, made everyone assume the existence of the Fishman race in the Land of Mist. Unfortunately, Rob hasn't opened an art store in the Ryujo Kingdom yet, but he will soon. This is the least that can be said about the Naruto anime in its first part, and the reactions and changes it made to the super world called One Piece last year. The same or more was true of Hunter x Hunter, which was the later anime that little Robin and her friends watched on Whole Cake Island. If Naruto episode 5-3 was just a routine about Rock Lee suffering from an injury and wanting to recover quickly to carry on his teacher's style and carry on his legacy, then Hunter x Hunter was much better off. Only the title of the Ants arc, which is considered the best arc in the entire anime, can cause a huge uproar. The arc was only in its beginning, but it caused a lot of commotion because this Ants race was a new race that was not known in the pirate world, anything new that would excite the inhabitants of the pirate world. The evidence is that after the end of AOD Part 1, Hunter became the anime with the most record stats. The reason is very simple. If Naruto is a ninja's totem of the reclusive country of Wano, Hunter is the totem of the people in the entire world, and specifically bounty hunters. Hunters' guilds have become scattered everywhere thanks to this anime. The name, Janae Ryodan, has been frequently taken as the name of many guilds that have been influenced by the Spider Gang and the philosophy of Krallo Lucifer. Many mafia families in the pirate world have also been clearly influenced by the Zoldyck family. Attempts to master Nen have also become a global event that is being insanely researched everywhere. Of course, the world government would not miss such a golden opportunity. Everything was under their watchful eyes. Even Rob created his own guild after studying the massive changes Hunter x Hunter brought about. He hadn't expected such a turnout for Hunter x Hunter. Rob withdrew his hand after wiping some saliva that was dripping from his sleeping daughter's mouth. When he turned around to meet his wife, he swallowed his saliva in astonishment. She had transformed from a masterpiece to a premium masterpiece. She was beautiful by all accounts, the maternity atmosphere surrounding her, the sexy modern clothes and the black-framed scientist glasses, her silver hair tied in a ponytail, her beautiful oval face, her bright blue aquamarine eyes, and alluring lipstick, and finally, her pressed breast as if it was going to explode, and the clear white slit. Rob swallowed his saliva hard as he nearly fell into the depths of lust and immediately pushed her down. Alvia smiled provocatively at him. In fact, she wanted him to try and push her down now, maybe she could punish him more than that, and win a few extra points. She was even more satisfied after she had succeeded in kindling her husband's more primitive instincts. She was his weakness, the same as ever. This made her feel self-satisfied and secure. Even if he likes other women, he will still like her more. This is the significance of her actions. He approached her in a few steps. Even before she could react, she found herself in his wide cuddle, her head barely reaching his chest, such is the length of her towering mane. Rob slowly lowered his head and tasted her lips, which looked like cherry-red ones. After a few minutes, "I really like the taste of this lipstick on your lips, it tastes like cherry. This is the 1000th time you tell me this, shall we go now?" "Oh. That's why I found it familiar. Well, let's go." "Where are we going?" "Alabasta." "Huh. Why didn't you tell me before?" "My clothes aren't suitable for Alabasta desert air." "You didn't ask." As they walked out of the palace, Alvia puffed her cheeks angrily. "Why are we going there?" "I have a gift for you, a gift you will definitely like." When she heard this, she turned into a happy and sunny mood. Her husband was still the same as ever. Her loving and generous man. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 139, The Manga of One Piece is back. Is the inevitable disaster about to hit Alabasta? Chapter 140, Baroque Works Saga, Alabasta Arc, Part 2, Alabasta War. Chapter 141, Ancient Weapons Cause Global Terror. Wrath of the World Queen. Chapter 139, The Manga of One Piece is back. Is the inevitable disaster about to hit Alabasta? Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Paragraph. The moment Rob and Alvia walked out of the Alabasta art store, he recalled his new Hyundai Land Cruiser with a 5.7-liter V8 and 362 horsepower. This car was one of the best in his system shop had at the moment for facing desert countries like Alabasta. When Alvia saw the luxurious white car, she was impressed. Her husband really liked pretty things, so she got used to it. When she's with him, she's always mentally prepared to see something new come out of nowhere. Under the stunned looks of the Alyabarna residents, Rob opened the front door of the car for his wife like a gentleman. "Come in, you can appreciate the car later." Rob climbed into the driver's seat and sensed a kind of lost familiarity returning to him. "You'll teach me how to drive a car later, okay?" Alvia interrupted Rob's momentary sense of nostalgia. Ah. You want to learn how to drive a car? Yes, is that appropriate? Alvia was showing her pearly teeth into a cute smile that made Rob fall in love all over again. I can teach you to drive a plane, not to mention a car. It's an easy task. We'll start that after we come back to O'Hara, so be prepared. Alvia was so happy. Herman was the best husband in the world. In fact, she wasn't interested in learning to drive, all she cared about was spending more time with her husband. Before the people of the capital begin to gather around the luxurious and powerful car, Rob begins his trip towards the royal palace. The trip that will determine the fate of this kingdom. The Land Cruiser ran smoothly on the sandy ground as if it was on a paved road, there were no obstacles at all. Royal Palace, Alabasta. In the meeting room, 4 people sat in 2 corners, 2 women and 2 men. They were Rob and his wife, and Alabasta King. Nefertari Cobra, and his wife too. This was not the first time they had met, but it was the first time that their meeting had a serious and slightly dangerous atmosphere. Even King Cobra, who was living bliss recently after a massive rise in his popularity due to the last One Piece episode, felt pressure from the current atmosphere. He could instinctively sense something dangerous strutting behind Rob's calm facade. Mr. Rob, what is the reason for this sudden visit? It was Cobra who broke the atmosphere of mystery surrounding the room. I have come for 2 things, the first, to ask for a favor, and the second, to warn you of an inevitable disaster and also to help you overcome it. When Cobra and his wife heard the words, inevitable disaster, their bodies subconsciously shivered. Cobra regained his stability after 2 seconds and asked with hidden concern. I have no problem with any favor you would like to ask, if I could I would be happy to fulfill your request, but what do you mean by inevitable disaster? Is it a disaster at the level of the individual or the nation? Rob looked deeply into the couple's eyes, he could see deep worry and tension that couldn't be hidden within them. This was to be expected, the words, inevitable disaster, could not be taken seriously if someone else said it, but when someone of Rob's stature and power said it, this meant that the inevitable disaster would be extremely devastating. The king was very tense after hearing this. Even Alvia got worried after hearing this, will the troubles that her husband has been preparing for so long will finally start? Who can threaten her husband in this world? Well, just the world government and these 3 great pirates. Alvia held her husband's hand to show her undying support. Rob gently had rubbed Alvia's hand before answering Cobra's anxious question. One Piece manga will be back for publication this week, and with it, the Alabasta arc that stopped in the middle a year ago will come to an end. Cobra and his wife nodded in understanding, they knew this and were especially excited about this long-awaited update. Whether the manga or the anime, One Piece, only gave them positive things, it conveyed to the people and the world the true personality of King Cobra. One Piece is his best talker, the reputation he brought to him was just tremendous. Rob continued to speak after that. This time, the new volume will carry vital information about your kingdom and its relationship with celestial dragons, as well as Crocodile's target of causing chaos in this kingdom. Cobra's body shivered after hearing this, and his wife's mouth opened in an O shape in shock. Rob and Alvia can tell she's shocked, it seems Cobra hasn't told her the truth about Alabasta yet. Crocodile's target is. King Cobra stopped here because he couldn't finish his words until he knew what Rob was going to say first, he didn't want to rush and make mistakes. Yes, the same thing you're thinking of now, his target is the poneglyph located somewhere here in Alabasta. Although he expected it, after hearing the confirmation, Cobra's eyes opened wide. How could anyone, except for the king, know that there was a poneglyph in Alabasta? No, it seems he forgot something important. His mind was currently in chaos. Did he just hear about Alabasta's relationship with celestial dragons? Impossible. I understand that you are dumbfounded and unable to explain what you are hearing, but first, I must tell you that I'm an ally and not an enemy so that you don't feel anxious on my part. The inevitable disaster was caused by the leak of information about the identity of Alabasta and the fact that the poneglyph exists in my country. Cobra was truly worthy of his title as a king, he had a respectable mental strength, and could recover his sanity even in a situation like this. Yes, and also. No. But Rob wanted to test him more, is the young Cobra worth the pressure or not? As Rob expected, Cobra was more confused after hearing the answer. What do you mean by yes and no? The inevitable disaster will surely be caused by a leak of information, but the leaked information is not just the existence of the poneglyph in Alabasta, but the contents of the poneglyph itself will be leaked. When he heard this, Cobra's face turned pale, as if he had grown by a full 10 years in an instant. That's impossible, the only people who can read the poneglyph are the O'Hara archaeologists. Why would they leak? Don't be in a hurry to make judgments, the one who will leak this information will be me. It seemed as if thunder was erupting in the heads of the listeners at this moment. The king. The queen. Alvia. Oh, don't look at me like that, I also don't have a choice. This information will appear in the new volume of the One Piece manga. I bet 80% of readers will consider it false and made up to create suspense in the story, but 20% will consider it an indisputable fact. You have no choice. Why are you doing this? Cobra said in a lukewarm tone as if he had lost faith in everything. I will die if I don't draw the reality of the world as it is. Cobra and his wife's eyes recovered some light when they heard this. Alvia also felt a tremor in her spine. If that was really the situation, he really had no choice. Is the stop update of manga for a year related to this situation? Yes, that was indeed the reason, but don't worry, even if the information is released, I have a way to protect Alabasta. No one can directly harm your kingdom while I exist. I'm not saying there will be no damage to Alabasta, but at least I can guarantee to protect Alabasta from destruction and invasion. Cobra and his wife both felt a heavy burden being lifted off their shoulders. As long as they can survive the disaster, everything else doesn't matter. They only wish that Rob's confidence was real when disaster came to knock on the doors of Alabasta. Can you tell me what Poneglyph content is going to cause all this chaos? Queen Nefertari could not be silent anymore. She wanted to know the extent of the disaster to come so that she could help her husband with all she had. Finally, she could do something for this kingdom as a queen. Rob looked toward Alvia and smiled before saying, I think we should let the archaeologist here tell us the content of the Poneglyph. Isn't that more reliable? Cobra understood what Rob wanted, so he immediately stood up before he could say, Follow me. Rob stood up before he pulls Alvia to standing. She's still absorbing what she's heard so far. She can't believe that there is anyone in this world who can threaten her husband's life. Rob could sense her anxiety, so with a heavy heart, he whispered some words in her ear. Then the group led by Cobra arrived at the royal tomb of the Alabasta royal family from the very beginning of the history of this kingdom. Alvia was excited. She could smell the scent of history from this place. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 140, Baroque Works Saga, Alabasta Arc, Part 2, Alabasta War. Chapter 141, Ancient Weapons Cause Global Terror. Wrath of the World Queen. Chapter 142, Alabasta in Danger, Rob's winning card. Chapter 140, not chapter. Hello guys. Hope you are all fine and healthy. Well, it's not a chapter, so don't feel disappointed and wait a few hours until tomorrow morning, for me, haha. This chapter is dedicated to questions and poll. I want to know your frank opinion about the progress of the novel so far. Have you noticed any mistakes or plot holes in the fanfic to this point? Was there any negligence on my part? After all, I am a normal human like you guys. Is there something you think is better for the story that I haven't added or I ignore it? The main topic of this survey is the characters you want to see interacting with the manga chapters or anime episodes or future projects like novels, songs, movies, etc. You can comment with the name of your favorite characters, taking into account the timeline of the story, 1494 to 1495. The names of the characters who will get 10 or more likes, you will surely see their reactions in future chapters. If you want to see the advanced chapters, https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Thank you for your support. Chapter 141, Baroque Works Saga, Alabasta Arc, Part 2, Alabasta War. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Patreon link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete espace. Paragraph. Kahira has fallen in Alabasta, the mad pharaoh who wanted to conquer the largest kingdom in the first half of the Great Sea. Nefertari IV showed that he was not just a puppet of the kingdom's ministers but was worthy of the title of the desert descendant. Finally it's raining. This is a blessing from the sky in the year 239. It was a rough year without rain, but the sky has finally blessed us. In the year 260, Prince Tamer began his rule with an iron rule. Sorry, he is no longer a prince but the 5th king of Alabasta in the Caliphate, King Tamer. Whoever is caught in a criminal case who wastes more than 5 liters of water a day without royal permission, will be executed. The year 270 the pharaoh's kingdom came to an end. They didn't have to try to stop the World Trade Union. Now, the kingdom is trying so hard to protect its dynasty, which was even older than our dynasty. They had no choice but to turn to their most powerful enemy to protect their bloodline from being cut off. The glorious historical day of the Alabasta kingdom, Queen Nefertiti, the last line of the main dynasty of the pharaoh's kingdom, officially became the wife of King Tamer. The god bless this holy marriage. From now on, the kings of Nefertari will marry only the women of the pharaohs. In the year 302, the great temple of Tav was completed building in Urmilu. On this great occasion, the shogun of Wano, Kazuki Ryumo, extends their warmest congratulations to the people and king of Alabasta. In the year 320, the hero of Ultia is Mumden. Mumden Kanos, the general nicknamed the Desert Dragon, alone was able to stop the fierce invasion of the Shovan kingdom that targeted the city of Ultia, which is the beating heart of Alabasta. The king Nefertari VI gave him the title, Hero of Ultia, in honor of his achievement. This title will be the glory of the future bloodline of Mumden. I did not anticipate that this day would come. In the year 580, at last, the World Federation Committee decided to deliver the third deity to our great kingdom. We make a bloody promise that we will protect Pluton with our blood and use it only when the time comes. The year 605, the World War began. We can finally get Pluton out of the desert valley, its true place in the battlefield. In the year 610, as expected of the third god, the worship of the god, it shattered the demon's island with one shot. My blood boiled. I can't describe the extent of the destruction caused by Pluton. In the year 680, Pluton has finally returned home. The desert valley is ready to hide the weapon of God until the world needs it again. You who will read this in the distant future, if the great kingdom is over, it's better for the world don't tell anyone what you have read here. Alvia continued reading the information that was engraved in the poneglyph with a stunned expression. Now, she knew what her husband had meant all this time if this information here was to be leaked. The inevitable disaster, as her husband said, was not enough to describe the horror of what would happen. Cobra's face turned deathly pale as he heard contents he didn't know about. He already knew that the poneglyph was talking about Pluton, but he didn't know he was talking about it in such frightening detail. He didn't even know if Pluton was actually in Alabasta or had it actually been transmitted. This information is frightening, very frightening. His wife, the queen, put a hand to her mouth and her eyes wide in shock. She also did not expect the truth to be this big. It is not something they can stop with their meager strength. Alabasta is no longer strong as it was in the past that the future stone, poneglyph, talks about. Cobra turned to meet Rob. Before the latter reacted, Cobra knelt and his head hit the ground repeatedly. Please, I'm begging you, don't leak this information. Even you cannot protect us from the entire world. Rob felt complicated after seeing the pathetic king kneel to him with such sincerity. Woman, don't panic, none of this information will be leaked in the next volume. Even I didn't know about this information before today, so how can I leak something I don't know? Cobra felt stupid at this moment. But now you know. Rob was speechless after hearing that. I swear, I will not leak these informations. It's too dangerous to leak them. Alvia looked deeply at her husband as he said these words. She sighed in relief when she found out he was telling the truth. There was no other person in the world who knew her husband better than her, and she could say 100% that Rob was telling the truth. Don't worry, Cobra-san, TT-san, Rob is telling the truth. I can guarantee that none of the information about Pluton that is here will be leaked. Before Cobra and his wife could say anything, Rob spoke quickly. Well, I told you before that I have a request, right? This poneglyph is too dangerous for your kingdom if it stays here. My request is, can you allow me to move it under my wing? There is a second poneglyph also in the ancient capital of Alabasta, Ermilu. I know where it is. I want you to let me take it too. I really want to do this, but I would be considered a sinner if I neglected historical and vital informations about my kingdom. Don't worry, I will transfer your kingdom's history informations to an indestructible milestone of my creation and return it to Alabasta. You can choose the language you want to write your kingdom's informations in. I can also read and write in the ancient language. Cobra was shocked after hearing this. No wonder he was calm after hearing the frightening information from his wife's mouth, which means he had already read it before his wife read it. If you say that, I shall have no objection then. I will give you my assent as King of Alabasta number 20 in the Caliphate. You may move these two poneglyphs under your wing, but I hope that you will add this disgraceful event to the new historical milestone, and I also hope that you will write the information in both old and new languages. Rob sighed silently after hearing this. Cobra wanted to take responsibility for sullying the history of the royal family, all to protect his kingdom. This was truly a good king who deserves Rob's respect and admiration. Okay, I'll do it as you wish. The queen approached her husband and gently hugged him to relieve his depression. Cobra felt his wife's sympathy for him and suddenly remembered something, no matter that had been bothering him for over a year. Can you fulfill a selfish request for me? Rob is surprised when he hears this, but he still happily accepts. Of course, what do you want? Cobra grabbed his wife's hand, which was resting on his chest, and felt some anxiety rise in his heart. What's the cause of my wife's death in the future? Can this fact be changed? Rob and Alvia, as well as the queen, were shocked when hear Cobra's question. Why do you have to be so sharp? Well, I can't hide it from you anymore. Your wife will die 2 years after Vivi born. I don't know if it was due to postpartum symptoms or a deadly illness, but don't worry, in this world your wife won't die. Cobra sighed when he heard Rob's promise. Thank you. Rob and Alvia stood alone in the desert ruins far from the capital. This was where Zoro, Luffy, and Chopper accidentally fell. This scene appeared in the last episode of the anime, but it doesn't seem to attract as much attention as it caused a lot of laughs at Luffy's stupid way of flying from the ruins with the unlucky Zoro and Chopper. Most viewers thought it was just an ordinary gray rock because Rob tried to hide it as much as possible, and this was the first time that Rob disregarded his principles as an author and intentionally tried to hide something in his work. Originally, this poneglyph was so well hidden that a third of it was sideways submerged in sand, but Rob adjusted the scene and made it almost completely submerged in sand. Only a small part showed up, but it looked like any ordinary rock. That's why he could circumvent public opinion and deceive world government. But now, Rob and Alvia were standing in front of the poneglyph, quite visible except for a small part of it hidden in the sand. This is the place where Zoro, Luffy, and Chopper fell, right? I wasn't expecting the existence of another poneglyph in this place. It's good that you hid the fact that it was in the anime. This made us escape a lot of troubles. Even Alvia could recognize this place. I can't change anything in the manga, but that doesn't apply to the anime. If I say the sky is green, it's green. Ha ha ha, you're funny dear, but unfortunately, this poneglyph only contains more historical information about Alabasta. You can already see that. The only interesting part is that letter of apology Joy Boy gave to the remaining dynasty of pharaohs. I can see it. It looks like the pharaoh's kingdom has fallen through some great injustices. Even Joy Boy apologized to them. We had no information about such a great kingdom before the empty century. Clover-san will be very happy with these two poneglyphs when we take them to the Tree of Knowledge. Honey, thank you. I'm so happy that you're my husband. Alvia approached Rob and hugged him very passionately. Rob was more excited about it since this place was so far away from any humans or noise. Rob enjoyed the fragrant scent of his wife. Her shape today was a masterpiece that crossed all limits of elegance. Rob could no longer control his hormones more than that. After the maid's fetish, his second fetish was glasses. That's what Alvia managed to show today in full mark. She was the embodiment of the glasses goddess in Rob's eyes. The perfect wife he wanted. She was already his wife. Rob took the opportunity to enjoy a hot session with his wife. Under the ruins of the ancient capital, two mature bodies of a man and a woman intertwined, their bodies stuck and separated again and again, their sweat and fluids fell and the golden desert sands polluted. This place became a rosy area for a couple at work. This great place synchronized with the voices of an extremely charming moan. Today has been very vital for manga readers across the world, whether for those men with minds of zealous kids who have been following manga of One Piece since its first chapter, or those guys who just got the art store in their places recently and became fans of the new art called manga. One Piece has officially returned to publish its chapters today. At the center of the world, in the Pangaea Castle, the void shook fiercely as if it was going to be destroyed at any moment. This shaking was accompanied by a sinister laugh full of enthusiasm and anger. Exciting, really exciting. It seems that Rob-chan is not afraid of sky and earth. This exceeded my most ridiculous expectations. On this much-awaited day, the world entered into hours of absolute silence. The new volume turned out to be a cursed Pandora's box waiting for the entire world to open. Within a few hours, Alabasta became the center of attention for the entire world. The ferocious pirates began cleaning their swords in preparation for a massacre in Alabasta. As the navy began to move very quickly, a lot of soldiers were called in from various bases. In one moment the world fell into chaos. The storm had already begun. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 141, Ancient Weapons Cause Global Terror. Wrath of the World Queen. Chapter 142, Alabasta in Danger. Rob's winning card. Chapter 143, Hide a Huge Kingdom Above the Clouds. Blackstar_BH note. I read all your opinions and criticisms about my novel in the previous chapter. I'm really happy with all your attention. I will take it all seriously. Note, fasten your seatbelts because from now on the story will literally turn into a fiery rocket events. Chapter 142, Ancient Weapons Cause Global Terror. Wrath of the World Queen. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. P at Trian link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete eSpace. Paragraph. O'Hara. A few minutes before the new volume is published. Okasan's skills driving so bad. Ha 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 ha. Rob laughed while hearing his little daughter's criticism of her mother. Little Robin sat on her father's lap, while Alvia sat in the driver's seat, trying to drive under Rob's indicators. Since they came back from Alabasta, Rob took her request that day very seriously and taught her the basics of driving for a few days. Although she has really learned how to drive a car, she is still a beginner and makes a lot of mistakes because of that. Little Robin wasn't satisfied. What Robin really loved was her father's driving at such high speeds and amazing control. Every time her dad took her for a ride in the car, she was having such great fun. Okay, Alvia, let's finish here today. You're very good at driving now. Humph. If my child doesn't say I'm better than you, I won't stop learning. Little Robin looked at her upset mother and felt guilty, so quickly she jumped up to her mother's lap and began to praise her. Obviously Mama is the best. Rob. Alvia. The family of 3 head out of the car and Rob sent the car into his inventory. Then Rob looked at Alvia. With just one look, Alvia understood what her husband wanted, so she gently patted her child's back while whispering in her ear. It's time to sleep. She quickly takes her home away from the hustle and bustle of the city while Rob moves to the art store. It's time to do what he has to do. Before arriving at the art store, he summoned the system interface and assigned 10,000 volumes to each art store from 52 art stores all over the world. He didn't hesitate to what should do. He had already done everything in his power to deal with the backlash that would come later. From here on, he will leave everything to fate. A few hours after the new volume was published, the volumes that Rob put into the art stores disappeared from the shelves in many of his stores, so he had to quickly refill them. This crazy selling amount was 3 times more than last year. One Piece anime played a major role in advertising in the manga of One Piece. This was already expected. Baroque Works Saga, Alabasta War. The new volume started where it left off last year. After Ace's stunning show of power in the previous volume, the arc is back on track. The Straw Hat Crew's journey towards the oasis city of Yuba from the coastal city of Ermila begins. Luffy's thoughts changed after they arrived in Yuba, as he no longer wanted to stop the rebels, but regained his original goal of kicking crocodiles but first. That resulted in a fight between him and Vivi, but in the end, the Princess of Alabasta accepted and they began their journey to the City of Dreams, Rain Base. After arriving at Rain Base, they again collided with the Navy Smoker and were eventually trapped inside Crocodile's VIP room except for Sanji, who is still unknown to Baroque Works. Until this point, everything was familiar because it was already covered by the anime in the last episode. But then new events began to see the light. Pell intervened to save Vivi, who was the strongest warrior in the kingdom of Alabasta, a Zoan user, the Hawk Devil Fruit. It was one of these events. Then the appearance of Miss All Sunday and her fight against Belle, who beat him easily because of her ability. Which turned out to be Nico Robin, and her Devil Fruit identified as a flower Devil Fruit was exactly the kind of event that blew the minds of the people of O'Hara. Although Robin's full name, which they now know is Rudesty Robin, Nico's name is the same as her mother's. The beginning of Crocodile's Utopia plan to denigrate the king among his people with Mr. Two's ability was going well as the war had already begun. Koza, the leader of the rebels, had no choice but to announce the beginning of the revolution, and also the royal army had no choice but to fight for the protection of the country. Everything was revealed by Crocodile himself. The residents of Alabasta felt anger build up in their hearts as they continued to read the new volume, intense anger toward someone they didn't know if he really existed in this world or not. Anger toward the future. Anger toward their weakness, too. Right now, their kingdom was very good, but who knows when things will turn south because of someone like Crocodile. The manga taught them a very valuable lesson. As the events continued to unfold, traces of the legendary plot armor surfaced where Mr. 3, who didn't die in the belly of the huge crocodile Bananadal but survived, and Sanji used his wax ability to open the Kairasuk cage and free the Straw Hats as he left a mockery letter to Crocodile by the name of the prince. Readers were impressed by Sanji's planning abilities. He could play with Shichibukai the entire time. The interaction between Smoker and Luffy when he let them go surprised a lot of people. The people of the world government were angry. Pirates couldn't be tolerated, and that's exactly what Smoker did. Marineford. Well, I've decided I'll teach my grandson hockey before he even starts crawling. Garp's eyes darken as he watches his grandson get severely beaten by Crocodile. He felt so grateful for that man's daughter when she saved his grandson from inevitable death. Mary Geos. Damn it. How? How could this happen? Is this guy crazy? He's really crazy. Alabasta is finished. So Pluton has been hidden in Alabasta all this time. How Crocodile heard of Pluton doesn't matter, but Nico Robin hasn't read the info about Pluton. Should we get the Poneglyph from Alabasta? Boom. What is this? What's going on? That sound came from the flower garden. The queen is angry. The flower garden at Pangaea Castle. Emu tried to burn the new One Piece volume to nothing, but that didn't work. It seemed like her fire couldn't burn this book. A frightful smile appeared on her beautiful face. Exciting, really exciting. It seems that Rob-chan is not afraid of sky and earth. This exceeded my most ridiculous expectations. She was already expecting a lot of chaotic events due to the manga's return, but the appearance of information about Pluton was something she didn't expect and didn't want to see at all. She really enjoyed the manga, seeing the struggle of the incarnation of her big enemy from the start. His trip to climb to the top to meet her again made her look forward to this manga with unparalleled passion. But she never expected that a person who can predict the future of the incarnation of Joy Boy can also predict the future of the entire world. This destroys the future itself. This future that she sees in this book will never be again. The 3 ancient weapons shouldn't appear too soon. This will precipitate the world into chaos before Joy Boy can even return, perhaps ending his way back forever. These events were very good for her, but in one sense it felt unfair. She still wanted to see this future sort of come true, or else. Emu slowly closed her eyes before opening them again, but this time the light in her falcon-like eyes changed to a bloody gloom. Destroy Alabasta and remove it from history. That's all she said. But those 2 words have determined the fate of an entire nation. O'Hara. Tears fell from Alvia's eyes as she saw her grown daughter lying on the ground after being badly injured by the sand bastard. Although it is just a story in a book, the number of feelings it conveyed to her, in particular, was just too great. She knew the truth from her husband. This was a real world that had already happened in a world where her husband did not exist. A world maybe she too has died in, and her child lived without parents. In a world where her daughter was wanted with a bounty of 70 million berries, she didn't know why yet, but she had an assumption. Tell me, Rob, will my daughter be all right? Rob looked helplessly at his weeping wife and had no alternative but to comfort her. Don't worry, she'll be fine. He almost said that her true suffering was much greater than this, but he swallowed his words at the last moment. At the Tree of Knowledge, Professor Clover gathered with hard-working archaeologists including Don Quixote Huming and Nico Oren, whom they joined a year ago. They were reading the new chapters of the One Piece manga with intense focus, exactly the scene where Nico Robin was reading the poneglyph. They didn't care about the terrifying contents of the poneglyph, because Rob and Alvia had brought them 2 poneglyphs from Alabasta and already knew their contents though. But they were more interested in Nico Robin's level of reading the poneglyph and her high professional ethics. It was great to watch her hide vital information about an evil pirate. She really deserves to be Alvia and Rob's daughter. But their faces turned pale after they thought she was killed by Crocodile. The mention of the word Pluton in the manga has caused worldwide panic. And also in global greed. The Big Mom pirates mobilized their crew, led by Charlotte Lean, and their destination was Alabasta. The Beast pirates mobilized their armies led by Kaido, their destination was Alabasta too. The sky was no less noisy than the earth. Shiki islands that settled in the New World, once again moved towards Sandy Island. Jihahaha. Pluton will be mine. The Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates weren't too late. They all wanted to go to Alabasta to verify the information about Pluton. The movements of these great forces caused frightening reactions, as thousands of pirate fleets followed them. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 142, Alabasta in danger. Rob's winning card. Chapter 143, hide a huge kingdom above the clouds. Chapter 144, a miracle. Alabasta Sky Island. Chapter 143, Alabasta in danger. Rob's winning card. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. P at Trian link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete espace. Paragraph. Luffy, th. Thank you. Robin, why? Tell me. Luffy. Robin, you all who have the name of the D, why are you fighting? Luffy, D. Sigh. Robin, maybe that's a question that shouldn't be asked. Chopper, it had burned. So it was fake. Usopp, it sure is fake. Do you really think I can lift 5 tons? I can't lift something that weighs more than 5 kilograms. Usopp, if you're a man, there are times when you have to fight, no matter what. Usopp, that time, when someone ridicules of your partner's dreams. Crocodile, but before I take your place on the throne, Cobra, there is one question I must ask, one related to my ultimate target. Crocodile, where's Pluton? Cobra, how do you know that name? Crocodile, Pluton. Crocodile, it is said that one hit from it can destroy an entire island without leaving a trace, the ancient world's most terrifying weapon bearing the name of a god. Crocodile, it must be here somewhere in this kingdom. This has been my target from the start. With a weapon like this, I could establish the most powerful military force in the world right here in Alabasta. Vivi, a weapon. Does such a thing really exist in this kingdom? Shaka, a secret inherited from a king to his successor for generations. Crocodile, once I become the king of this land, it will be easy for me to bring all the pirates near these areas under my control. And with such influence, I would possess a power that surpasses even that of the world government itself. And then I'll have my utopia. Cobra, live for Alabasta Kingdom. The battle that will go down in history. And the battle that will not be entered in the pages of history. They both made it to the end. Smoker, we defeated Crocodile. My subordinate was crying at this moment because she was unable to do this. Send this message to those old fools you call leaders. What? Hina, Smoker. Smoker, tell them to eat shit. Boom. Damn it. That's what he meant at that time, so I haven't felt comfortable since that day. He was plotting to make the world plunge into chaos. The king of entertainment. The king of my ass. He is the king of chaos. Fleet Admiral Sengoku crushed his office with one blow. He was very angry. Piruparu. Suddenly the den mushi started ringing. Sengoku could only sigh and answer the line. Gotcha. What do you have for me, Gorosei-sama? In fact, Sengoku had already predicted what it would be like. Many big pirates including the 3 great pirates have started a trip towards Alabasta. The world cannot bear chaos of this magnitude, this chaos will lead to so many losses. Use the buster call of level 5, blast Alabasta before they arrive, and you can muster all your navy force. You will have 50% of the government's forces with you. No matter how he expected to hear it before, he couldn't believe his ears when he heard the real size of the things. Sengoku swallowed his saliva but succeeded in accepting the orders and cutting off the call. Sengoku removed his glasses to routinely wipe them, but his empty eyes were looking toward his old partner as if he had lost hope. There's no way to save Alabasta, is there? Garp looked at his old friend before asking. Is that what it should be? It's no fault of this country. Don't worry, that brat won't allow Alabasta to be exterminated. Maybe I don't know him well, but I'm sure of one thing, that boy has a good conscience. Before the arrival of the sweep, Rob stood in the center of Alabasta, in a small oasis that has a very beautiful landscape. Rob sighed slightly but confirmed his determination to do what he intended to do. Rob looked at the system interface. He got some broken features in the later few levels after level 10. This is the best solution to the current situation, although they have to live in an unfamiliar environment for a year, but it will be good for them, better than extermination at least. Name, Sandy Island. Maritime region, first half of the Grand Line. Size, 550 square kilometers. Environment, summer climate. Population, 10 million people. Art store, 1, Alabasta Art Store. Do you want to move the island? Select the appropriate destination. Warning, the island must be moved not far from the nearest art store. Warning, the same island cannot be moved again within a year after settling in its new location. Rob looked at the front carefully. The blue sea wasn't good to hide an island the size of the kingdom of Alabasta. There's no place in the world that the world government would almost inaccessible. Rob took time to think carefully while smoking a cigarette to relieve his bad mood. He felt really guilty. He could sense the terrifying atmosphere covering the entire kingdom by his hockey. Over 10 million people were terrified of what was to come. Not everyone is a fool. Since yesterday, the news of the impending disaster because of the manga has been sweeping across Alabasta. The branch of the navy close to Alabasta also surrounded all the ports of the country and did not allow anyone to leave. They imposed a ban on exit or entry to Alabasta. The Marines' fierce facial expressions could tell the Alabasta people everything. Something was definitely wrong. After the end of the Alabasta arc with laughter and happiness. After crocodile defeats from Luffy, stop of the rebels, ending the war. The residents of Alabasta welcome a happy ending to their bleak future, all thanks to a group of kind pirates. The sacrifice of Alabasta guard, Bell, and his miraculously escape from death after the bomb is removed. Tashiji's confused justice. The despicable world government. The flaming spirit of justice for Navy Captain Smoker. Chopper's great medical skills. Luffy's ridiculous gluttony. The divine Usopp comedy. Zoro's crap in directions. The absurdity of Sanji's hilarious pervert. Nami and Vivi's sexy bath. Secrets of the perverted and suspicious King Cobra. The late queen which was beloved by the Alabasta people. The princess' decision to choose Alabasta over freedom and pursuit of what her heart desires. The Okama sacrifice. The eternal friendship symbol, X, and a successful escape. All this made the readers feel happy and want more. All this made them realize that the Straw Hat Pirates are not just kids who wanted to go on an adventure. Rather, they were strong men who could protect a huge country from the fate of collapse. They can do what the world government has failed to do. Isn't it the Alabasta people themselves who need to make a ferocious expression while looking at the useless marine scum? So why does it look as if the world has turned against them? Aren't they the ones the world should apologize to? But it seems that this was just wishful thinking on their part. Alabasta got into a big mess the same night that volume was released. The world government spies, the other kingdom spies, the pirates, and underworld pioneers whose appearance in Alabasta coincided with the release of the volume. They had caused big chaos and terrorist attacks in search of Pluton. Even the royal palace was attacked that night. Everyone was madly searching for Pluton traces. They didn't care about anything else. They didn't care about the baseness of the world government to cover the truth or the good manners of the Straw Hats. They became the second, third, fourth, and endless, as crocodile. This was the true face of the pirate world that could not be easily changed. But when Alabasta almost sank into the depths of despair, before it was surrounded by 1,000 fleets, a shining golden barrier appeared that enveloped the entire country like a golden dome. As soon as it appeared, all the navy, spies, and outlaws that the art store had identified were expelled to the sea outside Alabasta. The chaos was stopped in an instant. With thousands of these troublemakers kicked out, it's time for Rob to play his real card. The goal of the golden barrier was simply to expel intruders. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 143, Hide a huge kingdom above the clouds. Chapter 144, A miracle. Alabasta Sky Island. Chapter 145, The historical Alabasta Sea Battle, Part 1. Blackstar_BH note. Guys, I'm really sorry, but I can't write this fanfic anymore. I'm going to stand here. Thank you for following me on this fun journey. Face with tears of joy, do you believe it? Don't worry, it's April Fool. Chapter 144, Hide a huge kingdom above the clouds. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. P at Trian link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete espace. Paragraph. The day of Alabasta became so bright that the usually wandering clouds were trapped within the island's atmosphere with no room to escape again. It was all because of the golden barrier that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The only people in the kingdom who were expecting something like this were King Cobra and his wife. But even them, they couldn't have foreseen Rob's next move. Because, to say the least, can describe it as impossible. The King Cobra looked at the golden barrier in the sky that seemed to extend endlessly. The current king's shape was a far cry from what it had been days before. Immense fatigue could be seen weighing down his youth's face. Since reading the cursed volume, he couldn't regain his usual calm, because most of his fears had already been fulfilled, except for revealing the origin of the kingdom that refused to become one of the 20 founding kingdoms of the world government in Mary Geos. In the manga, his kingdom has reached the point of life and death. They only survived from it by luck, the Straw Hat Pirates, and the bravery of his unborn daughter. In the manga, his wife had died a long time ago. Even the direct cause of her death is not mentioned. And the most terrifying thing is that the history of Alabasta has become like an open book for the world to peruse. No one discussed the fact that the manga was just fiction anymore because what was presented in the manga was ridiculously real, leaving no doubt that its contents aren't fact. Most of all, the inner greed of the pirate world's villains has overshadowed common sense since the ancient weapon's name, Pluton, appeared from Crocodile's mouth, as well as how amazing it was and its ability to rival the power of the world government. It sounded like a devil whispered in these aspiring people's ears. Even the people who didn't know anything about ancient weapons and heard about them for the first time felt extremely greedy for possessing such a weapon that could wipe an island off the map with one shot. Even if these people didn't come to destroy Alabasta, the kingdom would be destroyed under the influence of fierce battles against each other. Since each of them would want the weapon for himself, would they let the others take it? This is impossible. The only solution to fix this conflict is to fight to the death. And what is the appropriate place for such battles? Sure, Alabasta. But above all, will the world government allow these people to search for ancient weapons? This is impossible. Ancient weapons are among the most important secrets that the world government is trying to hide from the world at any cost. My dear, do you think that this golden barrier will be enough to stop the thousands of monsters in this world? Queen Nefertari was sad as she watched her hopeless husband, who had seemed like an empty shell of himself a few days ago. Why don't we trust him, Mr. Rob? I think he won't let the kingdom be destroyed. However, the world government will not let us out easily. The mere fact of concealing the weapon of their eternal enemy is enough to wipe us out of this world. If we didn't disappear from their field of view, we have no way to live. This is because the One Piece manga had scattered their papers just like that. Only now was the world government reminded of what true phobia the D-Clan was. If the manga had not been published at the world level, the world government wouldn't have had to do such crucial things as activating the 5th level of Buster Call. Rudesty, Rob, this guy got the guts to talk about ancient history in his manga. They gave Rob so much freedom that never seen before in history, and this came back to bite them very quickly. But what can they do now? The only weapon in their hand to fight Rob at the moment is the Heir of the World manga, which has a much greater gain than expected. But since One Piece returned, it was inevitable that they would return to their normal place. They had no other choice but to restore their true face and show who the world government really was. Since their lord gave them her orders, it would not matter to Alabasta's former status as a founding nation of world peace, 20 kingdoms, or an ancient kingdom with a great role in the prosperity of the world, or a present-day member of the world government. All this does not matter, because the Alabasta kingdom has already been decided its fate. Hundreds of warships came out from the Justice Gate of Eni's lobby. The scene was so solemn that the judges and government officials as well as the marines in this place inadvertently swallowed their saliva. The huge fleet quickly bypassed the Eni's lobby and walked straight in the direction of Alabasta. On the first ship in the fleet, Sengoku and Garp were stood up seeing at the calm sea in front of them. This was the 5th level Buster Call, the highest level available in the Destruction Order. 100 warships equipped with the latest and most powerful cannons, each ship equipped with 10 of them, in addition to the presence of 2 power-of-level admirals in the fleet, and dozens of vice-admirals. A force like that is enough to send a shiver down every pirate's spine. On the same ship stood the new vice-admirals, Borsalino and Sakazuki. Sakazuki's expression was cold as always, while Borsalino's funny face was hard to read. This man looked old even though he was a young man in his 20s. On another ship, Kuzan was the person who became a captain in his first upgrade from the elite camp, the new Navy monster. Kuzan was studying the freeze techniques of the Captain Shinigami Hitsugaya in his current fight against Quincy and was unconcerned with the noise around him. These were the familiar faces of the people who had been called to erase Alabasta from the map and history. In addition to the terrifying Navy fleet, there were 10 ships of the government agency Cypherpole, sure to contain the most powerful people in CP0. A collection like this would bring desperation to Cobra if he knew they were coming for him. The world government had not mustered a force like this to destroy one kingdom in hundreds of years. This alone was enough to show just how much the new One Piece volume had affected the world situation. But that wasn't all, for in the meantime hundreds of bubble-covered pirate ships appeared from under the sea of the Sabaody archipelago, as well as the ships that chose to take the calm belt path. Some ships were destroyed between the teeth of sea kings and some successfully passed, but the Sabaody archipelago was the departure point for hundreds of pirate ships towards Alabasta. Even some aspiring pirates from the four seas had enough courage to enter the Grand Line due to the news of the ancient weapons. The world was really boiling. But at this moment, all the eternal log poses of Alabasta in the world broke down and their needles started spinning crazy, unable to locate a fixed place. All the pirates who came from the New World were relying on the eternal log pose to reach Alabasta, but now, that has gone useless for some unknown reason. The eternal log pose can no longer be used to locate Sandy Island. What's going on here? Why is every log pose pointing to Alabasta broken? Sengoku spoke in an angry voice to the ship's navigator. I don't know, sir, I've never encountered such a situation before. I think something or someone is using a magnetic field-related ability to shade the log pose that points to Alabasta. Sengoku clenched his fist tightly while thinking of a specific person. Use eternal log pose for Carta Island, the closest naval base to Alabasta there. Understood, sir. It's working smoothly. Scenes like this happened on every ship that was targeting Alabasta on its trip. Almost everyone got the same assumption that someone was intentionally perverting Alabasta's magnetic field. Some even gave up because they couldn't find solutions. Since the sea was so big there was no way to reach Alabasta without determining its direction by log pose. But some have found alternative ways, such as accurate maps or eternal log pose for an island closer to Alabasta, such as Jaya, Drum, and many others. But no one thought that the island could disappear from the face of the earth. But this is what actually happened. In the place where Sandy Island used to be, a frightening abyss over 50 kilometers long formed and sucked up the water fiercely. In this place, the day turned into night and the night into day. Terrible tornadoes tied the sky to the sea. A deterioration in the magnetic field and a frightening vortex sucked all forms of marine life and non-marine life into the area. From the sky, a gigantic vortex of size can be seen at the former location of Sandy Island. This place is clearly not going to settle down over the next several years. Sandy Island is northwest longer in this place. The only people who could describe this hell if they somehow survived later were those spies, rioters, and marines who were kicked out of the island a few minutes before it was moved away. Thousands of people were still on their ships trying to investigate how to get past the golden solid barrier, and other people were trying to survive the sinking. But the moment the island disappeared, the apocalypse began for them. That was the moment when all the eternal log poses of Alabasta were broken. And also the exact moment Rob chose to move the island to its new location. When the Navy fleet that was ready to destroy the island arrived, they found no island to destroy. Alabasta had truly disappeared from the sea. All that remained in its place were terrifying tornadoes and a chaotic magnetic field that could tear apart anyone trying to get in. Someone explain to me what the hell is going on here. Fleet Admiral, I'm afraid Sandy Island has disappeared from the map. A few hours before the arrival of the Navy fleet, Alabasta became strangely quiet after the rioters were expelled. It looked like the calm before a storm. Everyone knew that the Golden Barrier was the reason for expelling the people who were causing chaos in their kingdom. Also, everyone knows that the art store is the source of the Golden Barrier because its center is the art store itself. Everyone can see a golden beam rising from the beacon of the art store and weaving its lights in the sky like a spider web. Having the art store and its owner by their side gave them some sense of security. But before they could even comprehend the situation, a white light appeared on the bodies of millions of Alabasta people as well as Alabasta animals, whether they were desert animals or marine and river animals. The sacred sea cats of the Alabasta people and some of the sea monsters that live and thrive in the Alabasta seas have been pulled into the inland rivers from the sea. All of this happened suddenly when everyone's vision became blurry, including the king and his wife. And when their eyes regained their light again, they were ridiculously shocked at what they saw. The Golden Barrier became translucent and didn't prevent them from seeing the vast blue sky. As for those closest to the coastal cities, they fell into an absolute daze, because the blue sea had been replaced by a sea of white clouds. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 144, A Miracle. Alabasta Sky Island. Chapter 145, The Historical Alabasta Sea Battle, Part 1. Chapter 146, The Historical Alabasta Sea Battle, Part 2. Blackstar_BH note. Hello guys, I'm sorry for the delay, it wasn't a stunt hand, I was very busy today. Well, you don't have to wait anymore, here's today's chapter. In the latest news, I opened Twitter and Instagram to communicate with you guys. I hope you will visit my accounts there. From now on I will update the latest news regarding my current and upcoming novels. My Instagram. https://www.instagram.com/blackstar_bh. My Twitter. https://mobile.twitter.com/blackstar_bh. Chapter 145, A Miracle. Alabasta Sky Island. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Patreon link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete eSpace. Paragraph. The clouds trapped within the barrier above the Alabasta Kingdom turned into a torrent of rain that flooded all corners of the Sandy Kingdom, rain that didn't seem to stop any time soon. The barrier lost its brilliance little by little until it completely disappeared. As soon as he disappeared, a light, fresh wind danced all over Alabasta. The wind was not strong enough to move the sand and cause sandstorms, but it was strong enough to move and manipulate raindrops everywhere. Such pleasant spring weather the Alabasta people had never felt before on their summer island. This was definitely paradise. This. Have I reached heaven? Clouds. Clouds everywhere. We're definitely in heaven. So how did we die? I didn't feel anything. Why did the hot weather change into such a gentle breeze? Although it is raining, the heat of the sun must be present. Didn't you notice that it's sunny, but it's also raining? Look at the sky. Strange cotton clouds invade our sky. But what the Alabasta people witnessed next was enough to turn their worldview upside down. The light wind caused many wandering clouds to roll inward from outside their kingdom. These clouds were not intended for rain but were a kind of solid light clouds on which even houses could be built. They were exactly Sky Island clouds that couldn't exist in the blue sea. More than 10 million people raised their heads to the sky, women and men, old and young, important and ordinary people, all were astonished by the painting that decorated the sky of Alabasta at this moment. Some people still think that they died and went to heaven, but most others didn't yet understand what kind of situation they are in at the moment. Cotton clouds smoothly penetrated the sands of Alabasta and formed valleys of white clouds due to the accumulation of cotton clouds. The clear rainwater turned into real rivers over some cotton rivers. Some strange shapes were also formed due to the white clouds everywhere on the huge island. King Cobra's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets as he watched a river of white clouds from directly above his palace. The white color of the clouds combined with the yellow color of the sand formed in very great pictures that ignited the feelings of the residents. Are we witnessing a great miracle beginning? I can't believe what I'm seeing. I think my recent anxiety and depression are causing my current hallucinations. Someone hit the back of the person who spoke cordially before saying, "Does that mean I'm hallucinating too?" Another person who overheard their conversation uttered, "Me too. Guys, am I the only one who feels short of breath? Cough. After you mentioned it, I'm also feeling a little uncomfortable in my lungs. I'm also really hard to breathe. I'm a doctor, don't worry, these are just small symptoms of ambient air change, you'll get used to it after some time, I've tried that too." "Oh, so then. I feel at ease since Dr. Ray said so. But why did the surrounding air change? Does this have anything to do with the strange white clouds?" Rob, who was still in the oasis in the middle of the Alabasta Kingdom, was also witnessing the miraculous changes caused by his transfer of the huge island from earth to sky. His rain-soaked face was showing a smile that could captivate any woman while his feeling by refreshed. He did something very big on the story plot level, something that no one from those transmigrators had done before. What is the meaning of moving an entire kingdom out of the blue sea and turning it into a sky island easily? Although he relied on the new system feature he had obtained at level 11, Transfer Store Land, that which left him stunned for a whole day after he got it, what was important was that he managed to hide Alabasta from the eyes of the world government and evil pirates. Rob was sure that the reactions of Alabasta inhabitants and Alabasta King would be off the charts. Maybe they don't understand what's going on yet. Well, let's explain everything to them, since they are going to live here from now on. It is their right to know at least. System, turn on the live broadcast setup in video projection feature. Let the broadcast field be limited to Alabasta Sky Island only. Ding. As soon as he said that, a soft voice spoke in his ear as his wife's voice, Alvia. Preparing live broadcast feature at one island level. Sky Island Alabasta broadcasting field only. Done. The host can start the live broadcast by simply pressing the Start button. The word Start large appeared in the middle of his window waiting for him to squeeze it. But Rob still remembered his wife's voice, which he had heard seconds before the prompt. This was the new feature he obtained at level 12, Holistic AI. Her job wasn't just to hear system notifications in his wife's voice. Rob didn't hesitate anymore and hit the Start button. As soon as he did that, his face in the background of the oasis behind him appeared in the window. On the other side, the light on the display of the art store, Alabasta, caught the attention of everyone in Alabasta. Sure enough, everyone was confused at the moment, but they also knew in their hearts that the only person who could explain the current situation to them was the owner of the Divine Store. As the king and the people of Alabasta expected, the next moment the face of the most respected men in their hearts at their king's side appeared. Rob had a kind, spring-like smile that removed all fear and tension from children's hearts and made single women fall in love, and encouraged men to pay attention. "Hello, my dear customers." Rob's voice was clearly heard in the ears of every living creature in Alabasta. Even animals like the Kung Fu Dugong stationed in the Sandora River, who by the way were big fans of One Piece anime and their future leader, Luffy, fans to the point of fanaticism. Animals like Warasaji birds, super spot-billed duck, and even sea cats that are not yet accustomed to the fresh waters of the river. All beings can see and hear Rob clearly. "First, I think I owe you an apology. All the chaos that happened in Alabasta since yesterday was because of my manga. Honestly, I'm sorry, I can't justify this with anything else. All I can do is sincerely apologize and hope you'll forgive me." The expressions of the Alabasta residents changed after hearing this. They already knew it in their hearts, but they didn't want to remember it, just because they didn't want to blame the person who had brought happiness into their lives. Rob's standing in their hearts was so high that not even a state-destroying event could change this fact. While using the live broadcast, Rob was covering the entire island with his observation hockey, but was surprised to discover that the negative feelings towards him were so few that they are negligible compared to the positive ones. This really brought him back a big smile to his face. They were worth the adventure to reveal one of his strongest trump cards to save them. "I have come today to give you good news. From this day forward, you will not have to fear anyone else, neither world government, nor navy, nor pirates, nor enemies from other kingdoms. In this new place of yours, these people cannot reach you." Queen Nefertari's eyes opened with astonishment as she listened to Rob's words, and the king beside her was even more shocked. They didn't understand how this could happen. "I hope you're not shocked to death by what you'll hear, but it's true. You guys aren't on the Grand Line anymore. I've moved your island to the sky, 10,000 meters above sea level. You can go to the art store to understand the situation well. I've left a billboard with detailed information about this historical event and this miracle." Rob paused for a while before he could say his last word. "Welcome to Alabasta Sky Island." Rob's voice and picture cut off, but his last words still resonate in the minds of listeners who seem to have really lost it. Their current state could be summed up in one word perhaps. WTF. Thousands of people gathered on the huge billboard in the corner of the vast art store to read the details of the miracle they experienced today. The more they read, the more they hated the world government, the navy, and pirates, and so did their love for the men who pulled them from the claws of death and raised them to the sky with his divine powers. King Cobra was accompanied by his wife Titi, Igaram, and his guards, all sweating hard while reading details they didn't know. Now, they knew that the world government had mustered the most powerful force in its hand to wipe them off the map. Buster Call of the 5th level. What is the meaning of this? Do they think they are fighting the ancient kingdom that came back from the tomb? They were but a worn kingdom sang on the glories of the past, with little left but their countrymen. Why did they have to go this far? Was this how dangerous Pluton was to them? A happy smile appeared on Cobra's face after he remembered that they had passed this devastating disaster because of that man. As his wife said before, Rob didn't really allow Alabasta to be destroyed. Not only that, but he turned Alabasta into heaven. If this is not a true miracle, then what could the miracle be? Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 145, The Historical Alabasta Sea Battle, Part 1. Chapter 146, The Historical Alabasta Sea Battle, Part 2. Chapter 147, Odin Moves to Roger's Pirates. Young Crocodile Being Chased. Blackstar_BH Note. I will be happy if you follow me on my new accounts. I will answer personal messages. If you have any questions regarding this novel or my other novels, don't hesitate to contact me. Love. My Instagram. https://www.instagram.com/blackstar_bh. My Twitter. https://mobile.twitter.com/blackstar_bh. Chapter 146, The Historical Alabasta Sea Battle, Part 1. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Patreon link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete eSpace. Paragraph. Sandy Island has disappeared from the map, sir. All that remains is an empty hole in its former place. Sengoku regained a bit of calm to think about it logically after hearing his subordinate navigator's words. What do you mean by Sandy Island disappearing from the map? The subordinate could sense the rage rising from the fleet admiral at this moment. I can't explain such an event beyond comprehension, sir, but I can confirm one thing. The broken of the eternal log pose previously was caused by the disappearance of the island, not by someone's interference. The navigator swallowed saliva due to the pressure of the frightening fleet admiral while saying what he could at least confirm. Just who would have expected an island as huge as Sandy Island to disappear like this into thin air? I can see that. Sengoku turned his gaze to the men who was using the skill, Moonwalk, to explore the island's former location, which was like a chaotic hell. Garp stood in the sky as he looked with furrowed eyebrows at the place of the island that once contained a huge island, an island that, although desert, was filled with life. The wind in his current location was so strong and fast that it could slice an ordinary human into slices and obliterate him in a mist of blood, but to this man, this killer wind was like a gentle breeze. Garp's gaze was directly looking at the volcanic abyss inside that had already begun to be flooded by seawater. Even if an ordinary person could stand in Garp's current place, they wouldn't be able to see anything but an extremely thick mist. But Garp can still see the whole situation. After confirming the shocking truth, he sighed heavily and returned to the ship at the front of the fleet. What did you discover, Garp? Was Alabasta destroyed before we got here? Before Garp could speak, a tall and masked man arrived. He was holding a den mushi for communication in his hand. Gorosei-sama wants to know what's going on. When Garp heard this, he did not hide his disgusted look from the masked man but still spoke of what he had discovered. Alabasta has disappeared. I don't know how it happened or where the whole island went, but I can confirm that there is not even a single grain of sand in this place from Alabasta land. What do you mean by Alabasta's disappeared, Garp? While saying so, the 5 elders frowned on the opposite side of the den mushi line. As I said, Sengoku, the island has disappeared into thin air. How can I explain something like that? The island doesn't exist. In this place at least. Sengoku sighed heavily before turning to take the phone snail from the CP0 agent. Honorables elders, can you help us explain the current situation? Has such an unimaginable phenomenon ever occurred? Has such a thing happened in history? On the other side, the 5 elders looked at each other, as if their eyes could speak. They could understand each other without even making an effort to convey what they wanted to say. Suddenly, the Gorosei with the long mustache spoke. Something like this has happened many times in history. It is not surprising that half of an island, one island, or even 2 islands, disappear every century. It was caused by natural disasters such as a tsunami, a volcano, a large-scale hurricane, or a knock-up stream, but, an island the size of Alabasta, that has never happened before. The listeners digested the information provided by the Gorosei before Sengoku asked another question. So how do we explain the status quo? And what should we do now? Before the Gorosei could answer Sengoku, a clear female voice spoke in the minds of the 5 elders. Forget about Alabasta for now. It has been cut off from the world in an unimaginable way. Withdraw our navy fleets. There will be a war between pirates. Let the navy reap the benefits after the war. Gorosei didn't hesitate after hearing their lord's orders. You don't have to worry about Alabasta at the moment. It can be said that our goal has been achieved much better. Clear the place for now and study the steps of the greedy pirates. If there is a war between pirates, make sure to reap the benefits with the least damage. Neither Sengoku nor Garp could swallow it so easily. Even though they had come to destroy Alabasta, but deep in their hearts they didn't want this to happen. They intended to change that situation in any way they could, especially Garp, but now, all they could do was hope Alabasta and its millions of residents are well. Understood, sir. So just as the huge fleet came, it turned back without achieving anything. But the navy fleet wasn't the only one aiming for this place. Days later, a new fleet could be seen entering the Alabasta Sea area. And another fleet behind it. And another fleet behind it as well. The Alabasta Sea sank with pirate ships. The most famous and most powerful fleet is the Whitebeard fleet. One ship with the power of hundreds of fleets, Oro Jackson. The fiercest pirates did not dare to block the path of this ship. Dozens of ships that looked like cakes were floating onto the sea. This was the notorious Big Mom pirates fleet. Dozens of huge ships contained thousands of ferocious pirates. Even some of whom were in their monstrous forms of devil fruit. Above this fleet flew an eastern blue dragon, while laughing madly. Wurororo. This was the New World's famous 100-beast pirate fleet. There were also 5 islands floating in the sky that brought desperation to the pirate ships below because they knew that this crazy Shiki had arrived as well. After all these monsters and lunatics met in one place, not entering into a devastating battle was literally impossible. This is how pirates fought against each other and destroyed each other. The Eastern Dragon laughed furiously before flying towards the floating island. Kaido was eager to take a bite of that golden lion. Hiccup. Obviously, he was drunk too. In the sea, a place near the coast of Jaya Island, Sengoku was studying this island that looked like half an island, as if someone had pulled out a part of this island and hid it away from the world. For some reason, he felt familiar with what happened to Alabasta while looking at the divided Jaya coast. As he meditated, he was interrupted by Borsalino's trembling voice, who was repeating the word, scary. Very scary. After hearing the names of the most famous pirate who had entered the Alabasta Sea from Borsalino who had received a report before him, even someone strong as Sengoku shuddered. Good thing they pulled out of that place in time. What did you say that he appeared on the battlefield as well? Borsalino answered, his voice trembling clear. No one knew if he was pretending or if he was really afraid. It's Sky Sword Rob, Fleet Admiral. What did you say? Yes sir, he is fighting Shiki and Kaido at this moment. In the Alabasta Sea, the bolt of lightning intensified, destroying everything in its path. The moment lightning strikes, at least 2 ships from the 100-beast pirate fleet, or other pirate fleets, are torpedoed. From the moment that Lightning God entered the battlefield, it looked like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. He held a huge hatred towards pirates, although he himself was a pirate in the past. In fact, he hated pirates very much, because he was affected by former Rob's past, whose family was destroyed by pirates, in addition to the truth that his previous life was very difficult because he's carrying the title of the world's worst cyber pirate was like adding fuel to a fire. The story of how he's becoming a cyber pirate was so funny. He didn't even want to become that kind of person back then, it all happened due to extremely strange coincidences. Both of his lives were connected to the word pirate, but that didn't make him love pirates, but on the contrary, it was these people who he could kill them without blinking. Of course, pirates like Roger and Rayleigh and the rest of his friends as well as other pirates like Whitebeard, someone all he wanted to feel the family love, to feel the satisfaction of protecting his family, how could he possibly hate such a man? And pirates like Luffy, not all of those pirates he hated the most. Those he really hated them were criminals who enjoyed making others' life hell, these were real pirates. For Rob. Roger and Luffy weren't pirates, they were kings of freedom and fun, people who wanted to have fun and fill the world with joy. These people have nothing to do with the concept of piracy except with their own brute force. Suddenly Rob expected 2 attacks carrying a terrifying force that was coming his way, very quickly he turned into lightning and disappeared before the attack blew him away. The scorching dragon breath intersected with a huge sword energy blade at the same spot where Rob was standing a moment ago, and the collision of the 2 attacks caused a massive explosion that blasted the seawater and unlucky pirate ships. Woororo. Looks like he escaped from my attack. Golden fart, why the hell are you interfering in my fight? Kaido was excited to injure the bastard he had humiliated before but was furious when he saw Shiki attack also. Huh? Repeat what you said, impudent apprentice. Do you wish to die? Don't think your fat ass can permanently protect you from death. Veins appeared on Kaido's forehead in the shape of a dragon, he was really angry. But before the dragon and flying men entered into a real struggle, the sky above them turned into lightning. The observation hockey did alert them, but their speed was much lower than lightning. Before they reacted they were struck by 200 million volts of raw lightning. Arg. The battlefield turned quiet due to the bright lightning, everyone was watching the monsters fighting in the sky. One person caused both Kaido and Shiki to scream in pain. Whitebeard and Roger laughed until tears came out of their eyes, they were enjoying Kaido and Shiki cursing each other, but Rob's interruption was really timely. Mama. Sandy Island doesn't exist within the chaotic magnetic field. Big Mom's face turned sullen when she heard this. Some time ago she was happy when her ally arrived on this huge battlefield. She and her ally Rob can sweep anyone up and get the Pluton in their hands, but why does her son say things that don't make sense? What does he mean by Alabasta doesn't exist? After countless losses, only now, the pirates did begin to realize the disappearance of Alabasta. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 146, The Historical Alabasta Sea Battle, Part 2. Chapter 147, Odin moves to Roger's pirates. Young crocodile being chased. Chapter 148, Bleach manga is approaching to an end. Bleach breaks all records. Blackstar_BH note. I will be happy if you follow me on my new accounts. I will answer personal messages. If you have any questions regarding this novel or my other novels, don't hesitate to contact me. Love. My Instagram. https://www.instagram.com/blackstar_bh. My Twitter. https://mobile.twitter.com/blackstar_bh. Chapter 147, The Historical Alabasta Sea Battle, Part 2. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Patreon link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete espace. Paragraph. What? Zing. Boom. Whitebeard stood in front of his group of children with an imposing demeanor, but his stunned expression betrayed his imposing figure. Behind him, lightning bolts, sword energies, and dragon breaths continued to clash with each other in a devastating battle. It was good that they were in the sky. But he didn't care about those fools fighting each other, because he had just received inconsequential news. What do you mean that Alabasta has disappeared from its place? Well, don't need to answer, let me check. Whitebeard used his observation hockey to realize the shocking truth. The area where the Alabasta coast was formerly a few kilometers away from the battlefield at sea. But that didn't stop him from seeing the chaotic area, which seemed to be enveloped by frightening winds and hurricanes connecting sky and earth. At first, when they first arrived, they thought that someone with an ability had put up a storm barrier to protect Alabasta. After all, this was to be expected. But who could expect Alabasta to disappear completely from the map? Impossible. Even someone like Whitebeard, who had seen so many bewildering things, was dumbfounded at this moment. Because he discovered that there was no land or life inside the storms. Shiruki-chan. What happened? Why do you look so dumbfounded? He was taken aback by what was happening. There weren't many things that could surprise Whitebeard to such an extent. Oh Yaji, did Alabasta really disappear? The Whitebeard pirates didn't come here specifically to get Pluton. They came here for 2 reasons. The first reason is to prevent others from getting it. The second reason is to protect Alabasta, which is the birthplace of 2 members of their crew, although they are not important members if they are in another crew, but for Whitebeard, each of his sons is very important. The person who spoke first was Odin, the newly appointed commander of the 2nd Division, and the person who spoke after him was the commander of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates and also the newly appointed one exactly a few months ago, Marco the Phoenix. Fly there, you can check for yourself, Marco. And you, Odin, wait until Marco comes back and you'll know what happened. When his father gave him the green light to fly on this frightening battlefield, Marco did not hesitate even for a second. Blue phoenix wings appeared on his back and he flew from the ship at great speed towards the storm area. But what he didn't expect was that other people like him would appear flying towards the area to discover it. The first was a black pteranodon flying at high speed. This guy was Kaido's right hand and one of the 3 All-Stars, King. The second person was a huge man with steel wings on his back. He looked like Iron Man, as he was using a jet rocket to fly faster than all the explorers. This person was the fierce member of Roger Pirates, Demon Air Bullet. The third person was using a genie lamp that he summoned with his devil fruit ability to explore the area instead of his real body. That person was the sweet general of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Daifuku. When they reached their destination, they gasped in amazement at what they saw. Marco in Phoenix form can see very well, even better than Garp and anyone present. Although the volcanic mist is much thicker than it was days ago when Garp was first exploring the area, Marco could see everything much better. Lava still seeped at the bottom of the abyss. Not even seawater could extinguish it, because the magma formed in a lake the size of miles. Che. Looks like the world government has gone ahead of us and wiped out the entire island. What absolute cruelty. King spoke in the form of Pteranodon. He knew the true extent of the cruelty of the world government. These inhumane monsters can take out an ancient weapon to destroy everything related to another ancient weapon. Bullet, Marco, and Daifuku didn't say anything but continued to research to try and discover any hidden clues. In the end, Marco spoke confidently. I don't think this was caused by the destruction of the island. There is no trace, no matter how small, of what was destroyed. I bet, that's crazy, but I think the island that was here has been moved elsewhere. Kaido, if you don't want to die and become a part of the past, take your crew and get out of here. There's nothing left to look for. Hiccup. I really want to die. Who can kill me? Rob frowned upon hearing this. Does Kaido think he's reached the peak of his strength? He could really kill him if he wanted to. But killing someone like Kaido who could provide so much fun in the future for an immortal like Rob was a waste to kill him in his youth. Well, don't blame me for being cruel, you rude drunk. Rob summoned Tsurajiri's sword that he hadn't used in a long time. The moment the majestic sword appeared in his hand, Rob's aura transformed from a chaotic and frightening aura to a sharp and murderous aura. Kaido felt chills running down his spine in the form of the dragon. His enhanced senses in the form of the dragon could sense just how dangerous this man and his sword were. This man was much more dangerous than in his previous situation. It now looked like he had become more serious. Kaido didn't hesitate anymore. He instantly transformed into his hybrid form. Under his feet, magical clouds appeared, allowing him to float easily. You seem to be enjoying without attention about me, you bastards. You, fraudulent, does that rookie seem to you with a sword? If you were a man, fight me with your sword and without your lightning. Golden Lion's scream caught Rob's attention, but Kaido responded before him. Who do you call the rookie, you old crazy? That rookie can crush you into a meat pie. Would you dare to take a hit out of my wolf's tusk mace? Rob no longer wanted to waste time with these clowns, so he immediately attacked without warning. This time he used Conqueror Haki to wrap his sword. His mastery and comprehension of Haki had reached the highest level possible. Tsurajiri's sword turned black with a dark purple glow, then a dark gleam appeared in Rob's eyes. One sword style, Death Glow. His slash speed was so fast that even the naked eye of the strongest people couldn't see it. Just like the name of the attack, it appeared like a purple glow for less than a second and then extinguished again. When it was extinguished, only the scream of the person who had received the blow was heard. Just before Kaido was injured by the attack, warning bells rang in his head madly. He knew that if he didn't react to the incoming attack, he would surely die. Magical yellow clouds appeared on the scales of his back and covered a large part of his back. As soon as he finished his defensive procedure, he felt his back being ripped apart by extremely sinister sword energy. He couldn't help but scream under the influence of the intense pain he felt at the place of injury. Arg. Kaido lost the strength to stay afloat, so he started falling towards the sea after his blood fell before him. His flesh is really solid. Worthy of his reputation. Rob commented on this while watching King in his pteranodon form flying at high speed and picking up his captain before he fell into the sea and then carried him onto the ship. He didn't stop this, but he restored his sight to Shiki, who seemed as eager to fight a worthy swordsman like Rob. Jihahaha. That was quite an attack. You finally showed a bit of seriousness, Sky Sword. Golden Lion, do you want to lose the title of the strongest swordsman in the world? I don't think a clown like you deserves that title. Sure, you can get it if you can bring me down from the throne. That's fine then. Even before their words were finished, swords collided and sparks flew, as a fierce fight began between two of the strongest swordsmen in the world. Shiki tried to target Rob's paper wings but encountered a frightening force from Rob's sword. He had never thought before that this bastard had such frightening strength as a swordsman. In their first battle a year ago he was much weaker than now, and the second battle on Drum Island was a little less weak than the first battle, but now, he was completely different. The pirates present were stunned when they saw Rob take down Kaido with one attack and start his fight with Shiki. Big news. This was definitely big news. Hundreds of powerful pirates fell in the Alabasta Sea battle today, but the fall of a terrifying pirate of Kaido's caliber was more terrifying than anything else. It was inevitable that today's battle would go down in history from its widest doors, and everyone would remember it, unlike the God Valley battle 8 years ago. He lost the battle, not his life, but even so this is still big news. Even the likes of Roger, Whitebeard, and Shiki are finding it difficult to defeat Kaido. Roger sighs as he watches Rob fight Shiki and even take him on the back foot. That shy and homeless boy had grown into such a great man. Roger was really happy and feeling complicated. At times, he felt that this man's presence was misplaced because in his first encounter he could sense that this D-clan member's fate was limited, but his expectations became just nonsense when that shy boy turned into an extremely powerful emperor in a short period. Guys, let's go. This place is not for us to shine. Get ready to sail, but before that, we have to invite someone to our crew. Roger jumped off Oro Jackson, leaving his crew staring in amazement at his words. Who said he'd invite into the crew? Roger began using pirate ships scattered at sea as a foothold toward his target. Roger's move terrified a lot of pirates because he hadn't taken a step yet throughout the war, but when he took it, the hearts of the observers almost exploded with terror. This was Roger we talking about. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Whitebeard's eyes twinkled as he sensed a great ferocious and familiar aura heading toward him. Gururera. Looks like Roger is excited about a fight too. How will this war deserve its name if we don't join in? The bulging veins appeared on Whitebeard's arm, which bearing Naginata. Come on, Roger. Whitebeard also jumped up to meet the heavy guest. Oh no. Two more monsters collided. An enthusiastic smile appeared on Roger's face when he saw his regular partner in battles coming for him. Roger pulled his ace sword from the sheath and covered it with red hockey, all in less than a second. Then in the next moment, the sword and Naginata collided with each other, causing a massive shock wave that caused the ship below them to split apart and form a frightening tsunami that engulfed all the pirate ships in its circular path. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 147, Odin moves to Roger's pirates. Young crocodile being chased. Chapter 148, Bleach manga is approaching to an end. Bleach breaks all records. Chapter 149, The legendary Bleach. Kaido in Impel Down. Blackstar_BH note. I will be happy if you follow me on my new accounts. I will answer personal messages. If you have any questions regarding this novel or my other novels, don't hesitate to contact me. Love. My Instagram. https://www.instagram.com/blackstar_bh. My Twitter. https://mobile.twitter.com/blackstar_bh. Chapter 148, Odin moves to Roger's pirates. Young crocodile being chased. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Patreon link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete eSpace. Paragraph. Is there really no problem in follow me here, Whitey-chan? The blue-haired youth woman looked at Odin with a gentle smile before saying. It's only a year and we're going back to Moby Dick, right? Yes, you are right. Suddenly, someone pulled Odin into another group of enthusiastic men. Let's celebrate some more of our new crew members. Yeah. Odin looked at Roger, who had a happy smile on his face, and his gloomy mood disappeared as he regained the energetic mood he was in. A day ago. The Alabasta Sea War was at its peak. After another epic fight between Whitebeard and Roger, they ended up sitting with each other like best friends and sipping sake. Odin joined them too, with a scene almost identical to what happened in Odin's flashback in the original story. Roger didn't care about the noise of the war in the background and a lot of pirates falling into the endless whirlpool of battles. Instead, he pulled out a copy of Road Poneglyph that he copied from Big Mom at that time, and started talking about his dreams, which drew Odin to his subject. Then, the conversation went exactly like the original story, even he bowed his head to Whitebeard. As in the original, Roger succeeded in obtaining Odin's services for 1 year. Odin wasn't the only one who left Whitebeard's ship, but Inuarashi and Nekomamushi followed behind, while Whitey Bay got the green light from her father, Whitebeard, to follow the men she chose to live with. After it was all over between the two crews, Oro Jackson and Moby Dick left the battlefield for their destinations. This wasn't a place for them to shine, nor was there any point in staying here. They even didn't see the shadow of Alabasta, let alone fight to get in and get Pluton. They also didn't care about watching the pirates fight each other. The only battle that was worth their attention was Rob and Shiki's fight, which was an epic fight of a different level. Although they really wanted to know who would become the strongest swordsman in the world after this fight, the withdrawal of the pirates of Caliber, Whitebeard, Roger, was necessary to end such a huge war early and not cause too much chaos for no reason. This was the ability of a great level pirate. They could end a war by simply attending or withdrawing. That was exactly what happened, as soon as Whitebeard withdrew. His fleet of followers followed him and withdrew as well. Then many powerful pirates noticed this and left in a hurry. Rob looked at the wounded Shiki with a provocative look before saying, "Is that all you have, strongest swordsman in the world? I'm really starting to get bored." Shiki almost went crazy in this fight. He didn't understand how such a boastful bastard could consume all this hockey without getting tired. Isn't he a human too? That was why he looked like he was going to lose today. He could no longer handle this battle simply as he had dealt with it before. He looked at his wounds still dripping with blood, and then at the pirates below who were watching him lose the battle, clenched his sword forcefully. He couldn't afford to lose anymore, so he turned to his trump card. "Okay, I'll see if you can say that after this." "Why did you put your swords away? Does that mean you're giving up?" "Damn you." Before Rob can react, he had seen a huge island on its way to him at a fast speed. When the pirates below saw Shiki use one of his islands to crush his enemy, they started running like headless chickens. This island that seemed even bigger than a meteor would destroy everything in its path, including them, the unlucky pirates who came striving to get Pluton. "You're finally going to make me sweat a little, Shiki." Shiki looked at Rob from above as if he was a god punishing a mortal, as he had smoothly shifted his position and flew near his main floating island, Mervile. "Don't worry, soon you won't need to sweat in the depths of the sea." Rob didn't care about this madman again as he directed Suragiri towards the huge island that was on his way and was close to crushing him and sending him on an expenses-paid trip to the depths of the sea. Strands of purple energy started to form in the sword blade as he was directing his Conqueror Haki to his sword, as well as Armament Haki and Observation Haki too. His mental energy started to accumulate inside the sword at an alarming rate. Rob wasn't planning to stop as he added his lightning to the sword as well. Blue thunderbolts formed from time to time on the sword blade. All of this happened in less than a second. When Rob felt that his attack had accumulated enough, he did nothing but slash the air with his sword. But the huge energy blade that appeared next cut the 10-kilometer island in half as if it was cutting paper and not an island. Both halves fell into the sea, causing so much damage, but Rob still standing in his place with his two-colored wings. His presence was truly solemn. The eyes of the pirates who saw this popped out of their sockets, and their jaws dropped in sheer shock. Shiki, on the other hand, had the same reaction as Enel when Luffy was able to resist his lightning bolt in the original story. He didn't want to stay here anymore, so he floated back to his main island and escaped with his tail between his legs. Rob didn't care about the departing Shiki. After all, he had the title of the strongest swordsman from him, but he focused his attention on the horizon where he could see a fleet of navy besieging the sea area where the war took place. He could see them capture some pirates escaping from the battlefield. "Okay, we finished here with the full mark. I am looking forward to how you deal with me from now on, World Queen." Rob left those words to himself, or perhaps to someone else, before he flapped his wings and flew away, after which he turned into a torrent of lightning and vanished completely. That ungrateful bastard, he even didn't say hello to me and left like that. "What are we going to do now, Mama? The Navy is surrounding this place." Who are the dogs of the world government this time?" "There are Garp, Sengoku, the recently famous vice admirals as Logia users, and dozens of vice admirals, and 100 huge warships. Mont Dior. Brûlé. Katakuri." "Yes, Mama. Times. Let's get out of here, don't forget any of us." "Understood, Mama. Times." Suddenly, a torrent of sticky mochi appeared and tied all the ships of the Big Mom pirate fleet together. "I am counting on you too now, Mont Dior, Brûlé. Don't worry, big brother Katakuri. Times." The gigantic fleet that looked like a ball after being bound by the mochi turned suddenly into a book in the hand of Mont Dior, who was standing with his sister Brûlé on the side of a mirror that had appeared by his sister's ability. "Come on, let's go, big brother." Quite smoothly both of them and the book that was carrying Big Mom's entire fleet disappeared into the magic mirror. "What is this?" Damn, where do these magma meteorites come from? Arg. Damn. The Navy dogs here. No. F***CK. Navy hero Garp is here too. The sound of explosions and the cries of pirates resounded on the chaotic battlefield. Garp grabbed a cannonball and threw it like a ball so that he could easily blow up a ship that was escaping away. He keeps attacking like a human machine gun. His mere presence brought terror to the fleeing pirates. Next to him stood the magma man, Sakazuki. He was staring at the pirates very coldly. His hatred for pirates is embedded in his bones. Garp. Stop having fun with the shrimp, follows Borsalino, and helps him catch the injured Kaido. Even if we catch him, how we will kill him, Sengoku? Sky Sword wounded him so badly, maybe we can kill him this time. Okay. A week after the historic Alabasta Sea battle, which shook the entire world and caused massive waves of change everywhere. On a particular island in the first half of the Grand Line. A young man who looked about 16 years old or so, wearing a robe that covered his entire body including his face, sat in a slightly dark alley. He's been running and hiding for the last week, and the reason is. In his hands he was holding a newspaper, the titles of which were as follows. Ancient weapons cause fear of the unknown, nothing new yet about Pluton. Mysterious disappearance. Where did Alabasta disappear? Why is the world government still silent on this matter? Historic Alabasta Sea battle. We are witnessing history. Falling of hundreds of famous pirates including the Hell Bear. The Autumn Pirate. The Poison Disaster. And the Beast's King, Kaido, who was successfully captured by Vice Admiral Garp. Golden Lion is beaten and he abdicates the throne of the strongest swordsman in the world to Sky Sword. A devastating fight between Roger and Whitebeard ends in a tie. The new bounty of Sky Sword, 4,500,000,000 berries. Damn it. I'm sure that tramp is hiding somewhere here, you need to beware of his sand traps. Captain. The Vice Admiral Sakazuki said that catching crocodile alive is very important, this is a priority of the Gorosei. Corporal McLean, I already know this. The hounds react to that place. Damn it, follow him. He's there. Crocodile ran like his life depended on it. He was roaring inwardly from anger. Sky Sword Rob, someday I'll crush you with my own hands. Boom. Boom. The sound of piercing bullets resounded under the night sky, but it seemed as if the bullets were hitting a sandy mass, not a human being. Damn. We need a hockey master to deal with that sand kid. Corporal McLean, you have to attack now or we'll lose him. Don't worry, he won't escape from my grasp. Corporal McLean drew his swords and then turned both swords to black, while at that time Corporal McLean's gaze was completely focused on the kid running hundreds of meters away. The island where Crocodile was being chased by the Navy was a bit sandy but full of trees scattered here and there, it looked like an oasis. From the sky, a group of Marines chasing a sand hurricane. Looked as if they were a group of hyenas trying to trap prey. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 148, Bleach manga is approaching to an end. Bleach breaks all records. Chapter 149, The Legendary Bleach. Kaido in Impel Down. Chapter 150, Fierce Kaido. The releasing of the prisoners and killing of the prison warden. Blackstar_BH note. I will be happy if you follow me on my new accounts. I will answer personal messages. If you have any questions regarding this novel or my other novels, don't hesitate to contact me. Love. My Instagram. https://www.instagram.com/blackstar_bh. My Twitter. https://mobile.twitter.com/blackstar_bh. Chapter 149, Bleach manga is approaching to an end. Bleach breaks all records. Fire warning, the chapter contains a lot of spoilers for Bleach Fire. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Patreon link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete eSpace. Paragraph. After the chaotic battle is over and put Alabasta out of trouble successfully, Rob was returned to his home in O'Hara for a period of relaxation before returning to his backlog. Alabasta is now immune to any large-scale invasion, so Rob can rest easy on this aspect. The only concern that bothers him a bit is how to solve the resource shortage Alabasta will face in the sky, but Rob has a solution for that. Now, the Sky Island arc in the manga is approaching. So, it's time to fulfill his promise to Gon Fall, and he can also bind Alabasta to that promise too. He can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Skypiea will become his exclusive playground. He can't help but get excited when he thinks of his next project. Rob didn't care about the consequences of what he caused after the dangerous topic of Pluton and flexing his muscles on the ferocious, New World pirates, because everything went according to his plan. The only exception that happened and he didn't expect it at all. Crocodile appearing on the line. Because of him, Crocodile was also dragged into this mess without doing anything. He was given a high bounty on his head of 90 million berry in his debut, as his first bounty in this world exceeded his final bounty in the original story. The world government showed great determination to capture him, and this made Rob wonder why it was. Just because of his futuristic ideas they sentenced him to death. That's exactly what made Rob reevaluate the world government in his heart. Rob didn't want to get innocent people or people who haven't yet done evil into trouble, because that meant he would get direct hate from the victims. The thing worth noting is that Rob got congratulations from his friends in the Roger crew for having obtained the throne of the strongest swordsman in the world, as well as from the new Roger crew member, Odin, who didn't surprise Rob with his joining, only this happened much earlier than the original story. On this occasion, Odin challenged him in a battle of swordsmen. He had trying to take the title from him. After an exciting battle, Odin couldn't beat Rob, but he didn't give up as he promised to challenge him again, and Rob was more excited about that. There were not many strong swordsmen in this world who could make him sweating like Odin. Rob was also challenged by many swordsmen due to his new position as the world's strongest swordsman, and no doubt they were all badly beaten, including, unsurprisingly, Mihawk, who was more intent on closing the gap with Rob. Rob could only praise this boy's genius. He deserved his future reputation without a doubt. At this rate he would become much stronger than his future version. And it's all thanks to his unnatural obsession with Bleach manga. Last year, after the setback he suffered from his humiliating defeat by Shiki, Mihawk spent almost all of his time training and studying Shinigami techniques and raising his strength to levels unattainable at his age. He was only 15 years old now, but Rob could be sure he could fight a Navy Rear Admiral and maybe win. What is the meaning of only 15 years? Rob was sure that had he not taken the title from Shiki, Mihawk would have taken it himself a few years later. O'Hara, Art Store. The new volume of Bleach finally appeared. A young man shouted in a loud voice, unable to contain his excitement. He had been waiting for this day for a month. Yes, the last month was very lively, with weekly anime episodes, a shocking return of One Piece manga. Wars because of ancient weapons. A huge island disappearing. The best two swordsmen in this era changing their places. Many powerful pirates' downfall. But without Bleach I can still feel the lack of something. Another young man was more enthusiastic, talking non-stop like a machine gun. I agree with you, Bleach manga has made us very addictive. A young man spoke softly because he had already opened the manga volume. Let's read the new volume quietly, guys. That eagle's eyes guy terrifies me with his fearsome stare. The last young man in the group whispered in a low voice, his face sweating as he motioned to the young man in the hat by their table. The group of excited O'Hara youths looked at the familiar young man who was clearly disturbed by the noise they were making near him. When they sensed the frightening aura he was emanating from, they vigorously swallowed their saliva before moving away from him. It was really bad that all the privacy rooms filled up, preventing them from screaming to their heart's content. Mihawk sighed in relief as the disturbance from his surroundings disappeared and opened the new volume with a soft smile on his face. He could understand why those friends from Bleach fans were so excited, but that didn't mean he could tolerate the inconvenience of his favorite time of the month. This. My God. So then. He's a devil. This is terrifying. My blood blaze. Bankai Zaraki is so scary. After he finished reading the 5-chapter volume, Mihawk regained his cold expression and walked out of the art store. After seeing how intense Bleach's fights were in his final stages, he realized how weak he really was. He was so weak that it was pathetic. As soon as he went out to the store lobby, he came across the daughter of his first enemy walking excitedly towards the store. Mihawk's eyes flashed as he covered his face with his hat and used Shuinpa to run away. That man's daughter was very annoying. She especially hated people who bothered her father by asking to fight, exactly like him, so she was annoying him also every time he comes across her. As he ran to his favorite training place, he heard the whistling and groans of avid Bleach readers who liked to read the chapters in the air. The readers were no doubt stunned by Zaraki's new look and terrifying power. These were the only thoughts on Mihawk's mind. Since the emergence of the Wandenreich, Bleach has been on a completely different level. Extremely high level of power, excitement, and unexpected events. Just who would have expected that there would be a profoundly rooted force like this in this world? Yawatch's appearance made the readers of the pirate world speechless. What kind of evil god was this man? His first appearance brought cold chills to the readers. Even strong people like Gorosei felt afraid of this monster. Even Imu felt very interested in Yawatch. Her interest in Bleach before and after this person appeared was two different worlds. The death of Soul Society leader, Yamamoto, at his hand left everyone deeply shocked and speechless even more. They couldn't help but sigh when they saw the horror of Zanka no Tachi, Bankai of Yamamoto, but even so he was easily killed by Yawatch. Like a monster that would make those facing him truly desperate. The emergence of Squad Zero, the most powerful Shinigami of all time, also got the readers excited. Yuryu Ishida betrayed and joined the Wandenreich. This event caused a lot of disappointment. The destruction of the Soul Society and the deaths of many beloved commanders such as Unohana made readers have the desire to tear up the author. All this happened last year. Every one of these events left readers of all ages and social groups stunned, as Bleach manga's popularity has swept across the board and rivaled even anime shows like Naruto, AOT, and Hunter. Everything happened without any warning, since the astonishing still undigested war between the Shinigami and Arrancar, in which Ichigo succeeded in restraining Aizen with an incredible display of strength, final Getsuge Atencho. Everyone thought Bleach was going to end with a happy ending. But who would have expected such amazing events were still waiting for them? Only one person from the Yhwach people, Gerard Valkyrie, caused the Shinigami to feel despair. In today's volume, Yhwach was able to fully absorb the power of the Soul King, which solidified Wandenreika's determination to rule the new world, which would be its core rather than the Soul Society. But the Soul Society led by their new leader Shunsue Kaiaraka did not give up so easily as they attacked the Silburn, the seat of enemies they had forgotten for 1,000 years, thinking they were long gone. In today's chapters, there was another fight between Gerard Valkyrie and the Shinigami led by Kuchiki Byakuya, Hitsugaya Toshiro, and Zaraki Kenpachi, but they were severely beaten. But what confirmed that the events of Bleach were completely unexpected is that Yashiro, who had been accompanying Zaraki for a long time as his deputy, was later revealed to be his Bankai, which made him much more terrifying than the miracle fighter Gerard Valkyrie. Because of her, Zaraki transformed into a devil from hell. That's why readers were utterly stunned that Zaraki's amazing transformation caused such a heated reaction across the world today, that it won't end anytime soon. Little Robin's senses were so sharp even at her present age, that's why she could sense someone's gaze before she walked into the art store. When she stopped to see who it was, she couldn't find anyone. Then she shrugged her shoulders as if she didn't care and ran inside happily, excited to learn from her Aunt Toki how to take care of customers as a professional waitress. She dreamed of becoming a mature and beautiful woman in the future like her mother in the cute maid's dress and serving her busy father while massaging his shoulders or making his favorite tea. Thus she can be of use to her beloved father. Without wasting time, she ran inside like a quick rabbit. Belmere quickly greeted her at the door with a firm hug and endless kisses before dragging her into the personal waitresses section. Robin was loved everywhere she went. Everyone treated her like the best treasure ever. She wasn't used to it yet as she was still very embarrassed, but in front of her parents and the waitress's aunts, there was no such embarrassment. After arriving, she started hanging out with the waitress's aunts who were serving drinks to her father's customers. Little Robin was having a great time learning everything she could understand from them. Robin-chan, you don't need to learn something like that, you're her dad's spoiled child, you know. She wanted to see her big aunts and see how they worked so that she could share the workload with them in the future to help her father. After all, her father owned dozens of art stores around the world. In her eyes, her father was understaffed, so she wanted to grow up quickly and be useful to her father. But Toki noticed this and forbade her from carrying the glass cups so as not to hurt herself. Aunt Toki, I can do it, I'm smart and strong enough, I'm going to my second year soon, Daddy said that to me. Ha ha ha. But didn't we celebrate your first birthday only 3 months ago? Well, I'm still far from finishing my second year, but I'm really smart and strong. Toki found her irresistibly cute, so she hugged her and kissed her passionately all over. Just why are you so cute, Robin-chan? Where is your dad now? I left him with the boring group of archaeologists. They were asking my father about the new Bleach events. Boring. Don't you want to be a great archaeologist like your mother in the future? No, I want to be a great waitress to help my father, because my mother's main job is chief waitress, and all the aunts who love my father are his waitresses too. I love my father too, so I will be a waitress. Toki's face turned red when she heard this. Who told you that we love your father? That's very clear. Mary Geos. What a world full of crazy strongmen. Only one of these Wandenreich can turn the new world upside down. This is a fantasy world that you don't take seriously. Let's get back to our topic. We can't compete with Bleach in popularity at all. Why do we need to compete with Bleach? We just have to compete with One Piece. How do you plan to formulate the progression of the Heir of the World story after the Liberation War arc? Well, obviously we need to polish the image of celestial dragons a bit, right? You're starting to take my idea seriously then. It wasn't just your own idea, don't take all the credit just because you said it first. Didn't you guys notice that Yhwach's character in Bleach is similar to the evil giant's king in Heir of the World? Yes, a little, but in fact, that person is very comical on the contrary of Yhwach. In the domain of the gods. In Celestial Dragon's Palace, who was a Bleach fan. Go get me a devil fruit that can see the future. Don't be late. The poor servant stood rooted to his feet after hearing his master's ridiculous request again. He could only swallow his saliva in horror and answer in a trembling voice. Vizord-sama. I'm sorry, but there is no devil fruit like this in our treasury. What did you say? What do you mean there is no devil fruit that can see the future? So are you saying I have to wait a month until I can enjoy Bleach manga again? No, master, but... Guards. Yes, Vizord-sama. We're here. Take that bastard and feed him to my pets. Understood, Vizord-sama. Since the emergence of manga and anime, the mentality of celestial dragons have turned into a typical otaku who can give up anything, but he cannot give up watching anime and reading manga. The problem with this is that adding this addiction to people who think they have all the world in their hands led to exciting variables interesting. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 149, The Legendary Bleach. Kaido in Impel Down. Chapter 150, Fierce Kaido. The releasing of the prisoners and killing of the prison warden. Chapter 151, Global Cruises Company. The next project. Blackstar_BH note. I will be happy if you follow me on my new accounts. I will answer personal messages. If you have any questions regarding this novel or my other novels, don't hesitate to contact me. Love. My Instagram. https://www.instagram.com/blackstar_bh. My Twitter. https://mobile.twitter.com/blackstar_bh. The chapter is 2,500 words. Chapter 150, No Chapter, A Little Break. The second volume is finally over. Cheers. Now, we have a new volume coming. You already know it, it's Sky Island and Water 7. Well, you'll have to wait for tomorrow because, as in the title, guys, it's a little break. I feel like I'm going to melt. I've been writing incessantly for 5 months a day without a single day off. Can you believe that? Well, I'll rest today. I hope you'll excuse me. Tomorrow you'll get your chapter. Thank you all for your support and passion awaiting my chapters. Chapter 151, The Legendary Bleach. Kaido in Impel Down. Fire new volume fire. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Patreon link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete espace. Paragraph. The Calm Belt, a special area of the world government. In the underwater prison, Impel Down. This place that was quiet a week ago, has now turned into chaos, on all its levels, where the pirates were causing trouble and fighting each other and cursing at the jailers. Prison guards and jailers ran everywhere trying to stop the chaos caused by new and old prisoners as well. The last war caused the arrest of thousands of pirates and criminals of all classes. Some were executed and others were thrown at the Impel Down. Generally, everyone who wanted to obtain Pluton badly was executed, except for those who didn't want to kill them for the riskiness of their devil fruits. These are the strongest and fiercest of these pirates. In a more accurate sense, their leaders. They are deposited at an unknown level that no one knows about. 6th level. Here, in this dark and cold place, if there was chaos, those poor jailers wouldn't be able to stop it. But it's their good luck, or maybe their bad luck, that the only inconvenience in this place cannot reach their ears. From time to time the sounds of laughter and crying of a frustrated man were heard. Woororo. Wah. Damn you, new prisoner. We want to sleep, won't you stop bothering us? Suddenly, the pressure of Conqueror Haki exploded from several steel cages towards the cages of the giant horned man was lying in. Dozens of strong people here were tired of hearing the laughter and howling of this crazy bastard. Kaido felt queasy at the suffocating pressure, but his tearful expression didn't change, like he wasn't affected by that amount of pressure. The only thing that really he feels pain because of it was the deep cut on his back. Even though he got it a week ago, it still hurts him so badly as if it was just today. Worororo. Suddenly, a sinister aura began to spread from Kaido as if something sinister was going to come out of him at any moment. The fearsome Conqueror Haki spread from Kaido and shattered into the dozens of other Conqueror's Haki attacks that were pressing on him. The entire 6th level shook. It seemed as if thunder was exploding. The dark place became shining for a moment. Redfield, who had spoken before, felt a shiver in his spine as the power of this demonic aura shattered against their Conqueror Haki. He couldn't help but sweat in amazement as he saw the powerful people who had been pressing Kaido a moment before shut up and fainted. He was the only one who survived fainting. What a monster! Who managed to catch him? Is it Garp? Next to Kaido's cage sat a masked man quietly. Although he was wearing prisoner clothes, he burned everyone who tried to remove his mask from his face, so the jailers didn't dare to remove his mask. His power wasn't from the ability of a devil fruit but rather his innate power. If he wanted to escape from this place, no one can stop him. But he is here for his captain and no one else. This man was Kaido's right arm, King. King looked at his captain, who was in dire straits. He was no stranger to his crying when he was drunk, but it was the first time he had seen him in such a hysterical state without any alcohol. He was quite conscious. Did I choose the right person to follow? For the first time also, King doubts the correctness of his decision to follow Kaido, the person who rescued him from the evil hands of the world government, and the person who took on the target of making him the Pirate King, the person he thought would be the next Joy Boy. But the wound inflicted on him by the terrifying man was really so terrifying. He didn't think that there was someone in this world who could injure his captain so much until he saw him with his own eyes. If he was the one who received that attack, he would have died despite his solid physical attributes. King. It's time for us to get out of this dreary place. While he was drowning in his thoughts, he was interrupted by the harsh voice of his captain, who seemed to have recovered himself from his hysterical state. All credit goes to the combined spiritual attack of the permanent residents of the 6th level. King opened his eyes, the only part visible from his mask, he could see in the darkness as if it were day. He noticed that his captain was trying to break the sea stone's handcuffs holding him but he couldn't. Was restrained by tons of handcuffs. Looks like he's asking for my help. A small spark of flame emerged from King's body and entered the key position in his handcuffs and his legs. The next moment, his handcuffs opened quite easily. King, who looked very young even though his height denied it, stood up and stretched his muscles a little and then walked quietly. Before hitting the steel cage, the ladder started to dissolve on its own until a path was formed for him to pass and he walked out of the cage. Of course, all of this was not hidden from the powerful people in this place, Redfield also. They watched him as he headed to Kaido's cage in astonishment. "Youthman, can you free me? I will swear allegiance to you and fight for you." "Me too, I have a lot of treasures." "You will have them as long as you set me free." "I'm the heir of a kingdom, I will give it to you if you set me free, how about this?" King didn't care about the noise these bastards made, as part of the cage that was imprisoning Kaido melted and got inside easily. "Rob. Garp. And the monkey's face, I swear I'll multiply all the pain I've been through for you all." When Kaido was freed from his shackles, he began cursing at Rob, Garp, and Borsalino non-stop. He didn't have the prestige of the future emperor at all, he looked like any typical agonizing loser. "King, let's give the world government a little money back." "Do I have to free them all?" "Isn't that a bit dangerous?" "That's exactly what I want to see." King was silent for a while before nodding his head. "Okay." Of course, this wasn't hidden from the ears of these sleeping beasts. When they heard that they would be liberated, they were very excited. Who would have expected that such a crazy bastard would have such a helpful subordinate? In Level 4, Blazing Hell. Inside the toilet, Magellan was really enjoying himself, caring no more about what was going on outside than reading about the events of Bleach. This manga has been in its exciting stages as it always as usual. What a rubbish, heir of the world. This story of children can't hold a candle to the greatness of Bleach. Whoever called Bleach a legendary story is absolutely right, this is a story that really deserves that title. Compared to Heir of the World, it's like a mythical Zoan with an ordinary Zoan. Gurgle. Ah, damn that stomach, I shouldn't have eaten those toxic meals today, but I really prefer reading the new Bleach volume in the bathroom, it's such an addiction. Pa. Pa. Corporal Magellan, are you inside? The warden needs you to stop the chaos on this level. He went to the lower levels to check for a disturbance, so he ordered you to take care of the chaos-causing prisoners on this level immediately. Damn pirates. I just want to shit in peace. Hee hee. Captain Zaraki is right when he says it's fun to cut up enemies. When I cut up human bodies it's really fun, but it seems to me he likes when other people cut him too. I don't want to be a crazy masochist like him. Blood sprayed as Shiryu pulled his sword from a pirate corpse. He had killed him because he was causing the chaos in level 3, Starvation Hell. The pirates and criminals in this prison cell filled with bloody grains of sand were deeply afraid of this demon who was killed without blinking. One person caused an entire level to fall into complete silence. Crazy. This jailer was a real crazy. His fellow jailers didn't dare try to stop him from doing what he was doing. This was Corporal Shiryu. Only someone of Magellan level could restrain him. I feel like my thoughts are more similar to Captain Mayuri, his evil character, I really like it. If I had 20% of his knowledge and his brain I would be an emperor in this chaotic world. But I also like Zaraki's bloodlust. I'm finding it really hard to pick my favorite character from Bleach. You. Yes, you. Let me ask you a question. Do you like Bleach? The poor pirate didn't even know what this Bleach was, but he had to say yes anyway to survive. Yes, I love Bleach. Huh. So who's your favorite character? The pirate was silent because he didn't know what to answer. Shiryu's eyes flashed furiously when he saw this. Before the pirate could even react, his head fell flat on the ground as his blood sprayed everywhere from his neck. The people I hate the most are the lying and the hypocrites. Boom. What's going on? The impel down shook at this moment as if a large-scale bomb had exploded on the lower floors. Corporal Shiryu. There is chaos in the lower levels, the 6th level prisoners have been freed. What? Without warning, sirens sounded level 5, the highest danger level throughout the underwater prison. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 150, Fierce Kaido. The releasing of the prisoners and killing of the prison warden. Chapter 151, Global Cruises Company. The next project. Chapter 152, Heir of the World Without a Manga Soul. The Fishman race is in trouble. Blackstar_BH note. I will be happy if you follow me on my new accounts. I will answer personal messages. If you have any questions regarding this novel or my other novels, don't hesitate to contact me. Love. My Instagram. https://www.instagram.com/blackstar_bh. My Twitter. https://mobile.twitter.com/blackstar_bh. Chapter 152, Fierce Kaido. The releasing of the prisoners and killing of the prison warden. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Patreon link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete e-space. Paragraph. Level 5 Sirens, the highest danger level, sounded at all levels of the Impel Down. How did this happen? Shiryu asked the guard who reported the report to him with bloodshot eyes. He didn't think that such a disaster would strike the prison at a time like this. I don't know, sir. Get out of my way. Shiryu no longer cared about the guard. He pushed him away and ran from level 3, Starvation Hell, to level 4, Blazing Hell, quickly. Upon his arrival, he finds Magellan teaching a lesson to pirates who were more ferocious than ever after they smelled the scent of liberation from this hell. Humph. Why do you treat the pirates with such kindness, Magellan? Let me show you how to deal with these insects. Shiryu snorted coldly as he criticized Magellan's way of doing his part. Shiryu, don't stand there and watch, help me to silence these fuckers. We need to support Warden Scott in the lower levels as soon as possible. Even before Magellan could finish speaking, Shiryu leaped with his sword in hand towards a group of pirates who condensed to push Magellan to his back foot exactly into the inferno of lava, despite being drowned in deadly poison. Boom. Arg. Damn it, he's the bloody bastard Shiryu. What should we do now? Let me tell you what to do. Prepare to visit the real hell. Shiryu cut off the head of the pirates who were next to him. Even Magellan shivered from this man's ruthlessness. Soon, Shiryu started chopping weak pirates at level 4 like vegetables. Kaido and King went out from level 6, Eternal Hell, to level 5, Freezing Hell, here where it was really like a frozen hell. Kaido looked like a demon who had just come out of hell, his steps shaking the ground as he walked. When the prison guards who were guarding the gate with their weapons saw Kaido exit while dragging someone's corpse behind him, they felt their legs being soft in terror. This is because it turns out that the person Kaido was dragging behind him was the warden. Impossible. Am I hallucinating? Warden Scott can't lose. Kaido stopped in the middle of level 5, Freezing Hell, where he dumped the corpse of the prison warden who had caused him so small trouble in their fight a few minutes earlier. This warden was really stubborn, but he was beaten by dozens of pirates and dangerous criminals at level 6, but the final fatal blow was from him, the Beast's King. Kaido's body began to turn blue and swell in size. Before the eyes of the frost-ridden pirates in their cells and the terrified jailers, Kaido transformed into a huge blue dragon whose head reached the frozen ceiling. King, follow me, we will leave this place. Kaido said in a hoarse dragon voice. Before he opened his mouth wide, a blazing dragon breath started to form inside his mouth. When King, Albert, saw this, he also transformed into the form of a pteranodon as he was ready to catch up with his captain since he already knew what he was going to do. What is this? What is this monster planning to do? No, the question that needs to ask is, where did these monsters come from? In their freezing prisons, pirates of this level screamed in amazement at this scene. Even the snow wolves ran into this place like headless chickens, their expressions filled with terror in the presence of the dragon aura. The moment Kaido decided he had accumulated enough strength in his attack to make a way through all the levels until the top, he starts blasting the devastating dragon breath. Boom. At this moment, the Impel Down shook and was destroyed. In the sea, from afar a beam of fire could be seen piercing the roof of the underwater prison building and soaring into the sky. Then an eastern blue dragon emerged like a beast from the myth tales, pierced the clouds, and flew away. Behind him was King flying steadily as well. Before turning away, he also took one last look at the Impel Down. The prisoners they freed were still causing havoc on their way out of prison. In 10 minutes, the most powerful prison in history was turned upside down because of Kaido. A large part of it was destroyed as many pirates successfully escaped or they died due to Kaido's same exploding dragon and also the prison guards. Marine Ford, Navy Headquarters. Pururu. Gachip. Fleet Admiral on the line, what do you have to tell me? The Den Mushy snail transformed into a demon-like youthman form, but his terrified and weeping expression was also embodied by the snail. Before he spoke, the voices of many people screaming were heard. It was clear that many people were in group battles. We're asking for support. I repeat. We're asking for support to Impel Down immediately. The prisoner Kaido and his subordinate have escaped as he freed a lot of level 6 prisoners and destroyed a quarter of the Impel Down on his way. Sir, I am Corporal Magellan seeking urgent support immediately. We can't stop the level 6 prisoners absolutely, many of them have already escaped, and Warden Scott died in the line of duty. What? Sengoku's eyeballs nearly burst through his glasses when he heard all this horrific news one after another. 10 warships stopped at Impel Down Seaport, and the Marines descended like waves as they rushed to catch the fleeing pirates. What a messy situation, how could this happen? Garp's expression was gloomy as he saw the state of the dilapidated Impel Down. He had never seen such a state in this prison before. Kaido did all of this. It seems we underestimated this newbie. How did he could kill Scott? This time Zephyr spoke, his tone extremely indignant and filled with disappointment. Garp removed Justice's mantle and left it aside before jumping off the ship. I'll leave the exit to you, let me take care of those old friends inside. Good. After hours of battles, Garp and Zephyr succeeded in stopping the Impel Down casualties and the escape of prisoners. But some strong and dangerous pirates such as Patrick Redfield, and a few others from the 6th level, Eternal Hell, managed to escape. Sky Island, Alabasta. Rob was sitting in a very wonderful place. It looked like a natural seat of God, surrounded by a waterfall of flowing sand. Yes, a waterfall of sand flowing into the white sea below and surrounded by cotton clouds from everywhere. This place looked like a picture out of a fictional tale. Rob used to sit here to clear his mind since Alabasta moved to this place. He had just received the news about the Impel Down bleeding and Kaido's escape, which the world government plans to distort the truth about. Rob switched off his iPhone, which was his personal means of communication in this world that doesn't yet know the benefits of technology. Looks like I'll need to take my next step soon. Mary Geos. Damn Kaido, this is an insult to us, how can we be so careless? Now, the legend of the impenetrable Impel Down is gone. The long-bearded Gorosei gritted his teeth hard. He was angry and resentful of Kaido's daring to defy the world government. After all, the current Kaido was not the future Kaido who was a sea emperor with a track record of disturbing the world government, when earning him the title of Kaido the Immortal. It could be said that the current Kaido had just begun to deeply imprint himself as a terrifying enemy of the world government. What are we going to do? Is raising the bounty on his head enough? Or do we need to mobilize forces to kill him? I don't think that's a good solution. And what are we going to do about Redfield? Ah, what a madness, that bastard vampire has also escaped. What a dilemma, with his terrifying level of dodging and escaping. How can we catch him again? Scott died, who will we compensate for? It's really annoying, looks like the Impel Down is going through a dangerous situation, just let the Navy take care of it. Forget it now, we should first take care of presenting the next volume of the manga before returning to take care of everything including the search for Alabasta. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 151, Global Cruises Company. The next project. Chapter 152, Heir of the World, Without a Manga Soul. The Fishman Race is in Trouble. Chapter 153, Making the Empress Young Again. Meeting the Young Mermaid Otoheim. Chapter 153, Global Cruises Company. The next project. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Patreon link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete eSpace. Paragraph. The Grand Line, Jaya Island. Finally. I finally got to this place. Here, I can find the evidence that can exonerate my ancestor. A young man got off the merchant ship, which was one of the ships widely known as the Global Cruises. The Global Cruises is a cruise company of the ultra-safe cruise line that Rob set up last year. He employed the most powerful men from all over the world to protect his ships to make it a safe sea line, but in fact, he didn't need that at all, because once he put the logo of the art store and the logo of the art company as well as the logo of the Guild of Hunters of Evil, headed by Rob also, it was enough to intimidate the pirates who saw any ship from the sea line far away as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. The cruises company had thousands of ships moving from island to island in permanent and changing travel lines, which was the first of its kind, so it became a regular means of travel for any ordinary person in the world of pirates. It was a very safe sea line, and they had high-end ships with all the entertainment and comfort, although they were just wooden ships because Rob had not yet tried to take out the modern steel ships. That would be later. The current ships he uses are modern ships made of wood on ship models from the 19th century in Earth, plus he's enhanced it with Pirate World strong wood, so it's better and stronger than even the world government ships and Navy ships. It also has so many advantages that one chapter will not suffice to list them all. The young man who got off the Black Pearl, one of the most famous ships on the global cruise line, was carrying a backpack full of his supplies on his shoulders. He was a blonde young man with blue eyes but visibly less handsome, looking only 15 years old. This young man traveled on a 10-day-long journey from Unveil Nation in North Blue to Jaya Island in the middle of the first part of the Grand Line. This young man was Mont Blanc Cricket, whose reason for enduring the hardships of traveling and the dangers of leaving his safe country to the dangerous Grand Line was to search for evidence to clear his ancestor of his nickname, Liar Noland. Although his family became the largest family with political authority in the country after the royal family's capacity to rule was disqualified by Mr. Rob, who deeply respects him, and his father became the president of the country, and their family went from hell to literally paradise, but that didn't change anything. From the fact that their ancestor was a liar and a fool, this fact that had been instilled for generations in the mind of anyone born in Louisville was difficult to change. Having read many historical records about his ancestor and come across a hidden letter written by his ancestor himself, he understood many things that no one knew about. His ancestor Mont Blanc Noland was completely innocent of all that had been claimed about him. He could no longer stand the looks of contempt and mockery he saw in the eyes of the youth of his generation when his ancestor's name was mentioned. That is why he took a trip to this place, which was the beginning of everything in his ancestor's story. Even his father, Mr. President, and his mother didn't know about this trip because he escaped from Louisville. When he landed in Jaya, he felt many venomous looks on him. What he didn't know was that this island was considered a paradise for pirates and criminals, as the world government doesn't care about it for some reason. The merchant ships were not brave enough to enter this island. The only exception was the global cruise ships, and the reason for this was that the Jaya pirates were very malicious. The only people who wanted to come to this place were either strong enough to protect themselves, too confident in themselves, or ignorant fools. Mont Blanc Cricket was of the latter type. Fortunately for him, his father was already aware of this and secretly assigned 2 bodyguards for him. Alabasta Sky Island. This is really amazing. My brain has yet to comprehend the appearance of such a huge island next to us. Are you still shocked by what happened, Gonfall? Didn't something like this happen 400 years ago? How can I not be shocked? Ah, what do you mean, Rob-san? Next to them was the King Cobra, listening to Gonfall and Rob with great interest. Come on, don't think I'm ignorant of your Skypia's history. I'm talking about what you call the Land of God. That island rose out of the blue sea 400 years ago. Originally, it was part of Jaya, but now, it's part of Skypia. But don't think Alabasta is a part of Skypia too. I'm the one who taking Alabasta to the sky near your island and not a huge knock-up stream. Do you understand? Gonfall nearly fell out of his seat when he sensed the cold tone in Rob's voice. He thought he had concealed his intentions well, but this dangerous man had already noticed them. It seemed as if he could not join this huge divine island to Skypia and form an extremely gigantic sky empire. Rob turned his head toward Cobra and asked, Cobra, are you and your people satisfied with this place? You didn't miss your blue sea in your former place, did you? Don't say that, my friend. Everyone is Southwest satisfied with this place. This is heaven. I have never even seen my people so satisfied before. Even in my father's era, which is considered one of the most prosperous eras of the kingdom, the people did not have such cheerful smiles on their faces when they leave their homes. Cobra paused for a moment for a cup of water before continuing his speech. We really have been living in bliss since we arrived here. In a week, rare fruit trees and extinct green plants found only in the records began to appear again in my kingdom, even in the sandlands. Even the sky that was stingy to us before is raining heavily. We will not suffer from drought again. The only loss is that some animals that are accustomed to the desert climate are severely affected, so it takes many years to get used to the new climate, much more than we humans do. Although we feel a little nostalgic for the blue sea and the merchants of my kingdom are nostalgic to travel to other islands, it didn't make us hate living in this paradise at all. My friend Rob, the gratitude in my heart and that of my people grows day by day towards you. You have given us so many things that we cannot replace for you. I can say with confidence that if one day you wish to take my seat as king of this kingdom, I will not object, and my people will not object at all. Rob wanted to deny it but paused when he saw that Cobra still had something to say. This island is no longer Alabasta, and we are no longer Alabastas. This island is now Alabasta Sky Island, and we Alabasta Sky Islanders. Well said, that's good. Rob was delighted when he heard that. Once again he did not feel sorry for revealing such a powerful card. Even Gonfall praised in his heart the sweetness of the tongue of this youth king. He was a good king and a politician by nature. Gonfall knew what happened in the Blue Sea recently from their tongue, so he could understand how Cobra felt. He was even familiar with Cobra and his Alabasta kingdom due to the manga. Until now his people didn't fully know that Alabasta, such an island they had seen only in the anime and manga, had been moved to their vicinity. Only 20 kilometers from the White Sea separated them. Well, I'm here to discuss our next project. Yes, Rob-san, I'm excited to work with you. Me too. Well, this large-scale project will connect the sky with the Blue Sea. In the future, there will be no difference between the Blue Sea and the White Sea. Skypia will be the core of this project. And for security reasons, we will secretly make Alabasta benefit from this project. What? Cobra was horrified after hearing that. But Gonfall has been ready for this already a very long time ago. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 152, Heir of the World, Without a Manga Soul. The Fishman Race is in Trouble. Chapter 153, Making the Empress Young Again. Meeting the Young Mermaid Otoheim. Chapter 154, Mermaid's Inquisitiveness. Blackstar_BH note. I will be happy if you follow me on my new accounts. I will answer personal messages. If you have any questions regarding this novel or my other novels, don't hesitate to contact me. Love. My Instagram. https://www.instagram.com/blackstar_bh. My Twitter. https://mobile.twitter.com/blackstar_bh. Chapter 154, Heir of the World, Without a Manga Soul. The fishman race is in trouble. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Patreon link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete eSpace. Paragraph. Enies Lobby. Has a new chapter of Heir of the World appeared? Yes, sir, the new chapter is already here. The government employee left the manga book, Heir of the World, on the judge's desk and hurriedly left. The judge took the manga book and simply opened it and started reading it without raising an eyebrow. He was a person who loved reading manga since the advent of this art. In fact, he didn't care what he read, as long as it was manga he able to read it with enthusiasm. But for the first time, he tasted the taste of disappointment, as the manga, Heir of the World, was completely different from what he had previously imagined, and it was not like the good manga like One Piece or Bleach, which was the peak in the realm of manga. But anyway, this judge, who was one of the employees of the world government here at Enies Lobby, decided to give this manga a chance and read it as if he were reading an ordinary book. And here was the surprise. Although the quality of the manga was really poor, its content was weird and got weirder with each chapter. He learned a lot of things that piqued his interest. Before the world government period, no one knew who was ruling the world at that time, because such information had been removed from history in what is known as the empty century. And high-ranking world government officials like him knew that the reason for the emergence of the so-called empty century was the world government itself, because after successfully eliminating its enemy, the ancient kingdom, it began erasing all information about it from history. But here in this manga, it seems as if the world government has lost that hallmark of maintaining secrecy with an iron fist and is beginning to bring out some fantasy combined with truth. The world has gone really crazy. The world has changed from what it knew in a short period because of that man. Interesting, so this is how the world government appeared. Haha. I thought it was much deeper than this. No, this is clearly a lie. Oh, was that what the early 20 founders looked like? Why do these 5 of them look like the 5 Gorosei? This female protagonist is really so pretty. Could she be alive yet? That's impossible. What a power. Is it a mythical Zoan devil fruit? Can it turn the user into a sun dragon? Is it an extinct devil fruit? Or could it be a real dragon that ate the Hito devil fruit? In the manga, 20 kings appeared wearing gold-encrusted crowns, and their faces were serious, as they formed a circle on a beautiful figure in the middle. It was as if they were blessing the red-haired woman. This woman, Emusina, was the female protagonist of this manga. She is known as the descendant of the Dragon's Land. Dragons were the biggest enemy of the giants thousands of years ago, but at some point in the unknown history, the giants managed to drive their most powerful enemy to almost extinction. Thanks to that, they no longer had any enemies with similar power to them, and they did as they wanted in the world. But the appearance of Emusina, who could transform into a huge dragon covering the sky, a dragon that looked like a burning sun in sky, brought hope to the world to get rid of the dominance of giants. The 20 allied kings believed that they had obtained the most powerful weapon to wipe out the kingdom of evil giants and their succession to rule the world, a silent weapon that obeyed their commands like a puppet. But in reality, they were the puppets in the hands of Emusina. The judge closed the manga book and sighed. There was nothing really interesting as he thought. It seemed like this manga was missing something that could pump up the excitement, something that was in One Piece and Bleach, but unfortunately, it doesn't exist in Heir of the World. The events of Heir of the World in this arc were a war against the Giants' Kingdom, but this book didn't bring out any enthusiasm worthy of the title of such a large-scale war. This manga book seemed devoid of any soul. Anyone who reads it will say that what was decreed there is incredible. It did not have the character that would allow readers to believe the story and dive into it. But the thing worthy of praise in this book is the emergence of many races in this war, races that still exist and races that have become extinct. Even he didn't know about a race that looked exactly like humans but had crow wings and could control the flames. This race was divine in the battlefield. They were called the Moon Devil race, and they supported the evil giant race in their battle against the humans and the Dragon Knight. At a depth of 10,000 meters under the sea, the sun shone strangely on a certain place in a huge hole under the red line separating the first and second half of the Grand Line. It looked like a bubble carrying a whole world inside, because of the huge mangroves that contributed to the transmission of sunlight from the top to the bottom of the sea. This world inside the bubble managed to be blessed with a little light. This place is the Ryugu Kingdom. Ryugu Kingdom includes Fishman Island, Fishman District, and other nearby areas. At the Ryugu Royal Palace, which was in his own bubble in the sky over Fishman Island, Neptune was depressed after reading the Heir to the World manga. Sigh. Once again they positioned my Fishman race as the evil race supporting the evil giants. Neptune was currently 42 years old, hadn't yet married, and hadn't met his life partner yet, although his luxurious palace wasn't empty of a mermaid harem. A year ago he was feeling very depressed, because of the world government. His race had been suffering a lot more than before, even though their suffering before was really bad. And the reason? This damned book in his hand who called Manga. He had never heard of such a thing before, but a year ago a large delegation from the world government came and forced him to build a so-called branch of the manga agency. Since then the world government got official entrance to Fishman Island. Their suffering did not stop here, as the main reason for their suffering is to show the Fishman race as an evil race in some scenes of the manga, who terrorized sailors at that time 800 years ago, and they were supporting the evil giants to rule the world with an iron fist. And above that their favorite meal was human flesh. And this was actually just absolute nonsense. Neptune shouted out loud as the Ryugu palace shook because of it. Some nearby royal guards ran to placate their king because they had been so used to it for the past year, in fact, that they were also angry at the world government's constant distortion of their race. It looked like they were enjoying being trampled on them, even though they were already in down. My king, you need to calm down. It's not good for your health to be angry. You should know that you did not pass your supreme bloodline yet. The person who spoke was the minister of the left, who sounded like a catfish merman. Neptune looked at his minister, who was frightened for his mental and physical health and was able to regain some of his reasoning. But before he could even speak, his other minister came from outside the hall very quickly to report something. This minister was the minister of the right, who looked like a seahorse. My king. A strong human who can fly is knocking on our door and asking for a formal meeting with you. He says he can solve all your present problems. Neptune regained all of his reason after hearing that. Let him in. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 153, Making the Empress Young Again. Meeting the Young Mermaid Otoheim. Chapter 154, Mermaid's Inquisitiveness. Chapter 155, Opening an Art Store on Fishman Island. Getting Otoheim and Susan into the working staff. Blackstar_BH note. I will be happy if you follow me on my new accounts. I will answer personal messages. If you have any questions regarding this novel or my other novels, don't hesitate to contact me. Love. My Instagram. https://www.instagram.com/blackstar_bh. My Twitter. https://mobile.twitter.com/blackstar_bh. Chapter 155, Making the Empress Young Again. Meeting the Young Mermaid Otoheim. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. P at Trian link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete eSpace. Paragraph. After Rob has finished planning his next project on Alabasta Sky Island, he embarks on a fast-paced journey towards Fishman Island. Since he had no way to go directly to 10,000 meters underwater, he moved from the Alabasta Sky Island art store to the Amazon Lily art store, which was the closest he could get to before traveling to the Ryugu Kingdom. He met Gloriosa, Marlin, and some very attractive Amazonian women in the store's tavern, where they were dressed up as cute-looking maids and trained to serve each other very seriously. These women's work ethic was very impressive. This scene left Rob confused. He hadn't really hired anyone else besides Gloriosa, but it looks like this MILF Empress has of her own accord hired her army of Amazonians to help her. What Rob didn't know was that he indirectly contributed to the end of the Kuja pirates, as because of him the current Empress abolished the pirate crew that was responsible for gathering supplies for the island and focused her pirate crew on investing in art stores. The Kuja pirates have been disbanded and the Kuja waitress crew has officially appeared. Well, even if he knew, Rob wouldn't be any less troubled by this matter. Since he had already accepted her as one of his future wives, he wouldn't be bothered by such a small matter. Since Rob entered their lives, the thoughts of the Amazons have slowly changed. They no longer have that deep-rooted disdain for men, and all thanks to him. Even though they wouldn't really care about other men except for Rob, they could fit into the art store staff easily and not be bothered by serving drinks to male customers in any art store in the world, and they even felt somewhat enjoyed the job after trying it out. Being seen as store goddesses was really a kind of complacency they couldn't help but love. Yes, every one of the women working in art stores as waitresses is seen as a store goddess in the eyes of otakus and culture buffs. Goddesses that can't reach them or dream of having one of them. Everyone on the islands with an art store know how cruel the laws against harassing a store goddess can be. These were iron rules from Rob himself. People who broke these rules in the past and tried to harass a waitress, even if she was just a random waitress, were denied the right to enter any art store for life. The people who tried to assault one of the waitresses had a worse fate than death. In addition to the Amazonians, who were dozens of cute women, there were those 15 women whom Rob saved in the past who officially became store goddesses in the eyes of the Sky Islanders. They working only on the Sky Islands as well as the new Alabasta Sky Island. There were also carefully handpicked waitresses from every town or village that had an art store on its territory. Now, each store had its store goddess. Last year Rob hired a lot because his women couldn't work in all the art stores. This job became every female's dream in the world. The salary was great, the reputation was great, what's too great for a female more than considered her as a goddess, and the waitresses had many advantages in the art store that the ordinary person wouldn't. As well as Rob's exclusive crew who only work in O'Hara and have complete freedom to move anywhere they want. Sora. Belmere. Matriarch. Rouge. Gloriosa. Marlin. Toki. And finally, Alvia, who was the chief of all the waitresses. Sigh. Rob sighed as he looked at Gloriosa, who was standing in front of him, tense as to why Rob called her to talk. Before Rob left of here, he wanted to finish something important before it got too bad and then continue to Fishman Island. You don't have to be nervous, Glora, I'm here to reward you for your hard work and nothing else. Before finishing speaking, he took out a small candy from his inventory and gave it to Gloriosa. Gloriosa took the candy happily while she seriously considers changing her name to Glora, as the men she loves used to call her. But she became speechless after finding out that she had been awarded a candy bar as a reward for her hard work. Ha 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 ha. Don't be disappointed before you know what I gave you, because that small candy in your hand would cause so many wars if the world knew the truth of it. Well, just eating it, you'll realize how wonderful they are afterward. Gloriosa trusted Rob more than herself, so she didn't hesitate after hearing that, and she stuffed the candy in her mouth. Not chewing it because she had already swallowed it. The moment the candy settled in her stomach, she started to feel very refreshed. Her temperature rose across the ceiling and she felt a little dizzy, but it just happened and it disappeared in a few seconds before settling down. But it doesn't all end here, as change is just beginning. Gloriosa, who was in her 40s, reverted to looking in her 30s in an instant. If she once looked like MILF at the end of her youth, she's now turned into MILF at the start of her glow. She became prettier, stronger, younger, and felt a strong sense of vitality, as if she could do anything without feeling tired. The entire time she sensed the changes in her body, she was deeply puzzled. She didn't know how to react to what was happening. What's happening to me? I gave you an elixir that grants eternal youth. You can consider it a selfish move on my part because I don't want to see you turn into an old woman, that's all. When hearing this, Gloriosa's tears started to fall without realizing it. She had never thought that something like this could happen to her one day. She never thought her love for this man would be compensated in this big way. What is the meaning of eternal youth? There was a legend circulating in the pirate world about something that grants eternal youth called pure gold, the appearance of only a small part of which could cause truly massive wars. It said that its value is so high that it can buy the whole world. While she was drowning in her stunning thoughts, she felt a gentle click on her forehead that woke her from her stupor, after which she felt a thumb wipe the tears that had wetted her oval face. You don't have to think too much and waste your precious tears. This is a happy opportunity you got, so you have to be happy. I don't like seeing you cry. She couldn't say anything but nod. The burning feeling in her throat made her unable to truly resist her tears. That was because the subject of age had been tiring her mind lately. She had been feeling her youth years were already ending. She would have been old at any time, while the man she loved was still young and strong. This idea hurt her so much that she preferred not to think about it. But now this unsolvable problem is solved so simply. Do I deserve this? That was all she could tell because her thinking was very messy right now. I don't know if you deserve it or not, but all I know is that I won't regret anything I gave. Especially if it made you look like one of the best anime female characters for me. Rob didn't say that out loud, but his eyes didn't leave her beautiful face, which looks exactly like a big version of Fujiwara Shika from Kaguya-sama, Love is War. Her pink hair, her blue eyes, and even her innocent and mature expression were naturally demonic. He struck the gold this time. Who would have expected that this woman would be so beautiful in her youth? Currently, Rob is on a ship of his own sailing line, one of the few that can travel to Fishman Island. After he finished giving Glora the candy mixed with a drop of his immortal blood, he boarded the ship which he summoned to deliver him from Amazon Lily to the Sabaody archipelago and eventually to Fishman Island. Rob was the only person in the pirate world who dared choose Fishman Island as an official destination for the transportation of passengers and goods. After the Titanic, which was a ship of global cruises, arrived in the Sabaody archipelago, it was given preferential treatment in the bubble resin packaging department, where neither pirate nor non-pirate dared to complain. Rob, who was in his own room away from the noise of other passengers, took advantage of this layover to examine the Sabaody archipelago by his observation hockey. She's really here, looking no different from her futuristic version after 26 years. Rob smiled while he looked at a beautiful woman with long black hair, in contrast to her short hair in the future. She had a cigarette between her red lips while mixing a drink of some sort for her customers at a certain bar in Sabaody. Rob's mastery of observation hockey reached a level no one would have imagined that he existed. When observing somewhere, he could seem like a god's perspective. That's the level was Rob reached in observation hockey. I wonder if she recognized Rayleigh yet. Well, it doesn't matter. After seeing on the island for a while, he quickly disables his observation ability and prepares to dive into a trip to Fishman Island. The Sabaody archipelago was so polluted that if he observed it for a long time it could cause an early war between him against the Navy and the world government. Just because of the anger. Mermaid Cafe, Fishman Island. Little child, why are you staring at me all the time? Rob looked with a meaningful smile at the sharkfin mermaid who was very young, maybe only 4 years old. Mom. This human is so scary. Huh. Am I really scary? Don't say that, Shirley. Don't insult our esteemed client. The mom who spoke was an extremely beautiful mermaid with blue hair and a shark's fin, but her body size was close to 5 meters. She seemed to be an almost exact copy of the future Shirley. Little Shirley gently puffed her cheeks before speaking. He's scary. I wouldn't change my mind even if Mama said otherwise. Shirley. When she saw that her mother was really angry, little Shirley grabbed her glass ball and ran away so that her mother wouldn't get angry more than that. Dear customer, don't take this feisty child's comments seriously, okay? Ha 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 ha. Never mind, I find her very cute that way. Susan-sama, I'm sorry I'm late for work today. The words of the mermaid who had just entered stopped in her throat when she saw a human man and her work chief looking at her. You don't have to apologize, Otoheim, you don't need to hurry, we have one customer today anyway. Otoheim felt ashamed when she saw a handsome man staring at her curiously. With her innate ability, she could feel a deep admiration for her from this man. Unknowingly, a slight red shade appeared on her cheeks. Thank you, Susan-sama, I will work hard to make up for the time I'm late. Well then, our human client here needs you to guide and service him. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 154, Mermaid's Inquisitiveness. Chapter 155, Opening an art store on Fishman Island. Getting Otoheim and Susan into the working staff. Chapter 156, Roger's Memories. Arlong's negative fame. Blackstar_BH note. I will be happy if you follow me on my new accounts. I will answer personal messages. If you have any questions regarding this novel or my other novels, don't hesitate to contact me. Love. My Instagram. https://www.instagram.com/blackstar_bh. My Twitter. https://mobile.twitter.com/blackstar_bh. Chapter 156, Mermaid's Inquisitiveness. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Patreon link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete espace. Paragraph. Is the sun really like a burning ball in the sky? It isn't like a burning ball, it's a really burning ball. Don't be surprised, the sun is a star in the form of a huge ball of permanently burning gases and shrinking in a very strong nuclear fusion. The light from the sun is caused by its frightening heat. Otoheim's blue eyes were like twinkling stars while hearing her human client's explanation. So then. I get it. I really get it. So if we can collect such flaming gases in a ball form and make them in nuclear fusion, doesn't that mean we can make our own sun? This time it's Rob's turn to open his eyes wide. Was this mermaid a physicist scientist in her previous life? Well, it's theoretically possible, but it takes a hard effort practically, but in a world full of irrational devil fruits, it's theoretically and practically possible to make a second sun. Oh. What a wonderful world. Otoheim clapped her hands enthusiastically like a little girl even though she is a young woman and 18-year-old. The beautiful mother, Susan, was listening intently while smoking her pipe. From time to time Rob's eyes fell on her wide cleavage. Her white boobs are so huge and soft that even someone like Rob would feel tempted. Do you think our race can enjoy the warmth of the real sun someday? Sure. Why not? With me here in this world, it's very easy to make this dream come true for your race. PFT. You're so funny, Rob-sama. Otoheim closed her mouth with both hands while showing a laughing face. Her reaction is very gentle in Rob's eyes. Even Susan from the side giggled a little and smiled while listening intently. If you don't believe it, so be it. Are there so many strange races in the world? Of course, there are dozens of races that I have seen with my own eyes so far as well as many that I have not seen. Great. This world would be really wonderful if all these wonderful races could coexist with each other. Rob can feel a great desire emanating from this young woman's wishes as if she wished with all her heart until she reached a state similar to enlightenment, an unnatural state in which one can communicate one's true desires to others without the need to speak. Rob can tell that even Susan on the side feels that way. Haha, I know a crazy woman who could almost achieve such a feat on her island, even though she uses intimidation to achieve this goal. I can tell you had a similar dream to her. Is there such a great woman in this world? Why do you call her a crazy woman? Otoheim got so close to Rob's face that she almost kissed him, not realizing it because she was so excited. Are there so many delicious foods in the world? There are so many islands in the world, and each island has its own variety of food. Now, you can imagine how many different foods there are in this world. All I can say is that they are in the millions. Really? This time Rob saw a few drops of saliva dripping from the side of her mouth. Rob laughed inwardly at how simple this woman was. Now, he could understand how an ordinary mermaid like her could get the love of King Neptune and give birth to a mermaid princess in the future. Her soul was so pure that even Rob felt it tangibly. Here, this food I've been saving for emergencies, you can taste it. Rob bought a ready-to-eat tagine from his system shop in the meals section, although he bought this tagine from the store, but it is in this world as well, as he previously ate it in the tagine kingdom in this world. The only problem is that it was cooked with fish from Earth planet, and not the fish from the pirate world, which constituted a fundamental difference that she will not be able to understand until she eats both meals. Ha! What a delicious smell this is. You should eat it with bread so that you can enjoy this meal more. Oh, thanks. Otoheim was embarrassed when she saw her client was the one treating her. It looked like she had become his client now. Susan laughed at this funny scene so hard, causing Otoheim even more embarrassment. Just eat, I'm sure you'll get a little understanding of the different foods of this world. Rob felt happy when he saw the expression of pleasure on her face while eating the food. This meal is called tagine, and it is a popular dish in the Tagine Kingdom in the South Blue. Burp. So delicious. I heard that at night a silver-colored ball appears and lights up the night sky. Is this what's called the moon? She finished eating but didn't finish her questions. Rob didn't really feel any inconvenience. He couldn't turn down a question for this woman. She was so King cute. Yes, it is the moon. Its significance is not only in its light but its presence is extremely important to give stability in this world. If the moon didn't exist in this world, perhaps no life would exist, because in the entire world there would be an atmosphere more terrifying than the atmosphere of the Grand Line. Ah. What do you mean? The moon keeps the world in balance. It's no less important than the sun. You can get it that way. Why do you want to visit Ryuju Palace, Rob-sama? After Otoheim got her job to treating the human client, which was, of course, Rob, she was soon able to open up completely to talk to him. She had been asking him many questions non-stop for the past hour he had been in this place. Thanks to her innate ability that made her less wary of him and her love of exploration and knowledge of what the human race is and how to live, which was ingrained in her since childhood, she soon began to ask Rob many questions and, impressively, he answered them all. Rob was no less annoyed. On the contrary, he enjoyed talking to Otoheim, arguably feeling attracted again, like this time with both Sora and Toki. Each time he felt this strange attraction. It was likely that someone will lose his future wife, or someone less will be born into this world. Oh, do you really want to know, Otoheim? Yes, I want to know. Ah. I'm truly sorry if my great curiosity has disturbed your comfort. Only now did she realize that her great curiosity had lasted too long for her to feel. Rob almost laughed when he saw her cheerful expression a moment before turning into an unrealistic gloomy expression. She looked so cute in his eyes. Rob now can understand why Sanji has been subjected to a devastating emotional attack due to mermaids. They were truly the most beautiful and sweet beings in this world. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I'm not unhappy with the questions of a pretty girl like you, and you also don't have to call me Rob-sama, just Rob is enough. Susan on the side felt interested too. She wanted to know why this mysterious man came to Fishman Island. He knew a lot. Besides the most important thing, he really didn't seem like a person with ulterior motives. He was a very kind and very patient person, even with a talkative woman like Otoheim, although he was a bit perverted after he almost ate her breasts with his eyes. Susan-san, I want another glass of that red wine, it's so great. Sure, wait a minute. Otoheim had to take the wine glass to deliver Rob's order after Susan has finished preparing it. Throughout the process of mixing the wine, his eyes didn't depart from her breasts, which were swaying over and over again in the process. Rob slowly starts tasting the wine while telling Otoheim why he's coming here. In fact, if he didn't know Otoheim's true nature, he would have thought that she was a spy trying to extract information from him, but he was sure that she was just curious. Her curiosity about humans and the outside world was really great. I heard your fishman race is in deep trouble recently, so I came to help, but I have to meet the king first. When she heard the first half of Rob's words, her expression returned to a depressed state, but when he finished, her expression changed to a stunned one. You came to support us. Are you a big figure in the human world? You can say that. This time even Susan quit smoking and focused heavily on Rob's words. The fishman race has been in great trouble lately due to the world government's manga, which denigrates the entire race. I can sense the malicious intent trying to destroy the peaceful fishman race in this manga. Rob felt for the first time since entering here that Otoheim and Susan were bothered after mentioning the manga issue. This is a matter of national security at the level of the entire race, and the reason for that is the rulers of the world themselves. How can one human change anything? For the first time, Susan asked Rob a question. You'll know how I can do that later. Fresh from this nice break, Rob stood up and left the money on the table and was ready to go out. I'll come back to check on you after I finish my work. It was a fun chat. Before Otoheim and Susan could react, Rob had already left. This guy is really extraordinary. Yes. I hope he comes back. Otoheim felt sad for some reason when she thought about the possibility of never meeting him again. Don't worry, Heim-na-chan, he will be back very soon. You've got a bond with this bad man. Little Shirley came out of her room while holding her glass orb, which was glowing a bit at the moment. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 155, Opening an Art Store on Fishman Island. Getting Otoheim and Susan into the working staff. Chapter 156, Roger's Memories. Arlong's Negative Fame. Chapter 157, Episode 55 of Naruto. Ninjas Wano and Fishman Race Reactions. Blackstar_BH note. I will be happy if you follow me on my new accounts. I will answer personal messages. If you have any questions regarding this novel or my other novels, don't hesitate to contact me. Love. My Instagram. https://www.instagram.com/blackstar_bh. My Twitter. https://mobile.twitter.com/blackstar_bh. Chapter 157, Opening an Art Store on Fishman Island. Getting Otoheim and Susan into the working staff. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Patreon link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete eSpace. Paragraph. So you're saying that the world government made this manga because it wanted to compete with you? Yes, that is exactly the summary of the matter. Neptune got into deep thought for a while before speaking. I know you are Sky Sword, Rob, a former pirate in the Roger Pirates, right? Well, it would be strange if you didn't know me. I don't think Fishman Island doesn't have any sources of news from the outside world. Rob was right. After all, he was the one who set up a sea travel line to Fishman Island. This sea line was transporting tourists and merchandise, and the Ryuja Kingdom had a certain percentage of control over it with Rob's approval. If they didn't take advantage of it at least to get information and news from the outside world, they would be really fools. This is without mentioning their own sources. Yes, we have our sources, Jamon. But you don't seem to know me fully. What do you mean? I'm not only a wanted person, but I'm also the owner of the art company responsible for publishing the manga that made the world government draw its manga, as well as the owner of the Global Cruises company which helped your kingdom so much in the last year by moving resources and moving its economy. Rob admitted this because he's pretty sure he didn't know him since Neptune knew and only dealt with lower-ranking employees. What? In shock, Neptune's gigantic body stood up from his seat. This was really something he wasn't expecting. World Cruises was a pleasant and unexpected surprise for his kingdom last year. Because of them they got so many benefits. He didn't think that the great boss of this company was sitting right in front of him. It's no surprise to say that Rob was a great improver of the Fishman race even before he knew him. After all, how many fishmen and merfolk were saved and brought back to Ryuja Kingdom thanks to World Cruises? They were too many. Lots of fishmen and merfolk gathered in the middle of the city to see King Neptune, who came down from his palace to this place with his guard and a human guest. Some were standing on their feet like humans, and those who had lower halves of fish were using circular bubbles on their waist to allow them to float. It was a majestic scene from plenty of fishmen, merfolk, and beautiful mermaids of all classes. Although Rob was accompanying the king, this didn't stop them from looking at him with hostility. This was the only bad point in this gathering, but Rob wasn't disappointed. They're right to hate humans. The humans have crossed all limits recently. As the percentage of kidnapped fishmen and mermaids has risen a lot in the past year, humans have become more courageous in enslaving their race, and have become more ferocious in their violence toward them. Even the celestial dragons who reduced their abduction of slaves last year are back to enslave fishmen and merfolk. All this happened because of the Heir of the World manga. The world government has used it to consolidate their rule and domination of the world, as well as punish the races that don't fully comply with them. The Ryuja Kingdom has not yet been organized into the world government. That's why all this happened. In the eyes of the rulers of the world, Fishman was just fish created to entertain them, so they had to obediently remain so. But this is impossible. The Fishman race can't give up its dignity. That's exactly what the world government wanted. They wanted them to give up their dignity voluntarily, so they resorted to the manga to give a false reason to humans to push the Fishman race into a corner without feeling guilty. They played on the feelings of humans in the manga when they drew the Fishman race happily devouring humans. Even the humans who came to Fishman Island looked with hatred and fear at the Fishman race, because they really thought they liked eating human flesh. For this reason, the residents found it strange to see a human with their king, as they came standing talking to each other and smiling in each other's faces without caring about what surrounded them. Did the king go crazy? As this gathering is so big, it attracted the attention of the Fishman district outcasts who hated humans the most. They quickly got the news and hurried to see the event. When they arrived, Rob was about to set up an art store. A group of fishmen led by a red-skinned sea bream fishman with a ferocious expression appeared, and they walked right over to inspect the crowd surrounding the king and the human guy. This red-skinned sea bream fishman was Fisher Tiger and 32-year-old. Accompanying him were 18-year-old Jinbi, 13-year-old Arlong, 11-year-old Hachin, 18-year-old Aladdin, and others. Fisher Tiger was the teacher of this group of vagabonds as well as the father character to them, as he had not yet gone out to sea and had not yet suffered from what he suffered in the original story. Everyone who saw the group as well known for causing trouble gave them a path fearing of Fisher Tiger. At this time, Neptune had started talking to his people about Rob, his identity, and his desire to protect this place, and was about to end. Fisher Tiger stopped on his way when he heard cries of shock from the crowd, so he focused his senses on hearing what the king was saying as well. When they heard that this human is a former pirate with a bounty of over 4 billion berries, the crowd breathed an air of cold breath, their backs wet with sweat. What if they had offended to this monster before they knew how dangerous it was? Even Fisher Tiger felt a little scared. He didn't think that this gentle smiling human next to the king would be so dangerous. What did he do that made him get such a frightening bounty on his head? Neptune was showering Rob with praise. After all, he only knew what Rob had done for them, but that didn't change Fishman's unfriendly look at him, because he's human, that's the point, but they still feared him and didn't dare say anything. All this and Rob was still silent. He was expecting such a lukewarm response from them. After all, these people weren't human like him, they were a race oppressed by humans, so it is to be expected that he will not be greeted with flowers on his first appearance here. But that didn't matter, at least he got a nice welcome from 2 pretty mermaids, Susan and Otoheim, and the king himself at first. But he was sure that he would become the best human in the hearts of every member of this race in the future. Rob didn't waste time after King Neptune finished speaking and performed his magic trick right in front of the crowd, who fell into complete silence and then screamed in shock when they saw a large building appearing out of nowhere after the human man snapped his fingers. Welcome into Art Store, where you can enjoy by the future. So this is your cafe. Oh, sorry, your art store, it's really classy. It can't compare with my little cafe. Heh, I told you, Susan, that you'd change your mind about working for me after seeing him. Look how many clients I have in less than an hour. Susan's eyes narrowed after hearing the tone of confidence in Rob's voice. Susan was a replica of the future Shirley, the only difference being the color of her hair, eyebrows, and eyelashes, which were light blue. Imagine Esteth as a mermaid. A/N, Susan is an OC character not found in the original story. I can see, I'm not blind, but you hired a lot of beautiful mermaids before us. Does that mean you wouldn't care even if we refused to work with you? Why do you speak in the plural? Do you even mean Otoheim with you? Before finishing his words, Rob pulled Otoheim to his side, or more specifically, he pulled her into his hug like a stuffed bear, causing the young mermaid's face to turn red from shame. When she felt her little body entering his cuddle, she almost passed out because that was surprising. She didn't expect this human man to be so brave. At least he should give her some room to breathe. Don't count it with you. Otoheim will definitely be on my staff here. I can't trust anyone more than her in this kingdom. Susan could see how much this man cared about her employee, since their first meeting, and also when he came back for the second time, she could clearly see his admiration for Otoheim. Fufufu, you are a really interesting boy. Are you trying to steal my cute employee from me? For a moment sparks arose between the two, but eventually, Susan giggled before accepting his offer to work with him. The reason why she left her small business and chose to work here was the enthusiastic expressions on the faces of the people from her race who read this man's manga books, as well as those who walked out of the showroom chanting phrases like, Naruto is great anime, Attack on Titan is so scary, One Piece is the greatest, Hunter x Hunter is fun to watch. She wanted to know what made the proud fishman race fall into this human's claws and get so excited about his store. What was so special about his shows? And was her daughter's prophecy really possible with this human? Come with me, I will tell you some secrets that only you two need to know. These beautiful mermaids will be your subordinates from now on. Before Otoheim and Susan interact, they find themselves moving from the store's tavern to a luxurious lounge with a table in the middle with a famous earth wine on it. Sit down, we're still in the art store. It was teleportation from one place to another. No need to be confused. Rob noticed their confusion and immediately corrected it. You have really amazing powers, first the ability to make things out of nowhere and now teleportation skill. That's interesting, boy. Why do you trust us so much to show us such abilities? Well, you haven't seen anything yet. I trust my eyes and my reasons, not you. What I brought you here for it, girls, is to determine the authority available to each of you in this store from now on. From now on you will be able to. Rob started talking and explaining everything to them in detail for a period. He told them the responsibilities they had to do as store goddesses, waitresses, as well as the perks they would get, like teleporting from one island to another and enjoying their holidays without fear of getting hurt by other humans. Their changing expressions were fun to see her every time he said something incredible to them. They were astonished hearing all of that. Once under his wing, they were now literally the safest person in the world. This alone made them feel dumbfounded and in disbelief. I have a request. After she regained her calm, she wanted to protect the most precious thing to her. Yes, what do you want, Susan? Can you make my little daughter take advantage of these perks as well? Little shyly. Sure, wait a bit. It's done. Now, let me ask you a question. Is Shiley your only child? And what about your husband? At first, Susan was happy to guarantee the exciting benefits to her young daughter, but then was surprised by his question. However, she answered honestly. Shiley is my only child. As for my husband, he died a long time ago. I'm alone at this moment. You can try your luck with me if you want. Her eyes flashed after she said her last sentence. Rob can smell demonic temptation from her. Will he get an extra chase like Big Mom? That's interesting. Maybe it's time to pat Rob's old mood back and teach these whores a lesson in obedience. What surprised Rob was that there wasn't even an iota of sadness when she mentioned her dead husband, as if she was talking about a stranger. Rob wanted to ask about Arlong. Wasn't that shark fishman her son too? But apparently, he was thinking a lot. Maybe she would adopt him in the future to become Shiley's older brother and they don't have any blood relationship. But why didn't this woman appear in the original story at all? Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire. Chapter 156, Roger's Memories. Arlong's Negative Fame. Chapter 157, Episode 55 of Naruto. Ninjas Wano and Fishman Race Reactions. Chapter 158, The World Government's Complete Global System Energy Project. Blackstar_BH note. I will be happy if you follow me on my new accounts. I will answer personal messages. If you have any questions regarding this novel or my other novels, don't hesitate to contact me. Love. My Instagram. https://www.instagram.com/blackstar_bh. My Twitter. https://mobile.twitter.com/blackstar_bh. Chapter 158, Roger's Memories. Arlong's Negative Fame. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Patreon link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete eSpace. Paragraph. It's been a few days since the famous art store appeared on Fishman Island. This wasn't hidden from the world government though, since they have their own manga agency branch there as well. They got the information about Rob's new art store pretty quickly. Rob didn't try to hide anything in the first place. The relationship between Rob and the world government has been in a very strange situation lately. Since the Alabasta Sea battle, it can be said that the peace phase between them has entered a frozen juncture, with Rob losing many safety points with them. The proof is his frightening bounty, which was an angry reaction from the world government. After all, not only did Rob disseminate vital information about Pluton, he even made the member of the Navy insult the Gorosei, who are the heads of the world government. One Piece has become too much for them. That insult has caused quite a stir in the past few weeks as it has left the world government very embarrassed. Had it not been for the Alabasta Sea War, the hype about it wouldn't have subsided. He also destroyed the prestige of the world government by demonstrating the obvious flaw in their future system, the Shichibukai system. On the whole, the Alabasta arc did a lot more damage to the world government, much more than the first time by Nozomi's action. People like Smoker in the Navy are now highly respected by the whole world, but the world government itself has really eaten the shit. But when Rob hid the Alabasta Island away and ended great chaos that might have engulfed the entire world, this made the world government sigh a little. The event of the destruction of Alabasta would have been a bad sign in their history, much worse than the destruction of O'Hara in the future. Although the world doubts the destruction of Alabasta by them, however, it's only a doubt rather than a certainty. At least, Rob corrected his crazy move, even intervened in the war himself and revealed his strength in another way to be able to move a huge island to another place. This made the world government continue to adopt their position of non-interference in his affairs, and also increased their wariness of him even much more than they were before. Even now, they are still trying to figure out the new location of Alabasta and how Rob moves the island away. This only further fueled Dr. Vegapunk's madness about Rob's origin and abilities. It's not surprising to say that Vegapunk's obsession with Rob has surpassed his obsession with everything else. This is exactly what helped the world government understand Rob much more than they used to be. Now, they take him seriously as an enemy to their throne. The reason of not declaring an all-out war against him is perhaps Emu is still very excited about Rob's shows, which is why the world government hasn't taken a direct hostile stance. New World, Oro Jackson ship. Cough. Cough. Heh. Oh, that's not good. Roger was in the captain's room alone when he started coughing so hard that he looked at his hand and found it wet with his blood. His usually smiling face changed to an unnatural pallor. He discovered this disease more than a year ago, but it wasn't that serious at that time. Only with time it became more serious and more dangerous. He, Crocus, and perhaps Rob were the only people who knew about his illness. Crocus told him not to worry because he would find a suitable medicine for his illness as soon as possible. Well, Roger wasn't someone who wanted to die. He was happy with his doctor's desire to find medicine for him, and he hadn't yet fulfilled what he had hoped for in his father's will. But knowing his own body and destiny, he was starting to feel death really approaching. I feel sorry for Rouge. No matter how hard he tried, his face couldn't get his smile back, and 2 tears fell from his eyes as if he was so sad. Is my role in this world really what the author has chosen for me? Is my death in the first chapter necessary to the story? So can the author change my role? Your role is much bigger than you think. Gold, clan child, why do you want to change it? And who is the author you talking about? Do you mean God? Huh? Who are talking? Roger stood in shock at the old voice in his head. There was no one else in his room except him. His wife went back to work in O'Hara, while most of his crew were inside the art store. Only a few were tracing the path of the ship that was approaching their next destination, the mysterious O Island, which is said to be located on the back of a native Narita elephant that roams the New World. It is known as a Phantom Island. Go out of your room, you will see who is talking to you. The voice was old and powerful, but since he was very experienced with his skilled voice of all the things, he wasn't bothered by the loud voice exploding in his head directly. When Roger came out onto the deck, he was stunned to see a huge elephant, incredibly huge, moving slowly into the sea a few kilometers from the ship. I am Zanesha, part of an ancient tale. Gold, clan child, you have to go there, don't lose your enthusiasm. Zanesha. An ancient tale. There. Do you mean the last island in the Grand Line? Yes, you should prepare for the day when the one who will break the chains of freedom returns. Don't forget your clan's mission, don't forget the treasure that the Liberator entrusted to you, even if you are not that person, you yourself, your clan's role is very lofty, the quest for freedom is the symbol of the Gold clan. Roger fell suddenly silent, as Zanesha's words made him remember all he had received from his father, the last streak of the Gold clan before him when he was very young. Flashback start. Cough. Remember, Roger, we are kings of an era in the immemorial past, you must remain a king wherever you go, the best kings we've been, the kings of freedom. Listen, Roger. Hockey is what you believe in so hard. As long as you believe in freedom, your hockey will be unrivaled. Can a weak user hockey who believes in money, power, revenge, evil, or good overcome you? As long as you are free, you can search for money, power, revenge, evil, and good. As long as you are free and unfettered, you can do anything. Be the king of your era, Roger. If the day comes when you give up that hat, give it to the child who desires the most freedom after you, that child will give it to the freest child of all eras. Make sure you enjoy to your heart's content in this world. You have to laugh, cry, dance, sing, fight, win, lose, hate, love, live, and die, but don't forget to make love with a beautiful woman before you die. Wah 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 wah. This is the most important thing. Cough. 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 Why are you crying? I'm not going to die, my son, we'll meet in the freedom paradise someday. Flashback end. Another tear fell from his eyes as he recalled the hazy conversations with his late father, but his face was showing a happy smile. Roger wiped his tears and regained his enthusiasm before turning to his followers. We've come to our destination, you bastards. You go inside the art store and tell them to get out, it's time for a new adventure. Wahahaha. Understood, Captain. Fishman Island. It's that Arlong. He looks really scary. He made Nami suffer so much, look at Hatchin next to him. They are still children. Is One Piece predicting the future? There really is a future Arlong group in the show, but what made them go to East Blue? What happened to make such innocent children become villains in the future? I hope they don't go that way. What do you expect from the kids of the Fishman District? Kids led by Fisher Tiger. I don't want nice people like Belmere, Nojiko, and Nami to suffer like that, they don't deserve it. Conversations like that entered young Arlong's ears from everywhere since the appearance of the damned art store on this island. He has become extremely famous, fame is somewhat negative. He still couldn't believe what had happened. Why him? Why did that man choose him to discredit an entire race? He got his race hated him for no reason, he didn't do anything yet. Even if he hated humans so deeply, he didn't think that he would do something like that to innocents even if they were human. His teacher, Fisher Tiger, wasn't what people thought he was a good man who taught them to be good. Damn it. That doesn't make sense. After shouting that, young Arlong ran away from anywhere there were people. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 157, Episode 55 of Naruto. Ninjas Wano and Fishman Race Reactions. Chapter 158, The World Government's Complete Global System Energy Project. Chapter 159, Hunter x Hunter. Blackstar_BH note. I will be happy if you follow me on my new accounts. I will answer personal messages. If you have any questions regarding this novel or my other novels, don't hesitate to contact me. Love. My Instagram. https://www.instagram.com/blackstar_bh. My Twitter. https://mobile.twitter.com/blackstar_bh. Chapter 159, Episode 55 of Naruto. Ninjas Wano and Fishman Race Reactions. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Patreon link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete eSpace. Paragraph. During all this, Rob had come back to the house he had recently missed due to all that had happened. Oto-san, is your work more important than me? Little Robin was playing with her father's hair while sitting on his shoulders and didn't stop what she was doing when she asked him this sudden question. She looked so cute in a pink skirt and a short hairdo with a small flower on her ear which Rob had put on it earlier. Huh? Is there even a need to ask? Of course, Robin-chan is more important to me than everything else, even myself. Rob closed his eyes and a gentle smile formed on his face, then pulled his little daughter from her favorite place and lifted her with his hands up. She was very light, but her value to him was the heaviest and most expensive. She was that light that nourishes him with the hormone of happiness every time he sees her. What? Is my Robin-chan unhappy that I haven't been around lately? Did you miss me so much even though your mom and your aunts were around? Little Robin couldn't hold her tears anymore as she regained the familiar and warm feeling when he held her in this way. Soon she hugged him tightly with her small hands while crying. Whoa. Bad daddy. You left me away for 2 weeks, whoa. Also, everyone says daddy is in trouble because of his high bounty. Why would you be in trouble, Dad? Does someone want to hurt you? Even Rob felt guilt when seeing his daughter crying. He didn't think the news of his high bounty would frighten his daughter. Yash, don't cry, Dad won't let you alone again. It's not me who's in trouble, it's the others who are in the trouble. Don't believe this nonsense again. This dad is the strongest in the world. Dad has a surprise for you. Do you want to hear it? Hearing this, little Robin stopped crying so quickly as if she had been pretending before. What could she do? She really felt so anticipating. What kind of surprise would her beloved dad give her this time? Really? What the surprise? I want to see it, I want to see it, I want to see it, I want to see it. Okay, well, calm down first. They were currently in Knowledge Hill, where Laboon lives. This was the best place to relax in O'Hara, which has greenery and nature all around. Your dad hasn't only been wasting time for the past 2 weeks but has set up a new art store in a very nice place. You will absolutely love it. Really? Hee hee. Hancock-chan and the others would be happy to visit it with me. Ha 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 ha, my sweet daughter finally regained her special laugh. Wano Country, Kuri Province. We got new news from the outside world. Well guys, let's check them. The Akazaya, except for Aizu, Nekomamushi, and Inuarashi, gathered in the meeting room on the top floor of the Daimyo Palace. They met like this every time they got the latest updates and news about the outside world. Yes, Wano wasn't ignorant of what was happening outside anymore, although they hadn't opened their borders yet, but at least they got a stable source of information. This source is the World Cruise Line. It was not intended for travel but for the transfer of resources and information. Rob and Odin were already preparing to open Wano Country with this measure. A big war happened between the pirates and the outside world. Well, you already knew the reason since you read the last volume of One Piece, to Kizaru. Kinemon paused for a moment before continuing to speak. Yes, it was because Pluton, the weapon which looked for it by Crocodile in the manga. Everyone wanted this weapon so they went to Alabasta, but they didn't find the island, as it disappeared from the map in an unknown way. Odin-sama's letter says that Alabasta may be in safe hands because of Rob-sama. Odin-sama was present in that war and described it as frightening, stressing that the outside world is really dangerous. Odin-sama also said that his journey is still going on. Maybe soon he will return to Wano, but he will continue his journey. Kinemon reviewed a lot of information that came from his master's letter as well as other letters from Rob with other Akazaya and discussed the effects of this news on the world and on Wano, such as the news of Kaido's downfall, who was previously planning to occupy Wano, and his escape from Impel Down as well. Kaido was last year settled in Onigashima as his territory, but when Rob arrived again in Wano he expelled him from there and placed Onigashima under Akazaya's care. Kaido settled on a small island very close to Ring Hell Island, which Kaido also chose as his base after he was expelled from Wano because it was the best strategic location a pirate from his clay could get. It is full of powerful pirates who turned it into a pirate paradise, and it was regulated by unknown laws, but it does exist. Because of the art store, Ring Hell flourished and became one of the most famous safe pirate islands in the New World, but unfortunately for Kaido, he didn't know that Ring Hell was Rob's private island too, so he was cruelly expelled. With anger he could barely control, Kaido searched for the nearest island to Ring Hell and settled there as his new base, and the reason was that he felt interested in the so-called manga and anime, after spending a certain period in Ring Hell. Reizo stood up with an excited expression when he remembered that his favorite anime episode was approaching the show. Yesterday's One Piece episode was shown, and today is the day of the new Naruto episode. That's exactly the fresh air for him. After the end of the meeting, Reizo disappeared from the spot where only smoke remained and appeared in the corridor of the palace as he started moving at high speed like a flash. This big face was truly worthy of being a master ninja of Wano country, only with his speed was he worth it. Master Ninja is an official classification from the Ninja Guild of Wano country, which was officially implemented after the overhaul of the ninja sector which was enlightened by Naruto last year. The official classification of ninjas in Wano is 1. Semi-ninja, Genin level, Marine Lieutenant. 2. Fake ninja, Chunin level, Marine Captain. 3. True ninja, Jounin level, Rear Admiral. 4. Master ninja, Elite Jounin level, Vice Admiral. 5. Grandmaster ninja, Kage, Admiral level. There hasn't been any Grandmaster level in Wano yet, but there was only 2 Master level that was widely recognized after passing their rating tests last year. They were Fukurokujo and Reizo. The lower levels were very common. Wano Ninja was eager to train and learn, although they can't be compared to the ninja of the Naruto world. In the pirate world they had no competitors. In no time, Reizo arrived at the art store and bought all the food he needed to watch his favorite show before sitting in his well-hidden seat atop a tree on the outskirts of Kuri and patiently waiting for the beginning of a new episode of Naruto. Ah, what was it? Yes, episode number 55. I'm so excited to see how Naruto and his partners perform in their new mission, what kind of clever tactics Shikamaru will use this time, and how Naruto will get back Sasuke who cut his ties to the village wanting to get revenge on his brother Itachi and follow the path of evil. Under the tree, Kinemon, Kikunojo, and Denjiro helplessly shook their heads, their friend transforming into a fully fledged otaku when Naruto approaches the show. Well, they also like their favorite shows so they can sort of understand that. The screen that many people who had returned home after a long time of work all over the world were eagerly waiting for it lit up. And the countdown began, then it ended, and the Blood Boil opening song as a rock song began. The episode started with Shikamaru's battle against Tayuya, the female ninja, Kunoichi, under Orochimaru, just as the previous episode ended. Reizo and the other ninjas who were watching the episode all over Wano turned excited. Yes, that was exactly what they liked to see. Ninja battles. Even if it was just a Chunin group fighting against each other, it would be very good, because simply every fight in Naruto is a lesson for them, uplifting their skill and stimulating their senses. They wanted to see more of Shikamaru's intelligence and how they would survive this battle, as he was surrounded by 3 human monsters controlled by Tayuya with her strange sound skills. Tayuya is one of the Sound Village Ninjas squad who Orochimaru turned them into powerful ninjas that even Sasuke couldn't beat them at the beginning of the arc. The enemies used the sound as a means of attack was very impressive for the Wano ninja. Yes. This Gungetsu is weird to me too. Reizo was brutally eating popcorn and drinking cola while watching the episode, but that didn't stop him from commenting on Shikamaru's frustrating mood. Shikamaru didn't really understand anything about the musical notes to be able to analyze. In the capital of Flower. Using a flute to control the movements of 3 human puppets, this Gungetsu is so magical and useful. This Kunoichi Tayuya is really scary. You record everything useful and understandable about this Gungetsu. Understood, Fukuro Kuju-sama. Finally, the scene is back to the Bones boy fighting against Naruto. His name is Kimimaro, Fukuro Kuju-sama. Ah. Do you think I forgot his name? Fishman Island. Not only Wano country was the only Naruto fans in the pirate world, but at a depth of 10,000 kilometers under the sea, there was a race completely different from humans, most of whose members fell in love with this wonderful anime. After information spread that the Fishman race exists in another world, a world unlike their own, thousands of fishmen, merfolk, and mermaids rushed to watch past episodes of Naruto in the showroom, losing a lot of money in it, although Rob gave them 1 month of a massive 90% discount in the showroom and manga section to keep up with the new offers. Well, they weren't special to Rob or something, he was cutting his profits in the first month of every new art store he set up so his new customers could keep up with his shows. Only because of Kisame did the Naruto anime gain a huge fan base on Fishman Island, but after they gave it a chance and watched it because of Kisame they found themselves loving it even without the feelings of affinity that Kisame gave them who really looked like a shark fishman. Naruto was truly a breath of fresh air to everyone who watched him, especially the wonderful and sad drama in it. Back to the present, hundreds of Naruto shadow clones filled the display that everyone in the Ryujo kingdom could see. Naruto was in an amazing fight against Kimimaro. Are his bones really harder than steel? That's obvious, did you not see that he cut a lot of hard shuriken with his bone sword? Yes, you're right. Really amazing. In an alley hidden from other viewers, Arlong, Hatchin, and some of the Fishman kids were watching the new episode with wide-eyed eyes showing great excitement. Since the advent of the art store, these miserable kids have discovered a whole new world. Young Arlong, wow, I really want to have Naruto or Kimimara's skill in the future. In a forest of algae and seaweed, Fisher Tiger, Jinbe, Aladdin, and their group were silently watching a Naruto episode. They weren't dismissive of the art store, it was a new and fun addition to this closed world of theirs. Even if they were outcasts in this kingdom, they really did care about their race a lot. When they saw the big smiles on the faces of people of their race of different ages and social classes since the art store appeared, they felt great satisfaction from Rob. Although they have a lot of negative opinions about the One Piece manga that has caused a lot of damage to their race in Arlong Park. Since that day, Fisher Tiger has been looking for Rob to talk to him about this to fix. But he hasn't found him yet. He didn't want to see another manga like Heir of the World insult their race and cause them severe damage. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 158, The World Governance Complete Global System Energy Project. Chapter 159, Hunter x Hunter. Chapter 160, Sengoku. Is that you? Blackstar_BH note. I will be happy if you follow me on my new accounts. I will answer personal messages. If you have any questions regarding this novel or my other novels, don't hesitate to contact me. Love. My Instagram. https://www.instagram.com/blackstar_bh. My Twitter. https://mobile.twitter.com/blackstar_bh. Chapter 160, The World Governance Complete Global System Energy Project. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Patreon link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete eSpace. Paragraph. Mary Geos, Pangea Castle. These wormy ghosts are really dangerous. How can this intelligent boy survive them? I wonder. His name is Shikamaru. I think he can beat this. This boy looks very talented. His intelligence is very high, even Vegapunk admitted it. He liked the game he plays with his father. Vegapunk said it's a practical way to display the person's intelligence. The game is called Shogi. Don't forget that he is from a clan that can use shadows to constrain their enemies. Yes, his clan's ability characteristics are somewhat similar to those of the Shadow Fruit's ability. Gorosei, who had just spoken, looked at the Devil Fruit encyclopedia that was open on the Kage no Mi Devil Fruit introduction page, before he asked a question that make everyone confused. Do you guys think that Vegapunk's study on chakra and nen can work? Who knows? I'm also wondering, he said he just discovered the hidden potential in devil fruits that can change the world, due to chakra and nen. Gorosei with a big mustache looked at the rest and said. I didn't understand what Vegapunk meant before when he said that our global energy system is imperfect despite its diversity. But now, I'm starting to understand a little bit. I see what you're trying to say. The bald Gorosei, who holds a katana at all times, pulled his katana out of its sheath at this moment. The sword he pulled flashed with a strange milky white light. It looked like a mirrored version of the pitch-black Shusui, like the white sword that a swordsman baboon fought by it against Zoro on Mihawk Island, but looked much smaller and more dangerous. This sword could be one of the 12 supreme swords. Suddenly, the sword in his hand started to turn dark black as he enveloped him with his haki. Although its white blade turned black, the white glow surrounding it in the form of the Ryu looked even more dazzling. This. How long has it been since the last time you pulled the reverse sword from the sheath? It really remains the same. I also understood a little. Is the defect in our incomplete development? Or in our global energy system? What is the possible flaw in our development? Do you think we can use haki to generate elements and make it a superpower like the chakra? You should know that haki also has its advantages. The armament haki, for example, can strengthen the body and weapons as well as destroy the internal organs of the enemy in its advanced levels. Also, the observation haki can raise the mind and help stimulate the zone, or as Vegapunk calls it, the spiritual mind, which helps us see what cannot be seen by sight, anything in a very wide area that we can sense thanks to observation haki, and the future can be seen by it in advanced levels, reading other people's thoughts in its mutated forms, and even the ability to speak to animals and inanimate objects with that legendary ability, voice of all the things. Is this still an imperfect system? Let's not forget the Conqueror haki, which we always thought was the haki of the kings and the chosen persons. Thanks to the Nen system, has Vegapunk discovered that we were wrong all along about this power that we can stimulate just like observation haki, as it depends on the level of the soul of the individual. Most people in the world, their soul level is low and doesn't rise in their entire lives and is the first level, but people who are naturally born with a soul at the second level can easily use Conqueror haki. The method that Vegapunk found can raise the level of anyone's soul to level 2. Although it is a bit bloody method. But the possibility of raising the level of something we didn't know before is the most important. The rest of the Gorosei fell into deep thought because of what the blonde Gorosei had said. Look at this, Shikamaru said these ghosts are made of chakra with the help of mental energy. but their lack of physical energy made them look for it insanely, and he called them hungry ghosts. Do you guys understand that? Yes, in the energy system of our world, we have physical strength enhancement thanks to armament hockey, mental strength enhancement thanks to observation hockey, and finally, spiritual strength enhancement thanks to conqueror hockey. This system is very balanced, but it is imperfect. Nothing is perfect in this universe. That's why we need smart people like Vegapunk and Rob to help complete it every generation. Everything you guys said is very logical and thoughtful, but you forgot something important. We have devil fruits. The rest of the Gorosei looked at Gorosei with a hat over the braids. He was the one who said that. Devil fruits don't deserve to be a world energy system, they're just curses. Are you starting to lose your common sense? Why the curses can't be considered an energy system? Don't forget that, the complete world system energy project is based on devil fruits mainly. Well, I guess you're kind of right. Naruto's episode from scene to scene lasted for 45 minutes, much to the delight of the inhabitants of the pirate world. Everyone saw Shikamaru's sharp intelligence, who was able to subdue Tayuya in such a dangerous situation. His calmness and intelligence were points to his credit. His success in knocking down his enemy in shadow possession technique using the 3 human puppets as a distraction made all the viewers applaud him, but his next move after that was even cooler, as everyone thought he lost when Tayuya cast him into the illusion, but he still managed to reverse a dangerous situation just by throwing a kunai to his enemy to use as a weapon. But what really stunned viewers was the end of Sasuke's transformation into a complete villain and the intervention of the handsome Konoha demon. As he introduced himself, Rock Lee, who had been healed against Kimimaro, this Kekkei Genkai user was very strong, but Rock Lee wasn't weak either. His great entrance scene got the viewers very excited. But some people didn't really care about all this, caring for one person, no, one woman, who was loved by millions in the pirate world. Once she appeared again, the men's eyes turned into hearts, and the weak women felt embarrassed. Her huge breast made the most revered men prostrate. Her wisdom and strength of the Kage level were even more remarkable, but her exquisite beauty was the captivating point of her. The appearance of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, made viewers cheer. After all, she was one of the legendary Sannin, like Toad Sage Jiraiya and Snake Sage Orochimaru. She was the Slug Sage Tsunade. Ha 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 ha. This Rock Lee is a complete idiot. How can he take Tsunade-sama's sake bottle instead of his medicine bottle? Wait. If he drinks from it, doesn't that mean it's an indirect kiss with my love Tsunade? Damn you, Rock Lee. Enough stupid. Most importantly, did you hear what Mike Guy said? He said things get really messy when Lee drinks. I'm kinda excited to see how messy things are. Is he really going to drink it? Isn't that harmful to him? How will he beat Kimimaro? Look, the scene is back in the fight between them. Let's see what happens. The inhabitants of the pirate world focus their attention on the fight again. They can later think of their beloved Tsunade, but the most important thing now is to figure out how this Ninja Kids team will recover the last heir of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke, from the evil grip of Orochimaru. In Ohara, Rob was enjoying watching Rock Lee and Kimimaro fight as well. Ha 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 ha. Rob, Little Robin, Alvia, Toki, Sora, and the rest of the waitresses laughed so hard when the big store screen showed Rock Lee's funny face, who politely stopped Kimimaro, asking him to wait a bit for him to drink his medicine. Isn't this a life or death fight? What a funny sense of humor, ha ha ha. Little Robin, look how the sake affects the person when they drink it. This will be a useful experience for you so that you will not drink sake in the future. Okay, Oto-san. Ha 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 ha. He had a terrible drunken fit when he drank. Ha ha. It's fun to watch. A natural user of drunken fist. What is that? I think it is a fighting style that needs its owner to be very drunk. It looks like we won't see this fight in full until next week, sigh. Look, Shikamaru is still struggling against Tayuya. I don't know why, but I hate Naruto when he cries, Sasuke. Like now, doesn't he have a better work to do? Why doesn't he go train himself to get stronger? Yes, I also feel infuriating. He has a Nine-Tails Bijou within him. Why doesn't he use this strength to become great in this world? Well, he's the protagonist, so maybe he'll be in the future. The episode is over, guys, sigh. Dad, will Naruto be able to get Sasuke back? Sora and the rest focused on hearing Rob's answer. They wanted to know that too. Robin, are you sure you want to know? Yes, Dad told me, and don't say I'll find out soon. Well, you'll find out soon. It won't be any fun if I tell you now. We'll watch future episodes together. The time when you find out will be more interesting. What? Why are you looking at me with that dead look? Humph. You told me this excuse a lot to the point that I memorized it. But isn't it fun watching anime with your dad? Alvia, Sora, Toki, Belmir, Rouge, and the others shook their heads in a defeated manner. They were deceived once again. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 159, Hunter x Hunter. Chapter 160, Sengoku. Is that you? Chapter 161, Nuclear Bomb Horror. Sky Island Saga. A new saga is coming. Blackstar_BH note. I will be happy if you follow me on my new accounts. I will answer personal messages. If you have any questions regarding this novel or my other novels, don't hesitate to contact me. Love. My Instagram. https://www.instagram.com/blackstar_bh. My Twitter. https://mobile.twitter.com/blackstar_bh. Chapter 161, Hunter x Hunter. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Patreon link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete eSpace. Paragraph. The next day, life sped up abnormally in the morning, as everyone on many islands was on purpose hurrying to finish their work or shopping earlier than usual to get home and quickly gather with their families. Everyone was ready to watch their favorite anime together as they used to. This was one of the best anime they've ever seen. Hunter x Hunter. They lived with this great anime no less wonderful moments than they did with One Piece, Naruto, and Attack on Titan. From the Hunter's exam to getting to know the most dangerous killer's family in HXH, the Zoldyck family, then Heaven's Arena, York City, and Raiden Gang, Greed Island, and finally the Chimera Ants, they all recognized this anime well as one of the greatest they have seen. What is currently available or what will be available in the future? The great battle between Netero and the Ant King was about to start, so most fans of this anime were trembling with excitement even before the start of today's episode. The events of the past episodes left them in an absolute stupor. The amount of adrenaline that has accompanied each episode since the beginning of the Chimera Ants arc was just too great. O'Hara. Didn't you say you'd take me to a very interesting place, so why don't we go now? Rob, who was focused on his work, was once again distracted when a little rabbit appeared right in his cuddle as if she had appeared out of nowhere. But Rob knows that this little feisty she was more adept at crawling and quick to climb than anything else. Rob left his work folders on the side and grabbed little Robin instead. Wasn't it you who told me to postpone the trip after showing your favorite animes? Rob's eyes narrowed as if he was trying to tease this feisty child of his as he always does. Since that interesting place has an art store, it would be easy to get there and come back, so I thought it wouldn't be a problem if I took a look. Robin coughed awkwardly when her father mentioned what she was said, but she had already forgotten it. Oh. So then, you just wanted to take a look. And I was the one who was going to organize a fun trip with the whole family. Rob's expression turned to superficial disappointment. One of his most entertaining times is like this when his little daughter falls into his small trick. Little Robin panicked when she heard this, and her attitude changed very quickly. Well, I don't want to take a look now. We can do it your way. Just as she appeared, she disappeared as if she had never appeared in the first place. This little girl. Rob shook his head in a defeated manner. He really wanted to play with her more, but what was in his hand prevented him from doing so. Regarding his daughter Robin, she was going down a completely different path from what it should have been. Everything about her differed from the original story, which led to huge changes in her character, destiny, and everything related to her. In her early years in this world, she gained a wonderful life that her parents provided for her, and she made many friends. Only by her identity as Rob and Alvia's daughter, there wasn't anything she couldn't have if she wanted to. Unfortunately, she still has to live much longer to mature and gain a mind that she can think like an adult by it. Rob dived back into his work, which was a pile of charts and maps, showing 3 islands floating in the sky and above the clouds. There were plans for bridges linking the islands, as well as plans for factories and paved roads in the manner of modern cities on 3 islands. Skypiea. Shandora. Alabasta. Good. After a while, a smile appeared on his face, as he had finished what he was doing. All these charts were already preserved in his head because of his photographic memory, but not everyone was like him, so he drew all the charts and maps by hand as he planned to display them on the 3 sides of the Sky Islands, Skypian, Shandian, and Alabastus. At this moment, his wife Alvia entered, carrying a tray with a cup of coffee and water glass in her hand, which she placed on his table before going behind the sofa and beginning to gently and lovingly massage his shoulders. Rob felt her gentle hands touch the best points of relaxation by massaging them. You've become a professional massage therapist, Alvia. How about massaging a specific part of my body tonight? Hee, all the credit to you, dear. When she understood what he meant, her face turned red and embarrassed, but she still replied, sure, I'll massage any part of the husband's body anytime you want. Then what does my sweet wife want? You can order and I'll do it. Rob knew she had something to tell him at a glance, and although she was obedient to him most of the time, he could tell when she wanted something from him. I can't hide anything from you. Of course, I'm your husband. If I don't know you want to talk to me, how can I call myself your husband? Before she could react, she felt 2 strong hands grab her by the waist and lift her easily off the ground, then she settled into a warm cuddle. When their eyes met, her cheeks flushed like a virgin in love, yet she didn't understand why she would blush every time he treated her so intimately. So what do you have to tell me? This is about Sora, Toki, Glora, and Bella. A/N, Glora and Bella equals Gloriosa and Belmere. Rob raised his eyebrows in confusion when he heard the names of his cute waitresses. What about them? Rob hoped it wouldn't be a bad thing for his harem plans. Well, that's how it is. The more Rob heard, the wider his smile. He didn't expect things to turn out so much faster than he had expected. The New World. The Oro Jackson was heading towards Wano country after completing their journey in Zou, and on board some people were particularly excited today. But suddenly they were bothered by the ship shaking as if it was going to capsize and sink at any time. An extremely huge sea king appeared from under the ship, but even if it was bigger than that, the pirates on this ship didn't lift our eyelid because of its arrival. On the contrary, they were glad it had arrived at the best time. They needed a new source of meat. This sea king looked like a huge ant, staring intensely at the small dot that passed above him without regard for his prestige as a sea king. The young Buggy screamed when he saw the huge sea king in Oro Jackson's ship. His role was to act like Usopp and Chopper. Roger's crew is already used to his actions. Stop yelling, kid. Didn't you start training with Shanks to get stronger? To really get stronger you have to act like one. Before Rayleigh could finish his words, the huge ant's head fell into the sea and its huge body started to sink as well. Buggy looked at Rayleigh, who was already sheathing his sword, in astonishment. He didn't even see when he pulled out his sword and cut the Sea King. It wasn't like he didn't know Rayleigh's strength, but the Sea King was 5 kilometers in size. Thanks, Rayleigh. Today we will eat ant-flavored Sea King meat. Ha 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 ha. On Oro Jackson, the crew's laughter echoed over the captain's joke. But we will watch the Ant King crush the strongest human fighter in the hunter's world. Roger's cheerful expression turned into a sad one. He was a big fan of Netero, but he didn't think Netero could beat Maroom. That Ant King, who do you think is stronger among you and him, Captain? Suddenly Shanks asked excitedly. He has seen how his captain is fighting, but he hasn't seen an Ant King battle, but just looking at him you will know that he is very powerful. Ouch. Why did you hit me? Shanks felt a burning pain in his head. Boy, your captain is much stronger than you think, just an Ant King wouldn't do anything in front of him. The person who spoke was Gabon. Roger just smiled when he heard that. Look at the stern of the store screen lit up again. Naya. Nico Momochi was excited to watch the show. He and Inuarashi were especially excited to see the Chimera ants and their king because they looked like their mink race. Watching HXH taught them a lot of new things. They were sad for Komugi when she was hit by a fatal blow, and the reaction of the king, whom they had previously thought he was cold feelings, was very surprising. All the Roger pirates focused on the screen. They couldn't talk anymore. They didn't want to disturb their wonderful gathering by disturbing their anime time. This was an unspoken rule, but everyone knows about it. They enjoyed the opening song. As usual, this song was so fun to hear. After that, a golden dragon composed of pure Nen appeared in the sky carrying the Ant King and Netero. Netero, this is an area designated for testing weapons of war. So we won't have to hold back. Netero's words resounded all over the world as a strange silence fell on every island and ship containing an art store, as if all the viewers agreed to keep silent and watch simultaneously. When Gon appeared again, the viewers shivered at how dark his eyes were. Is this the same innocent and gentle Gon they know? Just sitting there made Pitou shiver. This was Pitou. The same person who killed Kaito and the same person who terrified even viewers with her frightening power. Is this what plot armor means? How could Gon gain the power to frighten even Pitou in such a short amount of time? Viewers were confused. They really wanted to see Komugi survive, but they also wanted Pitou to die because of what she did to Kaito. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 160, Sengoku. Is that you? Chapter 161, Nuclear Bomb Horror. Sky Island Saga. A new saga is coming. Chapter 162, The Treasure Room in the Art Store. Getting the Love Fruit. Blackstar_BH note. I will be happy if you follow me on my new accounts. I will answer personal messages. If you have any questions regarding this novel or my other novels, don't hesitate to contact me. Love. My Instagram. https://www.instagram.com/blackstar_bh. My Twitter. https://mobile.twitter.com/blackstar_bh. Chapter 162, Sengoku. Is that you? This is an early chapter for you, so leave me some more of your Power Stone fire, okay? Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Patreon link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete eSpace. Paragraph. Pitu complied with Poof's request and told him what happened after the attack, that is, she alerted him of everything that had happened since they had divided. Pitu deliberately pointed out details that Gon did not know to make sure that Gon's focus was on the explanation. Pitu deliberately omitted the fact that the king carried Komugi because she didn't learn how to accurately describe this chain of events. Gon undergoes a drastic change, though. Pitu knew that her plan works when Gon's eyes widened slightly. The narrator's ethereal voice echoed on every island that had an art store on its territory. All credit goes to the owner of this voice that made viewers focus 100% on the show. Pitu's expressions while she's speaking. Gon's cold expression while listening. And Poof's malice behind them. All of this was so accurately expressed in the show that it was as if they were in that room with them and not just spectators behind the screens. This is how powerful the video projection feature is. Grand line, Drum Kingdom. What a divine skill. Can he separate himself into 7 parts like that little butterfly? Is Poof planning to support the king on the battlefield against Netero? Hirulik poured a cup of sake in his mouth while commenting on the current scene, the same scene in which Poof separates a miniature version of himself from his body and sends it south. It's kind of obvious, this person is crazy about protecting his king. Even if he was 100% sure that his king would win, he wouldn't just stand still and watch. The person she spoke with this time, she's the most famous doctor on Drum Island and also on some other islands with art stores like O'Hara Island, Torino Island which is known for its medical knowledge, and Skypea Island, Dr. Kureha. Come on, let's watch the king and Netero battle quickly. Yeah, I'm so excited to see that fight. Dr. Hirulik and Dr. Kureha both shook their heads after hearing the excited audience. Were they not excited about it? Of course, they were excited, but they were clearly on the human side for the victory, but most of the audience seemed to want the king to beat Netero just because the king seemed to be kinder and fair. They were deeply influenced by the attitude of the Ant King, just because he showed some love for the human girl Komugi. The eyes of all the viewers flashed as the scene returned to the confrontation between Netero and the Ant King. I wonder why in and around Old Man Netero is so invasive, it radiates a kind of powerful prestige. Can you shut up? Let's watch quietly. Hirulik got scolded by the old woman Kureha as he couldn't make any comment anymore. Isn't the best thing about watching anime together commenting on it? Dr. Hirulik helplessly shook his head while thinking inwardly, but his focus returned to obediently watching the rest of the episode. The episode was just at its beginning. Will the expected fight be as fun as the viewers expect? He'd previously heard a passing comment from the show's creator himself, Rob, who said in an exclusive statement to Drum residents that the powerful fight in HXH is the Ant King against Netero, so they were excited. After remembering that, his enthusiasm also increased. He could feel the adrenaline starting to flow through his body little by little. Was he excited? Probably. If this is not your intention, then know that my actions benefit them. Maruam's majestic voice was ringing in the audience's ears. For a moment they felt as if he was addressing them and not Netero. For example, in human society, territories are divided according to international borders, which is like defining spheres of influence. If there is anything to envy both the inhabitants and rulers of the pirate world, the rest of the worlds they have seen are in what they believe to be fiction. That would definitely be the size of the lands. Yes, all the anime they've seen so far have a very huge common land that they divide among themselves in the form of countries. Even the world of HXH is made up of huge continents with millions of kilometers. In the pirate world, islands are considered large if they are more than 50 kilometers in size. It was a difference so great that it was a pity. On the right side of the border, the children might starve to death. And on its left side, scum who make no effort and get all their wants. When this scene arrived, the viewers in the pirate world shuddered as the message of this scene reached the depths of their subconscious minds. They all remembered the existence of such scum in their world as well. There were kings and ministers like these in the pirate world, but the biggest tumor that ate all green and dry and made their lives bleak, they were most definitely celestial dragons. Red line, Mary Geos. The face of one of the guards accompanying Saint Mostard turned green after hearing what Maroom had to say. He thought Saint Mostard would go into a fit of anger after hearing this, but to his surprise. Huh. Does such scum really exist? I hate the face of this scum that the king spoke of. From now on, I will kill everyone with the same face if I see it. The bodyguard froze in shock. He wanted to tell his master to look at his face in the mirror and try to kill himself, but he swallowed his words at the last moment. Don't you agree with me, Carlid? Suddenly Saint Mostard turned around to ask his bodyguard. His bloated face was uglier than the scum that the Ant King was talking about it, but the bodyguard could see a large amount of similarity between the details of their faces. Yes, yes, Mostard-sama. Your merciful step will rid the world of many evils. Yes, I don't want to see poor children die of starvation in my world. Since I eat until I am satisfied, I will make sure that all the children in the world eat until they are satisfied also. Carlid, I want you to make sure all the slave children are well fed from now on. Understood, Mostard-sama. In Moby Dick. It's the madness itself. I will wipe out this madness and create a just world in which inequality will be forgotten. A world where we forget inequality in it. What a noble target you have, Ant King, Gururara. Oh Yaji. Do you think he's telling the truth? Listen, Marco, the equality of which he speaks is only in his imagination. A being just born cannot understand the true meaning of equality. He is like a baby who hasn't yet learned to crawl. Marco, Vista, Jozu, Aizu, and new division Captain Thatch were dumbfounded when they heard this. They all pointed at the screen at once, as the scene lingered at the Ant King pointing majestically toward Netero, every part of him screaming with prestige and grandeur. Oh Yaji, do you mean the Ant King when you say he hasn't learned to crawl yet? It seems that you didn't understand what I mean. I don't underestimate the power or prestige of the Ant King. This person is really so strong that I don't really know whether I will win or lose against him, but I am referring to his knowledge. Although he directly gained his knowledge from the Ant Queen's genes, it is still incomplete knowledge in my opinion. In Oro Jackson. It's the madness itself. I will wipe out this madness and create a just world in which inequality will be forgotten. A world where everyone can be free, right? I wish to live in a world like this. We can create it together, my dear, you just have to have the will to live. Roger felt sorry when he heard his wife's words. Rouge was currently accompanying him on Oro Jackson while the crew gave them their personal space to enjoy their own time. Do I seem to you that I am without of will to live, Rouge? I can see that. Tato Land. Ha ha ha, mama. I'm the only one who can make such a world. It won't be you, Ant King, nor the world government, nor Sky Sword, nor Roger, nor Whitebeard, nor anyone else. In the future I will be the Equality Empress. Mama. Have you given up on the Pirate Queen's dream? No, definitely not. After Roger I'll be next. On a small island near Ring Hell Island. Wurororo. This Ant King really has a nice sense of humor, equality world. What a joke, does the strong need to put the weak in the same place with him? O'Hara. King, we are all in a difficult situation. It has started. Rob was so excited to see this iconic fight again in such superb quality. Is it good for little Robin to watch this, dear? But Alvia was worried about what Robin would receive at such a young age, as the battle between Netero and the Ant King was clearly going to be bloody. Robin clutched her father's neck tight as if she was afraid her parents would send her to sleep. Next to them were Sora, Toki, Belmir, Gloriosa, and Odoheim with sweet expressions on their faces, as if they had been living in bliss lately, and then Rosinante in his mother's cuddle, Matriarch, and Doflamingo looking at Rosinante with a poisonous look from time to time, who seemed to be jealous of his little brother who is receiving all the affection of his mother at this moment. But almost all of his focus was on the fight between Netero and the Ant King. Marine Ford. In a large square, hundreds of Marines gathered, whether in ordinary civilian uniforms accompanied by their families or in their service uniforms. This place is called the Entertainment Square and was established by the Naval Command specifically to watch the anime every week and allow their men to entertain themselves. The Den Mushi of the video was placed in the foreground as the huge snail's eyes reflected a large picture of the art store screen from Mary Geos. Like how the future Marine Ford War was broadcast live, this way they could watch the anime at the moment it was broadcast. The square was near the Fleet Admiral's office, so Sengoku didn't have to personally go to the square to watch. In his office, Garp and Tsuru joined. They were now in the prime of their youth, but they still enjoyed spending time together, after all, since they started their journey here together. Finally, this fight will start. I want to see how this old man fights, wahahaha. Garp was stuffing his mouth with the latest cupcakes from the art store while enjoying watching. What a frightening aura, look at the face of the Ant King, it looks like he is shocked. These hands movements. Why does it look so familiar? Garp looked with shock at his friend Sengoku and then Netero at the screen but swallowed his shock and continued watching. He didn't know that Sengoku was more shocked than him right now because he knew these hands movements. After all, it was his movements that he had practiced thousands of times. The golden radiance reflected in the eyes of Sengoku, Tsuru, and Garp, who were currently in great shock. 100-handed Junin Bodhisattva. That was the name of the skill. Sengoku, is that you? Garp couldn't help but ask in astonishment. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 161, The Nuclear Bomb Horror. Sky Island Saga. A new saga is coming. Chapter 162, The Treasure Room in the Art Store. Getting the Love Fruit. Chapter 163, Sky Island Saga, Jaya Island Arc, Part 1. Blackstar_BH note. I will be happy if you follow me on my new accounts. I will answer personal messages. If you have any questions regarding this novel or my other novels, don't hesitate to contact me. Love. My Instagram. https://www.instagram.com/blackstar_bh. My Twitter. https://mobile.twitter.com/blackstar_bh. Chapter 163, The Nuclear Bomb Horror. Sky Island Saga. A new saga is coming. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Patreon link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete e-space. Paragraph. The 3 days of anime shows ended with a sign of satisfaction again, especially the HXH episode on the last day. It ended with Netero blowing himself up after a frightening battle he didn't succeed in winning, as he was eventually forced to use a terrifying weapon in the possession of humans, after declaring to the Ant King not to underestimate humans in a scene that embodies the horror of the human race, the real fear represented by human intelligence. That scene caused creeping goosebumps for the different races that watched the episode and even the humans themselves. The scenery of Netero dying made the fishmen fear humans much more than they otherwise would. After he blew his heart out, it was clarified what Netero meant not to underestimate humans, as humans really showed the most powerful attack means by the human mind had ever reached, which is the nuclear bomb. Once they saw its immense power and how deep fear Maruam felt for the first time in his life, the 5 elders felt greedy to possess something for the first time in a long time. Sengoku and Garp also felt a deep fear of facing such a weapon, and as the most elite scientist in history, Vegapunk felt goosebumps from something for the first time in his life. Even he started chanting like crazy, "This is the horror of the potential of the human mind. And, this is what a scientist at a different level can produce." The power of the nuclear bomb made the world government press the red and green buttons instantly. This weapon, which is probably more destructive than an ancient weapon, must be studied as soon as possible. How could the technology of ordinary humans produce such destructive power? This really puzzled the 5 elders. Even the ruler of the world, Imu, who was bored all the time without the One Piece manga, found watching the anime especially enjoyable. She found out a lot of things about humans through it. Perhaps those humans are a little different from the humans she is used to in this world. But despite all the devastation caused by the nuclear explosion, this could not kill the Ant King or Maruam as his name was announced. Maruam's fearsome strength made the powers of the world feel truly humbled. After all, it is not easy to survive a bomb believed to be more powerful than an ancient weapon level. But later it became clear that the real horror of the nuclear bomb was not at the moment of the explosion, but what happens after that. Nuclear radiation. Yes, the radiation caused fatal damage to Maruam, irreversible damage. But the episode ended after Poof saved his king from instant death, and it is not yet clear how the nuclear radiation will affect Maruam until the next episode. The amazing power of Netero while using his bodhisattva made Sengoku feel his heart pounding for the first time in his life, as he went to marry Geos over and over in the following days to visit the art store there. He was re-watching the HXH episode over and over because he felt that he would make a huge breakthrough in his devil fruit ability if he could master Netero's skills. Even the 5 elders encouraged and praised him. They felt Sengoku was much closer to surpassing Netero's strength level and worthy of his position as Fleet Admiral. After all, Netero was rated as a true Fleet Admiral level, but Maruam was strong as 2 Fleet Admirals. The Fleet Admiral is a level higher than the Admiral. Author's note, the red and green buttons pressed by the 5 elders are real buttons and not just a figurative interpretation. Since getting to know the art store, the world government has classified its risks and benefits into 4 buttons, which are red, orange, yellow, and green. Red and green have the same level of value. When one of them is pressed, it means the highest level of seriousness and caution in dealing with what the art store has shown, whether it is negative, red, or positive, green, while orange and yellow mean a lower level than before. But when both of them are pressed, this is an unprecedented event because it gives the green light for scientific research and also the red light to stop any attempt to develop outside the world government. When information about Pluton appeared in the manga, the 5 elders used only the red button. O'Hara Coast. Buo. The whale's excited voice was echoing in this place as if it was welcoming someone. Laboon. I came to play with you. A little girl with a short hairstyle and a cute blue skirt ran to a black mountain in the sea. When she reached the black mountain-like shape next to the hill, she began to climb very quickly and was able to sit at the top. Suddenly, a huge eye near her opened and squinted into a crescent moon, the huge mountain looking like a smiling mountain. Buo. A plume of water shot out from its top and formed in a quick, gentle rain. Wonderful. Ha ha ha, are you happy to see me, Laboon? Boo. Laboon is much bigger than last time a year ago. Since it was moved here, it is much happier than it was in the past. It got new friends, new family, and everything it needed here. Robin always came to play with it. They became close friends. Suddenly, a group of people came near the huge whale and little Robin. Most of them were very beautiful women, but a handsome man could be seen in the foreground. Robin-chan seems to be enjoying her time with Laboon, my dear. Alvia was hugging Rob's arm while placing her head on his chest. The two of them were the ideal husband and wife. This scene looked so natural in the eyes of Toki, Sora, and the others. After all, the couple were husband and wife, but they didn't get that honor yet. But perhaps their lives will turn rosy soon, after seeing Alvia's changed attitude in the past days. Fishman Island. Aunt Otoheim, can I become a mermaid too? PFT, haha, Robin-chan, why do you want to be a mermaid? Otoheim, who had access to the human world she had hoped for, was brighter than ever. Thanks to the men she likes, he made almost all of her dreams come true. Ever since she first met him, everything she thought was impossible in the past has now become a reality. Because I like your fishtail, your swimming speed is amazing. I want to swim like you. The stars were shining in Robin's eyes as she talked about her momentary dream of becoming a mermaid. Otoheim didn't know whether to cry or laugh when she was in a difficult situation. What would she answer her? Is she going to break the little girl's hopes and tell her it's impossible for her? Does my daughter want to be a mermaid? When Rob walked in, Otoheim sighed. Oto-san. This place is really great, so beautiful. Can you transform me, Hancock, Mary, and Sonia into mermaids? Rob laughed softly before tapping her forehead lightly. It's not possible. The only way is to find a mythical devil fruit, but it has been hidden for over 200 years. Well, your father will look for it for you. When he saw his daughter's eyes become watery as if she would cry at any moment, Rob gave up and decided to search for that devil fruit. His daughter just wanted to become a mermaid. What's so hard about that? He will turn her into the goddess of all mermaids. Yay. I knew Papa not stingy. Ha 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 ha. Otoheim laughed at Rob's scowling reaction. In her eyes, he was so cute. They had left O'Hara and had arrived at Fishman Island for a family vacation in this place. Otoheim from O'Hara accompanied them because Rob had called her days before to serve as a guide and also to integrate with human society and his family in particular. Rob decided Otoheim to be one of his wives. The only obstacle to his dream has finally been weakened, as Alvia previously told him she's ready to share him with Sora, Toki, and the others. When Rob asked her the reason for this, she told him that she wanted to consolidate the family relationship together and the only way to do that was the common husband of them who could bring them together into one family. Because their current situation was so superficial and unstable, and that's what Rob strongly agreed. If he's too late for an extra year, their love for him may die and they're looking for a chance with other men. After all, even if they were his store goddesses, they had their own lives to live. Rob wouldn't be thick-skinned to keep them from that. But the most important reason is that Alvia made sure that they all love her husband, and she didn't want to be an enemy in their hearts even if it was just an assumption on her part. The truth of their love for Rob can even be seen by a child like Robin, not to mention Alvia. After all, Sora didn't try to hide it, and Toki didn't try to hide it also. Even the more embarrassed Otoheim and a new member of their staff didn't try to hide it, and Belmir, who was 18 years old now, became more attached to Rob than she was. That shows her love for him. And also Gloriosa, who received Rob's blessing, as everyone in the staff work noticed that she had become a pretty young woman rather than a woman at the end of her youth. It was this point that made Alvia totally convinced that Rob reciprocates the same feelings for them too. After all, if he wasn't, he wouldn't apply his precious ability to Glora as he did to her, his wife. All of the above made Alvia, who loved her husband, even higher than she loves herself, to take a step back. After all, a whole year had been enough to think about everything. Yes, she spent an entire year thinking about the pros and cons of giving her husband a harem. Her inability to keep up with her husband in bed was also a determining factor in her decision also. She told him everything. She told him that she was sad to share him with others, but if her sadness will compensate for his happiness and the happiness of the girls, she can bear it happily. When Rob heard that she was sad, he decided to end the dream of the harem without a second thought and tell Alvia not to think anymore and that he will only be satisfied with her in this life. Alvia can see the pure honesty in his eyes. Then she laughed happily and told him that he passed her little test successfully. Rob made sure she was trying to test him and she hadn't a problem with getting a harem. Sky Island. What a joke. Don't be kidding with us, store owner. All art stores were in a big hustle at this moment, because an important event that had only happened twice since the art store appeared had happened again. Who could this person be who's surrounded by lightning? Could he be the main enemy of the new saga like Crocodile? The question is, why does he have tiny wings on his back? Why is Nico Robin with the crew in the new poster? Don't tell me she's going to join them. Look at this, what could that little being who looks like a light child on top of Going Mary's head be? I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about this fat man, Blackbeard. He looks evil. Who is this guy? Why does look like the folktale protagonist, the liar Noland? The Baroque Works saga posters have been changed and replaced by a new saga called Sky Island Saga. As soon as the new teaser posters came out, One Piece fans were really on fire. After all, the new saga has been confirmed and its chapters will start publishing soon. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 162, The Treasure Room in the Art Store. Getting the Love Fruit. Chapter 163, Sky Island Saga, Jaya Island Arc, Part 1. Chapter 164, Sky Island Saga, Jaya Island Arc, Part 2. Blackstar_BH note. I will be happy if you follow me on my new accounts. I will answer personal messages. If you have any questions regarding this novel or my other novels, don't hesitate to contact me. Love. My Instagram. https://www.instagram.com/blackstar_bh. My Twitter. https://mobile.twitter.com/blackstar_bh. Chapter 164, The Treasure Room in the Art Store. Getting the Love Fruit. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Patreon link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete espace. Paragraph. Ding. One of the required devil fruits has been obtained in the treasure room. While Rob was busy planning how to help the fishman race integrate with the outside world over the long term, he received a sweet notice from his wife's voice. Huh. That's great, what is this time? Paramecia type, love fruit. Since it was his wife's voice that was echoing in his mind instead of the cold robotic voice, he felt the word love had a special stamp on him. For example, lately, he has heard the words I love you a lot from his wife Alvia. Well, it wasn't that she hadn't said it to him much before, but since she agreed to the idea of the harem without Rob mentioning it, it seemed as if she was desperate to show him her love, by all means. Well, it was understood that she was worried about losing the race in which she wouldn't be the only competition in which from now on. The word love he had heard again from the artificial intelligence, who had his wife's voice, was very exciting. Rob shook his head from his rosy fantasies. Alvia was so worried for no reason. Whatever happened, she would always be his first wife. So he hurriedly asked. In what treasure room this time? Treasure room number 13. Kano Country, Art Store. West Blue. Kano Country then. That's good, thanks Olive. As soon as he heard the name of this country, the face of that drill-headed man came to his mind. Yes, he remembered Don Chinjo, who early last year tried to cause him trouble after returning from his pirate trip in the Grand Line, but Rob gave him a hard hit in the head that made him take back his drill-like head that Garp flattened a few years ago. From that moment, had become the greatest benefactor of the Chinjo family who rules the Kano Country. Well, this guy was easy to tame just by hitting him. Regarding the so-called treasure room, it is a genius idea from Rob to collect the treasures of this world in his hand. All he will not say no to it is the resources of this world, the more he gets whenever was better. The money he got from selling manga and anime was a lot, too much. No. Too much wouldn't be enough to describe it, he was too rich, monstrously wealthy in the trillions of berry. So he got this idea to get rid of that money that was practically worthless to him. After implementing the treasure room, Rob and his guild became in a short period one of the most brutal organizations in this world with frightening power. Many of the devil fruits and treasures he obtained were poured into this guild, whose business is based on hunting pirates and providing real security to the world. In the past year, Rob has done a lot of things and works that made him famous for his kindness and his power all over the world, and which was the reason why he got the title of the Four Seas Emperor, most notably, his opening what is widely known as the treasure rooms. Now, each art store has its own treasure room, which is found in his personal section. This is the only place where anyone is allowed to enter it in their personal section within every art store wherever they are. The function of this room is very simple, to collect treasures from people and exchange them for money. The treasures collected are devil fruits, famous swords, and any item that its owner thinks is a treasure. It can try its luck and head to the nearest treasure room, perhaps the store system will recognize it as a true treasure. Buying and selling are done in great secrecy so that the owner of the item sold is not exposed to any kind of threat. This alone tempts many people to deal with the treasure room. Because what the seller deals with is the art store itself and not to another human like it who might put their life at risk because of greed, so the trust is 100% guaranteed, and this is the most important thing in the buying and selling deals. When the item is accepted for sale in the treasure room from its owner, then that owner can collect all its money instantly, or if it has reservations it can withdraw a small portion at a time, just like the bank. In addition, the money it gets from the treasure room is 20% higher than the money it can get for the same item from the black market or CP6, the world government organization that specializes in buying devil fruits and sea treasures. The treasure room buys devil fruits at a very high price compared to most other treasures in this world. Thanks to the new store feature, the Holistic AI, Rob was able to enter all the discovered devil fruits data so far into Olive, memories from the complete devil fruit encyclopedia. A/N, Olive is the name of the AI that Rob gives to it. That is why Olive was able to determine the type of each new devil fruit that the treasure room obtained. Since everything in the art store was going through it naturally, the treasure room was also within its responsibilities, although it was just a new feature, but as an artificial intelligence, whose job was to take care of anything that belonged to the art store. It is also responsible for the price it will give to the treasure owner after determining the type of devil fruit, the type of famous sword, or the type of metal sold. For example, the price of the ordinary zoan will not be the same as the ancient or mythical zoan. Can the mineral of the sea stone be compared with gold or diamonds, for example? Of course not, the value of sea stone is much higher than any other mineral in this world. And just as the price of Mido's swords wouldn't be the same either, is the supreme grade that only has 12 swords in the whole world the same as the great grade that has 21 swords or the skillful grade that has 50 swords? The answer is no, of course. For this reason, Rob identified the types of devil fruits and their prices in. Ordinary devil fruits, ordinary Zoan and Paramecia with low potential are priced at 90 million berries, 20% higher than the market price. Valuable devil fruits, ancient Zoan and Paramecia with medium potential are 150 million berries, which is also 20% higher than the market price. Wanted devil fruits, Logia, mythical Zoan, and Paramecia with high potential, 200 million was the minimum price as Olive would determine the price of the devil fruit based on the information he had from the devil fruit encyclopedia. There is also a fourth category, which is unknown devil fruits. They have a fixed price of 100 million berries because, as the name indicates, this type of devil fruit is unknown, and has not been discovered before, and is not mentioned in the complete encyclopedia of devil fruits, so it is considered a gamble. Whether it is an ordinary Zoan or a Logia, it would be for Rob to try it. But this category makes Rob excited when he gets a notification to get it as if he's playing gacha. He had already accumulated 6 unknown devil fruits in the treasure room, which was also his inventory. After all, people come to him from all over the world to sell the devil fruits they find by chance. They were so many that the world government lost 50% of its resources because of the treasure rooms. All because its selling price is very high and it has the best known features and facilities in the market. The treasure owner will not only get a lot of money by selling its item in the treasure room but will also get a free month of enjoying in the art store. Yes, they can watch whatever they like in the art store for a free month. This was the biggest attraction. A pink heart-like devil fruit appeared in Rob's hand as soon as he thought of taking it out of the treasure room. This devil fruit is a Paramecia with high potential. Well, an ability that can ignore the person's will and petrify him would be strange if it isn't. But it has one weakness. This fruit needs a user with a beautiful and charming face to show its effects, or it will become a curse for an ugly person if they eat it. But Rob has the perfect candidate for this fruit. Who's better than the original user? The most beautiful woman in the world in the future. Hancock was close to her 3rd year. If she eat this fruit much earlier than she originally did, she will benefit more. He had already decided to adopt Hancock and her sisters as his children. Hancock was abandoned at a very early age. She was 1 year old while her sisters were only 2 months old. That shock still haunts little Hancock as she was afraid of being abandoned again if she accepted Rob as her father, but Rob has been working on this knot for a year and has been able to almost unravel it. Since he has practically all of the women island under his authority, Hancock and her sisters and Amazon Lily can be said to have come under his tutelage as well. But the most important reason is that these children have become like siblings to Robin, and since Hancock was no less important to him in his heart than Robin when he was still on planet Earth, he will not lose interest in her after arriving on this world with a new identity. In fact, in this world there are so many female characters that Rob is interested in. If they don't become his harem, they will become his children too. He bought this fruit for 220 million berries from a lucky person who accidentally found it in the Kano country under the nose of the Chinjo family. Well, Rob doesn't care what the Chinjo family lost or gained. All he cares about is that he got it before the world government got it. As in the original story, that's what matters. Rob was currently in his office inside a summer coral house on Fishman Island. His wife and his future wives were chatting excitedly to each other on the coral lawn with an extra batch of cute mermaids. While little Robin, little Hancock, little Sonia, and little Mary were having fun playing in the freshwater lake near the nice coral plain where Rob bought his house. Using observation hockey, Rob was keeping a close eye on everything from inside his office. If I give her this devil fruit in front of Robin, Robin will start asking for one too. I need to give it to her privately. His guild, Hunters of the Evil, the force that Rob is currently building for his future plans, needs powerful generals in the future, and his daughter Hancock will be one of them. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 163, Sky Island Saga, Jaya Island Arc, Part 1. Chapter 164, Sky Island Saga, Jaya Island Arc, Part 2. Chapter 165, Sky Island Saga, Jaya Island Arc, Part 3. Blackstar_BH note. I will be happy if you follow me on my new accounts. I will answer personal messages. If you have any questions regarding this novel or my other novels, don't hesitate to contact me. Love. My Instagram. https://www.instagram.com/blackstar_bh. My Twitter. https://mobile.twitter.com/blackstar_bh. Chapter 165, Sky Island Saga, Jaya Island Arc, Part 1. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Patreon link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete eSpace. Paragraph. Wahahaha. What a horrible atmosphere. I understand now, that's why your country has been in seclusion all these years, isn't it, Odin? On the head of the ship, Roger stood still, enjoying the strong wind blowing on his face. Odin was using binoculars to see the land at the front as the ship kept shaking repeatedly as it crossed the chaotic inland waters of Wano. The Roger pirates ran on Oro Jackson's back like crazy to install the sail and avoid hitting the stone pillars that appear out of nowhere. Odin was helping the ship's navigators choose the safest path when he heard Roger's spirited voice coming from the foreground of the ship. Yes, Captain Roger, this chaotic sea was the reason for the success of the seclusion decision, but there is another reason at the front. You will be surprised when you see it. Oro Jackson successfully crossed the first hurdle, but after reaching the foot of the country the crew's eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets when they saw a waterfall going vertically. Roger's eyes flashed with excitement, his nose smelling another adventure. How are they going to climb this waterfall? That would definitely be exciting. And that's what really happened, because he saw Odin tie some strong ropes to the foreground of the ship and wait for a while, and then the moment a group of catfish jumped out of the waterfall, Odin threw the ropes as hard as he could. In an instant, Oro Jackson is attached to a flock of catfish that can easily climb the waterfall and the ship begins to follow their path. But this wonderful entry was accompanied by Buggy's terrified screams and Roger's enthusiastic laughter. Oh! That was really fun. I've never had such an epic island entry before. I like your country, Odin. After successfully overtaking the waterfall, Oro Jackson entered the safe Wano Sea and continued to advance steadily towards the shore. Hee hee, it's nothing, it's nothing. Odin replied with pride evident in his tone of voice while rubbing his nose. He was the most excited person to get here, finally returned to his country from which he had been away for almost 2 years. Isn't that the art store beacon? Has Rob opened his store here also? Rayleigh noticed a green light flashing from the open book hanging in the sky of Wano. Yes, that's why I have a close friendship with Rob-san, as you know. Here's the update light, guys. Looks like One Piece has released another volume. Shanks, Buggy, Nekomamushi, and Inuarashi ran very quickly to the stern of the ship to enter the art store on the ship. This was their closest manga source. This is the manga One Piece, it's back. The crew members were dumbfounded for a moment as they also ran quickly to get their books. In a second only Roger and Odin remained in the foreground of the ship. Roger and Odin looked at each other for a moment and then burst into laughter. Manga One Piece, Chapter 218, Intruder on the Ship. Chopper, Nami, Sanji, Luffy, Usopp, I miss her presence. Zoro, stop crying. If you didn't want to leave her this far, we should have made her board the ship by force. Chopper, oh. What a savagery. Nami, to what extent see me you are. Sanji, Marimo. Luffy, a 3 swords user. Usopp, Luffy. 3 swords are not an insult. Luffy, a 4 swords user. Usopp, as if increasing the number would change it. Listen. You know what natto is, right? Calling him a 4 swords user is like asking for a corrupt natto. Natto, a Japanese food made from fermented soybeans. Zoro, well, okay. Cry as much as you want. Robin, finally, it looks like we've left the island, well done. Zoro, yes. Straw Hat Crew, he. Zoro, did you come to avenge your organization? Well, I'll take care of you. Nami, what are you doing here? Sanji, wow, what a beautiful lady. Red Heart. Usopp, enemy attack. Enemy attack. Chopper, aha. Who are you? Luffy, It's you. So you are alive. Robin, please don't point these brutal tools in my face. Didn't I say this before? Zoro, wah. Hands. Nami, BFT. 3 swords. 4 swords. Where did Straw Hat learn how to insult? Buggy laughed so hard at Luffy. Ha 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 ha, my stomach. Look at Usopp, he's using a megaphone to declare an emergency. Shanks was no better off than Buggy since both of them got the new volume first and started reading it before the other crew members, but to their surprise, the new volume called Jaya Island Arc was very funny from the start. After their momentary pause, Buggy and Shanks returned to read the volume with excited expressions. Since when did they not feel this way? Well, it was a month ago, but before that month they had to wait a whole year. Stop laughing, you bastards, we haven't started our volume yet. Gabon wanted to throw Shanks and Buggy into the sea, but when he started reading the book in hand, he couldn't stop laughing either. BFT. Ha 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 ha. Marimo. A 3-sword user. 4 swords user. Take responsibility, Luffy, what did you do to the beautiful lady? Ha ha ha. He told her to leave or they'll call the Navy. Ha 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 ha, aren't you a pirate? The rest of the crew couldn't stop laughing at this point. O'Hara. At the knowledge tree, joyful laughter echoed here for a while as well, but then a deathly silence descended, as after Robin announced her desire to join the Straw Hats a flashback of what happened in the royal basement after being hit by Crocodile appeared. This. What happened to this girl to make her so desperate? Professor Clover felt sad for some reason and continued reading the chapters, only to get sadder. Cobra, I don't understand. So what's the point of your coming here? Robin, expectation and hope are two different things. The item I was looking for is Ryu Poneglyph. Robin, of all the poneglyphs in this world, it's the only who talks about true history. Cobra, the true history. What exactly is this supposed to mean? Robin, you needn't know, I have been searching constantly for 20 years, and I have not found a better thread than this stone. It was my last hope, and it turned out to be the wrong stone. Robin, if I die in this place, that's fine. I'm tired of following this path of life. I just wanted to know history. Robin, but a lot of enemies stand in the way of my dream. Crying face. Cobra, wait, I'd like to ask you. Is it possible to interpret undated history? Do you mean that this is what the poneglyph records? So, why should we? All I wanted was to know history, but many enemies stand in the way of my dream. These words and tears summed up the feelings of thousands of archaeologists in the past and in the present as well. Neither Clover, nor Zadie, nor every present archaeologist could control their tears so that they wouldn't wet their faces. They knew very well what Nico Robin was feeling at this moment. Because they've tried it also. Yes, they've also been looking for Ryu Poneglyph for so many years, but to no avail. The world government is shutting down any opportunity to do so, and powerful enemies may be knocking on their door at any moment. Although things had changed a lot for them since Rob's arrival, the memories of the great persecution from the world government were still fresh in their minds. Here, Professor Clover, you need this. Professor Clover looked at the kind man who gave him a handkerchief to wipe his tears at this moment. Clover grabbed him and wiped his tears. Even now, he couldn't comprehend the fact that this extremely kind man was a celestial dragon. Fishman Island. Robin, all I wanted was to know history, but a lot of enemies stand in the way of my dream. Crying face. These words and the tears that wet her daughter's smiling face resounded in the depths of Alvia's heart as if they were beating the drums of grief. While reading today's volume in her room alone, her eyes turned red and tears began to fall uncontrollably. She can't stop it no matter how hard she tries. Robin's feelings in the manga have directly reached the soft point in Alvia's heart that she is in reality. That was how her 28-year-old daughter feels in a different world, in a world where her mother is not there to hold her warmly, wipe her tears, and support her with every step. In a cold world where there is no obsessively affectionate father, he can do anything just to see her smile. A world could truly end in disaster if there was this father and he saw those tears on his daughter's face. Why are you doing this, Rob? Tell me. How can you put our daughter in such a cold world? Don't you feel sad for her? Alvia sighed when she didn't hear any answer, but her body froze the next moment when she heard a voice heavy with sadness behind her. I'm sorry. Alvia. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 164, Sky Island Saga, Jaya Island Arc, Part 2. Chapter 165, Sky Island Saga, Jaya Island Arc, Part 3. Chapter 166, Alvia's Desire. Nolan the Liar's Story. Blackstar_BH note. I will be happy if you follow me on my new accounts. I will answer personal messages. If you have any questions regarding this novel or my other novels, don't hesitate to contact me. Love. My Instagram. https://www.instagram.com/blackstar_bh. My Twitter. https://mobile.twitter.com/blackstar_bh. Chapter 166, Bonus Chapter. Sky Island Saga, Jaya Island Arc, Part 2. Surprise, isn't it? So because of the bonus chapter, show your love with your power stones. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Patreon link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete eSpace. Paragraph. Everything that people can imagine can happen in reality. The physicist, Willie Gallen. Luffy, a ship fell from the sky. Zoro. Nami, Galleon. Chopper/Usopp. Sanji, what is this? Robin. Boom. Straw Hats, Ag. Sanji, hold the ship. Nami, what? Usopp, this is a dream. Yes, I'm dreaming without a doubt. Chopper, a dream. This is reassuring. Sanji, the precipitation is continual. Beware. Luffy, why? A ship fell from the sky. Sanji, this world is full of wonders. Zoro, nothing else appears in the sky. Nami, Sanji, what's wrong, Nami? Nami, what are we going to do? Log pose is broken. The needle is stuck pointing up. Robin, no, you are wrong. Nami, huh? Robin, there must be another island close to our location, with stronger magnetic fields that redirected the log pose in a different direction. If the needle is pointing up, this means that the log pose has become under the control of Sky Island. Fufufu. Fun, really fun, there's nothing more fun than this book, so here comes the Straw Hat Crew's next journey. Are you going to reveal to the world that Sky Island really exists, Rob-chan? I look forward to seeing it. In a garden full of flowers and butterflies, a woman with an out-of-this-world temper stood, in her hands an open one-piece book and a picture of Robin announcing the name of the Sky Island. Her attractive face wore a sinister smile that made her even more attractive than she already was. Fufufu, with every new book you make me more obsessed with, if I happen to be interested in someone for a long time, that's a problem, you know. It's also going to be a big problem if I get disappointed at some point. I don't usually get up for a long time as I did this time, but you really deserve. Emu continued reading manga and talking to herself like a crazy woman, but this crazy woman is the ruler of this world behind the scenes. After gaining immortality and living for thousands of years, she starts losing interest in life era after era, and she only cared about sleep. But in this era, Rob appeared, who prevented her from sleeping. His appearance alone was a kind of gift from the sky for her. What does a person who has lived a very long time need most? Something that can eliminate boredom. For Emu, her Rob-chan removed a bit of her boredom. This alone is a feat no one else has done, even that clown, Joy Boy, who appears once in a generation to entertain her, hasn't done it as well as Rob. For Emu, everything in this world belongs to her, including Rob himself, so she usually calls him her Rob-chan. South Blue, Brisk Kingdom. The Brisk Kingdom is a kingdom that was very prosperous in the past, but due to a certain event, the kingdom fell from heaven to hell instantly. 182 years ago, St. Briss's ship sailed from the Brisk Kingdom in South Blue. It was so prosperous at that time that it was once known as the Second Holy Land. Given that the royal family at that time had begun with the offspring of a fugitive from Mary Geos. Yes, the first offspring that started this kingdom was a celestial dragon. That is why the rulers of the Brisk Kingdom were called saints and not kings, but suddenly, the rule of the saints was interrupted by the death of St. Briss V at an early age before he left an heir. Hundreds of years ago, St. Briss's expedition ship came out and entered the Grand Line in search of a way to treat St. Briss, who was ill at that time and mysteriously disappeared. Then it hasn't returned since that time. After the kingdom lost all its symbols, the queen was forced to take the throne of the kingdom to stop its bleeding, but she was just a weak woman. All the strong guards disappeared with their king. The queen couldn't win over the many enemies at that time. Then the Brisk Kingdom fell from being the ruler of the South Blue to a mere kingdom almost unknown. But last year, Rob came to this kingdom to see how it is. Well, the kingdom is still under the queen's lineage from that time, but it was a very ordinary kingdom. Rob set up his art store here after he announced his business intentions to the current king, who welcomed it with great pleasure. Since then he hasn't returned here. But today the new volume of the manga One Piece has opened the wounds of this kingdom's citizens and made them cry unstoppable tears. This is because they discovered the ship of their late king almost 200 years later. The ship they didn't think they'd see again, they found had turned into a ghost ship. Even their king's corpse was still holding its teeth, and the holes on his skull meant he had already tried to cure himself. The picture that Sanji found in the ship after it sank at sea belongs to the queen herself. Inside the Brisk Kingdom art store, the commotion continued to rise, followed by the occasional sound of crying. Impossible. Unbelievable, is this really St. Briss's ship? The author can't be joking with us, can he? I don't think so. This is the St. Briss's ship in the records for sure. But why did it fall from the sky? Haven't you seen a map of the so-called Skypea? It is clear that there is some island in the sky, which is the place where our king has traveled in the past. An island in the sky, that's impossible. Don't be like Bellamy, I believe in the existence of Sky Island. We will see it in the next volume for sure. In the royal palace of this humble kingdom, the current king of the country was looking at the manga book with amazement, with a gloomy expression and wet eyes. Until now his mind couldn't believe what he was seeing in the book in his hands. Who would have expected that he would find information about his ancestor missing hundreds of years ago in the manga that he thought was just an entertaining story? I need to enlist Mr. Rob's help in recovering the royal ship before it crashed into a mouth of some turtle. The current king was determined to take the ship back home even if it was just a ghost ship, and to bury the mortuaries who they suffered a fight against some enemy in the last stages of their lives. The news spread from the art store and didn't stop until everyone in the kingdom knew it. Even if it wasn't as prosperous as it was in the past, it was still a kingdom with a foundation of tens of thousands of residents. This large number of people didn't come out of nowhere, but most of them were Aboriginal people with roots going back of the time of Saint Briss. Everyone in this kingdom knew why their kingdom had fallen from the rulers of an entire sea to just a random kingdom. That tragic event precipitated the collapse of the Gar kingdom as it was known at that time. But now, the manga has shown them that St. Briss's ship didn't disappear in smoke but was somewhere in the sky and fell exactly when the Straw Hats arrived. As if their saint's ship was destined to be just a sign to the protagonist that the Sky Island existed and he had to go to it. With the help of Nico Robin and the information she gave, the inhabitants of the Briss Kingdom were able to confirm that the ship actually belonged to their kingdom in the past. The reactions continued to escalate, and it was something that couldn't be comprehended in such a short time, especially since it came so suddenly. All of this happened in the presence of two of the main characters in the manga, Mihawk and Issue. This duo was roaming South Blue and they chose to go to the nearest art store they could find, so they found themselves in this kingdom and experienced this surprising coincidence as well. Who would have expected they know the news about the remains of one of their historical kings in this way? Is this really just a story? Inside the art store, Issue's face was confused, but Mihawk, unlike him, was very calm. Just a story? Do you keep saying this nonsense? When you find yourself drawn here someday, you will know that this manga is not just a story at all, but a concrete reality. It's a real book that simulates a future that could have been. No need to think about all this, let's continue reading today's volume. We are still in its beginning. It seems to me that One Piece is getting more serious. Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire Spoiler Fire. Chapter 165, Sky Island Saga, Jaya Island Arc, Part 3. Chapter 166, Alvia's Desire. Nolan the Liar's Story. Chapter 167, The Addict Bartholomew Kuma and Suspicious Connie. Blackstar_BH note. From now on, the novel will return to focusing more on the events of the manga, because the events will become interesting and many, so you will see a single volume of the manga containing many chapters talking about it in the novel. Show your love by supporting this novel to return to the top 3 fire. Chapter 167, Sky Island Saga, Jaya Island Arc, Part 3. Creating manga of One Piece in Pirates World become my ultimate goal. Patreon link. https://www.patreon.com/blackstar_bh. Delete espace. Paragraph. Masaira, who is causing trouble within my territory. Luffy, it's a monkey. Masaira, huh? Do you think I look like a monkey? Luffy, like what? Isn't he a monkey? Zoro, don't ask me. Sanji, oh. Who are you? Nami, look under the ship. Usopp, there's something down there. Masaira, Yuki Kiki. Luffy, ha 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 ha. Masaira, oh. Are you from East Blue? Luffy, yes. But you really do look like a monkey. Masaira, don't praise me, stop trying to embarrass me. Sanji, I can't believe. Zoro, yeah. I can't believe how big those monsters are. Sanji, what a strange day. Zoro, a huge galleon falls from the sky. Nami, the compass starting to point to up. Usopp, then a strange monkey appears that seeks to retrieve the ship. Chopper, but a great turtle swallowed the ship. Robin, and the day had turned into the night. Luffy, finally the appearance of those monsters that are hundreds of times larger than giants. Masaira, yeah. The appearance of the huge giants scared me. Straw Hats. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, get out of our ship. Nami, Eternal Loge pose. Robin, I stole it from those monkeys' ship. Nami, cry. You're my only ally, Robin. Robin, you look like you're having a hard time. Nami, Jaya. Robin, that's the name of the island. PFFFF. Cough. Oh my god. How big are those monsters? Does something like this even exist in this world? Issue and Mihawk both spit out their drinks in shock. The moment they saw the shadows of the gigantic giants, their hearts almost stopped, not to mention the Straw Hat Pirates and the Retrievation Pirates. They weren't the only ones who were surprised by the hugely of these creatures, but everyone present in the art store of Briss, where coughing and groans of horror were heard everywhere, from those who passed St. Briss shock and continued reading the manga. They had never before believed that such beings existed in this world, beings whose length could reach the end of the sky. I don't think these beings are real, they would only be gods of their size if they really existed. Maybe there's a trick in it. The hawk's eyes of Mihawk flashed after he regained his usual calm and began to think rationally as he came up with an explanation that he saw as logical. As we only saw black shadows, I think their real bodies are much smaller. You have a point, boy. Issue liked Mihawk's view of things, maybe he's right. Bellamy, have a drink. Luffy, oh, thanks. Luffy, haha. After all, you are a nice person. Nami, Zoro, Luffy. Luffy, Crashed. It's begun. Ha 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 ha. You're a violent, Bellamy. Bellamy, what do you think you're doing? Subordinate. Zoro, you are the one who has to answer that question. Bellamy, listen to me. The age when pirates dream is over. Gold City. Emerald City. One Piece's secret treasure. Fools who blind their eyes by dreams with treasures will not gain anything from what lies before them. Those who ride these dangerous waters of our time are the bravest. And those who die after wasting their lives on some petty illusions. People call these persons by, he was happy because he lived by chasing his dream. Ha 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 ha. It's the words that the losers prefer to hear. Nami, Luffy. Zoro. Forget about the oath and kick their asses. Luffy, Zoro. Don't show any reaction towards their mockery. Teach, the Sky Island exists. Zehahaha. The cherry pies here really are the best. Nami, you are, the guy we met recently. Teach, why do you so angry, young lady? They're the ones who won the fight. Nami, what? Luffy. Flashback. Shanks, oh. You'll surpass us. Ace, we'll meet again when we become distinguished pirates. Teach, your sharp retort was really something, too. You've got nerves of steel even though you're a woman. Zehahaha. Nami, Zoro. Luffy. Teach, the new era they're talking about is crap. The era where pirates have dreams will be over, they say. Huh. Well. Zahahaha. What's wrong with this guy? Teach, people's dreams have no end. Luffy. Teach, isn't that right? New World, near Moby Dick on some island. You said your name is Teach, didn't you? Yes, my name is Teach. Marshall D. Teach. Whitebeard stood tall while his crew was behind him, but in front of him, knelt a brown and slightly fat boy asking him to let him join his crew. Whitebeard looked between the manga book in his hand and the boy kneeling in front of him over and over again, with some complexity in his eyes. On the manga page, futuristic Teach famously said, "People's dreams have no end." In reality, he was a younger version of the same man asking him to let him join his crew. After thinking long and seeing tears of despair in the boy's eyes, Whitebeard felt kind to him and accepted him into the crew. Whitebeard turned around to get on the ship before saying, "Okay, you can board my ship. I wish someone with such big dreams would be a good son on my ship." Whitebeard smiled a smile that no one else had seen, but without his knowledge, his thoughts would soon change in the near future, because just as the manga showed him the way to accept a new son, it would also show him his fatal mistake. "Welcome with us. You look similar to the cherry pie man here. If that's really you, you have my respect, man." Teach, the newest member of the Whitebeard Pirates, was confused by the ease with which the crew members dealt with him. He doesn't yet understand what was going on here. Who is the cherry pie man this pineapple-like guy is talking about? Art store, Wano. Refreshing. I really can't get enough of this sake that Rob is selling. Roger wiped the drink drops from his mouth before looking at the name of this treasure in his hand. Jack Daniels. Yes, it's worth the high price. While sipping his drink, Roger didn't forget to go back to reading today's volume, which by the way was a bit long, as he spent a lot of time reading it and didn't finish it yet. When you don't waste time by fighting a dreamless person and let him beat and insult you, what kind of spirit should you have? As expected of my successor. Shanks, you did well in teaching him the attitudes of a true pirate. People's dreams have no end. This person is going to be something in the future. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of waves he'll cause in the era that I would its reason. Zehahaha. I like his laugh too. Marineford. With the arrival of the leaked batch of One Piece volume from Mary Geos, Borsalino, Sakazuki, and Kazan secretly obtained their volumes by sending some Marines under their command to get them for them. Once they got it in their hands, they scrapped everything they had to work on and started reading manga like a keen otaku. Despite their high standing in the Navy, they were big fans of the Straw Hat crew and Luffy in particular. Even Sakazuki, who hated all pirates, couldn't find how to hate Luffy and his crew. He followed their journey from start to now. He found no way to force himself to hate and despise this pirate. This volume only increased his respect for him in his heart. Sakazuki was someone like the previous Rob, who had seen his parents killed in front of his eyes by pirates. But in Sakazuki's case, it was even crueler. His mother, whom he loved more than anything else in this world and who loved him dearly, was raped in front of his eyes, dismembered, and the pirates fed her to sea monsters. All that had turned into nightmares that haunt him every day. Only recently did he find a little cure in the so-called manga and anime. Damn, he's still talking about that weapon in this volume. Does Rob want to antagonize the world government outright? What I don't understand is why he is putting his daughter as a member of the Straw Hat crew. What are you up to, Sky Sword? You are thus putting your most valuable thing on the front. Any enemy can threaten you with it. So sad. What kind of past did Nico Robin have to endure so much grief? Ha 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 ha. This stupid monkey is so funny. Who in the world likes to be called a monkey? What monsters? This is just a shadow's reflection of the Sky Island residents, you idiots, ha 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 ha. Fighting with a person without dreams will only contaminate your clean record. You are truly a real pirate, Luffy, just like Roger. People's dreams have no end. Really a great saying. It can't be said by a random person. Zehahaha. Why does this laughing tone sound so familiar? I've heard it somewhere for sure, but where? Ah. I remembered. Zephyr was also reading manga. As reading One Piece became a precious habit for him, he enjoyed every bit of it, the laughs he got from One Piece in minutes, and he doesn't laugh in a whole year of his life. But when he gets to Teach's famous laugh part, he remembers his fight with Rob at the time. Wasn't that rude author laughing like that, too? Paragraph. The titles of the next 3 chapters. Fire spoiler fire. Chapter 166, Alvia's Desire. Nolan the Liar's Story. Chapter 167, The Addict Bartholomew Kuma and Suspicious Connie. Chapter 168, Toki's Reaction. Roger's crew is shocked. Blackstar_BH note. From now on, the novel will return to focusing more on the events of the manga, because the events will become interesting and many, so you will see a single volume of the manga containing many chapters talking about it in the novel. Show your love by supporting this novel to return to the top 3 fire.